traveled to a world similar to Earth. Hundreds of years ago, this place experienced a revival of spiritual energy. Mysterious caves and ruins have emerged one after another, and various ferocious beasts have appeared frequently. Even in some extremely dangerous caves, the existence of other races has been discovered. Human survival was once in jeopardy. Fortunately, the revival of spiritual energy also brought about the awakening of mankind. Countless humans gained different talents, and from those relics, they obtained the methods suitable for the gifted to practice. Otherwise, mankind would have long been extinct in this turbulent world. The emergence of gifted warriors finally gave humans a chance to catch their breath in the bloody battle with ferocious beasts and alien races. After more than 100 years of efforts, a delicate balance was finally maintained, but everyone knew that this balance could collapse at any time. Therefore, cultivating talented warriors became a vital task for mankind. At the age of 18, the government will hold an awakening ceremony for every young person. Those who have not awakened their talents are destined to live a mediocre and useless life. But once awakened, he can soar into the sky and become a warrior respected by everyone. Before awakening, the first thing to do is to test your cultivation potential. Potential is divided into 9 levels, from the lowest F level to the highest SSS level, and each level represents a person's future achievements and potential. After 18 years of hard work, I finally arrived at my college entrance examination, the awakening ceremony. What excited me was that I awakened an A-level talent. However, before the joy fully filled my heart, I was instantly shocked by the fact before my eyes. This A-level talent is actually the weakest defensive talent at present. Practicing it not only requires huge investment of resources, but also requires enduring pain that is unbearable for ordinary people. What is even more despairing is that the upper limit of this talent is so low that it is frightening. Just when I was about to give up, one day, I suddenly discovered that this talent could actually mutate. Every time it mutated, I was shocked. However, this method of mutation is really extremely weird. At this time, on the school playground, classmates in the class gathered around me, vying to congratulate me on awakening my A-level talent. Amidst all the laughter and joy, I also responded to every blessing with a smile, thinking to myself, this time, I'm really going to be successful. Suddenly, hurried and messy footsteps were heard outside the door. Thump, thump, thump. Then, a figure rushed in. It was the principal, Lee Daoran, whose fat body was particularly eye-catching at the door. Suan? Who is Suhan? Principal Lee's anxious voice rang out as soon as he entered the door. Principal, it's me. I replied hurriedly. Seeing Lee Daoran gasping for breath, he couldn't help but laugh. For his huge body, the quick walk just now is not easy. You are Suhan? That's great, ha ha ha. Lee Daoran's eyes, which were not big to begin with, could hardly close due to smiling, and his face was full of joy. Come on, test your potential again, and let me see it with my own eyes. He looked at me expectantly, his eyes revealing great excitement. I nodded and placed my hand on the cultivation potential tester again. Buzz! The tester emitted a burst of light, and finally clearly displayed the letter A. It's indeed grade A. Ha! Our Sangao is going to be famous. Seeing this result, Lee Daoran became more and more excited, and he clenched his fists excitedly. Ahem! Principal, pay attention to your image. The head teacher at the side finally couldn't help but remind him. Seeing that the students in the teacher's office were all watching, the head teacher coughed lightly and said in a low voice, Oh, well, I'll go first. Lee Daoran restrained his emotions awkwardly and immediately said, Come, follow me to awaken your talent. As he said that, he waved his hand, grabbed me, and walked out, as if he was afraid that I would slip away. This scene immediately left the students around speechless, and everyone exclaimed, This is the treatment of geniuses. Even those students who were tested as having D-level potential this time could only smile bitterly. After all, in the past, students with D-level potential could be ranked at the top of the 3 high schools in Suzhou. But now, when A-level potential came out, D-level potential was immediately eclipsed. When we arrived at the Talent Awakening Room, there was a group of people queuing up to awaken their talents. Master Ruan, this is amazing. Not only does his cultivation potential reach C level, but he has also awakened his talent for berserker warfare. Yes, Master Ruan, you're the pride of our Sioux city. Master Ruan has to guide us in the outdoor assessment later. In a corner, Several classmates surrounded Ruan Mingliang and complimented him enthusiastically. Ruan Mingliang was well-dressed, had an extraordinary temperament, and came from a wealthy family. Both of his parents were talented warriors at the 3rd level. I heard that his father was trying to reach the 4th level recently. Once you break through to the 4th level, you enter the realm of martial artists, which is very different from the realm of ordinary martial artists. The realm of warriors is divided into 10 levels, among which levels 1 to 3 are beginner to advanced warriors, levels 4 to 6 are beginner to advanced martial artists, levels 7 to 9 are generals, and level 10 is the master. In Sioux City, the strongest city lord has only just entered the 5th level. Haha, it's okay. Ruan Mingliang responded with a smile. Although he appeared humble on the surface, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Just now, when he was tested to have C-level cultivation potential, the principal was about to praise him, but I from Class 3 happened to barge in and interrupted all his glorious moments. When the principal heard about my A-level potential, he immediately abandoned him and rushed out in a hurry, instantly overshadowing Ruan Mingliang's glory. Teacher's son, hurry up, help Su-Han awaken his talent. At this time, the voice of Principal Li Daoran came from a distance, full of urgency and excitement. Principal Li Daoran is here. Everyone in the awakening room looked up at the door involuntarily. Li Daoran was seen running in breathlessly, with a young man in tow, looking very happy. His big belly trembled as he ran, making him look both funny and cute. Principal, what is this? Teacher's son, who was in charge of awakening, asked in a low voice with a puzzled look on his face. Don't ask anymore, just start awakening. Li Daoran interrupted impatiently, his tone revealing a strong sense of dominance. A-level cultivation potential. Li Daoran's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He couldn't wait to know what talent he could awaken this time. If he could awaken a main combat talent, all 3 highs would be shocked. Li Daoran could not help but smile, thinking that his 3 highs would definitely surpass the 1 and 2 highs that have been weighing on his mind for many years. How many years have passed? In the past few years since I took over the 3rd martial arts high school in Sioux City, the highest potential that has been tested is only D level, which is really unlucky. This year, Ruan Mingliang awakened a C-level potential. Although it is not as good as the B-level potential he awakened 2 years ago, it is still a significant achievement. But now he actually got the A-level cultivation potential. This made Li Daoran so excited that he almost laughed out loud. 2 years ago, a high school student had a B grade, and the mayor had been bragging about him for 2 years. Now, his own school finally had a student with a grade potential, and now it was his turn to be proud. Your school has never produced a student with A-level potential, right? Li Daoran was secretly proud of himself. He was mentally ready to call the 2 old principals to show off, especially the principal of the 2nd high school, to stop making fun of him with that student with C-level potential. Seeing the principal so excited, Teacher's son responded quickly and waved at me gently. Come over here and awaken first. Principal, this is inappropriate. We have all been waiting for so long. Why should he go first? Someone retorted dissatisfiedly. Why? Because Su-Han has A-level cultivation potential. What about you? Li Daoran's tone suddenly sank and immediately made those dissatisfied students shut up. Normally, he would joke around with these students, but today's moment was too important for them to speak casually. Everyone made way for me to pass. Even Teacher's son showed an expression of shock and excitement. He couldn't believe that his school actually produced an A-level student. Come on, let's start awakening your talents. Teacher's son said gently, relax, use the guidance method taught in class, and feel the flow of power from the guide. I nodded, slowly placed my hand on the awakening instrument, and closed my eyes. After a while, a warm current flowed from my palm into my body, warm and steady. Although I was still a little confused, I still followed the guidance method I learned in school and started to work, trying to find the opportunity to awaken. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Why is it taking so long? It's already been 15 minutes. Doesn't it usually take 5 minutes to awaken? Yes, Master Ruan awakened in just 4 minutes. Could it be that I will awaken an amazing talent? Maybe. After all, awakening talents with A-level potential should not be simple. I heard that the higher the potential, the stronger the awakened talent. The students around me began to whisper, discussing my awakening process. Li Daoran and Teacher's son also stare at me nervously, especially Li Daoran. His heart almost jumped out his chest. Hurry, it's almost 20 minutes. Could it be that this kid is really going to awaken an awesome talent? Li Daoran clenched his fists. The fat on his face trembled. His squinting eyes seemed to open into copper bells, and his heart beat faster. Time passed bit by bit. The awakening room fell into silence, and everyone waited with bated breath. Suddenly, a low rumble broke the silence. I opened my eyes. Success! Li Daoran couldn't help but shout in a low voice, and immediately turned to look at the awakening device. Shit! Li Daoran was stunned when he saw the result of the awakening device. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and his face turned pale instantly. Defensive talent? Damn! At this moment, Li Daoran felt like he had eaten fly shit. The flesh on his face was trembling, full of anger and unwillingness. The awakened talent turned out to be the most useless defensive talent at present. This is simply a waste of A-level potential. Haha, it's actually a defensive talent. It's really hilarious. Isn't this too worthless? Looking at him, I thought he would awaken some amazing talent, but in the end, all the students had complicated expressions, especially Ruan Mingliang, who couldn't help but feel lucky in his heart. The person who had stolen his limelight had now fallen badly. But at this moment, my heart was filled with turbulent waves. The moment my talent awakened, I opened my eyes and was greeted by 4 words: defensive talent. At this moment, I was stunned. In the 3 years at Wugao, I had learned all the theoretical knowledge about the world. Naturally, I understood what these 4 words meant. Cold water poured over my head, icy and pungent. I couldn't believe that my A-level cultivation potential had awakened such a useless talent. But at this moment, my eyelids suddenly jumped. I saw a few lines of purple gold fonts flashing in the brackets behind the defensive talent on the interface. I rubbed my eyes and took a closer look. Mutated growth type. Mutation and growth? What does that mean? Could this talent be able to mutate and grow? As we all know, the limit of defensive talent is the peak of high-level warriors. This also explains why warriors with defensive talent are almost nowhere to be seen in battles with high-level ferocious beasts. It is not that a person with defensive talent cannot break through to the martial artist realm. On the contrary, a martial artist with defensive talent is most likely to improve their chi and blood value, and their cultivation speed often exceeds that of other talents. As long as their chi and blood can keep up, their promotion speed is often faster. However, to break through to the martial master level, or even to the martial general level, a large amount of resources are needed. In simple terms, a martial artist with defensive talent is like a paid profession in a game. Without paid money, there's basically no chance. Some people may say, if this is the case, can't the Grandmaster's family just provide funding for training? But the answer is, I can't afford it. Although killing ferocious beasts can bring huge profits, the resources required to allow a warrior with defensive talent to break through are almost a bottomless pit. Many families and forces have tried, but ultimately gave up due to the huge investment of resources. In order to cultivate a warrior with defensive talent, several or even dozens of warriors with main combat talents can be piled up. In contrast, who would be willing to waste resources on defensive talents? Even if they were cultivated, they would only be useless and could only resist damage but not output damage. But now my defensive talent seems to be different from before. Who would have thought that there would be a bracket after the talent? There was silence all around me, and I found that it seemed that only I could see this interface. The principal Li Daoran next to him, who had been full of joy before, now looked worried. I wanted to ask something, but looking at Li Daoran's expression, I held back. This situation reminded me of the system cheats commonly seen in time travelers. Could this be my system? Because that interface looked full of futuristic feeling. However, no matter how I silently prayed in my mind, there was no response. Alas, Li Daoran sighed, his tone a little low, as if he could sense my loss. But when he saw me looking at him, he forced a smile and walked over. Don't be discouraged. Your defensive talent is actually not completely bad. At least it can play a very strong role in the early stages. And you have A-level cultivation potential. Breaking through to the martial arts master should not be difficult. Li Daoran tried to comfort me, but as soon as he said it, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Strong in the early stage? If you team up with someone without protective gear, that's true, but after all, a warrior with defensive talent is more like a tank most of the time. As for breaking through to the martial master level, that's simply a pipe dream. He didn't continue talking, but just patted my shoulder gently. Principal, I'm fine. I will keep working hard. Just as you said, at least I have awakened my talent and become a warrior, right? I smile, my tone calm. I'm glad that you think so. You're right. At least you are better than most people. Lee Dowran nodded, his eyes full of admiration. He looked at me with clear eyes, not losing his brilliance because I had awakened my useless talent. But in his heart, he felt a little reluctant. What an excellent child with a calm mind. If it were someone else, he would have collapsed long ago. Okay, continue awakening. Lee Dowran waved his hand and motioned me to leave. TSK, after all this noise and little action, I actually awakened this useless talent. Mr. Wan, it looks like our third high school's outdoor assessment will depend on you. Some students laughed after I left and flattered Wan Mingliang at the same time. Don't say that. After all, he has a level cultivation potential, and his cultivation speed will not be slow. Although Wan Mingliang was proud in his heart, he still responded modestly. That's all for an A-level? I can beat him with my E-level talent, but you, Master Wan, have C-level potential plus your Berserker talent, so you can beat him in no time. That's right. So what if he practices quickly? At best, he can only reach the level of a high-level warrior. Given his family background, he can't even afford blood and chi potions, so it's hard for him to break through to the mid-level warrior level. They talked about me behind my back, completely ignoring me, a warrior with A-level potential. After Lee Dowran and I left, I asked for leave to go home early, and Lee Dowran agreed without hesitation. After all, this was a huge happy event and should have been a joyous moment, but my defensive talent made him feel somewhat disappointed, and letting me go back to adjust on my own seemed to be the best option. But for me, I don't care what Lee Dowran thinks. I only care about my own talent. What's going on with this interface? Can I make it mutate and grow? I jogged back to the shabby little room, quickly closed the door, took a deep breath, and adjusted my mood. Then, I concentrated my mind, and as soon as I thought about it, a transparent system interface appeared before my eyes again. This is my system interface, not an illusion. However, this system does not seem to listen to my instructions. As I was struggling, a mosquito suddenly flew over and bit me. Pah! With a slap, the mosquito died. Suddenly, 2 lines of prompts appeared on the system interface. Host kills mosquito *1 with 1 strike, gains HP plus 0.1, and triggers talent mutation growth. This mutation growth is completed, and additional awakening precision talent is added. What the hell? At this moment, I was completely stunned. I never thought that the gameplay of mutation and growth would be like this. I defeated a mosquito, and not only did my health increase by 0.1 points, but I also awakened my precision talent. You must know that as a warrior, the awakening of talent is strictly limited. Generally speaking, a warrior can only awaken 1 talent, and only after being promoted to the martial artist level will he have the opportunity to awaken a 2nd talent. But even so, this awakening is also probabilistic. Many martial artists will fail during their 2nd awakening, and success cannot be guaranteed at all. However, now that I haven't even become a warrior yet, I already have 2 talents. This is simply unbelievable. Once this precision talent is strengthened, I can become a long-range killer. Although in the era of spiritual revival, the lethality of traditional thermal weapons on ferocious beasts has been negligible. However, some special long-range weapons can still pose a certain threat to ferocious beasts and hostile warriors. With the talent of precision, it will be easier to kill beasts and enemies. Before I could recover from the shock, the system's prompt sounded again. The host screamed loudly, triggering the talent mutation growth. This mutation growth is completed, and a magic sound talent is awakened. Magic sound talent. The roar can shock the enemy, causing them to enter a short-term dizziness state. The duration of the dizziness depends on the difference in strength between the 2 sides and the talent level. Fuck, I couldn't help but swear again. This talent mutation and growth came so suddenly that I had no way to deal with it. The host exclaimed loudly again, magic sound talent level +1. I've already leveled up. I don't know what to say. If I yell a few more times, can I upgrade my magic sound talent to the top level? Then, if I yell at the enemy, will they be stunned? I couldn't help but shout out again. However, a few seconds passed, and the system didn't respond. I was stunned. Is this not possible? I tried to shout a few more times, and finally, the system prompt appeared again. The current magic sound talent level has reached the upper limit. If you need to upgrade, please increase your blood and promote to a warrior. So that's it. It suddenly dawned on me that it seemed that the improvement of this talent was limited. Only by improving the realm of warriors could the talent level continue to improve. But this is enough to satisfy me. After all, it is not easy to improve the talent level, and it usually takes a lot of resources and time to improve it slowly. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to upgrade talent to level 2 before reaching the second level warrior, and the level of talent is almost linked to the state of chi and blood. Since my magic sound talent could no longer be improved, I looked around, my eyes falling on every corner of the room. Snap! I jumped up suddenly, put my palms together, and killed a mosquito with one easy blow. The host kills one mosquito with one strike, gains HP plus 0.1, and precision talent level plus 1. Sure enough. Ha ha, so cool. Looking at the prompts, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Host jumps, triggering talent mutation growth. This mutation growth is completed, and the awakening agility talent is added. Oh my god, this time, not only did his accuracy talent improve, but his agility talent also awakened. This is an amazing talent. The disadvantage of the defensive talent is that the attack speed is slow and the power is not strong enough. With the talent of agility, after practicing to a certain level, my speed and agility will be significantly improved, and I will become like a flexible mobile tank, no longer a target that can only passively take a beating. This has greatly improved my combat effectiveness. Although I was shocked, I jumped up again without hesitation and continued to use my skills. Sure enough, the system gave another prompt, agility talent level plus 1. Then can the defensive talent be upgraded as long as I am attacked? Thinking of this, I punched myself in the chest without hesitation. The host endures an attack, HP plus 0.1, defense talent level plus 1. The host punches, causing pain to the defense talent, HP plus 0.2, and triggers the talent mutation growth. This mutation growth is completed, and the additional awakening ignores the defense talent. Isn't this too exaggerated? I can actually get the talent of ignoring defense. I couldn't believe my eyes. This mutation and growth is incredible. From now on, my attacks will directly break through the enemy's armor, no matter what kind of armor they wear. Moreover, when attacking ferocious beasts, I can ignore their thick skin and flesh defenses and directly damage their internal organs, which invisibly improves my combat effectiveness. Of course, with my current strength, I'm still far from being able to defeat the master-level beasts and beast generals. But the existence of this talent has filled me with confidence. In my joy, I punch myself again, allowing the defense ignore skill to be upgraded to level 2. After a moment, I opened a panel again, and the information was clearly displayed before my eyes. Host, Suhan. Age, 18. Warrior level, unranked. Chi in blood, 131. Ordinary people, 10. Main talent, defense talent, mutated growth type, level 2. Additional talent, precision talent, level 2. Additional talent, magic sound talent, level 2. Additional talent, agility talent, level 2. Additional talent, ignore defense, level 2. Skill, guidance, ordinary level. Martial arts, military boxing, ordinary level. Seeing this, I suddenly realized that my current chi and blood have reached 131 points, a full 11 points more than before. Although this may not seem like much, you have to know that it took me 3 years of hard work to raise my chi and blood to 120, and now, in just a few minutes, it has increased by 11 points. This speed of improvement is simply unimaginable to me. If I continue like this, I won't have to wait for the outdoor assessment reward in a few days, and I will be able to break through to the warrior level right away. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile with joy. I am the kind of person who takes action as soon as I think of something, a typical action-oriented person. Although my talent has now been upgraded to level 2 and cannot be upgraded any further for the time being, I have discovered that there seems to be no upper limit to the growth of my chi and blood. So, I started trying various methods, slapping mosquitoes, hitting flies, squatting or jumping, and even punching myself from time to time. I didn't expect that after working all afternoon, by the time I had dinner, my chi and blood had actually increased by 30 points. This made me so happy. Normally, it would take a month to increase 30 points of chi and blood, right? Now it can be done in half a day. It is so relaxing and enjoyable. However, as my chi and blood continued to increase, I found that the increase in value seemed to become smaller and smaller when I slapped mosquitoes or something. At the beginning, each slap could increase zero point 0.1 points of health, but now sometimes it only increases 0.05 points, and even killing a mosquito will only increase 0.01 points. Sure enough, just like playing games, as your strength and level increase, the experience points you get from killing low-level targets will become less and less. I sighed, but I still didn't let go of the mosquitoes flying by. After all, mosquito legs are also flesh, and 0.01 points of chi and blood also increase. After working for a while, I stopped when my chi and blood reached 175 points. Thinking back, my chi and blood were only 121 points before, but after half a day, it actually increased by 54 points. This result is really hilarious. No one would believe it if I told them. It's even more powerful than taking medicine. With this ability, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the price of chi and blood potion is really not worth it. Those below the warrior level who want to drink chi and blood potion must be over 16 years old and can only drink 1 bottle a year. Unless there is a general level expert to assist, they can only drink 2 or 3 bottles a year at most. Besides, the strongest man in Sioux City is only a 5th level city lord, who has just broken through to the intermediate martial artist level and is still far from being a military general. Because of this, although I live in poverty, I am not far behind those kids from rich families in terms of chi and blood. At this time, I started to eat instant noodles in a good mood. The 3 thick slices of luncheon meat in the noodles became a small reward for myself. Although I have a system that has improved my strength a lot, I have not yet broken through the warrior level. It is not realistic to go to a dangerous place like the cave alone to make money. Therefore, I still have to make a living. However, I had a new idea. Since my defensive talent has reached level 2, why not go to the martial arts gym to be a sparring partner? Not only can I make money, but I can also continue to improve my chi and blood. After all, I can't increase my chi and blood by hitting myself now. Moreover, going to the martial arts hall can not only find opponents stronger than oneself and gain experience, but also ensure safety. It is much safer than going to the cave and being beaten by ferocious beasts. The salary of the sparring partners in the martial arts school is much higher than those working as bricklayers or waiters outside. After all, those who can come here are either martial artists or children from wealthy families. How can ordinary people afford to hire a sparring partner? Just find a sandbag or iron pillar at home to practice. After eating, I went out and walked toward the Yongchang Martial Arts School that I often pass by on my way to school. The Yongchang Martial Arts School is brightly lit at this time, and business is busiest at night. During the day, the warriors were busy going out to handle affairs, and the rich kids only had time to find a sparring partner after school. I chose this place for 2 reasons. First, I passed by this place countless times and observed that most of the people who came to find a sparring partner were not at high level. They were usually those who were at the critical point of being promoted to a martial artist, at most a beginner martial artist. Moreover, with my current defensive talent, although I dare not be arrogant, I should be able to deal with these people. After all, if I go to a martial arts gym that mainly caters to mid-level or advanced martial artists, I will definitely be beaten so badly that I won't be able to walk. Secondly, this place is quite far from my home and school, and no one knows me. It's a good opportunity to keep a low profile and avoid being recognized. Hello, are you here looking for a sparring partner? The woman at the front desk's eyes lit up when she saw me come in, and she immediately came to greet me. Are you looking for a sparring partner? I asked awkwardly. You want to be my sparring partner? She looked at me. I was about 183 centimeters tall, strong, but not muscular. I didn't look like I would be easily beaten. She frowned slightly and seemed a little hesitant. Sister, I really could take a beating. I patted my chest confidently, trying to dispel her doubts. You're a student, right? It's not easy to be a sparring partner, especially at the beginning, and the salary is not high. If you get beaten and can't get out of bed for several days, the salary may not even be enough to pay for medical treatment. She could see that I didn't fully understand the hardships of being a sparring partner and reminded me kindly. No, sister, it's true. I could take a lot of beatings. Please, just hire me. I sounded a little anxious, but there was also a sense of confidence in my words. Seeing her hesitation, I smiled. Many martial arts schools do business without caring about your life or death. If you're willing to be beaten, you can get the chance. I really think I can handle it, and I have made sufficient preparations. Well, are you sure you want to do it? The salary for a new sparring partner is 500 yuan an hour. If you can't hold on, the money is gone, and at most you'll be given a meal. If you get injured, You'll have to pay for the medical expenses yourself. The woman finally spoke. But since you insist, I will arrange for you. Since you are a newcomer, we will not arrange guests who are already at the warrior level for you. These are people who are about to be promoted to warriors. Okay, no problem. I agreed without hesitation. I am very satisfied with the hourly wage of 500 yuan. I used to earn 200 yuan a night working on the construction site, at most 300 yuan, which is a world of difference compared to this. As for injuries, with my level 2 defense talent, I should be able to withstand it even if I encounter a mid-level warrior. My name is Lulu. You can call me Sister Lu. What's your name? The woman asked with a smile. Sister Lu, my name is Suhan. Okay, I'll take you there. There's a customer looking for a sparring partner. She led me to the boxing room. Ms. Luo, your sparring partner has been arranged. Lulu announced to someone in the room. The moment I saw her, I was stunned. Is it her? Miss Luo looked about my age, with bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, and beautiful appearance, just the standard configuration of school beauty. She was wearing a slightly loose light yellow training suit, which could not hide her perfect figure at all, and her ponytail was tied neatly and looked capable. What surprised me most was not her appearance, but her identity. She didn't know me, but I knew who she was. Luo Yingxue, the top student in Suchi No. 2 high school and the daughter of Luo Group. She had arranged a test before the cultivation potential test, and the result was B-level. At that time, it was a sensation. But now, seeing a person of my age standing in front of her, Luo Yingxue frowned slightly, seeming a little disapproving. Sister Lu, can I serve as your sparring partner? You don't look very vulnerable to attacks. To her, among her peers in Sucheng, only the top students from the first and second high schools could compete with her. Others simply could not withstand her attacks. I couldn't help but frown when I heard this, but before I could say anything, Lu's voice rang out first. You'll know if it works if you try. Anyway, you know the rule is that if you can't last an hour, you won't be charged. Okay, then let him come. Although Luo Yingxue was a little dissatisfied, she still nodded. Suhan, are you okay? Sister Lu looked at me. Sister Lu, I'm fine. Okay, let's get started. Lu started the timer in the boxing room and left. Luo Yingxue stared at me and said calmly, I'm not going to hit you lightly. If I hurt you by accident, don't blame me. Come on. I didn't say much, adjusted my posture, stood firm, and prepared to meet her attack. Luo Yingxue was slightly startled and seemed a little surprised to see my solid stance. It seemed that I had trained very hard in military boxing. She didn't hesitate and rushed towards me. Her white fist approached me instantly. Bang! With a dull sound, her fist hit my chest. In the next moment, Luo Yingxue's expression changed slightly. My body didn't move at all, but I felt a dull pain from her fist as if she had hit a rock. Host is attacked, HP plus 0.5. At this time, my system prompt quietly appeared. One punch actually increased my health by 0.5. I was shocked and laughed. Before, whether it was hitting mosquitoes, slapping flies, or even hitting myself, the increase in health was only 0.1 to 0.2. I didn't expect that Luo Yingxue's punch would actually increase my chi and blood by 0.5. It felt so good. Could it be that because Luo Yingxue was close to the critical point of a warrior, her attack power was strong and her feedback was more? Does this mean that if I challenge a higher level opponent, my growth value will be even greater? Thinking of this, I secretly calculated in my heart, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of my mouth. However, this smile fell into Luo Yingxue's eyes, and it became a mockery. She snorted coldly, Humph, I only used 30% of my strength. Don't be complacent. She exerted force again and threw a second punch. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that she could imagine so much in her mind. It seemed that she had a deeper hostility towards me. However, she said she only used 30% of her strength, which made me more interested in her second punch. If 30% of my strength can increase my health by 0.5, then if I use all my strength, won't it directly increase my health by 1 point? Bang! Before he finished speaking, the second punch came towards him. How is this possible? Luo Yingxue showed an expression of disbelief on her face. She knew that she didn't use her full strength in the first punch, so she used her strength carefully. In the second punch, she used 70% to 80% of her strength. However, the result was I remained unshaken, without even a hint of pain on my face. It seemed that her second punch was just a light tickle. I was shocked. Was this her full strength? I didn't feel anything at all. It seemed that my defensive talent was much stronger than I thought. After all, I had just awakened my defensive talent, and my understanding of this talent came from textbooks. Although everyone said that the defensive talent was useless, that was only when there were protective gear. Without these supports, the defensive talent would actually be very powerful. Especially in the era of spiritual energy revival, defensive talents are extremely popular. Moreover, as a level 2 defensive talent, I can easily withstand the attacks of intermediate warriors. Facing Luo Yingxue, a top student, although she is strong, she has not yet reached the level of a warrior. It is almost impossible for her to break through my defense. This gave me a new understanding of my defensive talent, and the system's prompt also made me happier. Host is attacked, Qi and Blood +1. As expected, the increase in Qi and Blood was large. Ms. Luo, please continue. Don't waste this hour. Seeing Luo Yingxue standing there in a daze, I couldn't help but speak. This is a rare opportunity to increase Qi and Blood. How can it be wasted? Hearing this, Luo Yingxue's face suddenly turned gloomy. It seemed that you still have some skills. Then I will use my talent to attack. I was slightly stunned. It turned out that she didn't give her all just now. Luo Yingxue was shocked. She had never met a sparring partner like me. For her, it was meaningless to find a sparring partner who was too strong. After all, these sparring partners were already warriors and looked down on her. A sparring partner like me, who could block 70% to 80% of her strength, was an unexpected surprise. Her aura changed, and red light appeared on her fists. Genius of strength? My eyes lit up, and I immediately recognized her talent. It turns out that this innocent and lovely schoolgirl has awakened her power talent, which is an unexpected contrast. But what I am more looking forward to is what kind of changes her power talent will bring. Watch my fist. With a cry, Luo Yingxue swung her fist again. The punch was fierce, and the bright red light flickered in the air, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, violent airflow spread instantly, and I was hit hard by this punch. Host is attacked, HP +3. Faki, today's Zoklaki. It's sent. I was so happy that this punch, which was blessed by my talent, actually increased my Qi and Blood by 3 points instantly. If Luo Yingxue hit me a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to directly break through the 200-point Qi and Blood barrier for warriors? However, when I saw her depressed and confused look, I felt uneasy. The power of this punch was undoubtedly fierce, but with my body having a level 2 defense talent, this attack was not enough to shake me. I even stood as steady as an old dog, not even taking a single step back. Obviously, Luo Yingxue's mentality began to waver because she didn't expect me to be unscathed. No, if she doesn't continue to fight today, won't my chance of promotion be ruined? I suddenly screamed. My body involuntarily took a few steps back and then fell to the ground, covering my chest that was hit in great pain. So strong, it turns out that the talent for strength is so awesome. I wiped my forehead, and although there was no sweat, I still forced myself to make a painful expression and sighed. Luo Yingxue was stunned for a moment. She thought that I would be knocked away by this punch, but it turned out that I was as steady as a rock, not moving at all, and not even taking a single step back. She felt an indescribable loss, and her fist ached. Was I really a monster? My strongest attack couldn't even shake him? She couldn't understand all of this. She was the top student in Suching No. 2 high school, and there were few people in the entire Wu high school who could match her. But this kid in front of her could easily withstand her attack. This was simply unbelievable. Is he a hidden evildoer of some big family? But if that's the case, why would he come to this kind of martial arts gym to be a sparring partner? Just for 500 yuan an hour? Suddenly, Luo Yingxue's confidence almost collapsed, and she fell into deep confusion. She even began to doubt her own abilities. But at this moment, I suddenly screamed, quickly stepped back, and fell heavily to the ground. This scene made her a little confused. Was there something wrong with her attack? Why was there such an abnormal delay? Ms. Luo, your punch is too powerful. If I didn't have a talent for defense, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing her puzzled face, I hurriedly explained, while rubbing my chest that had just been hit. It looked like I was seriously injured. You have a talent for defense? No wonder. Luo Yingxue suddenly realized why her attacks could not shake me at all. It turned out to be because of my defensive talent. No wonder her attacks were like hitting an iron plate. Although the defensive talent seemed a bit useless in the early stage, It was not too outrageous to be able to withstand the attacks of non-warriors. It was just that my defensive talent seemed to be stronger than she imagined, unharmed when facing her attacks. But it seems that I am fine except for a slight pain. This discovery instantly made Luo Yingshue's feeling of loss disappear, and she became even more excited. Knowing my talent, she was relieved and began to think about using her skills to the fullest. This was a rare training for her. Are you okay? Shall we continue? Although she was very happy, she still asked with concern. Of course. How can a man say no? Go ahead. I agreed without hesitation, secretly happy in my heart, because this is all experience. Okay, here I come. As she finished her words, Luo Yingxue activated her innate skills and began to attack with all her might. Each punch seemed to carry the power to tear the air apart. I pretended to be in pain, took a few steps back, and screamed in agony. Are you okay? Am I too strong? Should I be gentler? I'm fine, go on. Then I'm going to try harder. Come on, I said, straightening my waist. Does the speed hurt you? It's okay. Don't worry about me, just do your best. I feel like I'm about to break through. Then come on, keep going, I can handle it. It's done. Cool. Ha ha ha. Boss, the time is not up yet. Give me a few more. You paid for it, so I have to give you value for money. Just remember to pay me back next time. I smiled through gritted teeth, trying my best to make myself look like I was enduring great pain, but I was secretly delighted in my heart. After all of this was experience. No problem. I'll take care of you from now on. I'll definitely pick you up when you come here. Okay, thank you, boss. At this moment, Lulu, who was outside the door, listened to the conversation in the boxing room and couldn't help but reveal a strange expression, wondering, what is going on? But she soon felt relieved and thought, maybe my worries were unnecessary. The sponsor seems very satisfied, and I can rest assured. Time passed, and an hour later, Luo Yingxue wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face full of smiles. This sparring session was so exciting, especially the series of fierce attacks at the end, which successfully allowed her to break through to the warrior level. Would definitely take the top few places in the next outdoor assessment. Sister Lu, this guy is really good. I enjoyed practicing with him today. Next time I come, I'll ask him to practice with me for 3 hours today. Luo Yingxue said as she swiped her card to pay 1,500 yuan. As long as you're satisfied, this is what I should do. I replied with a smile. Okay, then when you come next time, I will arrange for Su Han to practice with you. Lulu looked at us with a strange expression on her face. After Luo Yingxue left, Lulu stopped and stared at me. Sister, don't look at me like that. It's creepy. TSK, your salary today, after deducting the 10% handling fee, is 1,350 yuan. Lulu rolled her eyes and transferred the money to me directly. Thank you, sister. I took the money with a smile. Why aren't you leaving yet? Lulu asked puzzledly. Sister, do you need anyone to practice with today? Chapter 8. Fighting Against Warriors. Lulu looked at Su Han in surprise and was a little shocked. Almost all those who come to serve as sparring partners only play one game and then leave. After all, being beaten for an hour straight is something that most people cannot endure. But this kid still seemed to be in high spirits. If she hadn't known that Su Han had just finished practicing with her for an hour, she would have almost thought that he had just arrived. Obviously, the 1-hour sparring session just now did not cause any harm to Su Han. But just now at the door, why did I hear Su Han shouting in pain? It sounded like he was beaten badly. Lulu rolled her eyes and looked at Su Han seriously again. It seemed that this boy was hiding his abilities. She was not familiar with Su Han, but she knew the girl from the Luo family inside and out. This girl's fighting power among her peers is not exaggerated. There are really not many people who can withstand her ravages for an hour. When did Suching have such a person? According to the information Su Han registered, this kid is still a senior student at Suching No. 3 High School. I haven't heard of any evil happening in No. 3 High School. Could it be that the principal of No. 3 High School is keeping it a secret? No. Li Daoran is known for not being able to hide his talents. If there is such a talent in the school, they will definitely brag about it for a while. And as long as he brags, the martial arts school will definitely get the news. After all, the martial arts school always has its eyes on these martial arts masters, and they all want to recruit a few talents to support the school. Unable to figure it out, Lulu didn't think too much about it. Do you still want to continue sparring? Yeah, isn't it still early? Another hour will be enough. Su Han said with a smile. He wanted to practice for another hour, but not to make another 500 yuan. In fact, it's because he is very weird now. Just now, after being taken care of by Luo Yingxue, his energy and blood increased wildly, reaching 374 points directly. This was because the increase in energy and blood brought about by the girl's attack was reduced. Otherwise, it would probably have increased by 100 points. But this also made him very puzzled. Other warriors only need 200 points of qi and blood to break through, but Luo Yingxue just reached 200 points of qi and blood and broke through directly. But I had reached 200 points of health earlier than Luo Yingxue, but there was no reaction. Even though the qi and blood soared to 374 points, there was still no sign of a breakthrough. Su-Han was not panicking or worried about not being able to break through, but he was extremely impatient. He was more eager to know how much qi and blood he would need to be promoted to a warrior. Once in class, when we were talking about something off-topic, our head teacher, Gao Mingyuan, mentioned this. Some talented warriors need a higher upper limit of qi and blood to be promoted to a warrior. The higher the qi and blood when breaking through, the stronger they will be in the later stage among the same level. No details were given at the time. In Gao Mingyuan's words, this kind of situation is hard to come by, and you never know if there will be one such person among a million warriors. Normally, one can break through directly when the qi and blood reaches 200, but only the children of the master family will sometimes use some special methods to compress the qi and blood to achieve a breakthrough similar to the effect of high qi and blood. As for Luo Yingxue, although the Luo family is considered a big family in Su City, it is still far behind the Grandmaster family and is not qualified to reach that level at all. That's why she broke through as soon as she reached 200 qi and blood just now. Su City is just a tiny place in this high-level martial arts world. The 1-hour one is gone. There is a 2-hour one, but this person is a beginner warrior. Can you do it? Lulu looked at the form and said slowly. Certainly. Swan responded directly. For him now, being a beginner warrior is better. After the sparring with Luo Yingxue just now, he roughly knew how strong his defensive talent was. Customers who are not warriors really cannot bring him much benefit. Then wait a moment. I have to go ask them if they want you. Lulu chose this customer because she saw that Su-Han could withstand Luo Yingxue's abuse for an hour without any harm. There are really no other non-warrior sponsors at this point today. Not long after, Lulu came back. You're lucky. The person who was supposed to spar with him couldn't come due to something, and the substitute hadn't come yet. He couldn't wait any longer, so he agreed. Thank you, Sister Lu. Swan said happily. I had to flatter you before she agreed to this. Don't let yourself be beaten down within a few minutes of entering here. Don't worry. By the way, the sparring fee for a junior martial artist is 2,000 for 1 hour, for 1,000 for 2 hours, and the martial arts school takes 20%, so you get 3,200. Is that okay? No problem. Swan agreed happily. Money is a small matter now. What he wants is to improve and see where his limit of promotion is. Seeing this, Lulu gave him a few more instructions and then took him into another boxing room. This boxing room was obviously 3 times larger than the one Luo Yingxue had used before. Moreover, the walls and floors around it seemed to be built with special materials. After all, this is a sparring match between martial artists, and ordinary floor tiles cannot withstand it. Are you the guy Lulu mentioned who can withstand the attacks of the girl from the Luo family for an hour? At this time, a voice like that of a lark sounded. Su-Han looked in the direction of the voice and found that the sponsor this time was another woman, but she was wearing a mask. Judging from her voice, this woman should be about 2 years older than Luo Yingxue and herself. But I guess he is just in his early 20s. It's me. Not understanding what was going on, Su-Han could only nod in response. My attacks are not comparable to that girl's, and they will last for 2 hours. Do you have the confidence that you can withstand it? The woman spoke again. Her voice was pleasant but a little cold. It should be, no problem. Okay, let's get started. After saying that, she nodded at Lulu. Lulu understood, quickly turned on the timer, closed the door, and left. The moment the door closed, the masked woman moved. The speed is astonishing. Before Su-Han could react, he was hit on the left shoulder. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Su-Han staggered sideways a step and a half, barely standing firm. Good, come again. A cold voice sounded, and the next palm hit Su-Han again in an instant. Thump, thump, thump. The old strength has not yet been exhausted, and new strength will be regenerated. This palm strike forced Su-Han to retreat 3 or 4 steps sideways again. The opponent's attack was simply too fast, and Su-Han hadn't yet adapted to it. After all, he is at the warrior level and is completely not on the same level as Luo Yingxue. Su-Han immediately calmed himself down, adjusted his posture, stood firmly in horse stance, and prepared for battle. However, he was excited at this moment. The 2 palm strikes just now increased his health by 8 points. Sure enough, the higher the opponent's level, the more blood and energy he would gain. Before, Luo Yingxue started with 1 punch at 3 points, but finally stopped at 1 punch at 1 point. Now, the value has increased again, which also means that this woman's combat power is probably at least 8 times higher than Luo Yingxue. After all, as one's chi and blood increase, one can unleash more defensive talents. In this case, it can also bring him a 4-point increase in health and energy, and his combat power is obvious. The reason why it is not said to be 4 times, but 8 times, is because the opponent has not yet fully exerted his innate ability. Just relying on the speed and combat power of the physical body, it is already about 4 times that of Luo Yingxue after her talent is brought into play. Once the opponent unleashes his innate power, his combat power may be increased several times. This is also the strength of gifted warriors. After a few rounds, it seemed that Su-Han's defensive ability was very strong, and the opponent's aura finally changed at this moment. Chapter 9. Abnormal Innate Ability. You are very good. Next, I will use my full strength. A cold voice sounded, and a green light emerged from the woman's body. Agility-type talent. Seeing this, Su-Han was shocked. When this woman didn't use her innate ability just now, her speed was already incredibly fast. She actually has a talent for agility. If this were added, someone else wouldn't even be able to see where she is. However, Su-Han has a level 2 agility talent. The 2 palm strikes he received before were only due to his carelessness and the fact that he had not activated his agility talent. From beginning to end, he only used his defensive talent. But now, agility talent, activate. As soon as he thought about it, Su-Han felt his whole body lighten, as if he could easily jump up into the air. If he used this talent to move and dodge at this moment, the masked woman would be so scared that she would follow him and eat her fart. Moreover, with the help of his talent, not only his speed, but his entire reflex nerves also functioned several times faster. However, Su-Han did not use this talent to dodge. After activating it, he used his eyes to capture the trajectory of her attack. Because from the beginning to now, he found that this woman's attack route and steps were very unique. This should be some kind of body movement. Before the agility talent was activated, it looked blurry. But now, it's clear at a glance. Every move of the masked woman at this moment seemed to be in slow motion, and Su-Han saw it all. At this moment, the masked woman seemed to sense something and felt confused and uncertain. She actually felt as if all her actions were seen through by the boy named Su-Han in front of her. No matter how fast she moved, the other person's eyes seemed to be able to catch her in an instant. This must be an illusion. Shaking her head, the masked woman continued her attack. She didn't believe that this boy in front of her, who wasn't even a warrior, could see through her movement trajectory after her talent exploded. The host is attacked, HP +8. The host is attacked, HP +8. The host is under attack. Under the masked woman's bombardment, the prompts in Su-Han's mind seemed to be refreshing. But slowly, the chi and blood began to drop rapidly from 8, and soon it reached 4. Su-Han glanced at his own chi and blood, which had reached 524 points. Damn it, my HP has exceeded 500, but I haven't advanced yet. 500 chi and blood are already the limit for a mid-level warrior, but I haven't reached that limit yet. The masked woman who was constantly attacking was also in turmoil at this time. Although it was only a short while, and he had struck out no less than 100 times, Su-Han acted as if nothing had happened. It seemed like he was being beaten all the time, and every palm strike actually hit the opponent, but it didn't seem to cause him any harm. Is this still a human being? The masked woman complained in her heart that even if it was a mid-level warrior, or even a high-level warrior, he would probably get hurt if he stood there and got beaten like this. But the other party obviously hasn't yet been promoted to the warrior level, which is a bit scary. Whoosh! A breeze blew by, revealing the masked woman, who stood 3 meters away from Su-Han. My name is Yasina. What's your name? The sudden question made Su-Han stunned. For Yasina, Su-Han's strength had already been recognized by her, so she gave her name. My name is Su-Han. Are you a warrior? Not yet. Soon. I think so. Your awakened defensive talent. At this time, Xiaxina paused and asked again uncertainly. Yes, I do. I didn't expect my defensive talent to be so abnormal. After getting Su Han's affirmative answer, Xiaxina was still a little surprised. In the minds of almost all warriors of this generation, defensive talent is weak. I never thought that his defensive talent was so abnormal. I attacked with all my strength for such a long time, but didn't hurt him at all. Sure enough, in the early stage, the defensive talent is still good. But in the later stage, thinking of this, Xiaxina seemed a little regretful. But she was wearing a mask, so Su Han had no idea what she was thinking. It's okay. I could just be a competent punching bag, Su Han said with a smile. You can actually delve into some physical and strength training. Defensive talent doesn't necessarily have to be useless. In the early days of spiritual energy revival, many powerful beings also started from scratch and walked step by step to where they are today. I even heard that there was a senior who was gifted in defense and reached the Grandmaster level. At that time, no one at the same level could break his defense. Well, actually I've been training in other aspects as well. Being a sparring partner is also to gain combat experience. Oh, you call this gaining combat experience? You are just standing there and getting beaten. Combat experience requires fighting. But you can't fight back when you're a new sparring partner. Watching Xiaxina preaching in a clear and logical manner, Su Han scratched his head and muttered something in a low voice. He also knew that combat experience could only be gained through fighting, but sparring sessions required sandbags and physical contact was not allowed. Otherwise, who would just stand there and get beaten? You know, with Su Han's system, his own attacks can also increase his chi and health points, and it might even trigger his talent mutation and growth. Oh, then I allow you to do it. This is not good, right? I'm afraid I might hurt you. What a joke. You, a person with a defensive talent, are telling me, a person with agility talent, that you will hurt me? Can you actually touch the corner of my clothes? When Xiaxina heard Su Han's words, she was not angry, but laughed instead. If you can really hurt me, I will bear all the consequences myself. It has nothing to do with you. Is that okay? Finding a sandbag that you can hit with all your strength is a way to unleash your fighting power. But if she could find an opponent to fight with, her body movements and attacking skills will be further improved. But don't worry, the fee will be doubled. I'll talk to Lulu. Xiaxina was straightforward and directly pressed the call button in the corner and told Lulu her thoughts. Finally, the two of them decided on the deal. Is this okay now? Good. This time, Su Han was completely different from his previous behavior and instantly got into the state. His eyes were shining with excitement as he stared at Xiaxina. The moment Xiaxina was stared at by Su Han, she actually felt that she had become this boy's prey. An inexplicable feeling of oppression arises spontaneously. This made her feel inexplicably panicked. Such a strange situation is usually only possible when encountering an opponent stronger than oneself. Could it be that the other party's talent or blood energy can suppress oneself, but the opponent has a defensive talent? The biggest weakness of a defensive talent is that it is bulky and has weak attacks. If he faces someone with agility talent, he will be beaten badly and can be killed by kiting. As for chi and blood control, are you kidding? My chi and blood are already over 400 points. If I continue to improve for a while, I'll be able to break through 500 points and reach the intermediate level of warrior. How could this kid in front of her, who hasn't even entered the warrior realm, suppress her? Start. Xiaxina didn't believe in evil. She gave a delicate shout and was about to start. But the next second, Chapter 10, Breakthrough Warrior Realm. Xiaxina only felt a flash before her eyes, and she lost sight of Su Han. How is that possible? If you say that Su Han's defense is higher than hers, she can bear it. But when it comes to speed, she has her own confidence. What's more, he was expected to become a mid-level warrior in the near future, but he was defeated by a non-warrior with defensive talent in his own talent field. Is God playing a joke on her? Xiaxina opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked around seriously for Su Han. The next second, Su Han appeared behind her and punched her. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Xiaxina staggered forward a few steps and screamed. It wasn't because he was injured, he was just scared. Su Han was startled by her shouting like that. He stood there with his fist in hand, not knowing whether to retract it or not. How did you do that? Xiaxina, who had come back to her senses, asked in disbelief. I'm asking, how come you're so fast? Oh, I've been exercising since I was a child, long-distance running, jumping, and body movements. Maybe that's the reason. Suhan thought for a while and said, I don't believe you at all. Xiaxina rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. This kid looks handsome, but what he says is not trustworthy at all. He is a little rascal. If such results can be achieved through exercise from a young age, long-distance running, and continuous practice of jumping techniques, then what is the need for this agility? Are you kidding me? However, everyone has their own secrets, especially in the world of high-level martial arts. Since the other party didn't want to say, Xiaxina didn't ask any more questions. Continue. Now that she discovered that Suhan's speed was so fast, she was shocked but also excited. Only when you meet someone stronger than you can you hone your skills for fighting better. So, in the boxing room, people came and went, figures were floating, and from time to time there were a few muffled sounds and delicate shouts. During the battle, Xiaxina discovered that Suhan's defense and speed were simply abnormal. Even a mid-level warrior cannot do this. But this kid's attack is really low. During the fight, she was hit by Suhan countless times, but even though she had no talent for defense, she was not seriously hurt after being attacked by Suhan. It's obvious that the attack with defensive talent is rubbish. This also made Suhan discover his fatal weakness. As expected, having a turtle shell and speed alone was not enough. If you can't kill someone, what's the point of being faster? Of course, this was because Suhan did not activate the talent of ignoring defense. Otherwise, one punch from him would have been enough to hurt Xiaxina. This fight can be said to be a very satisfying one for both of them. For Xiaxina, such a fast-paced pursuit and fighting has greatly improved her physical skills and adaptability. During this period of time, Suhan's energy and blood were surging at a terrifying rate. 600, 650, 700. An hour and a half later, the chi and blood value directly broke through the 980 mark. At this time, no matter whether it was Suhan's attack or Xiaxina's attack, it could only bring Suhan less than 0.5 benefits, and it was still decreasing. Why haven't you been promoted yet? At this time, Suhan's heart began to panic. Seeing that my chi and blood have reached over 990, do I have to break through 1,000 to advance? 1,000 chi and blood is the limit of chi and blood for high-level warriors. Boom tilde. Not long after, as the chi and blood broke through the 1,000 mark, Suhan felt that an invisible barrier in his body was naturally broken. At this moment, he felt his whole body sublime. Both the flesh, blood, and bones seemed to have been reborn. This is a genetic transformation. Even the meridians in the body are instantly widened and become more resilient. I can even hear the sound of blood flowing in my meridians. At this moment, the energy and blood surging in his body was even stronger than what he had learned in class. Even at this moment, he could clearly see that Xiaxina's energy and blood were far inferior to his own. If the two of them were fighting a life-and-death battle now, he believed that he could suppress Xiaxina just by releasing the aura of his own chi and blood. Host is attacked, HP plus 0.2, defense talent plus 1. Host speed, agility plus 1. Host is attacked, HP plus 0.1, defense talent plus 1. The host hits the target with one punch, HP plus 0.2, precision talent plus 1. Host successfully jumped and dodged, agility talent plus 1, and triggered talent mutation growth. This talent mutation is complete, and the dodge talent is awakened. Dodge talent. There's a chance to completely miss the enemy's critical hit. The higher the level, the higher the chance of missing. Fuck, this is awesome. Then, before he could get rid of the joy brought by his promotion to a warrior, the sudden reminder made Suhan's whole body tremble. The turtle shell is indeed strong, but there will always be beings that can break through the defense. However, if you can cultivate the talent of dodging and others will miss all your attacks, what will that mean? Invincible. Thinking of this, Suhan moved again to dodge Xiaxina's attack. Host successfully jumped and dodged, dodge talent plus 1. Agility talent level has temporarily reached the upper limit. Please upgrade again after reaching a higher level. It seems that this talent level can only be increased by 2 levels each time the realm is upgraded. Suhan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He had now broken through to become a primary warrior, and his agility talent had reached level 4. If she used her full strength, Xiaxina would definitely be out of reach and couldn't even touch the corner of Suhan's clothes. Since I can't upgrade my agility, I'll just give birth to the others while I still have some time. Thinking in his mind, Suhan took action again. Host hits the target, HP plus 0.1, precision talent plus 1. Suddenly, Su-han shouted loudly and activated the talent of ignoring defense. Just punch yourself twice. Bang, bang. A muffled sound was heard, and pain appeared on Su-han's face. Who said that people with defensive talents have low attack power? These 2 punches really hurt. Su-han said with a grin, thinking that he must use less force next time. I originally thought that my defense talent is now level 4, but ignoring defense is only level 2. I'm afraid it won't be effective if I don't put in some effort. But after these 2 punches, he finally realized that this ability was truly abnormal. This is a true disregard for defense, naked beating with full pain. He was glad that he awakened the defense talent with the lowest attack power, if he had changed it to the berserker talent or strength talent. He even wondered if he would hit himself so hard that he vomited blood. There was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. I have been fighting with Su-han for such a long time and have taken many attacks from him, but I have been fine. But just now I felt so much pain. What happened? The host hits the defensive talent twice and causes pain, ignoring the defense level +2. It's done. Ha ha ha. Although these 2 blows were quite difficult for him, Su-han was very happy at this moment. For a moment, he lost himself in thought and his aura exploded. With a cry, a figure flew backwards. Not good. Chapter 11. Huge Profits. Su-han was shocked, and the joy of promotion made him forget everything else for a moment. He forgot that he was practicing with Xiaxina at that moment. The sudden release of this energy and blood created a powerful pressure that directly blasted Xiaxina, who was rushing towards her, away. The pressure from a health value of 1,000 was not something Xiaxina could withstand at this moment. I saw Xiaxina falling not far away. Her hair was messy, and she was unable to get up for a while. It can be seen how strong the force of this impact is, which made Su-han stunned. He had only just entered the realm of a beginner warrior, but with his aura alone, he was able to blast away Xiaxina, whose chi and health value was almost close to that of a mid-level warrior. Sure enough, what the head teacher said before was right. The higher the chi and blood value, the greater the improvement after becoming a warrior. Are you okay? Su-han hurried over to help Xiaxina up, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay, but what's wrong with you? How can you suddenly burst out with such terrible pressure? Xiaxina looked at Su-han in shock at this time. That incident just now really scared her. The sudden outburst of momentum and pressure was like a flood or a ferocious beast. I felt like I was going to die just now. I was instantly swallowed up by that momentum and had no ability to resist at all. This is absolute suppression in terms of both combat power and realm. She couldn't understand why such a situation happened to Su-han. You made a breakthrough? Suddenly, she exclaimed, because she noticed that Su-han was different from before. This kid has reached the level of a warrior. There's a certain sense of connection between warriors, similar to a sixth sense. With just one glance, Xiaxina could tell that Su-han was different at this moment. This is the unique aura of a warrior. Well, thanks to you, I got promoted, Su-han did not hide anything and responded directly and frankly. After all, he had just been promoted, and the aura around him was so powerful that it could not be concealed at all. How come you have such a strong aura after your promotion? Are you hiding your strength? After feeling the aura emanating from Su-han again, Xiaxina couldn't help but ask. It is impossible for a person who has just been promoted to an entry-level warrior to have such a strong and thick aura of blood and chi. This aura even brought an invisible sense of oppression to Xiaxina. Su-han didn't feel anything, but Xiaxina, the person involved, felt it very keenly. Because when she stood next to Su-han at this time, she would unconsciously feel palpitations. No, I just got promoted. Xiaxina stared at Su-han for a long while, until she saw that Su-han was embarrassed. Then she withdrew her gaze. This is my business card. I believe it will be useful to you in the future. Suddenly, she handed Su-han a gold embossed business card. Su-han was stunned and subconsciously took it and took a look. The business card has dragons carved all around it, and on one side it says, Yulong Chamber of Commerce. On the back is engraved Xiaxina and a phone number. Although the information inside was very simple, it did not specify what Xiaxina did in the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. But just based on the Yulong Chamber of Commerce and the quality of this business card, Su-han knew that this woman must be no ordinary person. The Yulong Chamber of Commerce is a well-known chamber of commerce in the entire Nanjiang province. It is very powerful, and there are even masters among them. Its branches are located in almost all cities in Nanjiang province. It can be said that nearly half of the business of the ferocious beasts killed by the warriors in Nanjiang province and other materials are traded in the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. Sucheng is just a tiny city under the jurisdiction of Nanjiang province. By the way, with this card, you can get a 30% discount on anything you buy in any branch of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. Also, if you have any supplies or beast carcasses to sell in the future, you can come to our Yulong Chamber of Commerce. The prices will definitely be reasonable. Xiaxina said again, 30% off. Hearing this, Su Han was stunned for a moment. This could save a lot of money. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. Su Han immediately put the gold stamped card away. Now that I have become a warrior, I will definitely visit many places like caves and secret realms in the future, so I will naturally need to deal with the Chamber of Commerce. At Xiaxina's request, Su Han also gave her his contact information. Making more friends will help you have more options, especially in this world of advanced martial arts. Although I have a powerful system, isn't it still not fully developed? With his current strength, he should be able to survive in the realm of warrior, but above them are martial artists, generals, and even grandmasters. What if you accidentally offend some big shot? At least you can use a big banner, right? Who knows what will happen in the future? At least before I grow up, safety comes first. Xiaxina called Lu over, readily settled the sparring fee, and generously gave 3 times the price. This made Lu look at Su Han with more and more surprise. She has been in her father's martial arts school for so long and has seen countless sparring partners. This is the first time that someone has received double reward from 2 consecutive sponsors just after becoming a sparring partner. This guy seems to have something. Is it because he is handsome or because they happen to be 2 female customers? Sure enough, appearance is justice. The original price for 2 hours was 4,000 yuan, but now they're paying 12,000 yuan. After deducting the 20% handling fee, I'm giving you 9,600 yuan. Is that okay? No problem. Bye. After a while, the account arrival information came. Su Han looked at tonight's profits and laughed happily. Men with a system are so handsome. Not only did he break through to the level of a warrior tonight, but he also made a great leap forward. In addition, except for the magic sound talent, all other talents and abilities have reached the current upper limit, level 4. Not only that, he easily earned 10,950 yuan in just 3 hours. This is a huge difference from my previous income. Sure enough, becoming a warrior makes money quickly. How can ordinary people make money at this speed? This is only the treatment for a temporary newcomer. If you become a long-term and stable sparring partner, the income will be several times higher, and you will also receive additional allowances and meal subsidies. Su Han, would you like to consider becoming our long-term sparring partner? Just as he thought of this, Lulu looked at him and asked with a smile. Sister Lu, I'm still in school, so I'm afraid I can't come every day, but as long as I'm free, I'll come. Su Han declined, saying that he came here to become a warrior. Before you become a warrior, you naturally cannot run around. A martial arts gym is the safest place to upgrade. But now that I have entered the ranks of warriors, there are more places I can go. Although the martial arts hall is still the safest place for advancement, it also has great limitations. Especially with his current trend of advancement, it seems that he needs more chi and blood than ordinary warriors. Just to be promoted to a beginner warrior requires 1,000 chi and blood points. Wouldn't the chi and blood requirements for intermediate, advanced warriors, and even masters and generals be even higher? Waiting here for the financial supporter to accumulate hour by hour, it will only get slower and slower in the later stages. Besides, there are no guests like generals and masters in a martial arts school like this, so how can I get promoted in the future? In fact, Su Han had already made plans for what would happen next. Next up, the slaughterhouse. Chapter 12. Shock, this can also mutate. Outside the Yongchang Martial Arts School. Miss, have you finished your training? An old man in black suddenly appeared beside Xiaxina, who had just walked out of the martial arts gym. Well, Uncle Lu, go check on that boy named Su Han later. Oh, he has a problem. He is very peculiar. Remember to keep a secret. If there is no problem with his background, you can make friends with him. Hearing Xiaxina say this, Lu Bo was obviously slightly stunned. The young lady in our family has a very sharp vision, and ordinary people are really not worthy of her attention. This time, a little sparring actually attracted the young lady's attention. It seems that this guy is interesting. Lu Bo nodded, said nothing more, and disappeared into the night. I hope you can give me more surprises. The bright eyes above the mask flashed a gleam at this moment, revealing endless interest. During this sparring session, Suhan really shocked Xiaxina again and again. Although he asked him a lot of questions, Suhan did not give a direct answer. However, as the daughter of the president of Yulong Chamber of Commerce, she has a wide range of knowledge, and Suhan's peculiarity naturally did not escape her eyes. Talent must be in our own hands. Even if you can't use it for your own benefit, you still want to make friends with them. Who knows when he might be able to help me? Suhan didn't know what was happening outside the door. After saying goodbye to Lulu, Suhan put his hands in his pockets and walked towards his home, humming a little tune. Today's ups and downs really made him feel excited. Who could have imagined that they would experience such a change? But fortunately, everything is moving in a good direction. Suhan did not go home directly. After a night of sparring and the advancement to a warrior, he was already starving. Before, I didn't feel it because of the joy of promotion. Now that I'm done with my work, hunger strikes me instantly. He randomly found a barbecue restaurant and walked in, ordered a dozen or so barbecues, got 2 bottles of drinks, and started to wolf them down. The barbecue here is not ordinary poultry and livestock. In this era of revival of spiritual energy, ordinary poultry and livestock are no longer there, because these animals had all mutated and even evolved at the very beginning of the revival of spiritual energy. Not only has its size become larger, but its attack power has also increased a lot. The power of some so-called domestic animals is not weaker than those of low-level ferocious beasts, and some are even stronger. This is also one of the reasons why Suhan plans to go to the slaughterhouse as his next stop. There won't be sponsors for sparring partners at any time or place, but there is work in the slaughterhouse every day, and the amount of meat required to meet the entire city's demand is not small. If I kill all of this in a day, I estimate that I can upgrade myself greatly. Anyway, it will take a few more days after the school's awakening day until the next outdoor assessment. Suhan didn't want to waste it, so he planned to go to the slaughterhouse to improve himself after school every day. After eating and drinking, Suhan returned to his nest, took a good shower, and lay on the bed. Looking at the misty moonlight outside the window, he showed a long-lost smile. After 18 years in this world, things are finally getting back on track. This time, in the outdoor assessment, you must achieve good results and choose a top-notch Wuhan university so that you will have better resources and skills in the future. Suhan thought, so as he looked at the last 2 skills on the panel. Fanjia, how pitiful. Martial arts techniques are divided into categories from low to high. Mortal level, yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, and even the divine level, which can only be obtained with a chance in some high-risk secret realms. As a student of a martial arts high school, if one does not have a strong family background, one can only learn ordinary-level martial arts. Only by going to Wuhan University can you learn higher-level skills. Therefore, whether it is the modern cities of the previous life or the high-level martial arts world today, the gap in class capital has always existed. It's just like going to school in the original world. It all depends on your parents and money. Whether rich or poor, people send their children to countless cram schools and extracurricular tutoring. What we want is to win at the starting line. It's the same here. If you have a good background and capital, you can learn skills that are higher than the ordinary level right from the start, so your starting point will naturally be high. Of course, there are ways to obtain higher skills in advance. That is, those who get the top 10 in the outdoor assessment will receive a yellow-level martial arts technique, and the first-place winner will receive a black-level martial arts technique. Of course, this first place is not the first place among the 3rd martial arts high schools, but the first place among all the martial arts high schools and such. After all, there are only so many resources, so of course those who are capable will get them. In the past, Suhan only thought about whether he could make it into the top 10, but now, he wants to be first. I have obtained such an awesome system, it would be so embarrassing if I don't get first place. Of course, he would not take it lightly just because he had obtained the system. This is a world of advanced martial arts, not the comfortable urban life of the previous life. There are many families with strong backgrounds. Among the 3 high schools, there are several classmates he knows who have been practicing yellow-level martial arts for a long time. Although my current strength should not be enough to fear them, there is no guarantee that other accidents will not occur. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Means that before you get what you want, you must be as cautious as a lion fighting a rabbit and not underestimate your enemy. He had read a lot of high-level martial arts novels in his previous life. There were countless geniuses from all over the place who appeared from time to time. who knew what would happen in a few days. Only by constantly enhancing your own strength and reaching the peak can you be as stable as Lao Go. As he thought about it, Suhan slowly fell asleep, with a smile on his face twitching from time to time. A dark shadow flashed by on the roof outside the house. The next day, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house, and Suhan slowly opened his eyes. Morning exercises are his daily compulsory course. It is precisely because of his persistence over the years that under such difficult conditions, he is not only as strong as his classmates, but even surpasses most of them. Suhan changed into a set of sportswear, hung a towel around his neck, and ran out. Xiaohan went for a morning run again. "Good morning, Aunt Lu." "Good morning, good morning, good morning. You are really hardworking. Come, and he has cooked a few more eggs. Take 2 and have them." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Lu." Suhan didn't hesitate. He ran over, took the eggs handed to him by his neighbor Aunt Lu, said thank you, and continued his morning jog. Although this is an old neighborhood, every household nearby is familiar with each other. After so many years of living together, almost everyone knows each other well. After Suhan moved here, he became familiar with everyone. In addition, he is handsome and sunny, hardworking, and often helps his neighbors with chores. Everyone likes him very much. Knowing that he was an orphan and that he lived on meager supplies and odd jobs, everyone would often help him out. It can be said that Suhan grew up here eating food from hundreds of families. However, for Suhan, even though he has lived 2 lives as a human being, he actually likes this kind of atmosphere very much. How should I put it? The neighbors here may be a bit talkative, but they are much more honest than the people in my previous life. Arriving at a nearby park, Suhan found an empty spot and began to meditate. The daily practice of the exercises began. But when Suhan started to use the guidance technique, the prompt in his mind floated again. Chapter 13, Powerful Evolution. The host comprehends the technique, triggering the mutation and growth of his talent. This mutation growth is complete with additional enlightenment talent. Sudden enlightenment talent. Learning martial arts will achieve twice the result with half the effort. The higher the level, the faster the comprehension speed. When the sudden enlightenment talent is activated and the martial arts is practiced, there's a chance to evolve the martial arts. What the hell? Suhan was extremely surprised to see this talent. The practice of martial arts requires gradual understanding, and the higher the level of the martial arts, the more difficult it is to comprehend. But now that I have this talent, isn't it easy to achieve it? Enlightenment. As the name suggests, when the masters in the old TV dramas were practicing martial arts, the most difficult thing to achieve was enlightenment. Every epiphany can bring them great improvement. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. However, now, as long as Suhan activates this talent, he can enjoy it at any time. In addition, the system itself can quickly improve the levels of various talents, which is simply adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, the talent introduction actually said that after activating the enlightenment talent, there's a chance to evolve the technique. This is awesome. Open your talent for enlightenment. Suhan immediately activated his talent for enlightenment and began to practice the art of guidance. The host uses the Epiphany talent to practice the guidance technique, and the Epiphany talent level +1. Host uses his sudden enlightenment talent to practice the guidance technique, sudden enlightenment talent level +1. The technique is evolved. The technique has evolved successfully, and I have obtained the yellow level technique. 10,000 Chi attraction. Hint, the system's evolved skills can be understood instantly. Oh my god, it evolved after just 2 operations. Happiness came too quickly. Suhan was very happy. I also have a yellow level martial arts technique. At this moment, a strange information flowed into his mind. The operation method of Wan Qiyin was understood instantly. Awesome. Suhan had never thought that he could comprehend a technique directly. It was so convenient. After Wan Qiyin was activated, Suhan could clearly feel that he was absorbing spiritual energy faster. And one's own Qi and blood are also beginning to grow continuously. If I switch to the previous mortal level guiding technique, my Qi and blood will also increase, but the rate of increase is so small that it is almost imperceptible. But now, he can actually feel his energy and blood increasing. After all, it is a yellow level technique. It is indeed incomparable to ordinary level techniques. I didn't expect that during my morning exercise, I would accidentally gain such a great benefit. Although he was delighted, Suhan did not delay. Seeing that there was no one around, he shouted a few times. I upgraded the magic sound talent that was not upgraded yesterday to level 4. The next step was to circulate Wan Chi to continue practicing, but in the following practice, the enlightenment talent was raised to level 4, but the technique did not evolve again. It seems that the skills that have been evolved using the talent of enlightenment can only be evolved once. Come to think of it, if a technique can evolve infinitely, wouldn't he be invincible? He could just find a place to hide and practice until he reaches his strongest state before coming out. There are countless causes and effects in the world, so naturally nothing is so simple. However, this was already very satisfying for Su-Han. Next, Su-Han began to try to practice military boxing, a set of boxing skills that are common to all martial arts masters. Swish, swish, swish. The punch was as fast as the wind. Now that Su-Han had over 1,000 chi in blood, he was able to perform this ordinary-level military boxing with great force. The host gained enlightenment through practicing military boxing, and his martial arts evolved. Evolution completed, obtained the yellow rank martial skill, 8 Extreme Collapse. Such a familiar name. Su-Han was a little speechless. I never expected that this military boxing evolved into someone's Baji Bong. However, it seems that someone's Baji Collapse is a Shin-level fighting skill, while mine is a Huang-level one. Su-Han was too lazy to think about it. Maybe the ranking just happened to be the same. When the martial arts information of Baji Bong entered his mind, he actually had a feeling that he had been immersed in this martial art for decades. Then he performed this set of Baji Collapse. Baji Bong emphasizes the application of 8 parts: head, shoulders, elbows, hands, tail, hips, knees, and feet. The head and feet represent heaven and earth. The shoulders, knees, elbows, and hips represent the 4 directions. The arms are facing each other front and back, and the dantian is in the center to represent the creation of the gate. Lead the chi with the mind, and destroy the force with the chi. The 3 plates and 6 points are integrated inside and outside, and the momentum is magnificent. What we seek is strength and power. It's no wonder that Su-Han's current energy and blood value is really suitable for this set of martial arts. To be strong and powerful, you naturally need strong chi and blood to support it. If you don't have much energy and health, you'll lose strength as soon as you hit someone. How can you defeat them? When he finished his last move and pushed out. With a loud bang, a big tree not far away that could be hugged by one man broke and fell down. Who the hell is interrupting my fun? At the same time, a curse was heard. It turned out that behind the woods on one side, a pair of beautiful people were having sex in the wild. As the man started to curse, Su-Han disappeared in a flash. I was so absorbed in the evolution of my skills and martial arts that I didn't even notice there were 2 people there. Fuck, he's whining in broad daylight. What a talent. While running, Su-Han was muttering silently. But this morning's harvest was very good. Su-Han looked at his panel. Host, Su-Han. Age, 18. Warrior level. First level, primary warrior level. Chi and blood. 1,034 points. Normal people have 10 points. Main talent. Defense talent. Mutation growth type. Level 4. Additional talent. Precision talent. Level 4. Additional talent. Magic sound talent. Level 4. Additional talent. Agility talent. Level 4. Additional talent. Ignore defense. Level 4. Additional talent. Dodge talent. Level 4. Additional talent. Enlightenment talent. Level 4. Kung Fu. 10,000 Chi attraction. Yellow level. Martial arts. 8 Extreme Collapse. Yellow level. Good. Looking at these data, Su-Han was very satisfied. Especially the martial arts that had just evolved were very powerful, and the increase in chi and blood value brought by the yellow level skills was a little beyond his expectations. When he finished work yesterday, his chi and blood were only 1,002 points. The practice of the exercises and Baji Bong in the morning actually increased by 32 points. Su-Han knew that this was not just because of the yellow level martial arts. There are also students in their school who practice yellow level skills, and their skills only increase by a few points a day. He knew that he could increase by 32 points at once, mainly because of the increase brought to him by the additional talents after the mutation. Su-Han ran all the way to a breakfast shop at the intersection. After having a delicious meal, he went home, took a shower, changed in a school uniform, and walked towards school. Today the school will notify you of the exact time and gathering time for the outdoor assessment, as well as some precautions. He was full of expectations for this outdoor assessment. If I can get a Shin level technique, It will definitely evolve into a D-level technique. Hee hee. Chapter 14. Your talent for Roaring Sky Dog. Suzhou number 3 Military High School, a multifunctional venue. At this time, students from 10 classes in the senior year gathered here, chattering and making a lot of noise. After yesterday's cultivation potential test and talent awakening, the students were telling each other about their respective talents and potential levels. Of course, a large number of people just sat there silently, looking at others with eyes full of reluctance and loneliness. But more of it is envy. They're the ones who failed in awakening. Not everyone can awaken their talent successfully. It can even be said that only a small number of people can awaken their talent. Failure in awakening means that they cannot even cross the threshold of becoming a warrior. What awaits them is only an ordinary life in the future. Even if a business genius emerges among these people in the future and acquires a lot of wealth, it will be of no use. At best, you can hire some high-level warriors or martial arts master-level bodyguards or mercenaries at a high price. But the power belongs to others. Who can guarantee that these people will not kill you for your wealth? There are so many ways for a warrior to make an ordinary person disappear. In today's world, warriors are the masters and have privileges beyond those of ordinary people. Although there are legal restrictions and warriors cannot kill ordinary people at will, others can kill you at will. Therefore, in the world of high-level martial arts, ordinary people are destined to survive in this life. Hey Sue, why did you go back yesterday? What talent did the principal help you awaken? A-level potential, awesome. When Suhan arrived here, a burly young man smiled and waved and shouted to him. This man is called Wu Yong, and he is one of Suhan's few good friends in school. After he was tested to have a level cultivation potential yesterday, Wu Yong had no time to congratulate him before Suhan was pulled away by the principal. I never saw him again after that. When I asked the class teacher later, he just said that he had asked for leave and went home. So when I saw him today, I hurried to ask him. But with this shout, the originally noisy meeting place suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Suhan, who had just entered the door. Most people were filled with shock and envy. Grade A. Oh my God, my school actually has an A-grade student. How many years has it been since Suzhou City produced an A-level product? But the people in Group 1 stood aside with their arms folded and sneered. Others don't know, but they witnessed the entire process of Suhan's awakening. That's right, he is A-level, but he has awakened a useless talent, defensive talent. I have awakened my defensive talent. But Suhan didn't care about them and spoke frankly. This thing can't be hidden. Everyone will know it sooner or later, so it's better to say it directly. Awesome, it's actually a defensive talent, huh? Defense. Wu Yong was about to flatter the guy as a matter of course, but halfway through he suddenly realized something was wrong and was stunned on the spot. He never expected that his brother, who had A-level potential, would awaken his defensive talent. Yeah. Suhan shrugged, spread his hands and smiled. Well, the defense is not bad either. At least the A-level cultivation potential is fast to cultivate, hee hee. Knowing that he was careless this time, Wu Yong didn't know how to comfort her and could only smile foolishly. It's okay, take your time. At least we can become warriors, right? Suhan didn't mind. He knew his brother's personality, and he didn't mean to embarrass him by shouting. That's right, Su, you are really open-minded. In this world, being able to become a warrior is already good enough. There are so many people who want to become a warrior, but can't do it. Wu Yong also discovered that after hearing that Suhan had awakened his defensive talent, many people who had not even awakened their talents began to show expressions of contempt and gloating. So, he deliberately spoke loudly. At this moment, the faces of those students who failed to awaken suddenly fell. Who says it's not true if you can't even become a warrior? How can you look down on a warrior, even if he only has a defensive talent? Once you become a warrior, even if it is the lowest level of beginner warrior, it is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yong Dazhuang, stop bragging to your brother. He's still sad. A good A-level guy awakened such a useless talent. He will only be a warrior in this life. At this time, a student in class 1 looked unhappy and started sneering. Chow, you call me Yong Dazhuang? What do you mean by useless talent? What's wrong with defensive talent? My brother is A-level. What the hell is your level? Is there a D-level? Are you barking here? When Wu Yong heard that someone was trying to squeeze his brother, he refused to stand it. I already felt guilty for doing something bad with good intentions, and now was used by someone with ulterior motives to criticize my brother. How could that be tolerated? What's the use of level? Late-stage talent is the core. Get lost. What talent do you have? Roaring Sky Dog talent? You can only bark here? Huh. You Don't be fooled by Wu Yong's big build and honest appearance. He has a very sharp tongue. If he starts fighting, he will be even more ruthless and a ruthless person. So even though that person was scolded like this by Wu Yong, he didn't dare to do anything. Wu Yong, calm down, that's enough. At this time, Ruan Mingliang from Class 1 came out and spoke with a frown. Who do you think you are? You can't even take care of your own dog, and now you come out to control me? Idiot. As soon as he saw that the person was Ruan Mingliang, Wu Yong started to criticize him directly. The guy just now was Ruan Mingliang's lackey. It was obvious that he was talking nonsense at the instigation of Ruan Mingliang. Wu Yong would never give him face. Asshole, you are looking for death. Seeing Wu Yong being so arrogant, Ruan Mingliang became angry and shouted harshly. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Wu Yong was also a fearless person, so he took a step forward. The next moment, Ruan Mingliang really moved. There's so many classmates watching here. If I don't react to Wu Yong's criticism, I will lose all my face. At the moment of rushing over, Ruan Mingliang was surrounded by a layer of fiery red light. This is the characteristic of the Berserker talent. Su-Han frowned and was about to take action. But the next moment, he saw the same fiery red light coming out of Wu Yong's body. This guy actually also awakened the talent for Berserker. It was a surprise to Su-Han that Ruan Mingliang had awakened the talent for Berserker. After all, Ruan Mingliang, a man with a fake and hypocritical character, actually awakened his talent for Berserker warfare. The contrast is too great. As for Wu Yong, this is very similar to his overbearing and straightforward personality. Bang! In an instant, the two men's fists collided with each other. With a dull bang, Ruan Mingliang took a half step back, while Wu Yong took 2 steps back. Obviously, Ruan Mingliang is slightly better. But think about it. Ruan Mingliang has sea-level cultivation potential, plus his family is well off, so he has already taken Qi and Blood Potion. Although Wu Yong's family conditions were not too bad, they were much worse than Ruan Mingliang's, and his cultivation potential as tested was only D. So Su-Han was somewhat surprised by this result. Yongzi, you can do it. Haha, of course. Wu Yong shook his sore fists, smiled at Su-Han, and turned to look at Ruan Mingliang again. Come again, grandson, you drug-addicted loser. You're looking for death. This sentence touched Ruan Mingliang's sore spot. What he hated most was being called a sickly person. This time, he fought with all his strength, not caring whether Wu Yong would be seriously injured or not, and decided to teach him a painful lesson. Su-Han saw the murderous intent in Ruan Mingliang's eyes and prepared to take action. Although Wu Yong seemed to have taken the punch, Su-Han knew that Ruan Mingliang did not use his full strength. Both have Berserker talent, but the potential gap between C and D in Ruan Mingliang's health is definitely higher than Wu Yong's. Based on these 2 points, if Ruan Mingliang really wants to kill Wu Yong will definitely suffer. Stop it! Are you guys rebelling? Just as the battle was about to break out, an angry shout rang out. Chapter 15, An Accidental Breakthrough. As the voice fell, Principal Li Daoran walked in with a fierce look on his face. Look at what you are capable of. The second high school has produced 2 B-level and 3 C-level students this time. The first high school has produced 5 B-level and 8 C-level students. Look at you, a C and AD, showing off here. If you have the ability, you can compete for the top 10 in the outdoor test later. Seeing Li Daoran come in, Ruan Mingliang and Wu Yong glared at each other and stopped. Principal, don't we have an A-level as well? At this time, Ruan Mingliang's lackey who had previously bullied Su-Han spoke again. Shut up, you bastard. What? Do you think you can gloat over someone's misfortune just because they have awakened their defensive talent? Put away your little thoughts. Even if Su-Han has a defensive talent, he is still an A-level talent. Can you break his defense in the early stage? Idiot. Ahem. Principal, please watch your words. Hearing Li Daoran swearing, the dean who followed him immediately coughed and gave a reminder in a low voice. Pay attention to nothing. I'm so mad at you, but I still have to watch these idiots playing house. Li Daoran said nonchalantly. What do warriors do? They live to protect their homes and ordinary people. Do you think you're awesome just because you become a warrior? To enjoy the glory and benefits brought by warriors, you must pay the same price. These kids who have never been to a cave have no idea of their place. Our enemies are the fierce beasts and alien races in the cave, not internal conflicts. I'm putting this here today. No matter how you develop in the future, remember this. You must live up to the honor of a warrior. If you fight over these trivial and ridiculous things, You will die, not to mention that you graduated from the third high school in Suzhou. Li Daoren drank and cursed for a while, and finally calmed down a little. At this time, everyone below was silent. Even the lackey felt a little ashamed and lowered his head without saying anything. Li Daoren glanced around, and when he saw Su Han, his pupils suddenly shrank. Have you achieved a breakthrough as a warrior? I was so angry just now that I realized that Su Han had actually broken through to the level of a warrior. My heart was suddenly shocked. Although he was a little disappointed with Su Han's awakened talent yesterday, he had checked Su Han's information. Wasn't this kid's HP only around 130 yesterday? How did he break through to become a warrior in just one night? There is a difference of 70 points between 130 and 200 in chi and health. Is he taking drugs? There are indeed drugs on the black market that can quickly improve chi and blood, but the upper limit of a warrior who takes drugs will only be lower. Thinking of this, he frowned, rushed to Su Han regardless of anything, pulled him over, and took a closer look. However, the result shocked him even more. The body's chi and blood are abundant and flowing normally, so it is obvious that he is not taking drugs. Such a solid aura simply made him stunned. Is it because of the defensive talent? It is said that the defensive talent is very powerful and can increase blood very quickly. Is this really the case? After all, defensive talent has become useless now, and no one is doing special research on it. In addition, it is strange that ever since the defensive talent became a useless talent, the number of people who can awaken this talent has suddenly become rare. At this time, the other students also looked at Su Han in shock. When they heard that he had awakened his defensive talent, many people were gloating. But suddenly I heard the principal say that Su Han had been promoted to a warrior. This news was really explosive. Throughout the entire senior year of high school, Su Han became the first person to be promoted to a warrior. Even if he has a talent for defense, after entering the warrior stage, he will be stronger than those of them who have not entered the warrior stage. At this point, a large number of people began to consider whether they should team up with him for the outdoor assessment in a few days. After all, results are king. As long as there is a warrior in the team, the results will not be too bad. Even among the top 1 and 2 masters who have always been ranked, only a few have made the leap to warriors this time. It can be said that Su Han can now enter the realm of warrior, so as long as he teams up with him, he should have a good chance of making the top 10. At this moment, he, who originally had no talent, instantly became a hot commodity. Ruan Mingliang frowned, feeling extremely indignant. How come this guy has become the hot topic in the school again? Without him, I would definitely be the player that the whole school most wanted to form a team at this time. I accidentally broke through yesterday. Looking at Li Daoren, Su Han spoke with a smile. Li Daoren rolled his eyes. Look at what he said. He made a breakthrough accidentally. Is this what a human being would say? The other students and teachers had the same expression. What a rude person. Good. Perform well in this outdoor test and get into the top 10. However, Li Daoren became happy again at this time. He originally thought that there was no hope of making it into the top 10 in this outdoor assessment. This time, among all the senior high school students who awakened their talents, only one C-level Ruan Mingliang appeared. Fortunately, he activated the Berserker talent. Although it is very good, it is still not as good as the first and second high schools. So he worried all night, thinking that this time those 2 martial arts high schools would be pushed out of the top 10 again. However, things did not change. After one night, Su Han achieved a breakthrough and became a warrior. There is still a big gap between warriors and non-warriors. Even if Su Han is a defensive type, at least he can carry the load when killing ferocious beasts, and other team members can output safely, which can greatly improve efficiency. Although the others have higher combat power due to their talents, they do not have defensive talents to support them. To kill the ferocious beasts, they can only fight on the move, which still requires some effort. Okay, I'll try my best. Su Han nodded, but didn't finish his words. Yeah, Li Daoren nodded, in a good mood. See, this is my brother. Which idiot laughed at me just now? Have you been promoted to a warrior? Ah. At this time, Wu Yong glanced at Ruan Mingliang and his lackeys, raised his middle finger, and showed contempt. You, Ruan Mingliang and others were very angry, but since that was the fact, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Stop talking nonsense, you drug addict. You're just a bunch of idiots. If you have the ability, you can become a warrior now, you idiot. Wu Yong retorted again. Chow, you bastard. At this moment, Ruan Mingliang suddenly became furious. In the next moment, there was a muffled sound, and this guy broke through. The sudden release of energy and blood stunned everyone, including Ruan Mingliang himself. Ha ha ha, I made a breakthrough. However, after a brief silence, Ruan Mingliang burst into laughter. Wu Yong, thank you for your stimulation. Sorry, I also made a breakthrough. Are you angry? Fuck, is my crow's mouth blessed? Wu Yong wanted to slap himself twice. Why did you provoke this idiot? He actually broke through. What bad luck. Suhan, as fellow warriors, let's see who can get a better score in the assessment this time. Ruan Mingliang looked at the envious looks everyone gave him and challenged Suhan with a laugh. Idiot. Suhan glanced at him and was too lazy to look at him. A warrior who has broken through 200 chi and blood is not enough for him to slap now, even if his combat power is not high. But even though I didn't want to pay attention to him, this guy just kept coming up to me. I'm talking to you, where are you looking? Seeing that Suhan ignored him, Ruan Mingliang walked up to him and was about to push him. The next second, Suhan waved his right hand. With a bang, Ruan Mingliang flew out directly. Boom! After a long while, Ruan Mingliang did a 720-degree free fall and fell flat on his face. Noisy. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and even the Principal Li Daren's mouth opened into an O shape. Chapter 16, Generous Prizes. Am I dazzled? Was Ruan Mingliang slapped and sent flying? Damn, so brutal. We are both warriors, but we are not even a match for a slap. Isn't Suhan gifted in defense? Why does it feel like his attack power is much better than Ruan Mingliang's? In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Suhan in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Ruan Mingliang's lackey also swallowed hard at this time, with fear in his eyes. He was just there mocking Suhan, and even Ruan Mingliang was slapped away by him. He was just promoted to a warrior. If this happened to me, I would slap myself to death, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, Suhan ignored me and let me go like a fart, otherwise it would be terrible. Fuck Asu, you are so awesome. Wu Yong also let out a strange cry at this time, and gave a thumbs up with a proud look on his face. When he looked at others, he raised his head a little more, which meant, look everyone, this is my brother, also a warrior, and I slapped him away. Isn't that cool? It seemed as if he was the one who slapped Ruan Mingliang away, which left everyone else speechless. Li Daren's eyes flickered and he was shocked. When he checked Suhan just now, he discovered something strange. The thickness of Suhan's chi and blood was simply exaggerated. Although he didn't know the exact value, it was definitely far more than 200. I had originally planned to talk to Suhan alone after I had explained all the matters concerning the outdoor assessment. Unexpectedly, Ruan Mingliang was stimulated by Wu Yong's words and directly broke through to the level of warrior. Before Suhan could react, Ruan Mingliang actually walked over to provoke Suhan. Then he was slapped and flew away, and he is still lying on the ground in a faint. Everything happened so fast and so unexpectedly that his head was dizzy. It was not until this moment that he came to his senses. Okay, stop arguing. You too, go help Ruan Mingliang up and put him aside. How can he lie there? Li Daren pointed at Ruan Mingliang's two lackeys. The two men immediately ran over, helped the still unconscious Ruan Mingliang, carried him to a chair, and sat in the corner. Suhan, come to my office after the meeting. Okay, Principal. Suhan nodded. It was obvious that the principal had no intention of making things difficult for him about what had just happened. Otherwise, according to Li Daren's character, he would start scolding on the spot. The classmates were tactful and didn't say much. Suhan's sudden burst of strength decided everything. Regardless of whether his defensive talent is useless or not, at least Ruan Mingliang, who is also a warrior, is no match for him. Everyone understands it. In this world, the strong are respected. If you can suppress the other party, who cares about your talent? Therefore, everyone looked at Suhan with a flattering look at this time. There were even some female classmates who thought they were pretty and flirted with Suhan. As for Li Daren, he coughed and began to preach. The general content is to inform all the students in the third year of high school who have awakened their talents to gather at Shanghai Square at the south gate of Suching in 2 days and go to the outdoor assessment site. The cave numbered F33456. The cave numbered F is the least dangerous cave. The place had long been cleared out by high-level human warriors, leaving behind only the lowest-level ferocious beasts, which served as training ground for these fledglings. It can be said that such a cave is equivalent to a breeding farm for ferocious beasts for humans. It is also the best place to sharpen your sword when you step into the ranks of warriors. Only warriors who have killed ferocious beasts and seen blood can be considered true warriors. This is the path that everyone who steps into the ranks of warriors must take. What remains is to talk about the names of students that other competing universities need to pay attention to. They are all top students from various universities, especially the first and second high schools, many of whom have already entered the realm of warriors. The second thing is some precautions in the cave. Next, it's time to sign a life and death agreement. Although it was an assessment, there were instructors and warriors patrolling inside to prevent any accidents. But the cave itself is a small world with a vast area and high sky, and there are always places that cannot be taken care of. Moreover, most of the students who entered had not yet been promoted to warriors. Even some students who have just been promoted to warriors have no practical experience and may lose their lives even when facing the lowest level of ferocious beasts. Therefore, students who want to participate need to voluntarily sign a life and death statement. If anything unexpected happens after entering, life and death will be left to fate. Of course, with risks come benefits. Finally, Lee Dowren talked about the rewards this time. Students who complete the assessment will receive cash rewards of varying amounts, some of which are blood-boosting potions. It is also a considerable profit, and each of the top 10 will receive a yellow-level technique or martial art to choose from. The top 3 will each receive a yellow-grade technique and a yellow-grade martial arts skill, as well as a blood-solidifying pill. Not to mention how expensive the yellow-level skills and martial arts are. Just this blood-solidifying pill costs almost $5 million in cash per pill, and yet there is still no demand for it. This is a super upgraded version of the Chi and Blood Potion. Only those who have entered the stage of warriors can take it. One pill can increase Chi and blood by at least 100 points. However, the medicinal materials needed to make the blood-fixing pills are extremely rare and can only be found in some deep underground caves, so there is very little available on the market and you can't buy them just because you have money. The most important thing is that this thing can be taken continuously without too many side effects. As long as you can hold on and not explode and die, you can keep taking it as long as you have it. The upper limit is to reach the peak level of high-level warriors. When a martial artist swallows this, it will have no effect. Therefore, the selling price was set at only $5 million. People at the level of martial artists or above would not buy it, and martial artists below the level of martial artists would not spend more than this price to buy it. As for the first place, in addition to the basic rewards for the top 3, he could get an extra Shin-level skill or Shin-level martial arts. You can choose one. And the reward of blood-solidifying pills increased from 1 to 3. Just imagine, to advance to the beginner level you need 200 Chi in blood, and to the intermediate level you need 500 Chi in blood. In other words, as long as you are promoted to a primary warrior, you can swallow these 3 blood-solidifying pills and directly advance to the intermediate warrior level. It is conceivable that as long as you get the first place, you can directly step into the intermediate warrior and become the leader of the same generation. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the reward. Suhan was no exception, but what he cared about was not the blood-solidifying pill, but the Shin-level martial arts. His own Chi and blood do not need these blood-solidifying pills at all. 3 pills can only increase 300 points of Chi and blood, which may be considerable for others, but is completely dispensable for him. If I practice slowly now, I will soon be able to obtain 300 Chi and health points. Also, everyone, please pay attention. This time, the admissions tutors from various martial arts universities will be paying attention to the entire process. Those who perform well may be admitted in advance as an exception. So, everyone work hard. What? The admissions tutor from Wuhan University will be here. This news came as a surprise to everyone. In the past, after the results were released, the major Wuhan universities would recruit people based on the scores, but this time, they actually recruited on the spot. This made the students participating in the outdoor assessment very excited, and they were determined to perform well. Once I am noticed by the top-ranked Wuhan University, I will be able to soar to success. Lee Dowren looked at these excited children and shook his head silently. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. How could these flowers in the greenhouse know what they will really face after becoming students of Wuhan University? Chapter 17, Old Sly Guy. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, let's disband. The time for the assessment is 10 a.m. 2 days later. Gather at Shanghai Square, the south gate of Sucheng. After saying that, Lee Dowren ignored them, waved to Su-han, and left the venue first. As soon as Li Daoran and Su-han left, Ruan Mingliang woke up with a scream. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear and confusion. I was actually knocked unconscious by Su-han's slap just now? How is it possible? His left face was almost completely swollen, which looked particularly eye-catching. His body was shaking. The terrifying force from the slap just now was so powerful that even though he was knocked unconscious instantly, he would never forget the feeling of powerlessness and fear at that time. How can he be so strong? Ruan Mingliang is now devastated as he has already broken through to the warrior realm. But he was defeated in one blow by someone he looked down upon. Resentment, shame, and resentment filled his heart. Seeing him like this, the students who were originally making a lot of noise just looked at each other and left quietly. Even some people who wanted to please him and looked forward to teaming up with Ruan Mingliang during the assessment instantly gave up the idea. If I go to Ruan Mingliang now to talk about forming a team, I will be in trouble. Due to anger and jealousy, Ruan Mingliang's mentality had already been distorted. Looking at these classmates, he always felt that they were silently laughing at him, causing his eyes to turn red, and his gaze towards everyone was filled with anger. This frightened the lackeys who often hung out with him so much that they wanted to leave immediately. Suan, Guat. On the other side, the principal's office. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Li Daoran took a sip of tea and said slowly. Principal, I don't understand what you mean. Don't play dumb. There's no one here. Tell me, how did you break through so quickly? And I see that your chi and blood are particularly strong, which is not what you get with 200 chi and blood. Principal, I really don't know the answer to this question. You don't know? Are you kidding me? How did you become a warrior? That's how I got promoted. Su-han said to himself. He would not tell the truth again. As for what the principal thinks, it is his business. Just don't admit it. The principal won't do anything to him anyway. Brat, your HP is over 400, right? Seeing Su-han like this, Li Daoran rolled his eyes and changed the way he asked the question. That's about the same. Su-han responded nonchalantly. You kid, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. I only have one request for you, to get into the top 10. Oh, Su-han nodded. Top 5. Suddenly, Li Daoran spoke again, because he found that Su-han agreed very casually. Principal, can you raise the price? Why not? You're already a warrior. Ruan Mingliang couldn't even withstand your slap just now. You should be in the top 5. I didn't even pursue the fact that you hit someone in school. If you don't agree, I'll give you a serious warning. Principal, you are too mean, aren't you? Li Daoran simply ignored it. Seeing this, Su-han had no choice but to say, okay, 5th is 5th. Damn, it seems you are very confident about the 5th place. In the top 3. At this time, Li Daoran suddenly said again, that's too much, Principal. I'll give you a serious warning then. Seeing Li Daoran being so shameless, Su-han just gave up. No, then top 5. You just promised. A man should keep his word. Su-han was speechless. As expected, his own principal was a coward and a sly old fox. After some bargaining, the two of them finally happily reached a consensus, the top 5. After getting Su-han's assurance, Li Daoran happily lay in his rocking chair and sipped tea. He silently calculated in his mind. Second high school has 2 B-level students and 3 C-level students. First high school has 5 B-level students and 8 C-level students. There is no need to consider the C-level students. Among the 7 B-level students, if Su-han is in the top 5, then among the 8 B-level students, including Su-han, 3 will be squeezed out. Not bad. The 3 highs had not been among the top 10 for several years, which made him feel embarrassed every time he attended a meeting at the Education Bureau. This year is good. At least Su-han can make it into the top 5. As for Ruan Mingliang, maybe with a little luck he can get around 10th. The Berserker talent with C-level potential is not bad. In fact, the Berserker talent is a talent with high combat power. Although Ruan Mingliang was no match for Su-han's slap just now, if he were among other people, he might still be able to jump a few times. Li Daoran believed that Ruan Mingliang's parents would also pay close attention to their son's outdoor assessment this time. Maybe when I get back, I'll give my son something delicious to eat to give him a temporary boost. As for the fact that many of the top students have already been promoted to warriors, Li Daoran is not worried at all. Su-han's move just now ensured that he would be in the top 5, even if the opponent was also promoted to a warrior. He didn't believe that those students could be as different as Su-han. As soon as you are promoted to a junior warrior, you will have at least 400 chi and blood. Except for this freak Su-han, It is impossible for such a person to appear in Sioux City. Could it be that the defensive talent is so strong in the early stages? As Lee Dowran was thinking, he began to feel confused. He stood up and looked for a book on the bookshelf to see if there were any notes about defensive talent. As for Suhan, he had already left the office and walked towards the slaughterhouse west of Sioux City. In 2 days, I will take the outdoor assessment. Although it was an assessment like this, according to Suhan's estimation, he should be able to pass it easily and get a ranking. But he won't relax until the last moment and until he gets the prize. It is better to improve yourself as much as possible while you have time now. ASU, where are you going? As soon as I reached the school gate, Wu Yong's voice rang out. It turned out that he didn't leave and was waiting for him here. I'm going to do some odd jobs at the slaughterhouse. I still have 2 days left. Besides making some money, it's also a good opportunity to exercise. Seeing that it was Wu Yong, Suhan did not hide anything and told the truth. Slaughterhouse? Oh, why didn't I think of that? It would be a good idea to go to the slaughterhouse and see some blood before the actual combat assessment. Wu Yong was stunned. Then he slapped his thigh and suddenly realized. Aren't those poultry and livestock in today's slaughterhouses just weakened versions of ferocious beasts? It's definitely a good idea to practice with them first. Suhan couldn't help but smile as he listened. Wu Yong was really good at using his imagination. Sue, can I go with you? I'll take advantage of these 2 days to train myself and see some blood. Wu Yong put his arm around Suhan's neck and said expectantly, You're going too? Will your parents agree? You're kidding. I told them that my brother Suhan had become a warrior and wanted to take me to the slaughterhouse to practice combat skills. Would they not let me do that? As Wu Yong spoke, he directly called back and even turned on the video call. Sure enough, following this rhetoric, Wu Yong's parents agreed instantly and even insisted that Suhan must come to their house for dinner in the evening. Suhan had no choice but to agree with a smile. The two of them had a very good relationship. He often went to Wu Yong's house for meals and was also familiar with his parents. Now that they heard that he had been promoted to a warrior, Wu Yong's parents were naturally happy. At that time, the outdoor assessment will require team formation. Wouldn't my son be able to enjoy the benefits along with us? After hanging up the phone, the two of them walked towards the slaughterhouse, talking and laughing. Chapter 18. Killing a chicken is also a science. West District. This is the largest meat trading market in Sioux City, and the slaughterhouse is located here. Due to the mutation of animals around the world, the original chicken, duck, fish, and meat are no longer available. Although they are chickens and ducks, they're slightly bigger than the peacock seen on Earth. It was noon, and the place was bustling with many vendors coming to choose their meat. Although Suzhou is small, it is home to millions of people, and the daily demand for meat is still very high. There are several slaughterhouses here. Suhan and Wu Yong took a look around and saw that 3 of them were recruiting part-time workers. 2,000 to 4,000 an hour? Weird, that's a lot. Seeing the above treatment, Wu Yong was a little shocked. His family conditions are okay, so he doesn't usually pay attention to these things. At first glance, it's quite surprising. Who would have thought that you could earn 2,000 to 4,000 yuan for just 1 hour working in a slaughterhouse? The salary is high, but it's not something that just anyone can do. Suhan pointed to the notes below. Note 1. Those with HP over 150 will be given priority. Those with HP below 100 will not be disturbed. 2. If you're injured by livestock during work, you will be responsible for the medical expenses yourself, and the farm will not be responsible. 3. Hourly wage system. There is a specified number of tasks to be completed every hour. If the task cannot be completed within the time limit, the specified number must be completed to get the hourly wage. In this case, no additional hourly wage will be paid for overtime. So that's it. After seeing the notes below, Wu Yong suddenly realized, this is really not something that ordinary people can do. The qi and blood of an ordinary person is only 10, and those who are stronger do not exceed 20. The minimum requirement here is not less than 100 qi and blood, so only those who have been trained in martial arts high schools or certain external forces can be qualified. Some of them are like Suhan, who come here to gain experience and make money. There are also some people who have received training but were eliminated for some reasons and could not be promoted to warriors and come here to make a living. After all, the salary here is not low and it is relatively safe. Of course, this safety is only for people whose qi and blood are up to standard. If a person's health is below 100, coming here may even be fatal. Not to mention whether we can kill these animals. We might even be killed by them, which would be a waste of time. The two looked at each other and walked in. Boss, we two are here to do some odd jobs. Oh, hearing the voice, the boss looked up and saw two teenagers in school uniforms coming. After a careful look, I saw that the school uniform belonged to the 3rd Military High School in Sachang, and I knew what was going on. This situation is common in slaughterhouses in the West District, and the owners would not be surprised. How high are you? Senior year. Well, have all your talents been awakened? Yes. Have you read the hourly rate and notes at the door? Understood. Okay, if there's no problem, let's go to work. There are 4 types of food here: chicken, duck, pig, and cow. You can choose one yourself. If you choose chicken or duck, you need to slaughter 12 chickens or ducks per hour. If you reach the target number, you will be paid 2,000 yuan per hour. If you exceed the target, you will receive an additional salary of 170 yuan per duck. If you choose pigs, you need to slaughter 6 pigs per hour. If the standard is met, the subsidy is 3,000 yuan per hour. If the standard is exceeded, the subsidy is 500 yuan per pig. If we choose cattle, we need to kill 3 of them per hour. If we meet the standard, we will be compensated 4,000 yuan per hour. If we exceed the standard, we will be compensated 1,400 yuan per head. The boss quoted the price very skillfully. Let's kill the chickens and ducks first. Suhan said after thinking for a while. Okay, here are your work badges. Wear them. Go over there and get your work clothes and tools. The chicken and duck shed is over there. Put on your clothes and go over there. Master Lu inside will demonstrate it to you later. After watching, put the chickens and ducks you slaughtered into the basins with corresponding numbers, and then count and settle the accounts. There is a time clock on the wall. Remember to clock in before you start. Okay. Suhan and the other person nodded. The boss spoke very quickly and clearly. The 2 men quickly put on their work badges, put on their work clothes, and one of them carried a knife and walked towards the chicken and duck shed. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked by the groups of burly chickens and ducks after entering the chicken and duck shed. It's really big. Are you here to do odd jobs? A middle-aged man in his 30s saw the 2 people come in and asked, Yes, you're Master Lu, right? Well, there's a lot of work today, so I'll just show you once and then just follow the instructions. It's up to you whether you can easily get the salary. Okay. The 2 nodded. Master Lu walked over skillfully, quickly grabbed the 2 wings of a chicken with both hands, clamped them in the middle, and held it with his left hand. Then he freed his right hand to grab the back of the chicken's neck and pulled it back while holding it in his left hand. He then pulled out the utility knife from his waist with his right hand and cut the chicken's neck. Sizzle. Bright red chicken blood gushed out. Master Lu simply threw it to the ground beside him and ignored it, instead walking towards the second one. The chicken that was thrown to the ground kept twitching and even splattered chicken shit all over the floor. Finally, it became motionless. At this time, Master Lu had already used the same method to finish the second chicken. At this time, Master Lu picked up the first dead chicken, came to the slaughtering table, turned on the faucet, and scalded the chicken all over. The next step is to see him bang the chicken head against a nail and then pull it straight along the nail. The entire chicken skin and all the chicken feathers were peeled off, which was simply amazing. The skin of the mutated chicken is very old and no one eats it, so it has to be disposed of. Having done this, Master Lu also gave an explanation casually. Upon hearing this, Suhan and the other person nodded. Then I saw Master Lu cutting the chicken's belly with a sizzling knife. Then he quickly took out the internal organs, threw away the useless ones, rinsed the useful heart and liver, and stuffed them back. Finally, throw the chicken into its corresponding bowl done. Do you understand? Master Lu looked at Suhan and the other person. The 2 nodded woodenly. It seemed that they understood it, but since it was their first time seeing it, they were still a little shocked. Master Lu's entire set of movements was smooth and flowing, without any delay. It only takes 3 minutes to prepare a whole chicken. Now that you understand, start. Remember to press the timer. After saying that, Master Lu no longer looked at them. There's a lot of work to do every day, so he doesn't have time to teach everyone step by step. This amount of money is not something that just anyone can earn. In the past, he had met some students from Wugao who came here because they saw the high hourly wage and wanted to give it a try. What happened? After just a few tries, they gave up. After all, I am too young. There are not many people of this age who have the perseverance to endure hardships. Over time, he really didn't think highly of these people in Wugao. However, as it is my duty, I will still teach you the necessary procedures. Suhan and Wu Yong looked at each other and pressed the timer. Let's get started. The two men followed Master Lu's instructions and each caught a chicken. But watching others do it is one thing, and waiting for you to do it yourself is another matter. Just as Wu Yong started to scream, not only did the chicken break free, but he was also kicked by it, leaving a big chicken claw mark on his chest. Wu Yong was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground, and unfortunately sat on the shit of the first chicken that Master Lu had killed just now. Fuck, that stinks. Chapter 19. The Wonderful Use of Talent. This fall made Wu Yong feel very sick. I never expected that I, who was about to be promoted to a warrior, would be kicked by a chicken and fall all over my butt with chicken shit. Master Lu, can I chop it up? Wu Yong asked fiercely. No, it won't be worth anything if you chop it up. If you want to chop it up, you have to at least remove all the fur. How ruthless. Wu Yong shouted miserably, not caring about the smelly chicken shit on his butt. He directly caught up with the chicken that kicked him and grabbed it. Su-han smiled speechlessly. He was fine, even though the chicken in his hand was struggling hard. But for Su-han now, this chicken cannot escape from his grasp. He recalled Master Lu's operating procedures and imitated them. Pull the chicken's head and cut it with a knife. Huh, so thick. The skin was broken by the cut, but the chicken's trachea was obviously not severed. The chicken in his hand suddenly exerted force, flapping its legs continuously and roaring sharply. The cry was so harsh that Su-han couldn't help but frown. Fuck, you're the only one who can scream? Su-han was also frightened by this sudden scene and almost let go of the chicken and let it run away. So, he roared at the chicken in revenge, and at the same time activated his magic sound talent. After this roar, the whole chicken seemed to be struck by lightning. It shuddered and became motionless, as if it had been acupunctured. This discovery made Su-han suddenly enlightened. With the talent of magic sound, wouldn't it be easy to catch and kill the chicken? Can this defense-ignoring feature be attached to weapons? Su-han suddenly had an idea, so he turned on the ignore defense option and slashed the chicken's neck with the same force as before. A miracle happened. With just one stroke, the chicken's trachea was easily cut. There's hope. This time, Su-han smiled. Then he dropped the chicken and went straight to the next one. He roared as he came up, and when the chicken was subdued, he quickly slashed its neck with a knife, and that was it. Next, Su-han followed the same method and easily harvested the chicks in the chicken coop. Kill the mutant chicken, HP +2. Kill the mutant chicken, HP +1. At this moment, the prompts in my mind started to pop up again. Some gave Su-han 1 point of chi and blood, and some gave him 2 points. According to his estimation, it is probably because the chickens are of different sizes and strengths, so the blood points they provide are also different. Looking at the countless mutant chickens in the chicken coop, Su-han smiled. These are all chi and blood values. Wu Yong, I'll kill you and you'll skin me. Looking at Wu Yong, who was still in a panic, Su-han said. Anyway, the boss didn't stipulate that one person must operate the whole process, so 2 people can work together. Okay. Hearing this, Wu Yong agreed immediately. For him, catching the chicken and cutting its neck was not easy, but skinning and gutting it was much easier. So, the 2 of them started working together. However, what made Wu Yong speechless was that at the beginning, he could still keep up with Su-han's speed. Later on, Su-han's speed in killing chickens became faster and faster. The dead chickens nearby had piled up into a small hill. How could he kill 12 chickens in an hour? Su-han's speed in killing chickens was simply terrifying. With a roar, a knife, and a throw, all in one go, he killed one and threw it over in just a few seconds. This is because a lot of time is spent rushing over to catch chickens. Master Lu, standing next to him, was stunned. It was the first time he saw a chicken being killed in this way. The most important thing is that these chickens seem to be very well behaved in front of Su-han. As long as he walks over and grabs a chicken, the chicken will stop moving and allow him to slaughter it. And when he pulled out the knife, I didn't see the guy use any strength, but he cut the trachea with one blow. You have to know that although these chickens are not as ferocious as beasts, their fur is really thick. Cutting the trachea is not something that a novice can easily master, and it takes a lot of effort. But Su-han's movements looked very easy, even easier than those of the old master who had worked in the slaughterhouse for many years. Originally, Master Lu wanted to wait for the 2 little guys to get humiliated, then go up to them and pretend to be cool and say, killing chickens is a technical job. Now think about it, forget it. My speed in killing chickens is not even 1/10 of Su-han's. After a while, Su-han ran back and started to help Wu Yong skin and remove the internal organs. It's not that he can't kill anymore, but killing chickens can no longer provide him with energy and health. So what's the point of killing them? The right thing to do is to quickly deal with the chickens here, then kill the pigs and cows, and continue to increase your chi and blood values. Fuck, Asu. Is your knife sharper than mine? How come you can cut open a person so skillfully? Wu Yong couldn't help but ask when he saw that Su Han was opening the stomach as if there was no obstruction at all. When I opened the abdomen myself, the resistance of the skin and flesh was quite great, and it took a lot of effort every time. Maybe. Let's hurry up and kill the pigs and cows after we finish the settlement here. Su Han smiled and said, What? There are at least 100 chickens here. It took less than an hour to process them all. If you take 12 chickens, it's 2,000 yuan, and if you take more than that, it's 170 yuan. You can at least get tens of thousands of yuan here. Why do you still need to kill pigs and cows? Brother, we are here to hone our skills, not just to make money. These chickens are not challenging at all. They are too easy. Wu Yong was speechless when he heard this. That's for you. It's hard for me to kill one. Master Lu next to him rolled his eyes and asked, Are young people nowadays so good at pretending? Simple? Looking at the dead chickens, Master Lu sighed. Maybe it's really easy for him. Su Han didn't care about all that. He hummed a little tune while cutting open and cleaning the dead chickens. In just a short while, my health increased by 300 points, reaching 1334 points. The growth of chi in blood made Su Han feel warm and full of strength. After killing nearly 400 chickens, Su Han did not feel tired at all. Instead, he was full of motivation. Master Lu and Wu Yong were so shocked that they called this guy a monster. Damn it, warriors are just awesome. I can't compare to them. In the end, Wu Yong could only sigh. Are you already a warrior? Master Lu was stunned and asked in surprise. My brother has been promoted to a warrior. Otherwise, how could killing a chicken be so easy? Wu Yong said with some pride. Oh, no wonder. It turns out to be Master Warrior. At this time, Master Lu finally revealed what had happened. But his expression looked very strange. A warrior comes to kill a chicken? Is this because he has nothing better to do? Of course, he didn't say much. For people like them, warriors should not be offended easily. If I have any ideas, I will just keep them in my heart. I just thought that Su Han had some special hobby. Otherwise, a warrior could make money anywhere else. Why would he come to this dirty and smelly slaughterhouse to mess around? After a while, the two of them finished cleaning all the chickens and looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes left to the hour. So, he said hello to Master Lu and walked out. Boss, we have finished killing the chickens. Please count them. Oh, let me see. The boss was stunned and looked at the clock on the wall. There was almost an hour left, and the two young men had actually finished it. This made him a little bit unconvinced. But when he followed the two people in account, he was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, you two just killed all these chickens within an hour. Chapter 20. Amazing, another mutation. Looking at the two basins filled with small piles of chicken, the boss was in a state of confusion. At a glance, there are at least 300 or 400 of them. How did you do it in less than an hour? There was no way to cheat, and the boss was completely confused. He looked at old Lu standing beside him and saw that he was also nodding with a wry smile, which confirmed that these chickens were slaughtered by these two people within an hour. You two are awesome. The boss couldn't help but give you a thumbs up, expressing his sincere admiration. Since I started running this slaughterhouse, I have never met anyone as efficient as him. For him, he doesn't care if you kill a lot of chickens, as there are only chickens in the farm. The demand for meat outside is always in short supply. So we're not afraid of not being able to sell them, but we are afraid of not having enough time to slaughter them. Now, Su Han and the other person provided him with so many chickens at once, so he can make a lot of money again today. After praising it a few more times, the boss started counting the number. Boss, we want to kill pigs and cows. Su Han said at this time. Oh, you want to kill pigs and cows? Sure, go ahead. I'll take you there after I order. No need to count. There are 424 in total. If you subtract the base number of 24 for two people, it's 4,000 yuan. There are 400 extra ones, and if each one costs 170 yuan, the total price is 68,000 yuan. Adding the base amount of 4,000 yuan, the total is 72,000 yuan. At this time, Wu Yong spoke directly. Don't be fooled by his tall and strong appearance, which doesn't make him look very smart, but he is really good at calculating. Okay, I won't count it, just 72,000. I'll transfer it to you first. The boss was quite straightforward. He just took a quick look and said there must be more than 400 of them. Old Lu next to him also nodded at him. The number must be correct. Old Lu has followed him for a long time and would never dig a hole for himself. The transfer was completed, 36,000 per person. Originally, Wu Yong was unwilling to take so much. After all, Su Han was the one who killed the chicken. But Su Han refused with a smile, insisting on half each. We are all brothers, so we should share the good times and the bad times. Wu Yong refused several times, but failed, so he stopped being shy and planned to treat Su Han to a few more meals later. The two followed the boss to the pig farm behind. Damn, this pig is really big. As soon as he entered, Wu Yong screamed, although he had eaten pork before. But when my family buys pork, we don't usually buy a whole pig. We buy it in pieces. I have never been to the slaughterhouse before, and now at first glance, I can see that these are not pigs at all. They look almost like bears. Killing pigs can actually be said to be both simple and complicated. The boss spoke at this time. Oh, what do you mean? Su Han looked at him puzzled. You just need to kill them and throw them out. As long as you don't chop them into pieces, you can even chop off their heads. There will be special people to deal with it. Wu Yong was quite happy to hear his boss say this. He was so sick from seeing them plucking the hair, skinning, cutting open the stomach, and taking out the internal organs. Now, as long as he kills, he will feel relieved. However, pigs have a lot of impact force, so you have to be especially careful with their teeth. If you get hit or bitten, you could lose your limbs at best, or even be in danger of your life. Normally, it takes several people working together to kill a non-martial artist. Do you two want to wait for others to team up and kill him together? This is also what the boss is worried about. It is almost impossible to ask warriors to slaughter pigs and cows because they don't need that little money. You mean non-warriors? That could be dangerous, except for some special people. It's okay, the two of us are enough. Su Han looked at the huge creatures in the pig pen with infinite interest. Killing the chicken, just now, was not satisfying enough. How could the ferocious beast outside be as gentle as the chicken before? These pigs in front of us look like ferocious beasts. Well, that's fine. If it doesn't work, just tell me directly. Don't force it. Otherwise, it's not worth getting hurt for a few dollars. We won't bear the medical expenses. The boss gave serious instructions. After all, if something really dangerous happens and someone breaks an arm or a leg, it will be a huge expense if he has to bear it. Okay, we got it. After Su Han said that, he walked straight into the pig farm. Fow 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 tilde. As soon as they saw Su Han come in, the big pigs that were originally taking a leisurely walk suddenly all stared at him. He even made a sound from his mouth, as if warning Su Han that you had stepped into their territory. This surprised Su Han. Pigs are so humane. Do you still know about territorial awareness? Before he could think about it, the pigs saw that the warning was ineffective and Su Han was still approaching them, so they roared and rushed toward Su Han. The entire pig's head lowered, revealing its smooth forehead, and charged toward Su Han. When he got closer, Su Han discovered that the foreheads of these pigs were not smooth, but a hard shell, which was the blunt weapon they used to attack. If an ordinary person were hit by it, he would be half dead, if not killed. Asu, be careful. Wu Yong, who was still outside, screamed when he saw the pigs suddenly attack. Not good. Even the boss next to him exclaimed. These pigs looked bulky and huge, but they were very fast. In an instant, they rushed to Su Han from all directions and drowned him. It's over. The boss trembled all over. He didn't expect Su Han to go in so rashly. Wu Yong's eyes turned red, and he was about to rush in with a knife to save Su Han. But his hand just grasped the door handle. There was a loud bang, and several big pigs were thrown directly into the air. Screams were heard, and the big pigs that were thrown into the air fell to the ground one after another, twitching. They were breathing out more than breathing in, and it was obvious that they would not live long. What the hell? What's going on? This sudden scene left both of them stunned, with a look of shock on their faces. Then, Su Han appeared again. He completely ignored the attacks from the big pigs around him, and continued to attack with his knife and punches. Every slash of a knife would draw a stream of blood, and the following punch would directly knock the man away, landing right near the spot where the boss had mentioned the corpses were piled. Is your classmate a human? Should be right. At this time, the owner of the slaughterhouse and Wu Yong looked at each other in silence. Faced with this shocking scene, they really didn't know what to say. But Su Han was extremely happy at this time. Killing a pig actually gave him 5 to 8 points of health value, which was a great harvest. As for the charge of these big pigs, for him, who has a level 4 defense talent, it is just a tickle. What surprised him even more was that after those few slashes, he actually developed a new talent. The host failed to kill the mutant pig with one strike, causing it to bleed to death, triggering the growth of its innate mutation. This mutation growth is complete, and the heavy blade talent is awakened. Chapter 21. Heavy Blade Talent. Heavy blade talent. Making the target bleed will cause a slight amount of continuous bleeding and reduce the healing effect. The higher the level, the greater the amount of bleeding. I'll go. Suhan was shocked to see this additional talent that mutated. At present, I have not yet developed a powerful talent that can increase my attack power. But now with this heavy blade talent that can cause continuous bleeding, wouldn't it be possible to wear the opponent to death? Awesome. After some calculations, he now had the ability to ignore defense, plus the evolution of his martial arts, this heavy blade, and other talents. He believed that he should have a sure win in this outdoor assessment. However, he did not relax. This time he did not activate his agility talent and just took the attack head-on. Only attacking and being attacked can increase his health value. The level of his agility talent cannot be increased for the time being, so there is no need to activate it. Others don't understand the joy of being hit and bitten by the big pigs. No way. What is your friend's body made of? I've seen him get hit by big pigs countless times. How come nothing happened to him? The scene of Suhan fighting fiercely with the big pigs has made the owner of the slaughterhouse question his life. How can you confront a big pig like this? Although the attack power of these big pigs is not as strong as that of real ferocious beasts, they're not weak either. Wu Yong swallowed hard, his eyes shining. ASU awesome. Apart from this, he didn't know what else to shout. Seeing Suhan so brave, Wu Yong was naturally happy for him, because he was his brother. As one big pig, after another burped and died, the other big pigs finally realized how terrifying the young man in front of them was. Later on, the big pigs no longer dared to attack Suhan, and they all fled in all directions, howling. Don't run. Suhan was chasing and shouting, having a lot of fun. The boss just stared at the scene in front of him in silence. The huge noise and the screams of the big pigs had already attracted the attention of other workers in the slaughterhouse. Fuck, who is this boy? So fierce. This is the first time I've seen someone kill pigs like this. Usually they lure them out one by one and kill them, but this guy just rushed in and killed them. Is he still a human? Is he wearing protective gear? Why didn't he react when the big pig hit him? What level of warrior is this? Even a beginner warrior wouldn't dare to do this, right? I already knew from Master Lu, who came here with him, that Suhan was already a warrior. But even if a beginner warrior is strong and not afraid of these big pigs, he cannot be rushed by so many big pigs. After all, most junior warriors are promoted with 200 points of health and energy, and they really can't withstand such a group attack. But if you say that Suhan in front of us is an intermediate or even advanced warrior, who would believe it? Would a warrior like this come to a slaughterhouse? After less than an hour, Suhan stopped, and there were already more than 200 pig carcasses lying around. The reason they stopped was not because Suhan was tired, but because the blood and energy provided to him by the big pigs were almost gone. Suhan also discovered that if he killed too many targets, the growth of his chi and blood value would drop sharply. At the beginning, one could provide 8 points of health, but after a few it became 5, and then it dropped to the current 0.07. If we continue killing, the benefits will be too low and it will be a waste of time. However, he also sighed, thinking that once upon a time he had no one to rely on, and it would take him a whole day to increase his chi and blood by 1 point. Now the health value of 0.07 is not worth looking at. He looked at the panel and found that his health had reached 2,156 points, which was 822 points more than the previous 1,334 points. I was shocked when I saw this, even though I was mentally prepared. It has exceeded 2,000 points. You know, normally 2,000 points of chi and blood can allow one to break through to the level of an ordinary junior martial artist. But it is incredible that I haven't even broken through to the intermediate level warrior yet. But he was not complacent, because he knew that these blood value limits were only for ordinary warriors. For children from big families or true geniuses, their promotion points are definitely much higher than this. Of course, he believed that no matter how high he was, it would be just that. Warriors of the same level would not be stronger than him who had the golden finger. Otherwise, he could buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Boss, shall we kill some cattle? Count them here. If I counted correctly, there should be 235. The base number is 6 heads per hour, which is 3,000 yuan. Each head exceeding the limit is charged 500 yuan. The extra head is 229 heads, which is 114,500 yuan. Adding the base number, the total is 117,500 yuan. As soon as Su Han finished speaking, Wu Yong suddenly came to his senses and blurted out the amount. This made Su Han and the boss look at Wu Yong at the same time. Damn, he looks big and strong, but it would be a waste if he didn't work in finance, as he can do mental arithmetic so fast. I'll give you 120,000. The boss transferred the money directly and generously. Pork is a best-selling product and is harder to kill than chickens and ducks. Su Han provided himself with 235 heads of pork at once, and he was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. I posted it today, in a good mood. I'll take you there, but do you want to have a meal first? After transferring the money, the boss asked happily. It was almost noon when Su Han and the other person came over. After 2 hours of busy work, it was already past 1 p.m. Apparently, the two hadn't eaten yet. The boss also provides meals? Hearing this, Su Han joked, but he knew that odd jobs did not include food and accommodation. Others don't pack it, but you have to. Haha. Let's go, let's eat first. The boss laughed and made a gesture of invitation. To him, such a person is his god of wealth. In this line of business, they don't have to worry about not being able to sell their goods. The fear is that the supply won't be available in time, and most importantly, ordinary people cannot slaughter these animals. Slow speed means loss of money. He wishes there were more of them, so he could slaughter them for him 24 hours a day. Then he could get rich. Su Han did not refuse, as he was indeed very hungry. I was so focused on improving my strength just now that I didn't notice it, but now that I stopped, I felt hungry instantly. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Su Han and Wu Yong's eyes lit up. Wow, the food here is really good. It seems the boss is doing good business. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Yong's family was well off, I wouldn't have thought much of it. But Su Han used to work outside every day before, and the meals provided on those construction sites were barely edible, but the taste and style were not good enough. However, here, there are 6 dishes and 1 soup, 2 big meat dishes, 2 small meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a bowl of soup, which is very rich. Haha, my guys work hard for me. I can't treat them badly when it comes to food, the boss said with a smile. Su Han couldn't help but take another look at his boss. It's true, there are not many bosses like this in this world. In order to survive, most people are very selfish, especially traveling merchants. It took me more than half an hour to finish this meal. Su Han ate 6 large bowls of rice. The dishes and soup on the table were large in portion and were all finished. The boss's cognition was refreshed again. Sorry, I eat too much. Seeing the boss's dazed look, Su Han said a little embarrassedly. With the surge of qi and blood, my appetite has indeed increased a lot. Even he himself was shocked. It's okay. Are you full? If not, I'll ask the cook to make some more. You warriors consume a lot of energy, so it's normal for you to eat so much. The boss calmed down and said with a smile. I'm full, boss. Take me to kill a cow. Okay, let's go. Chapter 22. The Secret of the Treasure. Suzhou City, Yulong Chamber of Commerce Branch, President's Office. Miss, this is Su Han's information. The old man in black handed a piece of information to Xia Sina, who was sitting on the sofa. This person was none other than Lu Bo, Xia Sina's personal bodyguard. It includes everything since Su Han was born. An orphan? His parents died fighting against the riot in the cave. A-level cultivation potential, defensive talent. Xia Sina was a little surprised to see this. She also didn't expect that a person with A-level cultivation potential would actually awaken such a useless defensive talent. In the blood and chi test more than a month ago, his blood and chi were only 121. Seeing this, her brows furrowed. This shouldn't be the case. More than a month ago, Su Han's chi and blood were only 121? Were you able to break through to the warrior realm yesterday? This means that in just over a month, he improved by 79 points? According to the information, although Su Han is considered a martyr's family member, he receives a monthly subsidy from the government. I also do a few odd jobs every day, but such income can barely support his daily necessities of food, clothing, and daily expenses. There is absolutely no spare money to buy blood and chi potions or other tonic medicines. In this state, can the chi and health points be increased by 79 points in a month? What's more, she was right next to Su Han when he was promoted. She still remembers that Su Han's aura exploded and sent her flying. That kind of oppressive feeling was definitely not something that could be brought about by a chi and HP value of 200. There's something strange. Did he have some adventure? Or is he a pagan? When he spoke of the pagans, the eyes revealed on the mask suddenly emitted two rays of light. There are always some extremists who act against humanity. This kind of people are called pagans. They actually believe in the myriad forces in the cave and pursue so-called eternal life. There are also several sects which often cause a lot of trouble to warriors around the world. The most hateful thing is that many talented warriors of the human race have died at their hands, and their methods were extremely cruel and vicious. It seems that hunting human geniuses is a devout devotion to their faith and also their pleasure. Therefore, human warriors hate pagans very much and will kill them whenever they see them. The main reason why these sects can continue to exist is that they have some extraordinary means that allow them to be promoted quickly. So it attracted a lot of bad guys. After all, there's scum everywhere. Of course, this method is understood to have great side effects. That is the price paid for using your lifespan. But for these extremists, they don't care at all. It shouldn't be. At the moment, I don't see any signs of Su Han being a pagan. The old man said at this time. What is he doing now? He took his good friend Wu Yong to the slaughterhouse in the west of the city. Huh? A slaughterhouse? What are you doing there? Hearing what Lu Bo said, Xia Sina was stunned and confused. Kill the chickens and pigs. When I came back, they went to eat. The next step should be to kill the cows. At this point, a strange look appeared on Lu Bo's face. He couldn't figure out what the boy was doing there. He said he was practicing body techniques, but he just stood there and got hit by pigs. Speaking of training defensive talents, it's not very realistic. Can you improve your defensive talent level by being hit by pigs a few times? That defensive talent is too easy to upgrade, and it won't be called a useless profession that swallows money. Not only did he not understand, Xia Sina also had no idea. Keep watching him. As long as he's not a pagan, we can still develop a good relationship with him. I always feel that he's a bit unusual, and you can see that the speed at which his energy and blood are increasing is really weird. Okay, miss, I'll keep my eye on it. By the way, miss, the cave numbered F33456 will be open the day after tomorrow. I've also arranged your new identity. You'll go in as an exchange student from number 1 high school. Okay, I understand. If I can finish this sooner, I can remove the seal and break through. I'm really not used to suppressing my chi and blood and not being able to advance in the past 2 years. Lu Bo didn't say anything, but he sighed in his heart. Xia Sina is the daughter of the president of Yulong Chamber of Commerce. How is it possible that she is stuck at the level of a beginner warrior with only 400 plus points of health? It's all because of a treasure in the cave, numbered F33456. By chance, Xia Sina's father Xia Tianyu got a copy of the letter. It details that there is a treasure deep in the cave, numbered F33456. As long as you get that thing, you can directly evolve your cultivation potential by 1 level and transform it into growth potential. This means that Xia Sina now has A-level cultivation potential. As long as she gets that thing and takes it, she can be directly promoted to S-level cultivation potential. Not only that, her cultivation potential will have a chance to advance as she practices, reaching SS level or even SSS level. Nowadays, even in the core cities of the high-level martial arts world, there are many geniuses. Not to mention SSS level talents. Even SS level geniuses have never been revealed to the outside world. It can be said that S-level cultivation potential means being a top-level genius in the open. You can imagine how valuable this thing is. In addition, after taking this treasure, the basic chi and blood value can be increased by 2,000 at once. What is the 2,000 HP value base? For example, Xia Sina's HP is 486 points now. Normally, it only takes 500 chi and health points to break through to the intermediate level. But by taking that treasure, one can increase the chi and blood foundation by 2,000 at once, allowing Xia Sina to directly break through to the intermediate warrior at 2,500 points, infinitely raising the ceiling of her promotion limit. In this way, the foundation will be high, and the value of each promotion will also be higher. So among the same level, her chi and blood values are top-notch. If it weren't for the fact that this thing is only effective for people below the high-level martial artist level, Xia Tianyu would have wanted to get it and eat it himself. It is also said that there is a mysterious meteorite in it, which is the embryo for forging a magic weapon. It's a magical weapon There are only a few of them in the entire world of high-level martial arts. Even the Grandmaster is not qualified to wear it, so you can imagine how precious it is. In addition, to enter the cave numbered F33456 and conceal one's identity, one must enter as a college entrance examination student. After all, it has been planned by the Education Department as one of the designated locations for outdoor examinations in previous college entrance examinations. It has been completely blocked off long ago, and other people cannot enter casually. For this, Xiaxina also used a secret method to restrain her blood and strength. Otherwise, with the financial strength and resources of Yulong Chamber of Commerce, he would have entered the realm of martial artist long ago. An intermediate warrior with S-level cultivation potential and 2,500 points of chi and blood. I am really looking forward to it. Xiaxina played with her hair, and the corners of her mouth twitched behind the mask. On the other hand, Su-Han had no idea that all his information had been searched thoroughly by Lu Bo. At this time, he was fighting with a group of Black Bulls. The host injured the Black Bull, causing bleeding, HP +3, heavy blade talent level +1. Chapter 23, Breakthrough, Intermediate Warrior. Looking at the prompts that kept flashing in his mind, Su-Han made a calculation in his mind. After 2 days of experimenting, he found that the chi and health points gained from attacking animals and being attacked by them seemed to be comparable to those of humans of the same level, and sometimes even a little more than that of humans. Come to think of it, for human warriors and ferocious beasts of the same level, the defense and attack levels of the ferocious beasts are slightly higher than those of humans. Unless humans unleash their innate abilities and skills, they can be on par with or slightly better than others. These can be seen from the comparison between the previous sparring in the martial arts gym and today's slaughterhouse. The higher the attack power level of the target, the greater the benefit it brings to you. Take the Black Bull in front of you, for example. It can only provide you with 3 points of health. The big pigs before could provide 8 points at the beginning, which does not mean that the attack power of pigs is higher than that of cows. This is because the big pig can no longer provide any blood and energy increase to Su-Han now, but each cow can still provide an increase of 3 points of blood and energy. From this we can see that the fighting power of the Black Bull is indeed much higher than that of the big pig. As the Black Bulls were continuously killed, Su-Han's energy and blood continued to soar. At this time, his heavy blade talent level had already reached the upper limit of level 4. Now, with one strike of the sword, even if he was not killed instantly, Black Bull would not be able to hold on for long before falling to the ground and dying due to the bleeding caused by the heavy blade. Su-Han roughly calculated that if he were to face a low-level ferocious beast now, he would be able to achieve the same effect with just 2 or 3 strikes at most. Time flies, and an hour goes by in a hurry. The profit that Black Bull brought to Su-Han also dropped from 3 points at the beginning to almost 0 now. Just a little bit more, hold on. Su-Han already felt that he was about to make a breakthrough, and he felt a little anxious, because now a Black Bull can only provide him with 0.04 health points, and his health value has reached 2,999.35. 3,000, it must be the limit of 3,000. Su-Han chased after Hanyo, swinging the butcher knife in his hand. 1, 2, 3. The health value has dropped to 0.01. 3 more to go. Su-Han roared and rushed towards the 3 Black Bulls on the left, slashing with his knife. Swish, swish, swish. The last 3 strikes were clean and efficient, each one killing the target. Boom! As the 3 Black Bulls fell to the ground with a loud bang, Su-Han's aura began to change suddenly. The vigorous energy of chi and blood raged in the body like a hurricane. Snort! With a muffled groan, Su-Han spread his legs and gripped the ground, bending his knees slightly, and stood firmly in a stance. Layers of shocks within the body began to dissipate. It seemed that at this moment, Su-Han's muscle contours suddenly expanded. The lines are more three-dimensional and look explosive at first glance. At this moment, the blood in his body was like a raging tide, constantly stirring up waves and washing his muscles and bones. Su-Han closed his eyes tightly, constantly feeling the changes that this promotion brought to him. The Black Bulls around him were oppressed by the energy and blood he exuded and hid in the corners wailing. This kind of suppression is too terrible for them. If Hanyo could speak, he would definitely shout. What is this evil star going to do next? Boom! About 5 minutes later, with a muffled sound from Su-Han's body, all the leaked breath returned to 1. It's done. Suhan laughed and clenched his fists. He could feel that he had made great improvements in all aspects, and even his attack power, which was his weakest defensive talent, had grown significantly. Who said that attacks with defensive talents are weak? I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch right now. As he said that, he looked at Hainyo, who was still trembling in panic, and punched him. Fuck. Suhan was even shocked by this punch. The black bull was blasted into pieces. Is this called a weakling? Suhan was a little overwhelmed. I thought the result of one punch would be that Hainyo would be blown away and killed instantly. But now he was smashed into pieces by my punch. But then he understood. He is not an ordinary intermediate warrior. Now his blood and chi value has reached 3,000. This number is already higher than that of ordinary junior martial artists. If this punch can't even turn Black Bull into pieces, then such a high health value would be wasted. I looked around, and luckily there was no one around. Accustomed to Suhan's awesome killing mode, the boss and the employees had already gone back to work. It's your business if you're awesome, but it's nothing new if I just shout 666 a few times in exclamation. Life has to go on, right? As for Wu Yong, seeing Suhan practicing the killing skills so diligently, he couldn't sit still anymore and went to kill pigs next door. After all, he has D-level cultivation potential and has awakened his talent for berserker combat. Although he is not as good as Suhan, he can still kill a few pigs. Suhan adjusted his breath, controlled his strength, and attacked the Black Bull again. So that's how it is. With continuous training, Suhan has been able to control his strength just right. I also have a deeper understanding of every bit of my strength. Although killing the Black Bull could no longer bring him any health points, it still allowed him to upgrade all his talents to level 6. Another hour later, Suhan stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Today's harvest is huge. Not only did he gain a new talent for attacking means, he also broke through to the intermediate warrior level. His chi and HP value has now reached 3,015 points, and all his talent levels have reached level 6. The talent level of level 6 is comparable to the full level talent of a top-level warrior. You should know that just because you reach the advanced level of a warrior, it doesn't mean you can train your talent to the maximum level 6. Many of them may not even reach level 4. It can be said that Suhan's current defense is so strong that even if a mid-level martial artist comes, it will be difficult to break through his defense. If other talents are improved, it goes without saying that he might be able to beat those ordinary intermediate martial artists. After tidying up, Suhan went out to settle his wages. In 2 hours, 423 cows were slaughtered, which shocked the boss and made him very happy. He just rounded up the amount for Suhan and gave him 600,000. This made Suhan sigh. It is really easy for warriors to make money. In 4 hours, he earned 36,000 yuan from slaughtering chickens, 117,500 yuan from slaughtering pigs, and now he has made a direct profit of 600,000 yuan from slaughtering cows. Adding the 19,500 he earned from practicing with his sparring partner last night, Suhan has already earned 773,000 in less than 2 days. When I worked on a construction site before, I could only earn 300 a night at most. There's a world of difference. I now have some assets, and this is just the beginning. Now that he has been promoted to a second-level intermediate warrior, he has more ways to make money. For example, the Mercenary Guild can take on some low-risk cave missions with higher numbers, which can bring in much more income than here. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must first certify his warrior-level qualifications. Suhan plans to handle all this after the outdoor assessment. Yongzi, let's go. Okay. Suhan called Wuyong and walked towards Wuyong's home. Chapter 24. Father Wu's Request. Having made money, the two of them naturally want to spend it lavishly. Anyway, it was still early to go to Wuyong's house for dinner, so the two of them went for a walk in the market. It has been a while since I last visited Wuyong's house, so Suhan planned to buy some gifts for his parents. I used to always eat for free, but I didn't have much extra money and couldn't afford to buy anything. Now that I have a little money, I have to choose carefully. Wuyong's parents are not warriors, but they work in a large company and their income is considered good among ordinary people. So this also made Suhan a little troubled. What should I buy? I can't just ask them to deliver some fruit or something, right? Skincare products? Clothes? I haven't researched it myself. Ask Wuyong? It's useless to ask. He's worse than me. I am completely clueless about gift giving. Forget it. I'll just buy something more expensive when I get to the mall. As a woman, I definitely need skincare products. Not long after, Suhan bought a bunch of skincare product from brands that she didn't even recognize, just the more expensive ones. The gift for the aunt has been dealt with, and the next one is Wu Yang's father's. After thinking about it, Wu Yang's father is not a martial artist who doesn't practice martial arts, and his family has enough food and clothing. After scanning around, Suhan's eyes lit up. That's it. So, under Wu Yang's speechless gaze, Suhan bought 2 bottles of deer penis wine. Nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the yang is a must for men, right? Anyone can benefit from it as long as they are not children, right? Moreover, this deer penis is not an ordinary deer penis. It looks particularly large and must be very nutritious. Auntie is happy now. Seeing Wu Yang's look, Suhan rolled his eyes at him disapprovingly. What are you looking at? I'm thinking about your family's sexual happiness. The two continued shopping for a while, bought some wine and some roast meat that Wu Yang's father liked, and then headed towards Wu Yang's home. Halfway through the journey, Suhan's phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lu from Yongchang Martial Arts School calling. Hello, Sister Lu. Suhan, are you coming over tonight? Lu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Tonight, I have to go to my brother's house for dinner, so I probably won't be able to go. We have an outdoor test the day after tomorrow, so I probably won't be able to go these 2 days. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. You should handle the outdoor test well. It's very important for you. Come over to me when you're free. Okay, by the way, sis, if there are any high-level warriors or martial artists who need a sparring partner, please contact me then. Huh? A high-level warrior? A martial arts master? Are you sure? When Lu heard Suhan's words, she was stunned. Did she hear it wrong? Yesterday, I was still sparring with non-martial artists and junior martial artists, but now after one night, I have to find senior martial artists and martial arts masters? Isn't the gap too big? Okay, no more talk, sis. Let me know if you have any news. Bye. Oh. Lu hung up the phone blankly, her mind in a mess. Sue, are you still going to the martial arts gym as a sparring partner? Wu Yong, who was standing by, came over and asked, Well, isn't this my talent for defense? I think that by being thick-skinned and getting beaten up, I can not only make money, but also hone my talent, right? That's true. In fact, if you want to hone your defensive talent, you can ask me to fight you in the future. I have a talent for berserker combat. Wu Yong said suddenly with a wink. You? Berserker talent? Want to find a punching bag for free? Get lost. No, Su, Brother Su, our talents are a perfect match. You need to improve your defense, and I need to improve my berserker. One needs to be beaten, and the other needs to beat others. Isn't this a match made in heaven? Get out of here. The two of them quarreled and soon arrived at Wu Yong's house. As soon as they entered the house, Wu Yong's parents smiled warmly. Xiaohan, you haven't come to our house for a while, right? Wu Yong's mother, He said with a smile. Yes, Annie, come, this is a gift for you. Suhan smiled and replied, handing over the gift. Uncle, this is the wine I bought for you. I know you like it. Haha, just come if you want to. Why bring any gifts? It's so expensive. When he heard about wine, Wu Yong's father Wu Sheng smiled. He really liked it. But when he saw the deer penis wine that Suhan handed over, he was stunned and glanced at He for some unknown reason. He naturally also saw the deer penis wine. Her face immediately turned red, and then she glared at Wu Sheng. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Wu Sheng stretched out his hand, but it was not a good idea to accept it or not to accept it. Mom and Dad, just keep what you bought. Don't waste time. We are all hungry. We have been exhausted all afternoon. At this time, Wu Yong came over, took the deer penis wine from Suhan's hand, put it aside, and started shouting. Okay, let's eat now. Wu Yong's shout resolved the awkward situation. So the four of them sat around the dining table. Auntie, this is too rich, isn't it? Is there any happy event? Suhan took a look and was surprised to see that the table was full of dishes including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, with more than a dozen large plates. The New Year celebrations are usually just like this. Didn't I hear that you were promoted to a warrior? Shouldn't I celebrate for you? Yes, Xiaohan, you are really amazing. You have been promoted to a warrior so quickly. Wu Yong, look at you, you're lagging behind. Dad, Su is better than me. How can I compete with him? He is an A level, and I am only a D. D means younger brother, understand? Wu Yong disagreed. As he spoke, he picked up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth and started chewing. Hey kid, Xiaohan hasn't eaten yet, and you're already biting it? Mom, Su is not an outsider. Do you have to be so polite? Really? Son, you're right. Xiaohan is not a stranger. Come on, Xiaohan, eat quickly. If it's not enough, ask Annie to make more later. That's enough. There's so much that we can't finish it all. Suhan responded with a smile. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, and Suhan also liked this atmosphere. Relaxed, harmonious, and warm. After eating and drinking, the four of them sat on the sofa and ate fruit snacks. Xiaohan, uncle and auntie get along well with you and don't treat you as an outsider. At this time, Wuxing opened his mouth slowly, but hesitated halfway through. Uncle, just tell me what you have to say. I don't treat you as outsiders. Wu Yong is also my best brother. Okay, then I'll be frank. The day after tomorrow, you'll be going to an outdoor assessment. Even if it's the most dangerous cave, there will be casualties once you go in. Every year, many candidates fail in the outdoor examination of the college entrance examination. Your aunt and I are middle-aged and have a son. We only have this one funny boy. We would like to invite you. Having said that, Wu Sheng paused again and looked at he lay beside him. Hearing this, Suhan immediately understood what Wu Sheng meant. Uncle, aunt, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, we can form a team for this assessment. I will ensure Wu Yong's safety. Xiaohan, thank you. Wu Sheng and He Lei are also honest people, not the kind of people who are good at speaking. At this time, the two did not say much, but just kept thanking and sincerely grateful to Suhan. Suhan looked at Wu Yong, who was silent beside him, and patted him on the shoulder. On the other side, in Yongchang Martial Arts School, a young girl was pouting and pacing back and forth angrily. This bastard stood me up after just one night? All men are bad. Chapter 25. Are you being kept by someone? This woman was none other than Suhan's first sparring partner last night, Luo Yingxue. Yesterday's breakthrough made her in a good mood, and Suhan was really tough and pleasing to the eye. As soon as I finished dinner tonight, I rushed to Yongchang Martial Arts School. I said I would support him, so of course I would do what I said. When asked after arriving, Lu actually said that Suhan had not come in the past few days. For a moment, the little girl was a little annoyed. You come here excitedly. Are you asking for leave, old man? No, he must be called over. So Luo Yingxue tried every possible means, even suggesting upgrading her membership in the martial arts gym, and she insisted that Lu call Suhan repeatedly. Unable to withstand the financial attack, Lu compromised and made a phone call. Hello, Sister Lu, what's up? Suhan, you don't keep your word. You're playing with my feelings. Then, before Lu could say anything on the other end of the line, Luo Yingxue snatched the phone away and shouted at her. This made Suhan completely confused and upset. The sound was so loud that even Wu Yong and his parents, who were sitting opposite, could hear it. So, the next second, all three of them came over, looking gossipy. During the 3 years of high school, they had never heard of Suhan dating any girl. Wu Yong even asked Suhan if he had a crush on someone, and the answer was no. But now, suddenly a girl told Suhan that he was untrustworthy and playing with other people's feelings? This is incredible gossip. Who are you? Suhan asked with a frown. He didn't even find out who was on the other side. So how could he break his promise and play with her feelings? Okay, it's only been one night, and you've already forgotten me, you scumbag. Su, did you get me pregnant? Wu Yong suddenly came over and asked in a mean manner. Get out. I got you pregnant. Don't make trouble. Suan kik Wu Yong directly. This guy looked honest, but he didn't say anything serious. You are Luo Yingxue? Suhan recalled what the other party said and asked tentatively. Huh, you remember me? Aren't you my boyfriend? How could you not come? Are you going to deny it after paying me? On the other end of the phone, Luo Yingxue questioned directly. Lu, standing by, wanted to cover her face. How dare this girl say that? Was this Chinese language taught by the physical education teacher? Every sentence is full of ambiguity. Fuck, so exciting? Ah, Su, you've learned bad things, and you're actually learning to beg for support. On the other end of the phone, when Wu Yong heard Luo Yingxue's words, he jumped up with a look of shock. His parents were also shocked at this time, and couldn't help but look at Suhan carefully, as if they were getting to know him all over again. Uncle and aunt, it's not what you think. Don't let your imagination run wild. Suhan explained hurriedly, and even wanted to kick Wu Yong to death. This guy was really good at causing trouble. Ms. Luo, you can't talk nonsense, Come here right now. People have come all the way to see you. How can you not come? Woo. On the other end of the phone, Luo Yingxue actually started crying. This really made Suhan feel a loss. Why did she cry? She didn't do anything. Su, I'm already crying, go now. It's said that it's the hardest to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. Since you've teased her, you must take responsibility. You're a man. At this time, Wu Yong said seriously. If Wu Sheng and his wife weren't here, Suhan would have wanted to punch Wu Yong directly. This brother is really fucked up sometimes. Xiao Han, go ahead. It's not good to make the girl cry. At this time, Hele also said something. Hey, uncle and aunt, things are really not what you think. We understand. Wu Yong nodded seriously. Seeing him like this, Suhan was speechless. You know shit. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. Okay, I'll be there soon. Suhan had no choice but to say. Really? Ha ha. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Hurry up. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Suhan to reply. When he met Su Yingxue yesterday, he felt that this girl was quite normal. How could she have this side of her? After hanging up the phone, he looked at Wu Yong and the other two who were staring at him. I'll say it again, there's really nothing between her and me. It's not what you think. The three of them nodded in sync, but that expression, no matter how you looked at it, they still felt like there was something going on between him and Luo Yingxue. Suhan wanted to sigh to the sky. So, I said hello and left in a hurry under their strange looks. Fuck, why does she look so familiar? Luo Yingxue, the school beauty of Suching No. 2 High School and a top student with B-level qualifications. Suddenly, Wu Yong thought of something and cried out in surprise. Luo Yingxue, the daughter of the president of our Suching Luo group? Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng asked in shock. Yes, it's her. Wow, Su actually hooked up with Luo Yingxue behind my back. That's so unfair. She didn't even tell me she was in love so early. And she's gonna make a killing later. As soon as he finished speaking, Hele slapped him on the head. Mom, what are you doing? You're still talking about others? Even Suhan has figured out how to fall in love. What about you? When will you bring a girlfriend back? That's right. I told you all that. You should be trained from a young age. When you become a warrior or even a martial arts master, you will all go your separate ways to defend your country. How can you have time for love? At this time, Wu Sheng also interjected, looking at his son with disappointment. I've been practicing to become a warrior as soon as possible, haven't I? How dare you say that? Cultivation? Xiaohan is already a warrior. And you? You're still not a warrior. Xiaohan didn't even drink the blood and chi potion, and you're not as good as him even if you drink it. Damn it. Asu's talent is so much better than mine. How can we compare? He is the kind of person that everyone likes, the child of other people's families. Suhan is not only a good student, but also very capable. He is looking for such a strong partner now. He is really amazing. Hele couldn't help but sigh again. On the other side, Suhan finally arrived at Yongchang Martial Arts School. As soon as I entered the door, Luo Yingxue came to greet me cheerfully. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. If Suhan hadn't been sure that he had only met her for the first time yesterday, he would have thought that they had known each other for many years. This girl is really outgoing. I just happen to have something to do. Now that you're here, let's get started. Suhan didn't want to care about what happened just now. I'm not going to practice with you today. I just remembered that I promised to keep you company yesterday, so I came to see you. How about this? I'll still pay you for 1 hour practice. You can take me home. It won't take an hour anyway. How about that? Hearing this, Suhan almost thought he had heard it wrong. You, the young lady, came all the way here, crying and making a fuss, saying that you must come, but in the end you don't need a practice partner, and you just want me to send her home? What are you talking about? Is this okay? Okay. Suhan felt that if he refused, Luo Yingxue might cause some other trouble, so he had no choice but to agree. Luo Yingxue swiped the card and left with Suhan under Lu's strange look. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Lu couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. It was really weird. The two of them walked and chatted all the way, with Luo Yingxue chattering nonstop, while Suhan just responded with a few words from time to time without any care. Little did they know that danger was approaching. Chapter 26, Crisis Pagans. Suhan, I am sorry. Suddenly, Luo Yingxue, who was walking in front, turned around and looked at Suhan sincerely. I was a little unreasonable today. I'm sorry. Luo Yingxue said sincerely again, with a hint of melancholy on her face. What's wrong with you? The sudden apology made Suhan a little at a loss for a moment. I don't have any friends. Can we be friends? When she said this, there was some anticipation in her eyes. Forehead, don't look at me like this. I actually don't have a real friend. At this time, Luo Yingxue's eyes dimmed a little. Suhan raised his eyebrows and looked at her in confusion. Don't look at me like this. I have a lot of so-called friends around me. but I know that they are attracted by my background, appearance, and talent, not me as a person. So, I don't have any real friends. Then what makes you think I will definitely be the friend you want? I don't know, but in the more than one day I've known you, you make me feel very comfortable. At least you are sincere and don't flatter me insincerely. Hearing this, Suhan felt a little ashamed. He was acting in front of her yesterday. Next, Luo Ingxue said a lot, which gave Suhan a new understanding of her. It turns out that this girl is lonely. Even though she has good conditions and a lot of people around her, she really doesn't have a single true friend. If you don't mind, I have no problem with that. As his first financial sponsor, and after getting to know him along the way, Suhan felt that it was not bad to have such a friend. Really? From now on, we are friends. Hearing Suhan's response, Luo Ingxue was very happy and jumped up and down with her hands behind her back. Then you can't find me annoying in the future. No. Looking at her innocent smile, Suhan smiled. That's great, I have friends now. Just when Suhan was about to say something, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Luo Ingxue. Careful! Suhan shouted loudly and moved instantly. His agility talent was activated, and he jumped behind Luo Ingxue and punched her. Boom! Fists collided with each other, and loud explosions were heard. Luo Ingxue was caught off guard and was blown by the strong wind, staggering a few steps and screaming in surprise. The black shadow was knocked back 2 steps by Suhan's punch and let out a sound of surprise. Who are you? Suhan stopped in front of Luo Ingxue and looked at her seriously. Although the punch just now was delivered in haste, he still used 70% of his strength. But the opponent was not blown away directly, which showed that he was quite powerful. You know, Suhan's health has now exceeded 3,000. Even if attack power is not his strong point, he can directly blow away even if he encounters a mid-level warrior. But the other party just took 2 steps back. High-level warrior. Suhan had an idea in mind. The other party was at least at the high level of warrior. I didn't expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. Swish! Suddenly, another man in black appeared, and this man's aura was even stronger. Pagan. Luo Ingxue had already reacted by now. When she saw the 2 men's attire and the flame badge on their chests, she screamed in surprise, with fear in her eyes. Pagans usually do not show their true colors, but once they take action, they will be very arrogant and domineering and never care about their identities being discovered. This kid is quite strong. At this time, under the reflection of the moonlight, Suhan finally saw the other person clearly. Both of them are about 30 years old. One has fair skin and the other has dark skin. The first man in black had a scar at the corner of his eye and looked fierce. The second one has a feminine face and always looks like he's being stared at by a poisonous snake, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. Suhan was nervous and excited at this moment. This was his first time facing off against the infidels and his first real battle. Not weak, it's more interesting to kill him. The feminine man in black licked his lips and said sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, Scarface rushed up. Suhan was on full alert, gripping the ground with both feet, ready to fight hard. However, when a man in black rushed in front of him, Suhan had already punched him and his figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared behind Suhan and grabbed Luo Ingxue's head with one claw. The sudden change made Luo Ingxue scream. Although she has been promoted to a warrior, she is still just a student after all and has no practical experience at all. Plus, the terrible reputation of pagans has long been ingrained in people's minds. At this moment, there was no time to think about resisting. My mind was filled with nothing but fear and chaos. Suhan gritted his teeth, turned around, and punched the scarred man in the waist. It was probably because of lack of experience that Scarface was given an opportunity. He never expected that Scarface's attack on him was just a feint, and he dodged to attack Luo Ingxue. Now he can only attack the enemy and save him. Sure enough, upon seeing this, Scarface immediately gave up trying to grab Luo Ingxue, twisted his body, and retreated instantly, avoiding Suhan's punch. In the previous fight, he was actually at a disadvantage. Although it was not his full strength, the kid in front of him should not be underestimated. Although pagans are crazy, they are not fools. However, at the moment when Scarface retreated, the feminine man appeared behind Suhan and slapped him with his palm. It hit him hard on the back. Bang! After a muffled sound, Suhan staggered a few steps before steadying himself. Martial Master Realm. Suhan frowned. I never expected that this person is actually at the martial master level. I'm in trouble. Although his current strength is enough to compete with a junior martial artist, he can only compete, not necessarily defeat. After all, in terms of martial arts and practical experience, he is still far behind the martial artist. A light exclamation was heard, and the feminine man also looked surprised. He was very surprised that the palm strike just now did not defeat Su-Han. There are actually such monsters in Sioux City? Are those people who collected information above eating shit? Surprised, the feminine man said dissatisfiedly. This time, Scarface was ordered to kill Luo Yingxue. A B-level genius was naturally their target. The feminine man was just here to keep her company. But I didn't expect that this guy would pop up and be so troublesome, forcing me to take action. Moreover, Su-Han looked to be about the same age as Luo Yingxue, yet he could actually withstand her attacks at the martial artist level. This was simply outrageous. Sending out a high-level warrior against Luo Yingxue is already a situation where she will be killed. It was originally a matter of settling down and leaving within a minute, but it turned out to be the current situation. This made the two pagans very unhappy. Their identities are sensitive, and if they stay too long, something bad will happen. The Lord of Sioux City is also a martial artist, and it won't take long for the martial artists from the neighboring city to arrive. What's more, each branch of the Global Martial Arts Federation is manned by a mysterious master. Once discovered, let alone the feminine man being a martial artist, even if he is a military general, he may not be able to escape peacefully. What's more, if this operation fails, it will not be so easy to kill Luo Yingxue again in the future. Quick battle, quick decision. I'll take care of this boy. You go deal with that girl. Without caring about being surprised, the feminine man spoke directly. Scarface said nothing and rushed towards Luo Yingxue. Your opponent is me, don't even think about it. WEF. Seeing that Su-Han was about to intercept, the feminine man instantly blocked in front of him. But before he could finish his words, Su-Han's figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 27. Fight with full strength kill. Knowing that the other party was at the martial master level, Su-Han dared not neglect him. With his level 6 agility talent fully activated, he instantly got rid of the feminine man's obstruction, appeared in front of the scarred man, and punched him. The sudden appearance of Su-Han startled Scarface. At this point, he was already doomed, and it was too late to avoid him. Scarface gritted his teeth and punched out. Bang! Scarface was knocked away directly. Oh shit. This brought out Scarface's ruthlessness. He was a high-level martial artist, but he lost to this kid twice in boxing. He was furious. Soft skypalm. After being surprised, the feminine man's face turned ugly, and he slapped out with his palm. As a martial artist, he failed to stop this kid, and he immediately felt ashamed. This time, he also used martial arts. 8 Extreme Collapse. Su-Han felt the palm wind from behind, and without even turning his head, he used the Baji Bong. Boom! The martial arts collided, and the fierce aura spread out, causing pain on Luo Yingxue's tender skin. However, she was now in a daze. She had not yet recovered from the series of sudden accidents. Especially Su-Han in front of him, who is so fierce. When he was practicing with me yesterday, his defense was just incredible. However, she was a little too shocked that he could actually compete with high-level warriors and martial artists. I'll help you. But by now she had recovered from her shock and was about to step forward to help. Go away. You are no match for me. Su-Han roared and blasted out the 8 Extremes blast once again, because the feminine man's second palm hit him even more fiercely. Su-Han was unexpectedly safe and sound in the first semi-sneak attack, which made the feminine man's mentality a little distorted. How is it possible? I am a martial artist, and I use yellow-level martial arts. How could this guy possibly hold up? Could he be a descendant of some big family? But looking at Su-Han's ordinary clothes, he doesn't look like a child of a wealthy family at all. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the feminine man's palm actually felt slight pain. On the other hand, Su-Han didn't retreat at all and was not in any trouble at all. Fuck! Where the hell did this monster come from? The feminine man wanted to curse at this moment. Even if this kid is a genius, isn't this too much? He is a martial artist. After Su-Han attacked several times with his aura at full strength, he naturally felt that the other party had reached the intermediate martial artist level. But when a martial artist used martial arts, the intermediate warrior was not in any trouble. Who would believe it if I told others? Scarface no longer cared about Luo Yingxue at this time. Su-han had made him return empty-handed twice, which had already irritated him. Moreover, if such a monster can be killed, the reward you get when you return will definitely be rich. Although both of them were very angry at this time, they also understood that Su-han was definitely a monstrous existence. How can killing a B-class compare to killing a monster? The two of them didn't say anything and didn't even make eye contact, but attacked Su-han at the same time, completely ignoring Luo Yingxue. This made Su-han secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If one of them entangles me and the other goes to kill Luo Yingxue, I will have to divide my attention to protect her, which will be troublesome. Now that two people are attacking me, I feel less worried. In a flash, the two men attacked at the same time, one in front and one behind. With one punch and one palm, Su-han was locked down and all his escape routes were blocked. Keet! Roar! Suddenly, Su-han shouted at the feminine man. In an instant, the feminine man seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, and his whole body stiffened. Su-han's eyes flashed coldly, ignored defense and attack. The most powerful attack of Bajibong was a punch aimed at the feminine man's head. Boom, boom. Two explosions sounded at the same time. Su-han took a punch from the scar man on his back and staggered forward a step and a half toward the feminine man. However, the feminine man's head exploded under Su-han's punch, and his headless body fell straight to the ground. Fuck! The scarred man behind him seemed to have seen a great terror. He retreated instantly, turned around, and ran away without any delay. Damn, he still hasn't figured out what happened just now. Why did the feminine man stop moving after this boy roared? And that punch was able to break the martial artist's air shield defense and explode his head? When one reaches the martial artist realm, one can already control blood and energy externally and can form an invisible defense outside of one's body. It is difficult for a high-level warrior to break this defense, let alone Su-han, a mid-level warrior. But it happened that it was broken and he was killed by a punch, which scared Scarface. Even a feminine man could be killed by one punch from him, let alone himself. So, he ran very cleanly. Su-han did not chase after them, as he was worried that if he caught up with them, these people might have other helpers. Moreover, his heart was unable to calm down at this moment. This is my first real combat experience. Although he seemed to have handled the battle calmly, he was actually very panicked. Fortunately, his strength did not disappoint him. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable after punching the other person in the head. This is killing people, not killing chickens, pigs, or cows. Are you okay? At this time, Luo Yingxue endured the nausea of the feminine man next to her, ran over, and asked with concern. I'm fine. Are you okay? Su-han looked at Luo Yingxue. Her face was still a little pale. You are so amazing. Did you hide your strength before? You were able to fight against the combined attack of a high-level warrior and a martial artist, and even killed the martial artist. For a moment, Luo Yingxue seemed to have forgotten the horror and the nausea that made her brain splatter, and she shouted excitedly. We are friends, right? But Su-han did not answer her, but asked a question in return. Of course. We are friends, so please keep this a secret from me. No problem. I will keep a secret. But what if the body is discovered? After all, this person is a martial artist. I can't say that I killed him, right? Just say that a man in black showed up on the road and killed him with one punch. As for who it was, you don't know either. Is this okay? It has to be done no matter what. Just refuse to admit it. Okay, I'll listen to you. Luo Yingxue nodded obediently. Being attacked by pagans must be reported. Even if it is not reported, it will be discovered sooner or later. It is inevitable that these people will take action again. If nothing is done, as if nothing has happened, Luo Yingxue will be in great danger. Therefore, as long as we avoid the issue of whether this martial artist was killed by Su-han, it will be fine. For the time being, Su-han doesn't want to expose himself. Although, the one who ran away might leak the secret, the pagans would not announce to the public that he, Su-han, a mid-level warrior, killed their martial artist, right? They have to save face too. However, what he didn't know was that this Scarface would never have the chance to reveal his news. Chapter 28. Grandmaster takes action. Asshole. How could this happen? Scarface ran and cursed. Originally, the task of killing Luo Yingxue was very simple for him. As a high-level warrior, isn't it easy for him to kill a junior warrior with B-level potential? To be on the safe side, he followed all the way and saw that Su-han seemed quite ordinary. Naturally, He heard their conversation and knew that this Su-han was Luo Yingshue's sparring partner. How strong can someone be who can serve as a sparring partner for a non-martial artist? A strong person wouldn't go to a martial arts gym to be a sparring partner. He would just be bored. So, when he felt there was no risk of failure, he took action. The result was shocking. Even the feminine man who came with him was killed here. That's the realm of martial artist. It was blown up by just one punch. So scary. Su-han, who is he? Why doesn't the organization have any information about him? I've never heard of him. When did such a monster appear in Suching High School? Scarface cursed angrily. After returning, be sure to report this information. This Su-han is definitely a monstrous genius. He broke through to the intermediate warrior level when he was only in his 3rd year of high school and could kill masters at the martial arts master level in seconds. Although the mission failed, this news can still bring benefits to Scarface. As he was thinking, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He stopped immediately and retreated quickly. His eyes stared forward, a solemn look on his face. In front, an old man in black suddenly appeared. "Boo! Damn you, heretic!" The other party threw out 5 words and pointed at them in the air. "Chill." After a slight sound, Scarface fell down in horror. A bloody hole appeared in the middle of his forehead, and blood was oozing out. A high-level warrior didn't even have time to react before he was killed instantly by a single finger strike from a distance. Before he died, he vaguely uttered 2 words, "Grandmaster." The old man seemed very indifferent to all this. His eyes were looking in the direction of Su-han, and a hint of disbelief appeared on his vigorous face. He is none other than Mr. Liu, who is beside Xiaxina. The moment these 2 pagans appeared, he was actually ready to take action. But seeing that Su-han was unharmed in their surprise attack, he endured it and watched quietly from the side. What happened next made him look shocked. He also didn't expect that this kid actually broke through to the intermediate warrior level. Remember, this guy just broke through to the primary level when he was training with his young lady yesterday, and he became an intermediate level warrior the next day? However, the shock it brought to him was far more than just this. An intermediate warrior could actually face the combined attack of a senior warrior and a junior martial artist and remain completely unharmed. He even managed to kill a martial arts master with the last move, which simply shocked him. Even for those monsters in Tiandu, it is not easy to do this, let alone a tiny place like Sucheng. What a genius! Especially when he saw Su-han's roar before killing the feminine man. There was obviously something strange about it. After the roar, the feminine man became stunned and his eyes were dull. This move is actually similar to a soul-stealing move. It is too weird and too evil. As a master, he had seen countless geniuses, and fighting against opponents of higher levels was not uncommon. But this was the first time he had seen a fight like Su-han's. Mrs. Right, this boy is weird. After muttering something, Lubo disappeared on the spot. He must inform Xiaxina of the situation. "Yingxue, are you okay?" On the other side, Luo Yingshue's father Luo Tian had already rushed over, bringing with him a large group of warrior bodyguards. As soon as he saw Luo Yingxue, he walked forward and looked at her carefully, with a nervous look on his face. Su-han took a quick glance and found that all these bodyguards were high-level warriors. 2 of them even had profound auras, and it was obvious that their realm was above the warrior level. This made Su-han gasp in amazement. Sure enough, the city of Su is not just the city lord who is at the martial arts master level. These big families have their own resources and power. "Dad, I'm fine, thanks to Su-han, who took me away, and then I was lucky enough to meet a passing expert who shot the bad guy to death." The girl was so excited that she almost let the cat out of the bag. Fortunately, she saw Su-han winking at her and changed the subject. After saying that, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue at Su-han, which looked very cute. "Oh." Luo Tian looked at Su-han doubtfully, with a gleam in his eyes. The winking looks of the 2 people did not escape his eyes. When did his daughter become so familiar with this man named Su-han? It felt like they had known each other for many years, which surprised him. He knew his daughter well. Although she was often flattered and asked out by many people, he knew that no one of them could catch the eye of his daughter. Luo Yingxue is straightforward, but not stupid. She can see that those people who make friends with her have a purpose. But just now, her eyes and attitude towards Su-han were obviously different. "Your name is Su-han?" Luo Tian looked at Su-han with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Luo. Thank you for protecting my daughter," Luo Tian said sincerely. Although he felt that his daughter was hiding something, He was relieved that she was fine. I am also sincerely grateful to Suhan. If something happened to his daughter this time, he really didn't know how to face his dead wife. Uncle, you are too polite. She is my friend, and it is my duty to protect her. However, it was mainly because of the help of the man in black who passed by that we were able to escape from danger. Suhan said it again in a serious manner. After all, although the feminine man was dead, his strength and life could still be discerned from his corpse. Humph! Damn you, heretic! Seeing the body of the feminine man, Luo Tian shouted hatefully. Fortunately, my daughter is blessed with good fortune. Otherwise, I really can't imagine it. Suhan, if you need help with anything in the future, please call your uncle. As long as your uncle can do it, he will definitely not refuse. Luo Tian took out a business card and handed it over. Thank you, uncle. Suhan did not refuse. In this world, knowing more people can be useful at critical moments. Ingxue, let's go home. Be sure to bring bodyguards with you when you go out next time. I got it, Dad. Luo Ingxue nodded obediently. She was really frightened by what happened today. Suhan, I'll go back first. See you the day after tomorrow. When she was in the martial arts gym before, she saw the information about Suhan's grade and knew that he was a senior student at Suching No. 3 High School. This information was also confirmed on the way, and I knew that Suhan would also participate in the outdoor assessment the day after tomorrow. Well, see you the day after tomorrow. The appearance of pagans attracted the attention of the local martial arts alliance. Suddenly, Sioux City was under martial law, and many warriors from the martial alliance were dispatched to search for the pagans. Even the Wuming in the neighboring city took action. Chapter 29. All parties are shocked. Tell me, Ingxue, what's going on? Inside the car, Luo Tian looked at his daughter and asked with a smile. What's going on? I just looked at the scene, and there were obvious signs of a fight. If you said the mysterious man killed the other person in an instant, there wouldn't be so many signs of a fight. If we leave out this mysterious man, it's just you and Suhan, and there are so many signs of fighting that obviously lasted for a while. How could you and Suhan hold out for so long under the attack of a martial artist? Luo Tian looked at Luo Ingxue with eyes as sharp as torches. There's one more thing he didn't say. That is, there is still a trace of fear on his daughter's face, but Suhan had no such expression at all, as if nothing had happened. This shouldn't be. As students of the same military high school, none of them have actually experienced actual combat. Otherwise, why would they arrange outdoor assessments during the college entrance examination? It is to let them experience actual combat and see blood. It was very unusual that Suhan was so calm after being attacked by a martial artist. We were running the whole time. Suhan has a talent for defense, so he took a few hits. Then, the mysterious man appeared. When her father asked this question, Luo Ingxue suddenly panicked, but she still repeated what Suhan had taught her before. Defensive talent? Luo Tian was stunned and frowned. Even if he has defensive talent, can he withstand the attack of a martial artist? We can't bear it, so we keep running, Luo Ingxue said as a matter of course. Luo Tian was speechless. Do you think I'm stupid? You two are just little warriors. The martial arts master wants to kill you. Can you run away? Obviously, his daughter was hiding something from him. Boss, the Martial Alliance just sent a message that the escaped pagan was found in the woods southwest of where the young lady was attacked. Oh, did you catch it? Dead. Dead. Yes, judging by the wound, the one who attacked should be the Grandmaster. Oh, hearing this, Luo Tian frowned. Did he guess wrong? Was it really this Grandmaster who did it? But the traces of fighting. Look, I said it was a mysterious master, but it turns out to be the Grandmaster. How lucky. At this time, Luo Ingxue blurted out. I sighed in my heart. It was a close call. If it weren't for this master who suddenly appeared, I would really be afraid of being exposed by my father. Okay, but you must bring bodyguard with you next time you go out. You can't be so lucky every time. Those are pagans. Seeing this, Luo Tian didn't pursue the matter any further. Got it, Dad. No, I have to recruit a few more high-level martial artists. Thinking that the person who attacked his daughter this time was actually a martial artist, Luo Tian felt a little uneasy. Luo Ingxue didn't pay attention to what her father said later, but looked outside the car. What is Suhan doing now? After Suhan separated from Luo Ingxue, he answered a few questions from the person sent by the Martial Alliance to be in charge of this incident. After getting confirmation that Scarface had been killed, he also went back. Suhan was also surprised to get this news, especially when he heard that Scarface was killed by the Grandmaster, which made him full of thoughts for a moment. Grandmaster? Who is that? He is definitely not from the Luo family. Otherwise, Luo Tian wouldn't have asked that question just now. I don't know any master here, so it's impossible. Could he really be passing by? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. It was a good thing anyway. It just covered up the fact that he had taken action. It was pretty good. This fight tonight brought him great benefits. During the battle, not only did he gain dozens of points of energy and blood, but he also experienced a real combat. The next time you fight yourself, you'll be able to use your abilities better, especially these dozens of points of chi and blood, which made him happy at the time. I didn't expect that just a few punches would increase his strength so much. He is worthy of being a senior warrior and a junior martial artist. Sure enough, the higher the level of the target, the greater the increase in chi and blood it brings to oneself. After a battle, and with his high concentration just now, all the food Wu Yong had eaten that night was consumed in an instant. Su-Han touched his stomach and walked toward the noodle shop. What did you say? Su-Han is already a mid-level warrior? He can withstand the combined attack of a high-level warrior and a junior martial artist? He even killed a martial artist pagan in seconds. At the Yulong Chamber of Commerce branch, Xiaxina stood up in shock when she heard Lu Bo's report. If he wasn't wearing a mask, you would definitely be able to see his face full of shock. How was that possible? Xiaxina was puzzled because she had witnessed Su-Han being promoted to a junior warrior. It's only been one night, and he's already an intermediate warrior? Is he a human? What's more, he is capable of resisting the combined attack of a senior warrior and a junior martial artist. He has a talent for defense. Although during the sparring, she also discovered Su-Han's strangeness. His speed was faster than hers, who had a talent for agility. But this doesn't mean he can do it. Especially at the end, he killed a martial artist in one move? Are you kidding? But seeing Lu Bo nodding repeatedly, Xiaxina fell silent. Did you kill the one who ran away? Yes, Mississippi Su-Han's identity and what happened tonight will not be exposed. You can rest assured. When Xiaxina asked this, Lu Bo naturally knew what she was worried about. If this news about Su-Han were to be passed back to the pagan organization, Su-Han would definitely face endless assassinations. In some places, a sea-level person would be assassinated by pagans, let alone a monster like Su-Han. Well, you did a good job. Continue to observe and protect him. If you are exposed, just say that I asked you to protect him. You must befriend him. Xiaxina thought about it and spoke again. Such a genius must be won over. It seems that I have to find opportunities to interact with Su-Han more often. Yes, miss. After saying that, Lu Bo disappeared silently from the spot, as if he had never appeared. Su-Han, you really surprised me. I am even more looking forward to it. Xiaxina took off her mask, picked up a glass of red wine on the table, and raised the corners of her mouth. If someone saw her appearance, they would be shocked. It is true that Xiaxina has a face that can topple a country. She is so beautiful. In a basement in a city neighboring Suzhou, a man was raging. Iron Bull and Black Snake are dead. He failed to kill a little girl with B-level qualifications, and he made it known to the whole city. He is such an idiot. Because of their failure, Sioux City and even several neighboring cities were all placed under martial law, forcing them to hide underground temporarily. Master, according to the information we received, the two were killed by a mysterious person, and judging from the injuries of Black Bull, he was killed by a master. We can only say that he was unlucky to have run into a master. Where did the master come from? Even Luo Tian, although he has a lot of assets, he is not qualified to hire a master to be a bodyguard for his daughter. I don't know the details. Damn, this is really unlucky. Let's ask everyone else to be quiet for the time being. Inform those who sneaked into the outdoor assessment the day after tomorrow to be extra careful and not to fail to complete tasks every day and make others worry about them. Chapter 30, Warrior Certification. The next day, Su-Han got up early and started his morning exercises as usual. A warrior's training requires perseverance. Even with a system, Su-Han would not indulge himself too much. Especially after last night's battle, he deeply realized that danger is everywhere. I must improve my abilities as quickly as possible so that I can better cope with the future. Nearly an hour of morning exercise provided Su-Han with dozens of points of chi and blood. In the past, he would have been happy for a while, but after these 2 days, he had gotten used to this level of chi and blood value. Chi and blood value. 3,156 points. Last night's battle and today's morning exercise added another 141 points to his score, which was quite impressive. A few dozen more points would be enough for ordinary people to be promoted directly to junior warriors. All talents have now reached level 6 and cannot be upgraded any further for the time being. Suhan sat there thinking. There is no need for him to go to the slaughterhouse at the moment. The chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows there could no longer provide him with energy and blood and increase his talent level. As for going to the martial arts gym, unless there is a mid-level martial artist or above who needs a sparring partner, there will be no way he can be of any help. He was not short of money for the time being, so he directly rejected these two places. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of a good place. Just give yourself a day off and adjust your state. I haven't had a good rest for so many years. I'm going to take an outdoor test tomorrow, so it's not a bad idea to relax before the test. Finally, Suhan planned to go to the Martial Arts Alliance Association to take a look. Now that he is a warrior, he may also go for a visit. By the way, I went to get a warrior certificate, which is usually issued when you graduate from school. However, individuals can also do it. Moreover, it is free for warriors to obtain the certificate. Once the warrior's identity and level are confirmed, he or she can also receive the warrior allowance issued monthly by the Martial Alliance. So, Suhan had breakfast, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and walked towards the Wuming Association in the center of Suching. The Wuming Association exists in every city and is the core of a city. In today's era of global high-level military power, the Martial Arts Alliance is naturally the symbol of the highest power. The power is above that of all governments. It can be said that all warriors in the world are members of the Martial Alliance, except for pagans. Because of the identity recognition of warriors, only the Martial Alliance has this qualification. Next are the 4 major giants under each government: the Military, Education Department, Law Enforcement Agency, and Commerce Department. Every time he passed by here, Suhan would be shocked by the huge building of the Suching Martial Alliance branch. It can be said that no matter where you are in Suzhou, you can see this building in the center by looking up. The Wuming branch is a large building complex. The Wuming Tower in the middle has hundreds of floors and rises into the clouds. The top of the tower cannot be seen at a glance. It contains all kinds of things, equipment, and venues needed for martial artists to practice. As soon as you enter the hall, you will see a constant stream of people. Most of these are warriors, and there are also reassurances for ordinary people. Every time they saw so many warriors in Sioux City, they felt safe about their survival. "Hello, how can I help you?" Seeing Suhan walking to the service desk, the staff asked him with a smile. Here, there won't be people with nothing to do looking for trouble. Almost all of the matters are related to warriors. Therefore, the staff here will not judge people by their appearance and look down on anyone who comes here. Maybe this person is a martial arts master. "Hello, I want to apply for a warrior certificate." "Okay, here is the form. Please fill in your personal information." Hearing Suhan's words, the staff member smiled and handed over an application form and said gently, "Okay." Taking the form, Suhan scanned it and then filled it out quickly. "Please follow me. We need to confirm your identity as a warrior." After Suhan finished filling out the form, the staff took him to the elevator entrance. The 5th floor is where the identity of warriors is tested. Suhan followed the staff into a room. "There's a large machine here. Please stand up and release your energy and blood." After the staff handed the form to the person in the testing room, he said to Suhan, "Good." Suhan walked up, controlled the strength, and gently released the chi and blood. With a swoosh, the numbers representing chi and blood jumped suddenly. It suddenly jumped to 424 points. This scared the 2 staff members, but Suhan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't exceed 500. Just now, he had tried his best to control the speed of his explosion and only used a little over 10% of his energy and blood. According to his current HP value of 3,156, he thought that a HP value of less than 1/10 should be enough, and an explosion of about 300 would be enough. Anyway, he was only planning to identify himself as a junior warrior. I didn't expect it to jump to 424 points all of a sudden. Having the identity of a warrior will make Suhan's life much more convenient in the future, although the monthly allowance of an intermediate warrior will be much higher. But Suhan is not short of money now, so there is no need to expose himself too early for this allowance. Once the warrior's identity is confirmed, the information will be known to the Martial Alliance. Similarly, it also means that the pagans will know that they are omnipresent. It's safer to be reserved. "Mr. Su, please test your cultivation aptitude and innate abilities." At this time, the staff member stopped being shocked and spoke again. It was the first time they had encountered someone with a chi and blood value of 424 at such a young age in Sioux City. After all, it was written on the form that he was 18 years old and was studying at the 3rd Martial Arts High School in Sioux City. He is only 18 years old, and his health value is 424, which is incredible. Suhan continued the test, as instructed, and the display screen showed information about A-level cultivation potential and defensive talent. The staff was even more shocked when they saw the A-level cultivation potential. A-level, that's incredible. But after seeing the words defensive talent, their faces suddenly became strange. Of course, they didn't say much. Mr. Su, the test is complete. Congratulations on completing the warrior identification. Here is your warrior certificate and badge. Once the test is completed, the certificate will be issued on the spot, which is very quick. Suhan took the warrior certificate and badge, looked at them, and smiled. Mr. Su, here are the warrior regulations and some precautions. Also, this is your warrior allowance card, which has been linked to your bank account. On the 1st of each month, your monthly allowance will be automatically credited to your account. The monthly allowance for a junior warrior is 300,000. Okay, thank you. Suhan took the allowance card and responded with a smile. No wonder they all want to become warriors. They can earn 300,000 yuan a month without doing anything. If it were an ordinary person, he might not even earn 1/10 of the money after working hard for a month. After finishing all this, Suhan went to the 2nd floor to stroll around. This was the warrior trading hall. After the warriors gained something outside, they would come here to sell their items in exchange for money or other materials they needed. Suhan, as I was walking around, a pleasant voice sounded behind me in surprise. Chapter 31, Treasure Map. Senior? Looking back, Suhan was stunned. It turned out to be Lu Mafei, a senior girl 3 years older than him. Long time no see, Xiao Henin. Lu Mafei ran over excitedly and started touching Suhan's head. Don't make trouble, senior sister. I'm already that old. Suhan's old face turned red and he dodged awkwardly. This scene had already attracted the attention of countless people around. Lu Mafei was the school belle back then, and she was an eye-catcher. Wherever he goes, there are crowds of people watching him. Such an action naturally attracted countless people to point fingers at him. No matter how old you are, you're still my little brother, hee. I said I would come to find you later, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Hearing Lu Mafei's words, Suhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What is your little brother? Do you have one? But Suhan was still happy to see her. Like him, Lu Mafei's parents also participated in the battle against the invasion of cave creatures in their early years and died. The two met in an orphanage. Later, they were all admitted to Suzhou No. 3 High School. I remember that Lu Mafei was a C-level talent and was considered a top student in Sioux City in her class. Moreover, she awakened a very rare phantom talent and was specially recruited by the military university. Later, I heard that not long after she entered university, she entered the Umbu. The Umbu is a special department under the military. Everyone in it is an elite, with the lowest level being a martial artist, and they specialize in handling some difficult tasks. Being able to enter the Umbu also represents her extraordinary strength. You have been promoted to a warrior? That's great. Before Suhan could reply, Lu Mafei suddenly shouted excitedly, and even hugged Suhan and started to rub his head hard. Sister, don't be like this. Everyone is watching us. Oh my, you've grown up and now you know how to be shy. If they want to watch, let them watch. Lu Mafei didn't care what others thought and just enjoyed her patent. Ever since they met in the orphanage, they have been like real siblings. She also recognized this action as her own patent. Suhan was used to her abuse, but they were all young at that time. But now, my face was squeezed between those plump breasts and instantly felt hot. Very big and bouncy. It's painful and happy. Fuck, that guy's having a blast, right? I'm so envious. This woman looks aloof, but she's actually so open-minded. I'm the one who really wants to be hugged. People coming and going all looked at Suhan with envy, wishing they could switch places with him and enjoy this wonderful time. Suhan finally broke free, his face red and his eyes rolled. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Lu Mafei still treats him the same. Sister, you've gained weight. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Hearing this, Lu Mafei suddenly pretended to be angry and clenched his fist to hit him. However, after raising his fist above his head, he slowly lowered it. How had you been these years? Lu Mafei suddenly asked gently. Both of them were in an orphanage before, and neither of them accepted to be adopted. Later they got out and depended on each other. Suhan was young at that time, so Lu Mafei took care of all the work. It can be said that Suhan was raised by her for several years. I left for 3 years because the military university had a completely closed teaching environment and the training was extremely difficult. Later, she was assigned to the Umbu, and telephone contact became a luxury, and it was rare for her to get through. She was also worried about whether her younger brother would have a hard life. After all, when he left, Suhan had just been admitted to the 3rd high school. "I'm doing fine. Sister, are you back to carry out a mission?" During a previous phone call, Suhan remembered that Lu Mafei said that he might not be able to come back within 5 years. "Don't ask these questions, kid. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Congratulations on becoming a warrior." She was surprised just now that she met Suhan here, but when she saw that he had been promoted to a warrior, she was very happy. Suhan immediately nodded in agreement. It wasn't because he was hungry, but the two of them hugging and rubbing each other in public attracted too much attention. The two found a restaurant near their home and asked for a small private room. Lu Mafei ordered a table full of dishes. "Sister, are you going to celebrate the new year?" Looking at more than 20 dishes, Suhan was speechless. "Can 2 people finish them? Eat more, so you can grow taller." Suhan was speechless, thinking to himself, "I'm already 18, so even if I'm growing up, it's at the end stage." But he knew Lu Mafei. She wanted to give him the best she could. After having a good meal and a good drink, Lu Mafei suddenly became serious, changing from his previous playful attitude. Lu Mafei took out a metal ball and pressed it. With a beep, an invisible protective shield instantly covered the entire room. What was he going to do? "You'll be taking the outdoor test tomorrow, right?" "Yes." "Be careful. There may be pagans among the students taking this exam." "What?" Suhan was shocked when he heard this. Pagan, these 3 words reminded him of the battle last night. But according to the informant's report, they went in for 2 reasons. 1, to get the top students from the 1st and 2nd high schools. 2, because of a treasure map. Treasure map. Suhan's eyes lit up. Don't even think about it. The top students taking the reference this time are just newly promoted warriors. The pagans have all their information and can take action. They must be stronger than them. Don't get involved in the treasure map. Your life is more important. I'm just curious. Sister, can you tell me what's going on with the treasure map? A few days ago, several treasure maps were circulated. It is said that according to these maps, a treasure can be found in a cave. And this cave has been confirmed to be the designated cave where you are about to take the outdoor assessment. After taking it, it can directly increase the cultivation potential by 1 level, and can also be transformed into growth potential. It can also increase the basic amount of chi and blood by 2,000 at one time. But it is only for people who are still at the warrior level. It will be useless for those who have reached the martial arts master level. Suhan was shocked. This treasure was quite amazing. The most difficult thing to improve is the potential for cultivation. This is something you are born with and cannot be improved through cultivation. Only those rare natural treasures have a chance of improvement. Therefore, when Suhan was found to have a level cultivation potential, the principal was extremely excited. "If I had this treasure, I could directly improve my cultivation potential by 1 level. So wouldn't I be able to directly enter S level from a level? Moreover, it could be transformed into a growth level later. This means that S level is not the end, and you can slowly become SS level or even SSS level. This is terrifying. If one has SSS level cultivation potential, even defensive talent can hold up the sky." In an instant, Suhan had an idea in his mind. "Hey, don't think about this treasure. Too many people are watching it. Not only the pagans, but also some big chambers of commerce and forces will arrange their people to participate in this assessment. And you can see that the military is also involved, and even the Wuda University has sent people here this time." No wonder the Wu Conference sent people here this time, saying it was a special recruitment. It turns out to be this. Come to think of it, if such a treasure were obtained and given to a genius to take, could it directly create a god? However, according to our military's information, this treasure has another use. Chapter 32, Lou Murphy. This treasure can also awaken 1 or 2 additional talents for the user. What? Talent. Only 1 can be awakened in each major realm. Before reaching the level of a martial artist, everyone can only have 1 talent. When you reach the level of martial master, you can awaken again, and then you have to wait until you reach the level of general and grandmaster. And this awakening is not 100% certain. There's also a chance of failure. But once you take this treasure, you can actually directly awaken 1 or 2 innate abilities, which is terrifying. When fighting at the same level, if you have one more talent than the other person, your chances of winning will naturally be much higher, and it is almost certain that you will win. Suhan had already enjoyed the benefits of having too many talents. Otherwise, not to mention the martial artist last night, even the high-level martial artist would have died. As for what kind of talent the martial artist had last night, Suhan didn't know. Perhaps it was because that person was too arrogant and his natural talents had not yet been fully unleashed before he was killed in seconds by me. So don't worry too much about treasures like this, or you'll lose your life. Remember, stay away from the following names. Lu Mafei mentioned a few names, all of whom were top B-level students from the first and second high schools who had been promoted to warriors. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Suhan probably guessed that it must be these people. Aren't the pagans fond of killing talented students? They will definitely pick the best ones. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What is your cultivation potential? After Lu Mafei explained for a while, he removed the anti-eavesdropping shield and took a sip of his drink. A level. Puff. As soon as Suhan finished speaking, Lu Mafei spat out a mouthful of drink. A level? Shit. Why aren't you in the profile? Lu Mafei screamed. If Suhan was A level, then the pagans must be targeting him. But Suhan is not on the list. Maybe it's because the talent I awakened is rubbish, and the principal is too embarrassed to tell others. Suhan said weakly. What's your talent? Lu Mafei became puzzled. Defensive talent. Silence. Defense is defense. It's still good in the early stage. At least you won't have any problem dealing with outdoor assessments, and you won't be needed as a combat force in a team. Don't worry. Your sister is doing well now. If she doesn't, I will support you in the future. Lu Mafei said this carelessly, but he felt sorry for Suhan in his heart. A-level potential. Any talent for main combat will be awesome. At worst, a talent for healing support will be good too. It's a pity that it's a defensive talent. It's okay. At least I've joined the ranks of warriors, right? The allowance is enough for me to live on. Suhan smiled indifferently. Yeah, that's right. I almost forgot that you were already a warrior. There won't be any problem with how you live your life. The two chatted for a while and finally parted. Before leaving, Lu Mafei mysteriously stuffed a small box into his hand and asked him to go back and look at it. As for Lu Mafei, he came back this time to carry out a mission, so he couldn't go back with Suhan. Suhan walked along, thinking about what Lu Mafei had said before. Treasure maps, treasures, pagans, major forces. It seems that this assessment will not be peaceful. This treasure can increase 1 or 2 talents, but it is not very attractive to Suhan. Increasing the basic chi and blood base by 2,000 at once was actually just a thing for him. The extra 2,000 is just icing on the cake, but even with the less 2,000 you are still much higher than others. What interested him most was improving his cultivation qualifications. The reason why he can upgrade so quickly is not just because of the system. The existence of A-level cultivation qualifications will allow him to advance in cultivation faster. Moreover, the higher the qualifications, the higher the combat power and blood cohesion. For example, 2 warriors with the same 1,000 HP. One is A-level and the other is B-level. Even if they have the same talents and abilities, the performance of B-level warriors in all aspects is not as good as that of A-level warriors. This is an absolute difference. If it weren't for the fact that Suhan's current talents were not focused on combat, even a high-level martial artist would be in serious trouble from one punch. We'll see what the situation is when the time comes, and take whatever we can. After all, with so many forces infiltrating, it is hard to predict what kind of opponents they will encounter. There's so many secret methods out there that suppress one's realm and strength and change one's appearance. Who would know if an old monster sneaks in? But thinking about what Lu Mafei said, that this thing is only effective for those below the martial artist level, I'm not too worried. If the old monster really wanted to shamelessly sneak in for the sake of the next generation, there would be nothing he could do but to deal with it. Putting all this aside, Suhan had to be drawn into this fight, because Luo Yingxue was on the list that Lu Mafei mentioned just now. Suhan really couldn't just stand by and watch this girl die, even though he had only known her for 2 days, but she was very sincere to him. We have to form a team anyway, so why not just pair her with Wu Yong when the time comes? He can ignore the others, but he still has to take care of these two. When he got home, Suhan opened the box Lu Mafei gave him. Inside were 2 pills and a small card attached. Brother, this is a chi and blood pill issued by the military. You can only take 2 at a time. Each pill can increase chi and blood by 30 points. Consider it a gift from your sister for you to become a warrior. It will replenish your chi and blood. Seeing this, Suhan remembered that Lu Mafei suddenly said he wanted to go to the bathroom. I guess this little card was written at that time. Lu Mafei still took such good care of him that Suhan couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. The military's chi and blood pills are a good thing that cannot be obtained outside. It is much stronger than the blood and chi potion. He knew that this must have been saved by Lu Mafei himself for him. This thing is distributed in fixed quotas in the military and is very precious. However, although he was touched, he did not plan to eat it himself. Now, for him, an extra 60 points of chi and blood is not necessary. He can increase this much chi and blood by practicing for half a day. He thought of Wu Yong. Since there might be many variables in this outdoor assessment, he might as well give him the food. This will improve the safety of the brothers, and if a fight really breaks out, at least Wu Yong will have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, a non-warrior would be in great danger in this fight. Thinking of this, Suhan called Wu Yong and went there directly. Su, you said you have something good to talk to me about. What is it? Wu Yong asked excitedly as he saw Suhan coming. I met Sister Murphy today. The big sister is back? Where is she? Why didn't you bring her with you? I haven't seen her for a long time. I missed her so much. As soon as he heard Lu Mafei's name, Wu Yong became excited and asked questions nonstop. She is Wu Yong's idol. Although Lu Mafei looks stunningly beautiful, she is a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. At that time, there were more than a dozen people bullying Suhan and Wu Yong. The eldest sister rushed up alone and knocked them all down. They were all suppressed and knelt on the ground singing Conquer. It was so majestic. Okay, she has a mission, but she brought back something good. What's the good stuff? Suhan took out the box, shook it in front of him, and then opened it. Damn, chi and blood pills. Chapter 33, Brotherhood and Enemy. When Wu Yong saw the pill, he exclaimed, "This thing was also discussed in class. I am now in my 3rd year of high school and am faced with the choice of going to Wuhan University. The military university is within the scope of this lecture, and this chi and blood pill is unique to the military university." Suhan brought this thing to him, obviously intending to feed it himself. Suhan, this thing is rare. You should eat it yourself. Before Suhan could say anything, Wu Yong spoke first. Although if I take these 2 chi and blood pills, I can directly become a warrior. However, if Suhan could improve his chi and blood by dozens of points, his strength would be even stronger. If he could get good grades in the exam, he would be able to enter the stronger Wuda. These are no longer of much use to me, so I'll give them to you. Suhan naturally knew what he was thinking, but Wu Yong had no idea what his current situation was. Seeing that Wu Yong was still persisting, Suhan suddenly burst out with his own momentum. In an instant, Wu Yong felt a strong sense of oppression coming from all around, and his blood seemed to solidify at this moment. Yu. He looked at Suhan in shock, his tongue tied for a moment. I'm already a mid-level warrior, so eating this won't do me much good. You should quickly upgrade me to a warrior so that you won't be a drag on me when we go to the cave. After saying that, Suhan took out 2 chi and blood pills and stuffed them into Wu Yong's mouth. After being forced to take the chi and blood pill, Wu Yong swallowed deeply. No more words. I'll keep it in mind, brother. Wu Yong was not a shy person, and since things had come to this point, he just said something and then sat cross-legged. The effect of the chi and blood pill was very fast, and at this time one could already feel the surge of chi and blood in the body. He's about to break through. Suhan smiled, sat aside, and waited for Wu Yong to be promoted. The promotion went smoothly, and about a quarter of an hour later, Wu Yong opened his eyes. Haha, I'm a warrior now, cool. Feeling the surging power in his body, Wu Yong jumped and danced like a child. ASU, thank you. Thank you for nothing. Why are we talking about this? Yeah, I'm happy. I'm looking forward to beating up that bastard Ruan Mingliang if he challenges me tomorrow. I said, you are at odds with Ruan Mingliang? How big is the grudge? Besides, don't get too carried away. He's at least a C rank. Don't let him capsize in the gutter. Fisk, judging by his sinister appearance, a C-level player may not be a match for my D-level player. Besides, he just broke through yesterday. Although I broke through today, my chi and blood reached 215 points, which should be 15 points more than his. I remember that he has already taken the chi and blood potion for this month. It is impossible for him to increase his chi and blood by 15 points in one day. I will definitely beat him. Okay, stop bragging. What do we do at 15 o'clock? Have you thought about what to treat me to dinner tonight? I want a big meal. You made so much money yesterday, and you're still ripping me off? What? Should you treat me to a nice meal? Yes, I must treat you. We'll eat whatever you say. The two of them went out while arguing and laughing. Wu Yong was very happy after being promoted to a warrior. He even felt that Su Han Tian was the boss, and he was the second in command, looking invincible. Su Han found it funny. However, it still reminded Wu Yong that tomorrow's assessment might not be easy. Although Wu Yong is sometimes a bit thick-skinned, he still listens to what Su Han says. Early the next morning, Su Han still did morning exercises early. Qi and blood directly reached 3,206 points. After having breakfast and washing up, I headed towards Shanghai Square. Shanghai Square, at this time, students from major martial arts high schools have gathered here. The head teachers of each class also came here early to take roll call and confirm the number of students. Suhan, here. As soon as he arrived at the square, Wu Yong waved at him. Suhan walked over with a smile. Are you Suhan? Turning around, a man with slick back hair came over. His hair was shiny and greasy, as if he had applied so much hairspray on it. He was wearing the school uniform of No. 2 high school, with a toothpick in his mouth, looking very uncouth. Ruan Mingliang followed behind him, staring at Su Han with resentment. Ruan Mingliang, what do you want to do? Wu Yong immediately walked out, stood in front of Su Han, and glared at him. Wu Yong, this has nothing to do with you. Don't seek death. Ruan Mingliang said in a cold voice. It's me. Who are you? Su Han patted Wu Yong on the shoulder to indicate that he was fine, and spoke. You don't even know our scumbag Tianxing and scumbag brother? How did you get by in Sioux City? Before the man could speak, a man next to him who looked like his younger brother spoke arrogantly. What a joke. Why should I know him? Is he my son? Su Han will not indulge these people. Ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around burst into laughter. But when they saw the vicious look from that scumbag Tianxing, everyone shut up. He is the little bully of Ergeo. Although his character is not very good, he is very strong. With B-level qualifications, he has awakened his talent for thunder warfare. His attacks come with a lightning paralysis effect, which should not be underestimated. He is also one of the few students who have entered the warrior realm in this assessment. Boy, you have a powerful mouth, but I don't know if your strength can match that mouth. Jia Tianxing looked at Su Han with a sneer, his aura bursting out continuously, intending to directly suppress Su Han and make him kneel down. However, no matter how he increased the pressure, Su Han did not move at all and did not even frown. Oh, you're still a tough guy. Jia Tianxing was a little surprised because he had already reached a blood and chi value of 365, which was 165 points higher than that of an ordinary warrior. Since Su Han could make Ruan Mingliang suffer, it was natural that he had already reached the level of a warrior. However, he also didn't think that Su Han's blood and energy could be higher than his. Just as he was about to continue, a light and cheerful voice rang out, Su Han. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yingxue ran over and took Su Han's hand. This scene made Jia Tianxing and Wu Yong stunned at the same time. Wu Yong had a strange look on his face, even a sly smile, and kept making eyes at Su Han. Wamina's boy, you are so good. When did you get together with Luo Yingxue? She is the campus beauty of No. 2 high school, so naturally he knows her. As for Jia Tianxing, he had a look of as if he had eaten shit, and his whole body was shaking violently. The woman he liked was actually so intimate with Su Han in front of him. Shuer, what are you doing? Jia Tianxing started yelling angrily. What are you doing? Did you call Shuer? Don't try to get close to me. Luo Yingxue had a look of disgust on her face. After spitting, she pulled Su Han aside and started asking him all kinds of questions, completely ignoring him. At this moment, Jia Tianxing was furious. Very well, Su Han, you are asking for death. After saying that, he left without looking back. This is not the place to take action. Once we get to the cave, Su Han will be dead. Chapter 34, Top-Level Wuda. The appearance of Jia Tianxing did not attract Su Han's attention. Just a clown. If this kid goes to the cave and doesn't know what's good for him and wants to die, Su-han doesn't mind giving him a ride. During the annual cave assessment, there would always be some accidents that would result in casualties among some students. Xue, you will be in a group with us later. His name is Wu Yong, and he's my good brother, Su-han said directly. Okay. I came here to talk to you about this. Hello, Brother Wu. Please take care of me in the future. Wu Yong, who was originally smiling, suddenly had a frown on his forehead. How come he became Brother Wu? I didn't expect that the campus beauty of No. 2 High School would have this kind of personality. Gradually, Luo Xue and Wu Yong also became friendly. After all, they were Su-han's brothers, so they love him as well. But this scene seemed a little unbelievable to the people in the second high school. Luo Xue is usually quite talkative, but definitely not as talkative as she is now. When talking and laughing, one always gives people a superficial feeling. Simply put, it is a bit perfunctory, similar to an official smile. But now it was obviously a smile from the heart. This made everyone speculate about the relationship between Luo Xue and these two strange men, especially the scumbag Tianxing, who wished he could kill Su-han right away, and the more he looked at him, the angrier he became. How dare you, you bastard, touch the woman I like. Tianxing crushed the stone in his hand, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Brother Jia, calm down. We'll deal with him properly when we get in. This kid was very arrogant just now. He's just a junior warrior who has just been promoted. The younger brother next to him handed over a can of drink. He is not simple. He has A-level cultivation qualifications. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Ruan Mingliang's sudden words. They didn't know that there was an A-level in Sioux City this time. However, the defensive talent has been awakened. Fuck, you scared me. After all, it's a defensive talent. Doesn't that mean I'm just a turtle that can only take a beating? He can be electrocuted to death. Tianxing, who had just calmed down from his shock, also started laughing at this moment. When he heard that the other party had A-level qualifications just now, he was also surprised, but as for the defensive talent, there was nothing to worry about. At most, it is difficult to kill, and the opponent has little attack power. They took it for granted and labeled Su-han as such. Soon, it was 10 o'clock. Silence. Now, please invite the Forest Bureau of our Suzhou Education Bureau to start our outdoor assessment. There was applause from the audience, and then Director Lin came on stage. These words were naturally meant to encourage and explain the dangers of the cave. Even the cave numbered F33456, which is ranked the lowest this time, is deadly dangerous to these students. I believe your class teacher has explained these things, so I won't say much. The outdoor assessment will last for a week. As long as someone can kill 7 beasts within this week and come out alive, you will pass. The more you kill, the higher your ranking will be, and you will get rich rewards, especially the top 3. Killing 7 beasts in a week means that each person only needs to kill 1 beast a day. Is it a lot? It doesn't sound like much. However, most of the people who entered this time were non-warrior students. And even the lowest level of fierce beasts are comparable to warriors. That's why they are asked to enter in groups. As for how many people a team has, it is up to them to decide. Having a small number of people has its advantages. They have strong mobility, their whereabouts are not easily exposed, and the number of ferocious beasts that need to be killed every day is also small. But if there are too few people and they're not strong enough, there will likely be unexpected casualties when killing the ferocious beasts. The advantage of having more people is that they have greater strength, and it will be easier to kill the ferocious beast when they attack together. There are also disadvantages. If there are more people, it means that the team will need to kill more ferocious beasts every day. Your whereabouts are also more easily exposed. What's more, there are only 3 people who can get the highest reward. If there's a fight at that time, it will also depend on whether other people in the team are willing to assist or give up the spot directly. As the saying goes, a warrior must fight, and at this juncture, no one is willing to give up the results. If you give in, you will ruin your own future. This is the only chance, and everyone knows it. I have another piece of news to tell you. This time, many teachers from Wuda University have also come here, including Tiandu Wuda University, Modu Wuda University, Nanjiang Wuda University, and Juanda University. They will use the sky eye in the cave to observe your battle. If you perform well, you will be specially recruited this time. So, you must perform well. Director Lin spoke loudly, but did not say which Wuhan University students had come. Special recruitment from Wuhan University. I've been waiting for this day. I must perform well. Oh my God. The 4 top martial arts masters are here. I feel so powerful. Many people became excited. Wasn't it all these years of hard training just for this day? If I could be directly recruited by these 4 top martial arts universities, I would not only be able to obtain abundant training resources in the future, but also receive the best training and instruction. As Wuhan University is known as the top university, it naturally has the strongest faculty. And once you graduate in the future, you'll have a good reputation and a wider range of options. You should know that most of the directors of major authoritative institutions outside, and even the current leaders, came from these 4 Wuhan universities. With the care of these seniors, how can you do badly in the future? At this moment, everyone was gathering their strength and filled with fighting spirit. The top 10 has become everyone's goal. Even those students who have not yet become warriors are full of energy. After all, my strength may not be as good as those warriors, but sometimes fighting does not necessarily rely solely on strength. Naturally, none of those who can sign a life and death agreement to participate in this assessment are cowards or losers. Su, which one do you want to enter? Wu Yong was also very excited at this time. Because of Su Han, he also entered the realm of warrior. If these martial arts masters are to be specially recruited, they must first select from the students in the warrior realm. This means he also has a chance to get in. But he wanted to know more about where Su Han was going. It would be better if the good brothers could study together in Wuhan University. I haven't decided yet. I'll see which one I choose when the time comes. If other people heard this, they would definitely laugh at him. Which one to choose? It sounds like the 4 top Wuhan universities would beg him to get in. His defensive talent means that his ceiling will not be too high. It is difficult to cultivate him, and he cannot become a combat force. Who would care about him? Among the 4 top universities in Wuhan, which student will be short of money later? Just buy a set of protective gear. The strength is there. However, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue heard it and thought it was natural. Needless to say, Wu Yong had blind trust in Su Han. As for Luo Yingxue, having witnessed the battle that night, she naturally believed that Su Han would become the target of competition among the 4 top martial arts schools this time. Okay, time's up, let's go. At this time, Director Lin announced loudly. Chapter 35, Cave, Iron Fortress. At the command, everyone got on the bus and headed towards the cave entrance. There are 25 military high schools in Suzhou City, each of which has 10 classes in the senior year, and each class has about 50 students. Excluding those students who gave up because they felt there was no hope, this time there were an average of more than 30 students in each class. Nearly 8,000 people set out in a mighty procession, attracting countless onlookers along the way. As the convoy left the city, fewer and fewer pedestrians were seen on the road. After driving for about half an hour, a large steel fortress came into everyone's sight. There is the entrance to the cave. All the cave entrances that have been discovered today have such buildings on the outside. There are heavy guards here to prevent any ferocious beasts or other accidents from suddenly rushing out of the cave. After entering the fortress, Su Han discovered that there was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard post every 5 steps, and the defense was extremely strict. My goodness, the cave numbered F33456 is so heavily guarded. How are the defenses of the E-level, D-level, C-level, and even A-level caves? Wu Yong, who was standing by, couldn't help but stick out his tongue, feeling very shocked. It was their first time to be in the actual cave, and all they had in their heads was textbook knowledge. Similar videos only have some clips of the outside and inside of the cave, mainly explaining the environment of the cave and how to distinguish the types and levels of the ferocious beasts. The specific situation inside the fortress was never mentioned. Now that I am there in person, I can't help but be shocked. I heard that even a grandmaster would have a high chance of dying if he entered an A-level cave. It is guarded by beings beyond the grandmaster level. At this time, Luo Yingxue came over and said something. Some things will not be taught in class, but after all, the Luo family has a certain status and identity in Sioux City, and they also have businesses in other cities, so they naturally know some news that will not be told in school. An existence that surpasses the grandmaster. Su Han raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Wu Yong, standing by, had a look of admiration and yearning on his face. It is said that the Grandmaster is like a dragon and cannot be insulted. To them, the Grandmaster is already a godlike existence. He was a man who could break mountains and rivers with one punch and was omnipotent in heaven and earth. The existence that surpasses the Grandmaster is unimaginable. Such existence is a field that they are currently completely unable to reach. Oh, if I could become a high-level martial artist, I would be very satisfied. Wu Yong smacked his lips and said, "What a promising future." Suhan curled his lips and said with contempt, "I can't compare with you. Our Sioux City Lord has just entered the 5th level, an intermediate martial artist. He's almost 60, right? I think it's awesome to be a high-level martial artist." Wu Yong said disapprovingly, "Take a long-term view, you are still young." Suhan preached, "That's right. At least he has to be a high-level general." Luo Yingxue said on the side, "You're still blaming me. You're not any more promising than me. I'm a D-level warrior, but you're a B-level warrior, and you only want to be a high-level general? You're not even as good as me." Wu Yong rolled his eyes and said that now that everyone had gotten to know each other well, they no longer felt awkward when arguing with each other. "Fisk, I'm a woman." Luo Yingxue raised her head and said to Wu Yong with her nose pointed at him, "Fuck, women are amazing, right?" "What? A general can also beat your martial arts master." Wu Yong was speechless. "You are right, woman, haha." Suhan just smiled at the side. For him, hearing about the existence of someone who surpassed the Grandmaster would only make him more motivated. Suddenly, the teacher leading the way stopped and handed a pass certificate to a guard in front. After checking the information and the number of people, the guard didn't say much, but just picked up the communicator and said a few words. Buzz! Under the violent vibration, the 2 huge metal doors in front slowly opened, and a huge purple-black vortex appeared in front of everyone. "Okay, the rest is up to you. Remember, you have 7 days, so work hard if you want to get it." When the door was opened, a thin film seemed to be opened at the same time on the outer layer of the purple-black vortex. At this moment, a violent spiritual energy rushed towards them, causing everyone to tremble all over. Such a rich spiritual energy. Everyone sighed. As expected, the cave was filled with ferocious beasts and various species, and was full of dangers. But it is also a holy place for cultivation, and the concentration of spiritual energy there is incomparable to that outside. This is one of the reasons why, when there is no riot in the cave, warriors will frequently explore inside whenever they have the chance. Practicing inside is N times faster than practicing outside. Of course, the premise is that you can survive safely in it. If you are not strong enough, you dare not go in. Every time you go in, it is a challenge of life and death. If you come out alive, your strength will increase dramatically. If you die, it's just your bad luck. Suhan was also very shocked. The spiritual energy emanating from such a small place, as the entrance was so strong. One could imagine how strong the spiritual energy inside was. If I practice there for 7 days, my energy and blood will grow explosively. Okay, go in quickly and stop being in a daze. When the resonant voice sounded, the students finally came to their senses from the shock and jumped towards the entrance. It took nearly half an hour for nearly 8,000 people to enter. As for the guards, they immediately blocked the entrance and closed the metal door after everyone entered. Old Lu, how many of these kids do you think will be lucky enough to be specially recruited? It's hard to say about the others, but Old Wang, Zhou Yibo, and Zheng Weirong, who are 1 level higher than you, will definitely be selected. They should be able to break through to the intermediate level warriors directly, right? The man called Lao Lu is the principal of Suzhou No. 2 High School. This time, they were the 2 who led the team to the cave. I think so. Your second high school students Tianxing and Li Jiaming are not bad either. And that little girl from the Luo family. I heard she was promoted to a warrior, right? Principal Wang of the first high school said this with a smile, but his eyes flickered as if he was secretly delighted. Well, but that girl has just been promoted to a warrior, so she's still a little behind them. Old Lu nodded and said, Li Daoran was so low-key this time. He stood aside at the mobilization meeting and didn't say a word. It's a bit abnormal. At this time, Principal Wang suddenly said, Him? He's been suppressed by the 2 of us for several years in a row. Now a C-level 1 Mingliang shows up. What else is there to say? He's probably sulking there. Hey, his vision is still a little narrow. What's the big deal? Things change over time. Who knows when a genius will emerge for their high school? Why rush? That's right, let's go. It's still early. Let's go have a couple of drinks first. Good. The 2 of them walked outside, talking to each other. Anyway, there's still 7 days left for the assessment, and there are other responsible people in charge of the exam. I have a good idea of what results my students will get, so there's no need to rush. After you've had enough of drinking, just go to the monitoring room and take a look. On the other side, All the students were teleported to the cave, numbered F33456. Chapter 36. Eliminated at the start. Is this the catacombs? So this is what it looks like inside. This is the first thought that everyone has when they come in. It can be said that the outside is a city, while the inside is like an ancient continent, with deep forests and lush streams, and a fairy-like atmosphere everywhere. No wonder the beast could grow into that size. The spiritual energy here is so rich that I want to practice here myself. That's right. I can feel my chi and blood improving after taking a breath. If I practice this, it will definitely be much faster than outside. Feeling the rich spiritual energy inside, everyone felt comfortable all over. It felt like drinking a bottle of ice Sprite on a hot summer day. So refreshing. While everyone was intoxicated and sighing, a few people said nothing and ran towards the depths first. They were Zhou Yiba, Zheng Weirong, and some other top students for number 1 high school. The other people were stunned for a moment, then they all rushed into the woods on the right together with their pre-formed team members. There's a reason why Suzhou number 1 high school has been ranked first for several consecutive years. Even here, always be clear about what your goal is. With someone taking the lead, the people in the 2nd and 3rd high schools also followed their teams and began to go deeper. Shuer, join our team. At this time, Jia Tianxing came over again and said to Luo Yingxue, "No, I want to be on the same team with Su Han." Luo Yingxue frowned, looking impatient. This person is so annoying. He always calls her Shuer, as if they are very familiar with each other. You will be very inefficient if you hang out with someone with a defensive talent. Don't you want to get good grades and be specially recruited by Wuda? Jia Tianxing suppressed his anger, glanced at Su Han with disdain, and spoke as gently as possible. What's wrong with your defensive talent? Who do you think you are? People have already said they don't want it anymore, but you're still arguing here with a smug face. Do you have any shame? At this time, Wu Yong couldn't stand it anymore and cursed directly. Are you looking for death? The younger brother beside Jia Tianxing cursed angrily and took action directly. This is a cave, and without the teacher's restraint, he will not be polite. Now is the time to perform well in front of your boss. The man rushed to Wu Yong in an instant and punched him in the nose. Just when he was about to hit the opponent, Wu Yong suddenly squatted down and punched up with his right fist. With a more powerful punch than the man who came, he hit the bridge of his opponent's nose directly. Ah! With a scream, the man flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came, and his nosebleed kept flowing in the air. With a bang, it fell 3 meters away. When Jia Tianxing and others looked over, they saw that the man's nose had been knocked crooked and was obviously broken. With your mediocre skills, you dare to challenge me? Wu Yong was relentless, and before anyone else could react, he, pouncing with his strong body like a leopard, suddenly appeared in front of the man and stomped on him hard. Crack! The sound of the right leg bone breaking was heard, accompanied by the man's screams, which made everyone's eyes jump. Warrior, Jia Tianxing and Ruan Mingliang exclaimed at the same time. Even Ruan Mingliang, who was also one of the top 3, had no idea that in addition to himself and Su Han, Wu Yong had also been promoted to a warrior. What? You can become warriors, but I can't? TSK. Wu Yong curled his lips in disdain and returned to Su Han. Su, how are these 2 moves? Did they not embarrass you? Su Han smiled and gave a thumbs up, and Luo Yingxue smiled and gave a thumbs up with both hands. Wu Yong looked proud. Jia Tianxing was furious at this time. He didn't expect that he would lose a younger brother at the beginning. What I didn't expect was that the big guy on the other side was also a warrior. In this way, although there are only 3 people, Su Han, Luo Yingxue, and Wu Yong, they are all warriors. Although there were more than a dozen people on his side, there were only him and Ruan Mingliang as warriors. It's not that there are few warriors in the 2nd high school, but generally speaking, students who have become warriors will form a team with classmates who are weaker than themselves, with themselves as the core, so that they can control the power. Otherwise, among the several warriors in a team, who would they listen to at the critical moment? Even though they are classmates, no one will give in to anyone else when it comes to real interests. To put it bluntly, everyone has their own selfish motives. The reason why Jia Tianxing brought the warrior Ruan Mingliang with him was because Ruan Mingliang was his younger brother before. Even between their fathers, Ruan Mingliang's father was also a subordinate of Jia Tianxing's father. 2 against 3, Ruan Mingliang was obviously no match for Su Han, otherwise he would not have come to him for support and revenge. Well, if a fight breaks out, I feel confident that I can fight against Su Han and Luo Yingxue at the same time. But Ruan Mingliang was not sure whether he could beat Wu Yong. After all, Ruan Mingliang's actual combat skills were definitely weak, and Wu Yong's decisive and ruthless killing just now made Jia Tianqing hesitate. He was hesitating, but Su Han had no time to wait for him. Test results, training, treasures, any of them, to Su Han, are more important than this idiot. Let's go, don't waste time. Seeing that Jia Tianqing did not take any follow-up action, Su Han was too lazy to deal with these people anymore. He just said hello and left with Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue. Brother Jia, are you just going to let them go like this? Watching Su Han walk away in a swagger, Ruan Mingliang asked anxiously. What? Do you think you can beat that Wu Yong? I didn't think. He wanted to say yes, but when he thought of Wu Yong's fierceness and ruthlessness just now, he hesitated. Although his cultivation potential is one level higher than Wu Yong's, they have all just been promoted to warriors, and their blood energy values have not changed much, so the gap in potential levels is not yet widened. He also thought that if he were to attack the non-warrior subordinate of Jia Tianqing just now, it might not be so clean and efficient. Although that subordinate has not yet been promoted to a warrior, he has already reached the critical point of a warrior, and cannot be brought down so easily. But Wu Yong did it, and he crushed the opponent. So, Ruan Mingliang hesitated. Hump trash. Seeing him like this, Jia Tianqing felt angry for no reason. Let's go. First we go hunt the beast and complete the mission. We have 7 days, so we can slowly look for opportunities. Jia Tianqing said this in a deep voice, turned around and asked someone to treat his injured subordinate, and told him to stay here and not to follow. The leg bones and nose bridge are broken, and it is a burden to carry them around. The entrance is the safest place in the entire cave. If I follow him in, I might die here. It was their first time going down the cave, and who knew if there would be other dangers ahead. Jia Tianqing might not be able to take care of him at that time. Although the man felt regretful and unwilling, he still nodded and agreed. Although I was directly eliminated in this assessment, it is better than losing my life. It was so tragic. He didn't flatter anyone and was eliminated at the beginning. He was so unlucky. That person wanted to die. After the matter was dealt with, more than a dozen people on Jia Tianqing's side also became interested in heading deeper into the cave. All of this was seen by the examiners in the monitoring room outside. Chapter 37. A person lives by his face. In the monitoring room, Li Daoran stared with his eyes wide open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Wu Yong has actually been promoted to a warrior. This was something he never expected. Ruan Mingliang, who has sea-level potential, comes from a much better-off family than Wu Yong, and he was only promoted to a warrior 2 days ago, right? This Wu Yong unexpectedly became a warrior so quickly. I remember that before he was still dozens of qi and blood away from being promoted to a warrior, and even a can of qi and blood potion was not enough. What's going on? Could it be related to Su Han? He also knew that Wu Yong and Su Han were close brothers. But I don't care about that. I'm happy. Look, Ergeo's Birdman was crushed by Wu Yong in one fell swoop. It's so satisfying. Before, old Liu from the second high school was always hanging around in front of him, showing off his top students. Fortunately, he is not here now. Otherwise, he would be dumbfounded. Even Jia Tianqing didn't dare to fart just now. This is deterrence. Li Daoran felt relieved, but Lao Lu and Lao Wang had not returned after leading the team. Otherwise, you'll have to show off in front of them. Just wait and see. He has been holding it in since the mobilization meeting, waiting to slap them in the face. Don't forget, he still has a trump card, Su Han. I didn't expect that one of them would be eliminated just at the beginning. Who is this big guy from? He's very decisive in his moves. He's a good candidate. Indeed, although he is big, his fighting posture is flexible and he is also very fierce. At this time, several admissions directors from Wuhan University were discussing the matter, which made Li Daoran feel more comfortable. Hey, this is a kid from my Suching number 3 high school. He has always been a good fighter, and I've always been optimistic about him. You can pay more attention to him. Although he is only D-level, he has awakened a talent for berserker warfare. Li Daoran naturally came up to him and started to brag about himself. If your own child is specially recruited, then the 3 highs will also have honor and rewards. The treatment of specially recruited students is incomparable to that of ordinary recruits. Their alma mater can also receive feedback from Wuhan University and even receive commendations from the Education Bureau. The most important thing is to save face, so he naturally works hard. A person lives by his face. After hearing this, The admissions director of Wuhan University also smiled and started talking to Li Daoran. At this time, Suhan and the other two were squatting behind a huge rock. About 50 meters ahead, there were two pig-shaped beasts gnawing on something on the ground. Do both ends. Do you want to do it? Wu Yong looked at Suhan. They had never fought against the ferocious beasts, so they had no idea how powerful they were. It is said that those who can be called ferocious beasts are comparable to warriors. Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue were still a little hesitant at this time. Even though they had been ambitious before, they were still a little panicked now. The two pig-shaped beasts were huge, almost the size of yaks. There's not fur on the back, but a carapace that looks like a turtle shell. And if you look closely, you can find a round piece of scales on their foreheads. It looks like it has strong defensive power. The long fangs exposed on both sides of their mouths flashed coldly every time they shook their bodies. If you were poked by these two fangs, you would probably have 2 more holes in your body. Do it. But Suhan did not hesitate. The beasts in the cave, numbered F3, 3, 4, 5, 6, would not be very strong. Otherwise, they would not have chosen this place as the outdoor assessment point for their senior year of high school. The higher-ups must have assessed the combat power of the ferocious beasts inside, and they should be able to handle it under their siege. Since the students identified above can form a team to deal with it, then it will naturally be a piece of cake for Suhan. As soon as he finished speaking, Suhan rushed out first. As soon as he appeared, 2 pig-shaped beasts discovered him. With a roar, the ferocious beast turned around and rushed toward Suhan. The speed is astonishing. The road was covered with clouds of dust, like a tank speeding along. Suhan was not vague and activated his defensive talent, evasive talent, and agility talent to the extreme. This was his first time fighting against a ferocious beast, and even though he knew the beasts in this cave would not be very powerful, he was not going to hold back. The 2 ferocious beasts collided with Suhan in an instant. Then the next second, the 2 pigs were stunned for a moment, and Suhan also paused in surprise. Because this collision actually triggered the dodge feature. Miss. It didn't cause any impact to Suhan at all. Interesting. Suhan laughed. All of my talents are now level 6. Since the dodge talent is effective, then other talents will naturally be effective against ferocious beasts of this level as well. So, he immediately retracted the punch that he was about to attack. He also revoked his dodge and agility talents and stood still. Don't come over here yet. Suhan shouted loudly, causing Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue to stop in their tracks and look at Suhan in confusion. And at this moment, the 2 ferocious beasts attacked Suhan again. They were also wondering why the collision just now missed. Bang! This time, the collision was solid, and the ferocious beast showed excitement. However, Suhan was happier than them, because the system prompt is on. Host was hit by F-level beast 2, HP plus 30. The collision between the 2 ferocious beasts actually gave him 30 points of chi and health at once, which is equivalent to the effect of a bottle of chi and health potion. The key is that you can only drink 1 bottle of chi and blood potion a year, but you can be hit by a ferocious beast an unlimited number of times. Suhan was excited and laughed. Looking at the 2 pigs in front of him, he felt that they were suddenly much cuter. The ferocious beast had no idea of Suhan's thoughts and feelings. Feeling the impact of their previous collision, the 2 pigs began to attack frantically. Use the head to push, poke with fangs, or even nibble a few times. However, Suhan was enjoying it happily, as if nothing had happened. This scene stunned Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue, who were standing not far away. Doesn't this beast feel any pain at all when it hits you? Wu Yong asked subconsciously. It shouldn't hurt that much. Luo Yingxue said hesitantly. I think so too. Otherwise, why is Asu fine and still grinning like an idiot? I didn't see those 2 pigs bumping into his head. Suhan, do you want us to help kill him? Luo Yingxue shouted at this time. No, don't come over, let me enjoy it. They greatly enhance my defensive talent. Suhan found an excuse and responded loudly. Oh, the 2 responded blankly. Since Suhan said so, they naturally obeyed and stood not far away watching Suhan, keeping alert at all times so that if Suhan called them, they could kill him immediately. Bang, bang, bang. The beast's attack did not stop, but became more and more ferocious. The low-level ferocious beasts had no intelligence, and when they saw that their targets had not fallen down after being hit by them so many times, they went crazy. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he attacked even more fiercely. Suhan was observing the system's prompts, because his chi and blood values were gradually decreasing with the continuous impact. After about dozens of hits, the blood and energy gain brought to Su-han by each impact directly dropped to 2. At this time, Su-han stopped enjoying himself, ignored his defensive talent, and punched the 2 ferocious beasts on the heads. Boom, boom. With 2 dull thuds, the scales on the forehead of the pig-shaped beast shattered. Its huge body also shook twice at this moment and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 38. There's something strange. Damn, Asu, you are so awesome. You killed these 2 pigs without using any weapons. Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue waited for a long time with their weapons in hand, and finally got this result. The battle was resolved without even using the knife behind Su-han. These weapons were distributed uniformly when we were in the car. We can't let them come in and kill the ferocious beasts with their bare hands, right? It is easy to kill with bare hands at the warrior level, but those students who are not warriors cannot be killed with bare hands. Maybe these 2 are too weak. Su-han said, "It seems that this beast is not as scary as we said in class." Su-han killed 2 ferocious beasts with his bare hands, which made Wu Yong feel relieved. I originally thought that a ferocious beast comparable to the warrior level must be very ferocious. Now that I see that it was easily dealt with by Su-han, I should be able to kill the ferocious beast alone. Only Luo Yingxue, who was standing by, gave Wu Yong a cold look. Su-han is Su-han. Can they compare with Su-han? That night, Su-han was able to withstand the combined attack of a high-level warrior and a martial artist, not only remaining unscathed but also killing the martial artist in seconds. With this kind of defense and attack, it is no problem to deal with a ferocious beast that is only at the level of a warrior. But if it were them, it would be hard to say who would do whom. Su-han didn't say much. There are some things that can only be understood if you experience them yourself. He squatted down and cut off the left ears of the 2 ferocious beasts. These were the statistics of his performance after going out. 1 left ear represented the killing of a ferocious beast. After putting the ear into the backpack on his back, Su-han stood up, identified the direction, and pointed to the left. "Let's go over there." The 3 of them moved and quickly moved to the left. Not far away, I saw another pig-shaped beast. "Let me do it this time." As soon as he saw that there was only 1 ferocious beast, Wu Yong rushed out first. The ferocious beast also discovered the 3 of them. When it saw this human actually rushing towards it, its eyes turned bloodshot instantly. It howled angrily and charged towards Wu Yong. "Come on!" Wu Yong shouted, and immediately released all his blood and energy and punched out. With a loud bang, Wu Yong was knocked back 7 or 8 steps before he could steady himself. The ferocious beast, which was hit by Wu Yong's punch, staggered 2 steps before standing firm. "Fuck! So fierce!" Wu Yong started cursing. Seeing how relaxed Su-han was before, he was now completely at a disadvantage. "Come again." Wu Yong directly activated the Berserker talent. This time, the situation was completely different. Wu Yong actually turned the situation around and started to beat the ferocious beast violently. The ferocious beasts were beaten back step by step. As expected of his wild fighting talent, it greatly increased Wu Yong's combat power. "I don't believe that I can't blow up your turtle head." Wu Yong roared and attacked the scales on the beast's forehead with all his might. "I have hit that place many times just now, but it is of no use." Su-han crushed the block of armor with 1 punch, which made him realize that the gap between him and Su-han was too big. No wonder Luo Xiaonu rolled her eyes at him just now. Crack! After dozens of consecutive punches, the armor finally made a sound of bone cracking. Break! Wu Yong put all his strength into it and threw out the last punch. The shell exploded into several pieces and the beast fell down. It twitched a few times and then died. Damn, I finally killed him. His defense was really thick. Wu Yong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A series of crazy attacks made him feel a little exhausted, as he had used too much force. However, he also understood that although he had been promoted to a warrior, if he faced a ferocious beast, he would be killed if he did not use his full strength, so he must not be careless. As for why Su-han was so relaxed before, he could only say that his brother was a monster. Asu, I admit that your defense is abnormal. After all, it is your talent. How come your attack power is so awesome? It took me a long time to break this turtle head, but you blew it up with just 1 punch? Wu Yong asked as he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. This scene had already been seen by the invigilators in the monitoring room. It was also because of the previous incident in which Wu Yong instantly crushed Jia Tianxing's younger brother that they paid more attention to Wu Yong. But I didn't expect to see what these three of them did. It was certainly impressive that Wu Yong could kill the beast alone with his bare hands, especially since he was able to use his might to smash the beast's strongest defensive skull, which showed how powerful his fighting ability was. But what shocked them even more was Su Han. Who is this student named Su Han? His defense is so high. His attack is so strong. Is he also one of the top 3 among you? An admissions tutor from Wuhan University looked at Li Daoran, standing to the side. Yes, Su Han is also one of our top 3. After hearing what the admissions tutors from Wuhan University said, Li Daoran spoke up in response. He is actually surprised now. Although he knew that Su Han should be the strongest in their school, he was a little too strong just now. What are his qualifications and talents? A-level qualification. What? A-level? Why isn't it marked on a list this time? When they heard about the A-level qualification, all the instructors at Wuhan University looked over. A-level qualifications are rare, and every Wuhan University will compete for such qualifications. What is his talent? At this time, another mentor asked anxiously, his eyes full of anticipation. A-level talent. Just now, I saw Su Han fighting so fiercely with 2 ferocious beasts. I must find a treasure this time, and I must defeat this student. This idea appears in the minds of almost all tutors at Wuhan University. Only the tutors from Military University, Shanghai University, Tiandi University, and Nanjiang University did not react much. He has awakened his defensive talent. Li Daoran looked excited at first, but suddenly he felt a little embarrassed, and then said something awkwardly. What? Defensive talent? Everyone wondered if they had heard it wrong. An A-level qualification had awakened a useless defensive talent? The expression on his face changed several times. Why did the defensive talent have to be awakened? What a pity. This made them speechless, and the idea of fighting for it was mostly gone. Even the 4 top mentors from Wuda University reacted at this moment, looking over here sideways in surprise. All the instructors looked at Li Daoran with strange expressions. No wonder this old sly guy didn't mark Su Han as having A-level qualifications. It turned out that he had awakened such a talent. However, they did not realize that other instructors at Wuhan University had given up the idea. However, the 4 top mentors from Wuda University who had no reaction before, after being surprised, all looked at Su Han on the screen with sharp eyes. It is abnormal for a person with defensive talent to have such a powerful attack. In the battle just now, Su Han's defensive ability displayed was naturally very strong. But at the same time, he has the ability to smash the hard skull of a ferocious beast with one punch. This kind of attack power is not something that a defensive talent can have now. There's something strange about this Su Han. In an instant, this thought popped up in the minds of the 4 mentors at the same time. Chapter 39. Besieged by a pack of wolves. Inside the cave, students scattered around looking for ferocious beasts to kill. For them, the basic number of 1 person killing 1 ferocious beast every day seems simple, but it is actually not easy. Except for those top students. Brother Rome, you are so awesome. You killed this sawtooth bear with just 5 strikes. Yes, I cut it more than 10 times before I broke its skin. In a dense forest, several students looked at the young man in front of them with joy and kept praising him. He was none other than the genius of the first high school, Zheng Weirong. In front of him, a 6-meter-tall sawtooth bear was lying in a pool of blood, already dead. Hurry up and clean up. We must kill more ferocious beasts. Our current efficiency is still too low. Zheng Weirong was not at all pleased by their compliments. This assessment was an opportunity. The examiners from Wuhan University are all here, so you have to perform well. He doesn't want to just be praised for being awesome. He wants to be first in this assessment. Strive to get into the 4 top Wuhan universities. But he knew that this would not be easy, as he still had several opponents in this assessment. Okay, Brother Rome. Several people quickly cut off the sawtooth bear's left ear and collected its blood and the 2 sharpest teeth in its mouth. The left ear is needed for the performance statistics this time, but the blood and body parts of some ferocious beasts are very valuable, and they're all materials for making potions and weapons and armor. Naturally, it cannot be discarded. After the collection was completed, several people quickly continued to explore deeper. This kind of thing happens in many places, especially among teams of top students from several schools, and their efficiency is extremely high. In half a day, they had killed 2 or 3 ferocious beasts. Of course, some teams didn't fare so well. After all, with a total number of nearly 8,000 people, most teams do not have martial arts trainees, so the efficiency is greatly reduced. Some even encountered ferocious beasts and were in danger frequently, resulting in considerable casualties. Only then did they realize how cruel reality was. My life in school used to be like flowers in a greenhouse. But now, that is the bloody reality. It's only been half a day, and more than 1,000 students have been eliminated. In a monitoring room, some teachers couldn't help but sigh. It's not bad. In previous years, it was normal for 2,300 people to be eliminated in half a day. This round is not bad. Yes, there are quite a few people with outstanding combat power this time, especially Zhou Yibo, Zheng Weirong, and Ning Ruru from the first high school. The combat power of these three people is probably the strongest among this group of students. Yeah, but Ergeo Jia, Tianxing, and Li Jiaming are not weak either. They have killed 3 ferocious beasts in this moment. As for Suhan's team, they did not mention a single word about how they killed 3 ferocious beasts with just 3 people in a short time. Although Suhan has rare A-level qualifications, his defensive talent is useless even if he is snatched away. Even if you spend money to raise him, he will only be a meat shield. It is better to buy some equipment for him. However, if Suhan were here, he might be surprised to see Ning Ruru they were talking about, because he would feel familiar with those eyes. The examiners from the 4 top martial arts universities on the other side had different opinions from them. Although the people they were talking about were quite good, for a university like theirs in Wuhan University, such students were commonplace and did not arouse their interest. On the contrary, it was Suhan's team, especially Suhan, that aroused their great interest. Others have ignored the surveillance tracking on Suhan's side, but they have been staring at him, and even because of his current performance, their eyes are shining and their faces are filled with surprise. In the surveillance footage, Suhan and his 2 companions were fighting a group of unicorn wolves. Wolves are social animals. Even ferocious beasts are no exception. There were nearly 30 unicorn wolves surrounding Suhan and his group, constantly attacking and biting them. Suhan and the other 2 seemed to be forced into a desperate situation with no way to escape, because there was a towering mountain behind them and there was no way to retreat. Su, this is a dead end. Why are you here? Wu Yong asked puzzledly. They had encountered a pack of wolves before, and he and Luo Yingxue had originally planned to take a detour. There are more than 30 unicorn wolves, which makes me feel nervous just by looking at them. Each wolf is 3 meters long, and the single horn on its head is shining brightly, which makes people drool just by looking at it. Obviously difficult to deal with. But when Suhan saw them, he became excited the moment he saw them. Since he had decided to do it, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue naturally had no choice but to go ahead with it. As a result, Suhan told them to lead the wolves to a suitable place and then kill them, but they ended up here. Isn't this a dead end? You 2 will be safer here. Suhan said something they couldn't understand and started the attack directly. For him, he can fight anytime and anywhere, but after all, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue are by his side. With this mountain wall, the wolves' encirclement can only form a fan-shaped attack at most. Then he can block all attacks. If it was an all-around attack, he was also worried that if he made a mistake and failed to take care of everything at once, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue would be in trouble. Before the 2 of them understood what Suhan meant, Suhan had already killed 2 one-horned silver wolves. Don't just stand there, kill them. Don't just take it. I'll take the damage. You guys are responsible for killing them. Don't hit their backs. Attack their necks and waists. Suhan shouted at the 2 men while killing them. The wolf is a species with a strong back and a weak waist. Even a ferocious beast is like this. Suhan thought about it all the way and decided to improve efficiency. He would first get the basic needs of the 3 people for the next 7 days, and then go hunting and training alone. This is much more convenient than carrying 2 people with you, and you can do it more freely. As for the treasure, Suhan didn't want them to get involved. Sister Murphy said that this thing was very hot. Then just face it yourself. Okay. The 2 men responded and joined the battle with their weapons in hand. Suhan did not try his best. He mainly focused on defense. He withstood the attacks of the pack of wolves and occasionally released 1 or 2 of them for Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue to kill. At first, they had a hard time killing one, but slowly, he became more and more adept at it, and his attacking methods became more and more skilled. They made rapid progress from only being able to fight one at first to being able to deal with 3 each at the same time. Suhan's energy and blood once again achieved a leap forward, coupled with the improvement brought to him by those previous pig-shaped beasts. At this time, his chi and blood had reached 4,527 points. In just half a day, his energy and blood increased by more than 1,300 points. If he told others about it, they would scare people to death. The growth rate is faster than taking drugs. This value is almost approaching the promotion limit for intermediate martial artists. The surging of vigorous energy and blood in his body made Suhan feel extremely comfortable all over. If he didn't want to reveal too much, he really wanted to have a great killing spree. But he knew that this cave had been controlled and cleaned countless times by humans, and many devices had been installed inside, and most places were under surveillance. In addition, Lu Mafei also told him that among the students taking the assessment this time, there were people from many powerful forces, including pagans. Who knows if there are any pagans among those people in the monitoring room? Chapter 40. Fighting is the fastest way to improve your strength. Although he already had a system, his current strength was enough to surpass his peers. But he wasn't so arrogant as to think he was invincible now. The right way is to develop slowly and steadily improve yourself. Don't let a single mistake lead to you getting cut in half, as that would be totally not worth it. Although the intermediate martial artist is the highest level in Sioux City, there are many people who surpass the martial artists in secret. What's more, this is just Sioux City. There are many main cities outside that are more powerful than Sioux City and are full of masters. Let alone martial artists, generals, and grandmasters, any one of them is not something Suhan can contend with now. Phew, I'm finally done with the killing. I'm so tired. Ugh. After working for a long time, more than 31 horned silver wolves were finally killed. Wu Yong let out a long sigh and collapsed to the ground out of exhaustion. The long period of high-speed fighting had left him exhausted. He just lay on the ground, looking at the sky and gasping for breath. Luo Yingxue started to dry heave. As a rich lady, she would never have faced such a bloody battle. But just now, she didn't say a word and persisted with gritted teeth. When Jean Do heard the word blood, the pungent smell of blood immediately made her feel uncomfortable. Take a break. Your improvement this time is quite significant. Suhan smiled and took out a kettle, handing them over one by one. Sure enough, what the teacher said is right. Fighting is the fastest way for a warrior to improve. I feel that my chi and blood value has increased by at least dozens of points in this battle. Wu Yong sat up, took Suhan's water bottle, took a few gulps, and said happily, I also feel that my energy and blood have increased a lot. After drinking 2 sips of water, Luo Yingxue also recovered and felt much better. That's for sure. Especially after entering the warrior realm, the improvement brought by combat is much stronger than those blood and chi potions. By the way, there's another good news. Suhan said with a smile. What's the matter? The two looked at Suhan in confusion. Our mission is accomplished. It's true. Ha ha ha, so cool. The two were stunned, and then Wu Yong burst into laughter. I was so busy killing the ferocious beasts that now I think about it. There are more than 30 of them here, plus the 3 pig-shaped beasts before, it barely reaches 40. But there are only 3 of them, and according to the standards stated at the mobilization meeting, each person needs to kill 7 ferocious beasts in 7 days. So 3 people need to kill 21 ferocious beasts. Now, they have exceeded the target. Suhan, are you planning to leave the 2 of us and go hunting on your own? Wu Yong was laughing carelessly, but Luo Yingxue looked at Suhan. I do have this plan, but I will stay with you for another day. Suhan did not deny it. However, with only 7 days left, he didn't mind accompanying them for 1 more day and killing more ferocious beasts. This way, their test results would be secure. Even if they couldn't be in the top 5, they should have no problem getting into the top 10. If you can make it into the top 10, you can get considerable rewards, and it is almost certain that you will be recruited by Wuhan University in advance. Luo Yingxue felt a little disappointed, but still nodded. She had seen how strong Suhan was, and bringing the 2 of them along would indeed hinder his hunting results. Azu, are you going to abandon me? Wu. As a result, Wu Yong rushed over, hugged Suhan's thighs, and pretended to cry, looking like he was abandoned and heartbroken. Get lost, stop pretending. Suhan kicked the boy away with a look of disgust. However, you 2 can hunt outside at that time, don't go deep. If nothing goes wrong tomorrow, the results should be enough, and you can stay at the exit. But remember, especially in the last few days, don't go deep. Suhan thought about it and reminded them. In the first few days, the students were naturally too busy hunting ferocious beasts. But in the last few days, those who failed to hunt down the ferocious beasts or whose performance was not good enough might cause some unexpected trouble. In the cave, what is scary is often not the beasts, but the people. When it comes to interests, people are selfish. What's more, Suhan believed that the last few days would be the time when those people would explode, and there was a treasure deep inside, so they would definitely not be safe. If the two of them rush in rashly, they might be in danger. Oh, I see. The two nodded. Although they were a little confused about Suhan's warning, they still agreed. It was already dark, and there were days and nights in the cave as well. Suhan looked around and finally decided that the three of them would camp out on the top of the mountain for the night. The mountain wall is so steep that it is difficult for humans to climb up, let alone four-legged beasts, unless you encounter a beast that climbs with good intentions. As for dinner, there were so many unicorn-horned silver wolves on the ground, and some pork had been cut before, so there was no need to worry. The three of them dealt with the silver wolf's left ear, then went to the river on the left to fetch some water to wash the pork and wolf meat. Then they built a fire and started grilling. Damn, Asu, you're really thoughtful and even brought seasoning. Seeing Suhan sprinkling cumin, pepper salt, and other seasonings while grilling the meat, Wu Yong couldn't help but praise him. Luo Ingxue, who was standing by, could not help but nod frequently with shining eyes when she smelled the aroma of the barbecued meat. One of them is a thick-skinned man who didn't expect it, and the other is a rich lady who has never done any housework. How could they think of bringing these things? If it were them alone, they might only be able to chew on compressed dry food and eat some completely tasteless barbecue. Hee, isn't this a must-have in the wild? Suhan smiled and turned the barbecue on the fire. Sizzle. After being roasted by the flame, the fat drips down and the outer layer gradually turns golden yellow. With a mixture of seasonings, the aroma is overflowing. Okay, you can eat now. Suhan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the two of them almost drooling. Okay. Wu Yong was not polite. He walked straight forward and took a piece and started to eat it without caring about the scorching heat of the barbecue. Wow, Asu, you're really good at grilling meat. If you open a barbecue restaurant, the business will be booming. Wu Yong had meat stuffed in his mouth and spoke incoherently. You're the one who talks too much, and barbecue can't stop you. Ingxue, this leg meat is for you. Suhan cut off a piece of leg meat and handed it to Luo Ingxue. After all, Luo Ingxue was a rich lady. Even though she was very greedy just now, she did not grab it directly like Wu Yong did, but waited quietly by the side. Thank you. Luo Ingxue smiled, took the leg meat, and took small bites of it. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In an instant, her mouth was filled with the aroma of barbecue, and her taste buds were greatly satisfied at this moment. His eyes lit up, and he chewed hard with his little mouth. After swallowing it in one bite, he took another bite. It was delicious, so delicious. She never thought a piece of barbecue could be so delicious. This feeling of satisfaction made her little face flushed, and against the backdrop of the swaying flames, it added a bit of charm. The little girl didn't care about being reserved when faced with the delicious barbecue and ate one piece after another with great enjoyment. They started talking more, and the three of them sat around the fire, eating, chatting, and laughing. Suhan looked at all this with a smile on his face. It felt so good. Chapter 41. Geniuses emerge in large numbers. The two elders are shocked. Suhan kept watch at night, allowing Wu Yong and Luo Ingxue to have a good sleep. For Suhan now, practicing martial arts can also achieve the effect of rest. This is the beauty of the yellow level Kung Fu. After practicing it, you will feel full of energy and vitality, which is much stronger than the previous ordinary level Kung Fu. There was no conversation that night, except for a few ferocious beasts that wandered around below. As they were unable to climb to the top of the mountain, they soon left. Nothing unexpected happened. The sky gradually brightened, and Suhan's practice also ended at this moment. In one night, the chi and blood value increased by 135 points again. Suhan's health value reached 4,672 points. Thinking about it, it's all very amazing. I work hard for a few years, but the stock price only increased by a little over 100 points. But now, with only 100 points of energy and blood left over after a nap, he couldn't help but sigh. Every breakthrough in realm further unlocks the shackles of human genes. The higher the realm, the more feedback you will get from each practice. At the same level, the higher the potential level of cultivation, the higher the benefits of cultivation will be. Su-han had a feeling that he was not far from becoming a high-level warrior, and by then his training speed would be even faster. At this time, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue woke up one after another. The intense battle yesterday left them exhausted, so they slept soundly that night. The three of them quickly ate some dry food and then headed deeper into the cave. In a monitoring room, the moment Su-han and the other two began to act, the four top invigilators from Wuda University opened their eyes at the same time and stared at the screen. The four of them saw their battle with the wolves yesterday. They were very surprised that Su-han was able to withstand the attacks of more than 30 one-horned silver wolves alone and was not hurt at all. And Su-han was able to control the rhythm and release appropriate silver wolves to train his two companions. This degree of control was a bit amazing. This shows that Su-han's strength far exceeds that of this group of silver wolves, which is why he can be so calm. Although Su-han did not show his fighting ability in this battle, this alone made them more interested. The battles between those B-level geniuses have become boring to them. However, because of his defensive talent, the other Wuda instructors seem to no longer pay attention to Su-han. All attention is focused on the top students in High School Number 1 and High School Number 2. Good morning, everyone. We brought you breakfast. Come and have some. At this time, the principal of the first high school, Lao Wang, and the principal of the second high school, Lao Lu, walked in. The two of them were carrying a large pile of breakfast and talking with a smile. Yesterday, their task was to lead the team, so they drank until very late and only came here today. Old Wang, Zhou Yiba, Zheng Weirong, and Ning Ruru from your school are incredible. They killed quite a few ferocious beasts yesterday. They are very powerful. Yes, especially Ning Ruru. The team of 5 has killed 26 beasts. They should be the strongest among the 3 teams at the moment. Zhou Yiba is not bad either. He also has a team of 5 people and killed 23 beasts. Although Zheng Weirong's team killed the most beasts, 32 of them. But they're a team of 7 people, so compared to them, they're actually a little worse than the other 2 teams. Hearing this, other Wuda instructors nodded frequently. However, these 3 teams were able to complete the basic requirements of the team assessment today. Tomorrow, I guess the battle for ranking will begin. At this time, the instructor of Xiangnan Wuda said with a smile, with anticipation in his eyes, "The early team battles are just an appetizer. The most exciting part of each assessment is at the end. At least these guys didn't embarrass us, haha." Seeing so many Wuhan University instructors praising their own students, Lao Wang's face lit up, and he said with a smile. Old Lu standing by was not so happy. All the limelight was stolen by Old Wang. But this time, the instructor of Liaoqing Wuda came over, patted Lao Lu on the shoulder, and praised him. Lao Lu, your school's jamming is also good. The team of 5 people also killed 21 beasts. Moreover, they started hunting early this morning and have already gained something. Maybe they can even surpass the team of the children from number 1 high school and complete the hunting standard ahead of time. Oh, Old Lu became excited when he heard it. He immediately scanned many screens and soon found Li Jiaming's team. Sure enough, at this time Li Jiaming's team was fighting with 2 black leopards. Although there were only 5 people, they cooperated very well in the battle. Li Jiaming fought against a black leopard alone, while the other 4 fought and surrounded another one. Not long after, Li Jiaming avoided the black leopard's attack and stabbed the black leopard's belly with his backhand. With his sizzle, he ripped open the belly and crushed the internal organs. Then he didn't delay and kicked the black leopard away, then rushed towards the black leopard that was surrounded by his teammates. Not bad, not bad, Old Lu said excitedly. He turned around and glanced at Lao Wang proudly, as if to say, "Look, our kid is not bad either, and he will soon surpass those top students like you." When Lao Wang saw him looking at him, he just smiled and didn't care. This is just the appetizer, and no one has unleashed their strongest fighting power. Didn't you see that these guys haven't used their innate abilities? We'll see the truth when the time comes. Just don't get scared when the time comes. However, after this glance, they both looked at Li Daoran, who had been staring at the screen silently. Old Li, it's time to have breakfast. You've been staring all night, and you're still staring? Can you stare out anything? That's right. Your school's Ruan Mingliang is at least a C level this time, and has been promoted to a warrior. Your school's points will definitely increase this time. The two of them spoke back and forth, with a hint of scorn. Get out of here, and don't block me. Li Daoran didn't have time to deal with them now. Yesterday, the team of Su-han, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue gave him a great surprise. In just one day, the three of them completed the benchmark tasks of this assessment, exceeding the standards, and it was extremely easy. The three were not hurt at all, especially the scene where three people fought against a pack of wolves. The impact was absolutely shocking. Li Daoran did not expect that Su Han's defense would be so abnormal. And Wu Yong, after a day of fighting yesterday, his combat awareness and coping ability had obviously become much stronger. And judging from his killing speed and the depth of wounds caused to the beast with each attack, this kid's blood and energy have increased a lot. This made Li Daoran extremely excited. It seemed that he would become rich this time, especially since Su Han has not yet demonstrated his offensive skills. He has only shown his defensive strength. These two old guys still think they can count on Ruan Mingliang? That thing wasn't even enough to slap Su Han before, so how can they count on him? They'll be left with nothing, right? As for the other top students, who has time to watch those things? How can they compare with Su Han? A bunch of blind people. Tisk, virtue, if you don't want to eat it, forget it. Forget it. Old Li's hopes this time are all on Ruan Mingliang. I understand he's a little nervous. The two of them sang in unison, looking at the screen that Li Daoran was staring at. But when they saw this, they were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Chapter 42, Trouble Caused by a Pea. On the screen that Li Daoran was staring at, three people were running wildly. Hundreds of huge rabbits were chasing the three people from behind. The three people were Su Han, Wu Yong, and Luo Yingxue. As for the rabbit at the back, it is the ferocious beast in the cave, the bloodthirsty steel rabbit. Even though it's just a rabbit, there's an old saying that a rabbit will bite when it's angry, let alone a rabbit in a cave. This bloodthirsty steel rabbit is not very big, only 2 sizes larger than an ordinary rabbit. But they are not vegetarians, they eat meat. During normal activities, there may be only 1 or 2 of them. But once you anger them, they will instantly call a group of them to cut you into pieces and eat you until not even a bone or a scrap is left. Their teeth and claws are extremely sharp, and their movements are very agile. Once you are entangled by them, you will be skinned alive even if you don't die. Although its strength and defense are much inferior to other ferocious beasts, this number would be a headache even for high-level warriors. Fuck, what did they do? Did they disturb the rabbit hole? Lao Wang couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. This attracted the attention of other instructors nearby. At a single glance, everyone felt their scalps tingling, and the rabbits chasing behind were so numerous. There are not many warriors among these students, and they're only beginner warriors. If you encounter such a ferocious beast, you're most likely doomed. Why would Luo Yingxue be with them? Lao Li, those two are your students, right? Damn, if they kidnap our girl, you'll be held fully responsible if her father comes looking for her. Old Lu was even more devastated now. Among the 3 people was Luo Tian's daughter, Luo Yingxue. He felt dizzy. Who is Luo Tian? He is a well-known entrepreneur in Sioux City and also a high-level warrior. Although his military power was nothing in Sioux City, he had a strong business acumen and a wide network of interpersonal relationships. He also has contacts with some big shots in Tiandu and Modu. If Luo Yingxue died in the cave, I, as the principal, would probably be held responsible. What are you yelling about? Stop making noise. Just watch. Li Daoran was more nervous than them at this time. Although Su Han and his men were quite strong, some were even quite powerful, they were facing hundreds of bloodthirsty steel rabbits. Once these beasts launch an attack like this, they will never stop until their target is dead. Li Daoran was also unsure at this time. There were too many of them. He didn't ask Su Han to kill them. He just hoped they could run away quickly. Even the instructors from the 4 top Wuhan universities sat up straight for the first time and stared at the screen closely. In the cave, there is a terrible situation, which is encountering a tide of beasts. Once a large-scale beast tide occurs, even if a master is caught in it, there is a high probability of death. And the situation Su Han is facing now is equivalent to a super micro beast tide. But for junior warriors, this is a huge challenge and crisis. They also wanted to see how Su Han and the others would respond, or whether they could escape and survive in such a situation. Quick, run to the top of the mountain. Su Han dragged the 2 of them and ran quickly towards the place where they rested last night. If we can escape to the top of that mountain, these bloodthirsty steel rabbits will not be able to get up there, as they do not have the climbing ability to reach such a high mountaintop. Damn it, what a bad luck. Wu Yong ran as fast as he could, cursing. Su Han and Luo Yingxue were speechless at this time. Who could have thought that this guy would pee out hundreds of bloodthirsty steel rabbits just now? Wu Yong was also unlucky. He just wanted to pee, but suddenly he saw a hole on the ground and started peeing into it. Who would have thought that it was the cave of the bloodthirsty steel rabbit-headed rabbit? This time, he had really stirred up a hornet's nest. The leader rabbit came out, stared at him with bloodshot eyes, and instantly roared. In a few seconds, hundreds of bloodthirsty steel rabbits surrounded him, and he was so scared that he ran away. If there were a few of them, Wu Yong might just go up and kill them. There are hundreds of them. How can we fight them? Thus, the astonishing scene of hundreds of rabbits chasing each other was staged. Su-han was also in great pain at this time. These bloodthirsty steel rabbits were not only numerous, but also too fast. What he awakened was the talent of agility, so short-term bursts of moving and dodging were certainly no problem, but long-distance running was not optimistic. Fortunately, my health is pretty good, so I was able to run all the way here. However, Wu Yong and Luo Yingshue's blood and energy could not sustain such a frantic run. If Su-han hadn't pulled them along all the way, they would have been caught up long ago. Even so, they were about to be caught up by the group of bloodthirsty steel rabbits. Fortunately, the mountain wall is in sight. Su-han estimated the distance, then picked up Luo Yingshue's slender waist and threw her towards the mountainside. Then he took a sidestep and kicked Wu Yong in the butt, kicking him directly to the middle of the mountain. Fuck, ASU, you were so ungentlemanly, so rude. Su-han didn't bother to care about his roar. It was all this guy's fault. Both of you, don't come down, stay up there. After shouting, Su-han stopped running and turned to look at the group of rabbits that were already close at hand. What does he want to do? No way. Is he going to fight against the bloodthirsty steel rabbits? This is simply courting death. Why don't you just run? You can obviously run away. As long as you reach the top of the mountain, you'll be fine. Right at most, you'll be surrounded for a while, which is better than losing your life. In a monitoring room, everyone was shocked when they saw Su-han turning around and preparing to meet the enemy. When they saw Su-han leading the two of them to the mountain wall, just now, everyone thought that Su-han had a good idea. But now, his behavior struck all of them as extremely unwise. Although I know that Su-han has A-level qualifications and has defensive talents. Even when he was fighting the pig-shaped beast before, he saw how strong his defense was. But now there are hundreds of bloodthirsty steel rabbits. How can he possibly withstand it? However, old Lu's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. Luo Yingxue had reached the top of the mountain, and everything was fine now. He doesn't care whether Su-han lives or dies. He even thought that it was Su-han and that Wu Yong who had colluded with Luo Yingxue, which almost caused Luo Yingshue's death, and that she deserved to die. Fuck, is this kid going to defy the heavens? Suddenly, a scream startled Lao Lu, and he looked at the screen in confusion. What the hell? He also shouted in shock. At this time, Su-han seemed to have become a different person and rushed directly into the rabbit group. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty steel rabbits. Countless rabbits jumped up and attacked him with either biting or waving their claws. But Su-han simply ignored their attacks, gripped the two swords behind him tightly in his hands, and started slashing indiscriminately. The blessing of the two talents of ignoring defense and precision made him feel like he was in an empty space. The ferocious beast's thick defenses were like paper in front of him, and a single blow from him could take the lives of several bloodthirsty steel rabbits. These bloodthirsty steel rabbits that looked extremely ferocious when they pounced on him seemed to be offering themselves to die voluntarily at this moment. The bloodthirsty steel rabbits fell to the ground one after another. After a while, the ground where Su-han stepped was stained red with the blood of the rabbits. The terrifying rabbit-tide attack was easily defeated by Su-han. At this moment, you could hear a pin drop in the entire monitoring room, and all the instructors stood there in a daze, as if they had been acupunctured, and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 43, Breakthrough. Everyone is surprised. Su-han waved the two knives in his hands, continuously reaping the lives of the bloodthirsty steel rabbits. Prompts kept ringing in my head. Although each one only brought him 2 to 3 points of health, there were too many of them. His chi and blood values rose rapidly at this moment. 4,700, 4,800 for 1,900. The only purpose of a vicious beast is to fight, and it will not stop until it has killed all its targets. Especially the low-level ferocious beasts. They have no idea of fear except for the suppression of other ferocious beasts of the same level. This also saved Su Han a lot of trouble. If it were any intelligent object, they would have all run away after being slaughtered like this by him. If I were to chase him, it would be very time-consuming and laborious. It's just right now, these are all my own experience points. It also made Su Han feel that he had to act alone from now on. Otherwise, people will often hesitate to take action. After all these bloodthirsty steel rabbits are killed, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue could be guaranteed to be in the top 10. Thinking of this, he swung his sword even faster. Host continues to kill targets, determined, HP +2, triggering talent mutation growth. This mutation and growth is complete with the additional awakening of a special spiritual talent, Rock Talent. Rock Talent, a special spiritual talent. Activating it can strengthen one's mind and eliminate all negative emotional spiritual attacks and special effects. It has been a while since any talent mutation awakened. This sudden reminder made Su Han shudder and perk up. This time, what was awakened was the talent of defending against mental attacks. We once said in class that the special environment of some caves will affect one's own mind. If you're not careful, it is easy to get caught up in it and lose your original heart and finally become a walking shell. There are even some special techniques and martial arts that can achieve this effect. For example, Su Han's magic sound talent can actually be said to be a sonic attack, and it can also be barely considered a mental attack. Because of the activation of the magic sound talent, it can also shock the target's mind for a short period of time, causing a short circuit in thoughts and behaviors. But with this talent, I can avoid this situation. It is a good life-saving skill. When masters fight each other, a difference of 1 second can often cost you your life. However, in the following battle, this rock talent did not increase in level again. This made Su Han feel helpless. Spiritual talents were different from others. It seemed that this talent could only be upgraded when encountering a specific scenario. However, even so, having this rock-hard talent made him very satisfied. Therefore, it is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Defensive talent is like giving yourself an obvious protection. As long as you continue to kill monsters in practice, you can improve your defense and avoid all external attacks. And now that I have this rock-hard talent, my inner defense has also been supplemented. In this way, Su Han will be more confident when facing various opponents in the future. Boom! Suddenly, Su Han's whole body shook, and the blood in his body suddenly became violent. Damn, this is an upgrade. While still thinking about his rock-hard talent, he accidentally broke through to the advanced warrior realm. I took a look at my health value. It was just over 5,000 points. It turned out to be pretty much as he had guessed. With this breakthrough, the bloodthirsty steel rabbits that had just rushed up from all directions were directly knocked away by Su Han's momentum when he was promoted. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. After the promotion, these bloodthirsty steel rabbits can no longer provide themselves with blood and energy. Su Han dodged a few times, raised his sword and slashed, directly killing the last few. Come down and cut off your ears. After turning around and shouting, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue ran down with shocked expressions on their faces. Fuck Asu, you are so awesome. It turns out you have been hiding your strength. That's not very fair. As soon as Wu Yong came over, he nudged Su Han with his elbow and said with a resentful look on his face, Aren't you afraid that you will be too stimulated? Fuck, isn't that a bigger shock to me now? Luo Yingxue, don't you think so? You're also shocked, right? Wu Yong winked at Luo Yingxue. No. I already knew that Su Han was very powerful. What? So I'm the last one to know about this relationship? Su Han, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. Go. Cut off my ears. I need a rest for a while. Su Han kicked him angrily, then sat down aside. Having just been promoted, he still needed to consolidate his strength. He silently began to practice the Wanshi Ingong Fa, guiding the qi and blood waves in his body that had not yet calmed down to circulate throughout his body. I said, How do you know ASU is so powerful? Didn't you just meet each other? Wu Yong approached slyly and asked Luo Yingxue in a low voice. This is our secret. I won't tell you. Luo Yingxue raised her head and said proudly, You're not a good friend. Neither of you is a good person. Wu Yong snorted and went back to cutting the rabbit's ears. Inside the monitoring room, everyone's hearts were filled with turmoil. They saw everything Su Han did just now. One person actually killed hundreds of bloodthirsty steel rabbits. He didn't kill them one by one, but killed them when hundreds of them attacked in a group. These are two completely different concepts. If it was 1 versus 1, or even 1 versus 10, they wouldn't be too surprised if they could kill the opponent. But one person killed hundreds of them? That's simply a monster. He is just a senior high school student, not a martial arts master. Facing such a rabbit-tied attack, even high-level warriors would be in trouble. However, just now, this student named Suhan easily completed a Jedi counterattack. They accomplished what they thought was impossible. Refreshed their cognition. This Suhan is so awesome. Ma Yaoqing Wuda wants to recruit him. Shonen Wuda also like him. You don't have to fight anymore. I want this Suhan. The invigilator from Zhejiang Wuda said domineeringly. That also depends on whether Suhan goes to your Zhejiang City Wuda. In an instant, all the Wuhan University invigilators started arguing. At this moment, who cares whether Suhan has defensive talent? Even if it is, so what? Such a powerful fighting force must be taken into our possession at all costs. If I had previously generalized and denied the defensive talent and ignored Suhan, now, anyone who is not a fool can see that Suhan is extraordinary. This so-called defensive talent is a little different. And don't forget, this guy has A-level cultivation qualifications. Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue didn't realize it just now, but they are mentors at Wuhan University. Suhan obviously made another breakthrough just now. What does this mean? He was already a warrior when he entered, so this breakthrough must have made him a mid-level warrior. 18 years old. According to the information, Suhan is still an orphan. Despite his poor family background, he was promoted to an intermediate warrior at the age of 18. He is definitely a genius. Of course, this was because they could not feel Suhan's aura when he was promoted through the screen, and they were just assuming based on the information. If they knew that Suhan had been promoted to a high-level warrior, I wonder what they would think. I'm afraid there will be a big fight to snatch Suhan. However, the mentors from the 4 top universities saw things differently from them. Chapter 44. The prologue begins. What do you think? Boyi, the invigilator of Tiandu Wuda University, looked at the 3 people beside him. This Suhan is not simple. The promotion he just received doesn't seem to be to a mid-level warrior, but rather a high-level warrior. Gao Yi, the invigilator of the Magic City Martial Arts University, said uncertainly. Because they were all watching through the screen, they couldn't sense Suhan's breath. But based on their experience, the way Suhan behaved when he was promoted just now is not what an intermediate warrior would do. Well, I don't think he's a mid-level warrior either, but Suhan is only 18 years old, and his profile shows that he has no other background. Such a number 3 high school has not given him any special training in the past 3 years. If he was promoted to a high-level warrior, that would be a bit scary. At this time, Zhang Tianpeng, the invigilator of Nanjiang Wuhan University, stroked his beard and spoke slowly. They had been keeping their eyes on Suhan's team. The surprises they had brought to them along the way were truly huge. I don't care what you think. Our military academy wants Suhan. The invigilator at the military academy was a middle-aged man with a big beard. Even though his aura was restrained at this moment, ordinary people did not dare to approach him. There is too much murderous aura coming from him. Guming, don't be too anxious. Wait and see. This is just the beginning. Hearing this, Boyi said with a smile. The implication is that although Suhan's demonstrated strength is indeed very strong, everyone knows that the last few days of this outdoor assessment are the crucial ones. Now everyone is hiding their strength, and there may be people who are stronger than Suhan. Guming glanced at Boyi and said nothing, just stared at the screen again. On the side, all the Wuda teachers surrounded Li Daoran and asked for detailed information about Suhan. Li Daoran was so happy at this time, and from time to time he glanced at Mr. Wang and Mr. Liu, who looked unhappy. Look, this is our genius from Sangao. There is no comparison, right? Lao Wang, Lao Lu, I'm sorry, but it looks like our 3 highs will take the lead this time. Li Daoran said with a smile. Lao Wang and Lao Lu were both shocked and furious when they heard this. Looking at Li Daoran's arrogant look and provocative eyes, Lao Wang and Lao Lu looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Old Li, it's a bit early to say that. The assessment has just begun, and there is still more than 5 days left. Let's take our time. There's no rush. Li Daoran frowned as he saw the 2 of them seemed confident. The fighting power that Suhan displayed just now was definitely not low, and these 2 people also saw it. But now they are still very calm, which is strange. Are they pretending to be so, or do they have other backup plans? This made Li Daoran's heart skip a beat, and he looked at the screens of the top students in the first and second high schools. Zhou Yibao, Zheng Weirong, Ning Ruru, Jia Tianxing, and Li Jianming. These 5 people are considered the strongest ones in this group. Today, they're still fighting and killing ferocious beasts. However, judging from their explosive combat power and the damage caused to the ferocious beasts with each attack, they were not as good as Su Han. All we can say is that they killed the ferocious beasts calmly and in a proper manner without making any mistakes. There is no scene of one person fighting against hundreds of ferocious beasts. Li Daoren really couldn't figure out where their confidence came from. That's all? Can you compare with our Su Han? Even if they have reservations, can they still go to heaven? Just now, Su Han killed hundreds of ferocious beasts by himself. If these guys are not promoted to intermediate warriors, they can't kill them or even escape. Too lazy to think about it. Li Daoren is now full of great confidence in Su Han. Besides, that kid promised me that he would be in the top 5. Because of Su Han, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue were all noticed by all the instructors of Wu University. Although these 2 people are not as good as Su Han, after following Su Han in battles and training, their individual combat capabilities are obviously much stronger than most of the students, and even their psychological qualities are stronger. Come to think of it, which team would be like Su Han's, with both a pack of wolves and a tide of rabbits? Having gone through such a scene, will you still feel guilty about killing a ferocious beast alone later? Inside the cave, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue had cut off the left ears of all the rabbits, a total of 172 rabbits. Under Su Han's insistence, they each got 57, and Su Han got 58. Adding the previous income, everyone's score exceeded 70, which is 10 times higher than the basic number required for the assessment. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 10 is secured. After this meal, we will temporarily break up. Remember my words, don't go to the deepest part. Also, stay away from Zhou Yibao, Zheng Weirong, Jia Tianxing, and Li Jianming. While eating roasted rabbit meat, Su Han gave serious instructions. When Wu Yong heard Su Han asking them to stay away from Zhou Yibao and others, he hadn't figured out why. But Luo Yingxue seemed to have thought of something and immediately looked at Su Han with a questioning look. Su Han looked at her and nodded, confirming what she was thinking. As long as you stay on the periphery, you'll be fine. Your test score should be good enough anyway, so don't take unnecessary risks. Luo Yingxue wanted to say that she might as well follow Su Han, but after thinking about it, she felt that this would only become a burden to Su Han, so she held back and didn't say it. But I felt a little unwilling in my heart that I was too weak. After separating from Su Han, I can't waste these few days. Even on the outskirts, there are still many ferocious beasts, so I must improve myself. Luo Yingxue made a secret decision in her heart. As for Wu Yong, although he had some doubts in his heart, he just listened to Su Han because he didn't say anything or ask. Brother Jia, are we going too deep? On the other side, deep in the cave, Ruan Mingliang looked at the surrounding forest that was gradually becoming gloomy and asked in a low voice. What? Are you scared? No, there are a lot of ferocious beasts outside. Why are we coming inside? You know nothing. I came here for a purpose. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized piece of craft paper and compared it carefully. What is this? Ruan Mingliang leaned over curiously this time. Along the way, he saw Jia Tianxing take out this thing to look at it several times. Don't ask. Jia Tianxing glared at him. Ruan Mingliang smiled awkwardly, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was being ordered around by this guy all the time. If it weren't for this guy's strong strength and the fact that he was counting on him to avenge Su Han for him, I would have never followed him and endured this. What's so great about a broken picture? This way. After comparing for a while, Jia Tianxing pointed in a direction and walked over first. The others didn't say much and quickly followed him. What they didn't notice was that at the end of the team, a student quietly left a few marks while passing by a tree. Then he followed them as if nothing had happened. Okay, your tasks are all completed. From now on, you can develop freely. I'm going to go inside to gain experience. On the other side, Zhou Yibao also parted ways with his teammates and headed deeper into the cave alone. The same thing happened to Zheng Weirong, Ning Ruru, and Li Jianming at the same time. These people seemed to have a tacit understanding. At the end of the second day, they all separated from their original team members and went deep into the cave alone. The instructor in the monitoring room also began to look forward to it. The time for the heroes to compete for the top spot is finally about to begin. Chapter 45, trying to pretend to be a pig, but end up becoming a pig. The third day in the cave. Today, All the students who had confidence in themselves went into the depths of the cave alone. Of course, there are also some teams that enter as a team. At this time, the strength of these students began to truly explode. Bang! Zheng Weirong smashed the head of a nightmare tiger in front of him with one punch, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Not enough. The next second, a figure flashed and rushed to the side. In a monitoring room, all the instructors were in awe. Very strong. So this is his strength? Everyone looked surprised. Before, although Zheng Weirong was also responsible for the main attack in the team, he always followed the rules and mainly engaged in distraction and guerrilla warfare, relying on the concentrated firepower of the team to kill the prey. But now, he was alone, and his attack style had changed. It was more open and close, and his strength had become very steady. He actually chose to fight the nightmare tiger head-on, and completely suppressed the nightmare tiger in terms of strength. Finally, he punched it to pieces. Look over here, Zhou Yibo is incredible. Suddenly, a teacher in a monitoring room shouted, and everyone looked over. My goodness, is that a lightning leopard? This guy is even faster than a lightning leopard. On the screen, Zhou Yibo was seen moving up and down, left and right, making a lightning leopard run around in circles. The lightning leopard, famous for its speed, couldn't keep up with Zhou Yibo's speed at all. Every time he moved, there would be another wound on the lightning leopard's body. The miserable roar showed its helplessness. Not long after, the lightning leopard fell to the ground with a bang and lay in a pool of blood. The saying that the only way to defeat martial arts is speed is not nonsense. When your speed reaches an extreme, it is fatal. The lightning leopard, who also enjoyed the advantage brought by speed, never expected that he would die today because of the speed he was so proud of. Zhou Yibo wiped off the blood on the blade, raised the corner of his mouth, walked over, neatly cut off the lightning leopard's left ear, and put it in the backpack behind him. 29 are not enough. After leaving the team, Zhou Yibo hunted and killed 21 ferocious beasts in a short period of time, which shows his strength. This is incredible. This kid's speed talent level seems to be more than level 2, and he and Zheng Weirong seem to be no longer elementary warriors. Old Wang, what's going on? At this time, everyone looked at the principal of number 1 high school, Lao Wang. Haha, you're not mistaken. Zheng Weirong and Zhou Yibo have already been promoted to intermediate warriors, and their talent levels have also reached above level 3. What? Upon hearing this, the tutors at Wuhan University all showed expressions of surprise. I didn't expect that there would be so many geniuses among Suqing's students this time. An 18-year-old intermediate warrior, his talent level has already broken through level 3. He is a genius no matter where he is. Lao Wang felt very happy when he saw everyone's surprised expressions. He looked at Lao Lu and Li Daoran proudly. You bastard. No wonder you're so calm. It turns out you were waiting here? Li Daoran cursed in his heart. Even if many people are promoted to intermediate warriors, their talent level may not be able to break through to level 3 immediately, and most of them cannot even break through to level 2. Improving talent level is not that easy. Not only does it require a lot of resources, but it also requires a lot of extreme training to achieve a breakthrough. This kid is only 18 years old, but he can do this. It's really not easy. Old Lu's face looked a little ugly at this time. He originally thought that Jia Tianxing and Li Jiaming on his side could hold the stage, because their qi and blood have actually reached the critical point of a mid-level warrior. They've been hiding and not breaking through, preparing to make a breakthrough in the cave. I originally thought that I could give others a warning after entering. There's no chance now. He's already a mid-level warrior. What's the point of playing this? He has no chance of being in the top 2. As for the talent level, Jia Tianxing and Li Jiaming only broke through to level 2, which is not comparable to level 3. This time, I failed to pretend to be a pig and actually became a pig. How hateful. Old Lu gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. This time, all the glory went to Lao Wang. But when he glanced at Li Daoran, he seemed to feel a little comforted. At the very least, Jia Tianxing and Li Jiaming are stronger than Wu Yong from the 3rd highest level. Even Luo Yingxue, who was abducted by them, is not weaker than Wu Yong. As for that Ruan Mingliang, haha, he has become the younger brother of Jia Tianxing on his side, so what is there to compete with? It's just Su Han. Thinking of Su Han, Lao Lu looked at Su Han's screen uneasily. What is he doing? When old Lu saw Su Han, he was stunned. While others were hunting crazily, Su Han found a purple crystal ape and was playing sumo. It was sumo, wasn't it? The two of them were pushing and shoving each other and swinging each other endlessly. This is in stark contrast to the previous scene where he killed a group of rabbits alone. Not only was he confused by Su-han's situation, but Li Daoran, Boyi, and the other four mentors were also bewildered. What on earth is Su-han doing? Although their hunting results were the best among all the teams in the entire cave, they were far ahead. But there are still 5 days left. If I keep playing like this, I will soon be surpassed by others. However, Su-han didn't know what they thought, nor did he care what they thought. He searched around for a while before he found this treasure. He also encountered several ferocious beasts along the way, but after fighting, he found that these beasts seemed to be completely unable to bring him any benefits in terms of chi and blood. It's like taking too much of a drug and developing drug resistance. Moreover, after being promoted to a high-level warrior this time, his talent level did not increase quickly. This made Su-han a little confused. Could it be that because his current talent level was too high, it became more difficult to upgrade? He had no idea and could only figure it out on his own. Whenever he encountered a ferocious beast on the road, he would just kill it if neither attacking nor being attacked could bring him any benefit. After a lot of effort, he finally encountered the purple crystal ape in front of him, which actually began to provide him with energy and blood again. What's more, every time he attacks or is attacked, he can gain a 9-point boost, which makes him very happy. Obviously, the combat power level of this purple crystal ape is stronger than any he had encountered before. Even during the battle with the amethyst ape, his talent level began to increase. At this point, how could Su-han be willing to kill the amethyst ape directly? Such a good tool for scoring points must be squeezed dry before stopping. That's why the scene on the screen happened. However, in the eyes of the instructors, these seemed a bit nonsensical and they were completely confused. Host defense level +1. Host sensitivity level +1. Host ignores defense level +1. A system prompt popped up after a while. Su-han was happy, and at the same time, he had an epiphany. It seemed that as a high-level warrior, if he wanted to improve his talent levels, it was no longer possible to do so by simply getting hit or being attacked. He counted silently and found that he would need to withstand 5 to 8 times the original number of attacks to improve his defense level. The same goes for other talent improvements. Although it is a bit more troublesome than before, it is many times stronger than the effect of other people's normal talent level improvement. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly broke into Su-han's area. Chapter 46. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. The 6 eyes met, and there was a brief pause. Only the purple crystal ape was still hammering Su-han's body frantically. The little guy in front of him was not hurt at all after being beaten for a long time, which made the amethyst ape even more crazy. The 2 people who suddenly appeared looked at Su-han in front of them and were surprised. That was the amethyst ape. Just a moment ago, when Su-han turned around to look at them, he was punched twice. Nothing happened at all. This abnormal defense made the 2 men stop and walk toward Su-han. Seeing this, Su-han frowned. I'm having a great time, and I hate it when someone disturbs me. Student, are you wearing protective gear? One of them spoke up. In their opinion, Su-han must have been wearing protective gear. Otherwise, how could he be unharmed under the hammer blow from the amethyst ape? Is there something wrong? Su-han would not explain to a stranger. Well, my name is Manhwa, and I'm from the 2nd grade. We saw that you have amazing defense, so we wanted to invite you to join us and go deep into this cave. No, I don't want to go for the time being. Su-han directly rejected them and turned back to continue playing sumo with the purple crystal ape. What he wants is to practice alone. If he wants to form a team, wouldn't he just team up with Luo Ingxue and Wu Yon? Pang Bo was stunned when he saw the other party refuse directly. Let's go, don't delay. Just when Pangbo wanted to say something, the man next to him spoke with a cold face. Pang Bo glanced at the man, then looked at Su-han, and finally gave up trying to persuade him. Follow that person and head towards the depths again. However, they had not walked far before Pang Bo grabbed his companion and stood in the distance to spy on Su-han. Su-han was still the same as before, interacting with the purple crystal ape. It doesn't feel like a battle at all. It's just like playing house. The amethyst ape hammer could not hurt Su-han, and Su-han did not cause any damage to the amethyst ape. Is this kid really just relying on his armor? His attack power is so weak. After watching for a while, Pang Bo slowly lost interest in Su-han. He couldn't even kill the amethyst ape, let alone those ferocious beasts in the depths. The 2 looked at each other and quickly disappeared from the spot. As soon as they left, Suhan tilted his head to look at the place where the two of them had just stood, and the corner of his mouth twitched in disdain. This trip to the cave is not destined to be peaceful. The treasures in the treasure map don't belong to whoever gets there first. Once the treasure trove is opened, there will inevitably be abnormalities, and then many forces that come for this purpose will inevitably flock to it. Even if you get the treasure, you won't have time to swallow and refine it, and you'll be besieged by everyone else. It is still uncertain who will win in the end. Therefore, instead of being the first to take action, it is better to practice well in these few days. Suhan turned around and continued playing house. The amethyst ape roared one after another, full of rage and helplessness. Why couldn't it kill the little thing in front of it with a hammer? Miss, shouldn't we just go over there now? In an open space deep in the cave, there is a team of 4 people. One of the women was tall and had skin as white as snow. Just looking at her back made people feel that she must be extremely beautiful. However, when you see her face, it seems ordinary. Only those bright eyes always make people feel that they're out of place. No hurry, wait a moment. We cannot afford to make any mistakes in this operation. If we go there now, we will only become the target of public criticism. The woman spoke as she killed the ferocious beast in front of her. Her figure was dazed for a moment, and a wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on the neck of the beast. The other 3 were not weak either, and they could kill the ferocious beasts with one strike. Ning Ruru from your school is not bad either. She is very agile and quick in her moves. She should be a gifted agility guy, right? An instructor in the monitoring room pointed at the screen and said, "Yes." Lao Wang nodded, but his brows frowned inadvertently. Ning Ruru is indeed a top student in their school, and is indeed gifted. But these past few days, I always felt that her temperament was a little different, and her eyes were a little brighter than before. However, Ning Ruru is indifferent by nature and doesn't communicate much with other students. All she does is study and practice. Therefore, Lao Wang actually didn't know very much about her. After all, they seldom communicated. If Ning Ruru didn't have a B-level talent and was promoted to a warrior very early, Old Wang might not even know about this person. After all, there are so many people in the senior year, and it is impossible for him to call everyone. After observing for a period of time, Suhan's popularity gradually faded. The instructors were also helpless. They couldn't just keep watching him play house, right? They have been fighting with a purple crystal ape for most of the day, but neither of them is injured. It looks like the fight will last all day. So, slowly, the mentors began to turn their attention to other people. Li Jianming, the second highest, is also very good. He actually has a rare talent for stealth killing. If he is trained well, he will definitely be a powerful killer. Yes, as long as you cultivate this talent, you will not be detected when you approach the enemy. With a snap, you can take the enemy's head, which is very practical in combat. The instructors began to point fingers at the screen of Li Jianming from the second high school, which made the principal of the second high school, Old Liu, very happy. On the contrary, Jia Tianxing and his group were not very interesting. Ever since they exceeded the assessment targets yesterday, he and his team have been on the road, heading deeper into the cave. There were occasional battles along the way, but they were not very eye-catching and did not show his specialness. This made Lao Lu somewhat dissatisfied. What on earth is this kid doing? Only Gu Ming, the tutor from the military university, kept his peripheral vision fixed on Jia Tianxing's screen. At the same time, Gu Ming also glanced at the tutors present from time to see which of them were paying attention to this kid. The people below might not know about the treasure map, but as a mentor at the military academy, he naturally received the news. Of course, the 3 instructors from Tiandu Wuhan University, Nanjiang Wuhan University, and Moda Wuhan University also knew about this. This is also one of the main reasons why the 4 of them are here. As for special recruitment, it's just a cover. They never thought that there would be any genius or evildoer in such a tiny place as Suchin. Suhan's appearance was pure accident for the 4 of them. Just now, the 4 of them saw the piece of brown paper that Jia Tianxing took out and confirmed that it was the treasure map. It seems that this kid will also participate in the fight for the treasure this time. Suchin's scumbag family, check. Soon, a message was sent out by Gu Ming. In Sioux City, a military team suddenly appeared, rushed to the Jia family, and took it under control. If Suhan were here, he would definitely recognize that one of them was his sister, Lu Mafei. Not long after, a message came in. The Jia family has nothing to do with the pagans, and the treasure map must have been obtained by accident. Seeing this message, Gu Ming frowned. Not a scumbag family? These rats are really well hidden. Gu Ming's eyes kept scanning thousands of screens in silence. Chapter 47. A good dog doesn't block the road. Please vote and give good reviews. Over the next 3 days, each team completed the number of ferocious beasts killed required for the assessment. And those outstanding Sioux City geniuses all showed their true strength. Astonishing achievements are constantly being refreshed. This made many university presidents smile. Some universities that were originally ignored also won the care of some Wuhan University tutors. Naturally, number 1 high school and number 2 high school are the 2 schools that receive the most care from Wuhan University. On the contrary, Suhan has been performing mediocrely over the past 3 days. He really played with that purple crystal ape for a whole day and night, leaving Li Daoran speechless. After finally seeing Su Han kill the amethyst ape, I thought he was going to start taking action and widen the gap on the list. Instead, he went and found a bear-like beast and started playing house. Li Daoran almost had a blood vessel burst on the spot when he saw this. Grandpa Su, why don't you kill the monsters quickly? If you keep going like this, others will catch up with you. What are you doing? Gradually, fewer and fewer people noticed Su Han, but Wu Yong, who was from the 3rd high school, was noticed by several Wuhan universities. This kid is really fierce. Everyone else went to the deep end, but Su Han asked him not to go, so he really didn't go. But he was not idle at all. He actually pulled 3 pig-shaped beasts and started kite-killing them. After all, it was a talent for Berserker. One person faced 3 heads without any panic. His thoughts were clear, so he just did it. His explosive fighting power and fierce attacking style caught the attention of several mentors from Wuhan University. As for Luo Yingshua's talent for strength, it also attracted the attention of several martial arts universities. The little girl's energy and blood are obviously not very high, but with the help of her strength talent, she is also very powerful. Don't be fooled by her delicate and lovely appearance. She is very fierce when she fights. Punch hard. If one punch doesn't kill, punch again. During these 3 days, many ferocious beasts died at the hands of her and Wu Yong. Fuck, has this kid finally gotten the idea? Suddenly, Li Daoran saw Su Han change his usual behavior and started running, pulling down more than 10 ferocious beasts at once. Is this guy going to fight a group of people alone again? Li Daoran became excited. After 3 days of silence, you finally can't hold it in anymore, right? Looking forward to it. However, 2 minutes passed, and the kid was still running with a dozen ferocious beasts. 5 minutes passed, and Su Han was still running. Half an hour has passed, and this thing is still running? Ciao, Su Han. Where are you playing at again? Li Daoran was speechless. This kid just ran away with a monster without even fighting. He was slacking off before and at least hit me a few times. But now he doesn't even bother to fight back and just runs away. My Grandpa Su, just kill him. If there was no one around, Li Daoran would have wanted to curse out loud. And Su Han in the cave had no idea that Li Daoran was depressed. He was very happy now. Just now, he actually gained another mutation and grew, awakening his talent for speed. So, what happened next was what Li Daoran saw. If you want to upgrade your speed talent, don't you just run? As for fighting, the fierce beasts here were completely unable to provide him with energy and blood. After 3 days of slacking off and playing house, Su Han's chi and blood had already reached 7,580 points. In just 3 days, his chi and blood surged by 2,580 points. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine this. But now it is achieved so easily, so cool. In these 3 days, in addition to obtaining the speed talent, what made him most happy was that all his other talents had reached level 8, especially the rock talent. He didn't expect that his slacking off and playing house these days would actually improve his rock talent and directly reach level 8. It turns out that as long as you keep your faith and keep doing one thing consistently, you may be able to trigger an upgrade to your rock hard talent. Once you find a trick, upgrading becomes easy and simple. Su Han is in a very good mood now, humming a little tune while running. Seeing that his speed talent would reach level 8 in a short while, it would be a lie to say that he was not excited. All talents have reached level 8. What does this mean? For an ordinary person to cultivate a talent to level 8, a huge amount of resources are needed just for one talent. Especially the defensive talent, it is a bottomless pit. But now, I achieved it so easily without spending a penny. Upgrading is like eating and drinking, or even simpler. It's like a dream, so cool. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of Su Han. Suan. The other side also discovered him, and Ruan Mingliang was the first to shout out with excitement in his eyes. After so many days here, I finally met him, and now Su Han is still alone. Brother Jia, he is alone. Let's kill him. Ruan Mingliang said bluntly. The hatred in his eyes was obvious, without any concealment. Make way. A good dog doesn't block the road. But just when Jia Tianxing was about to say something, Su Han suddenly shouted and turned a corner to rush towards them. Fuck, you're looking for fuck. Before he even uttered the word die, Ruan Mingliang cursed. I didn't pay attention just now. I was so angry when I saw Su Han that I completely ignored what was behind him. At this time, when Su Han ran closer, he saw that there were actually more than a dozen ferocious beasts following Su Han. There are pigs, bears, leopards, and even ferocious flying beasts. These ferocious beasts were all aggressive, as if they had a deep hatred for Su Han, and their eyes were red. Whatever stands in their way, no matter what, they will just knock it over. Just the next second, when Ruan Mingliang was still swearing, Su Han passed by them without even looking at them. As soon as Su Han saw these people, he knew they had bad intentions. They wanted to mess with him? Then he would kill them first. As soon as he passed Ruan Mingliang's group, Su Han immediately activated his speed talent and ran away without a trace. Thump, thump, thump. The earth was shaking, and a huge, ferocious beast followed. Fuck, Su Han, you're gonna die a horrible death. Why are you still standing there? Run. Everyone reacted and ran away cursing. The ferocious beasts lost their target Su Han and became even angrier, so they chased directly towards Ruan Mingliang, Jia Tianxing, and the dozen others. Fuck, chasing Su Han. Why are you chasing us? Damn it, Dogecoin Su Han, you are cheating us. At this time, Jia Tianxing and his group could only run desperately except cursing. Because the ferocious beasts that Su Han attracted were the type that had strong defense and explosive attack power in the cave. Are you kidding? Su Han doesn't think highly of weak, ferocious beasts. Why would he attract them if they can't provide him with any vitality? Now, Jia Tianxing and his gang are in big trouble. Let's fight? There were more than a dozen heavy beasts behind him. Jia Tianxing could handle about 8 beasts at the same time, but what about the rest? Ruan Mingliang and his younger brothers do not have such ability, and they will only be defeated by these ferocious beasts. Under normal circumstances, they would just die, but later they would be fighting for the treasure map, and they would be used as scapegoats. But often things just go against your will. The more you don't want this to happen, the more God will make you despair. These younger brothers of Jia Tianxing were not as strong as him. Not long after, the two who were running at the end were instantly caught up by the group of ferocious beasts and trampled into meat paste without even a scream. Ciao, Su Han. I'm not done with you. Jia Tianxing shouted fiercely. At this moment, a deadly aura suddenly approached, and all the hairs on Jia Tianxing's body suddenly exploded. Chapter 48. A decisive blow, a trap to death. Li Feng, what are you going to do? When Jia Tianxing turned around, he saw his teammates stabbing him with a dagger, and he immediately shouted angrily. Li Feng did not answer, but just pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil smile, and stabbed with a dagger. Asshole! Jia Tianxing's reaction was not slow. He turned sideways and tilted his head, barely avoiding the attack. However, while he was running fast, this sudden dodge caused his speed to drop sharply. In an instant, the ferocious beast behind rushed up. Li Feng! Jia Tianxing roared. He was tricked. Why? But he had no time to think about these things now, as the ferocious beast was already in front of him. Kill! He was straightforward. He shouted loudly, turned around, and killed him. Since you can't run away, just do it. At this time, Jia Tianxing's body was covered with electric snakes visible to the naked eye, and they were crackling and very powerful. Lei Zhan's talent was activated, and he no longer held back on his strength. If you try to hide your incompetence in this situation, you will end up in a dead end. Come back, let's go together. After suddenly throwing out 2 punches and knocking away the 2 nearest ferocious beasts, Jia Tianxing shouted to his other teammates. However, no one looked back and they ran faster. In such a situation, those people don't care whether you're the boss or not. What matters is saving your life. Especially Ruan Mingliang, who ran the fastest. After suddenly seeing Li Feng stabbing Jia Tianxing in the back, he immediately changed direction and ran for his life. From his behavior just now, even a fool could see that there was something wrong with Li Feng and he was not himself at all. The word pagan had already been ringing in Ruan Mingliang's mind. This situation is similar to what we have seen in reports. Pagans like to pretend to be people around them to attack and kill their targets, watching them fall into despair. Thinking of this, he was so scared that he didn't dare to delay any longer and walked away. Chow! Just some bastard. Jia Tianxing was furious when he saw this. If the group of ferocious beasts had not held him back, he would have turned around and killed them immediately. But Li Feng did not leave. He found a tree to perch on and just looked at him. He also didn't expect that the target he chose actually had a treasure map on him. If not for this, he might not have taken action now. During this operation, they unexpectedly discovered that there was an undiscovered secret realm in the cave, which contained treasures. Therefore, searching the treasure map to obtain treasures became their second goal. What a coincidence, Jia Tianxing has it. He had been looking for an opportunity, but unexpectedly Su Han made it happen for him. At this time, he had an evil smile on his face, patiently waiting for the death of his prey. Jia Tianxing was surrounded by the beasts. He had just knocked down 2 of them when the others behind him immediately surrounded him. Even though he had used all his strength, he still hadn't broken through to the intermediate level. Fortunately, his talent level has almost reached level 2, so he can still fight after Lei Zhan's talent explodes. But he could only fight for 1 battle. As time went by, his attack power weakened. The ferocious beasts that Su Han pulled were all at the top in terms of defense and combat power. Naturally, he could not contend with them for long. Su Han, Li Feng, you will not have a good death. Jia Tianxing was in despair at this moment and could only feel helpless and furious. In the end, he still couldn't escape being killed by the ferocious beast. With a scream, Jia Tianxing was pierced through the waist by the horn of an iron-horned rhino, and the blood flowed profusely. The next second, several ferocious beasts rushed up and tore him to pieces. Roar! As if they had gotten satisfaction from venting their anger, these ferocious beasts turned around, found no other targets, and then dispersed. Whoosh! Seeing the ferocious beast going away, Li Feng jumped down from the tree and walked directly towards Jia Tianxing's body. After rummaging around, he pulled out the piece of brown paper from his torn pocket and started laughing. However, the next second, his hair stood up, and without even turning his head, he threw a dagger with his backhand, rushed forward instantly, turned in mid-air, and looked behind him with a serious expression. There a person was standing abruptly. It's you. When he saw who was coming, Li Feng frowned. This person was none other than Su Han, the culprit who had just attracted the group of ferocious beasts. Hey, sharing happiness with others is worse than enjoying it alone. Let me see it too. Su Han pointed at the brown paper in his hand and said with a smile, Oh, that depends on whether you have a life to take it. Li Feng sneered and rushed towards Su Han in an instant. He waved his right hand and 2 darts shot out. Just as Su Han was about to fight back, Li Feng suddenly changed direction and left quickly. This made Su Han stunned. He waved his hand and knocked the 2 darts away, then immediately chased after him. Along the way, Li Feng followed Jia Tianxing and Ruan Mingliang, and heard Ruan Mingliang talk about Su Han a lot. It could be heard that Ruan Mingliang, who is already a warrior, couldn't even withstand a slap from Su Han. Plus the way Su Han appeared just now. Just imagine, if one doesn't have the confidence in their strength, who would run with so many ferocious beasts alone? He didn't think that Su Han had accidentally walked into the ferocious beast and had to escape, because Su Han was so calm when he ran over just now. It is obvious that this Su Han is not simple, and is even much stronger than the scum Tianxing. Li Feng had to rely on this group of ferocious beasts to kill Jia Tianxing. So how could he fight against Su Han, whose combat ability is unknown? He is not sure. So I just chose to stay away. After all, the treasure map is in hand. When the time comes, I can reunite with my people, get the treasure, and leave. There is no need to fight to the death. Besides, Su Han is not on the list of people they want to kill this time. They don't even know who Su Han is. But the next second, Su Han suddenly appeared in front of him. How is this possible? Li Feng trembled all over and quickly stepped back, assuming a defensive posture. At this moment, he felt inexplicably frightened. From Ruan Mingliang's words, he learned that the other party had a talent for defense, although he was also shocked when he heard that Su Han had A-level qualifications. But it is only a defensive talent. Even if a martial artist awakens a second talent later, it will not be that strong. The first talent is the most important, called the main talent. Later, as you advance to a higher realm, Each additional awakened talent will be born around the characteristics of the main talent. That is to say, if the main talent is defense, the talent characteristics of the second awakening will also be mainly defense-based. This is also why Li Daoran and others felt so disappointed after seeing that Su Han's first talent was defense. What's more, under normal circumstances, it would cost too much to upgrade a warrior with defensive talent to the level of a martial artist, and no one would be willing to do so. However, the speed displayed by Su Han at this time really surprised Li Feng. When did the defensive talent become so fast? Although I don't have a speed talent, I am definitely faster than the defensive talent. Why are you running so fast? Su Han looked at him with a smile. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Li Feng snorted coldly and rushed toward Su Han. Chapter 49. There is no way to heaven, no door to the earth. Although he was surprised, Li Feng didn't think that Su Han's fighting ability could be stronger than his. Whoosh! Li Feng took a few steps to Su Han and stabbed him with a dagger. However, Su Han did not move, as if he had no time to react. With a swish sound, the dagger hit, and Su Han's clothes were directly cut by the horizontal slash. But Li Feng's expression changed drastically in an instant, without a trace of joy. How was that possible? This stab of mine didn't cause any harm to Su Han. Not even a scratch on his skin? Horror instantly swept through his whole body. However, as someone who had been fighting for many years, he did not stop and stab a few more times. The result was no change, except that Su Han's clothes had a few more holes. Impossible. For an 18-year-old senior high school student, even if he has a defensive talent, this defensive ability is too abnormal. On the other hand, Su Han looked disappointed. I originally thought that this thing could bring me some health benefits, but in the end it did not bring me a penny. Obviously, Su Han has already tolerated this level of attack and cannot improve. Since he was no longer of any use, Su Han didn't waste any time and took action directly. In Li Feng's horrified eyes, a fist was infinitely enlarged. Boom! With a loud bang, the punch actually caused an explosion, directly blasting Li Feng away dozens of meters. No headshot. However, Su Han was also a little surprised at this time. Although this punch did not have the effect of ignoring defense, it was not difficult to blow up the head of Junior Warrior. Ahem! Li Feng coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, stood up from the ground, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that Sioux City would produce a monster like you. It seems that those people who eat for free didn't investigate the information of these students clearly. As Li Feng said these words in a deep voice, his aura continued to rise. In an instant, he broke through to the intermediate level of warrior, but this is not the end yet. Boom! With a muffled sound, Li Feng's whole body of energy suddenly exploded. Advanced warrior. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He licked his lips, and his eyes actually emitted a long green light. The whole person's appearance changed. The nose and face stretched forward, and the hair on his hands grew suddenly. He looked like a werewolf. Possession talent? Su Han was very surprised to see such a scene. There is a unique type of talent, the possession system. It can assimilate into the appearance of the possessed subject when bursting with combat power, and is a special type with excellent combat power. You should feel honored to die under my full combat power. These pagans were able to sneak in by using secret methods to seal their true strength. Whoosh! The next second, Li Feng pounced over. At this time, his body movement speed was several times faster than before. With a claw, it attacked Su Han's face. Apart from being surprised for a moment, Su Han was not panicked. Instead, he became expectant. He turned his head to the side to avoid the claw. Li Feng's eyes were as bright as torches. One claw missed, and the second claw pressed towards Su Han's chest. Su Han raised the corner of his mouth, and this time he did not dodge. Bang! He was hit directly on the chest, and his eyes lit up instantly. There's hope. As expected of a high-level warrior's full combat power burst, one grab actually provided him with 10 points of chi and health. At this moment, Su Han's eyes were not right when he looked at Li Feng, as if he was looking at a naked beauty. This made Li Feng feel uncomfortable all over. Especially this claw obviously hit, but Su Han was not injured, which made his brain a little mad. He had already fought with all his strength, but the result shocked him. Chow, what kind of perverted defense is this? Is this guy's chest particularly hard? Li Feng couldn't help but think that he didn't fight back head-on when he attacked Su Han's face just now. But as long as he attacked his chest, Su-han didn't dodge once. With his eyes narrowed, Li Feng began to move. The figure went up and down at an extremely fast speed and suddenly got behind Su-han and clawed at him. Su-han did not turn around, not because he could not keep up with Li Feng's movements. With the blessing of agility and speed talents, Li Feng's movements at this moment seemed to be slowed down countless times in his eyes. He just wasn't bothered to turn around. Bang! A firm grasp, but the result remains the same. Su-han is fine. Fuck, what's the point of fighting? Li Feng wanted to curse, because his 2 attempts with all his strength had no effect at all. It was so strange that Li Feng instantly lost his will to fight. Just glance around, aim in one direction, and run. Where do you want to go? But as soon as he took a step forward, he was blocked by Su-han, and his whole body was locked by Su-han. At this moment, he finally felt Su-han's power. Because this time, Su-han used the power of qi and blood to lock it. Chow, how could he be so strong? Feeling the overwhelming force of energy and blood like a mountain pressing down on his head, Li Feng felt unwell. How could this be called a beginner martial artist? He would even believe that Su-han was a high-level martial artist. Standing in front of Su-han, I felt like an ant. Give me the treasure map and let me go. Li Feng threw the treasure map directly at Su-han and begged for mercy. Are you kidding? I didn't know before, but now that Su-han's energy and blood power explodes, even a fool knows that he can't win. Faced with such a gap, it is impossible for me to run away. Su-han took the treasure map without even looking at it and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Hit me. Li Feng was confused by the sudden words and started to wonder if he had heard it wrongly. I said hit me. Suan bipitiv. I can't beat you. Just fight when I tell you to. Why so much nonsense? Su-han said impatiently. This? Li Feng hesitated, wondering if he had met a psychopath who actually asked him to beat him. Since you won't fight me, I'll beat you up instead. It seemed that Su-han had lost his patience. After saying this, his figure disappeared from the spot. Before Li Feng could react, the pain in his stomach as if being hit by a hammer instantly spread throughout his body. Li Feng cried out in pain and bent his whole body like a big shrimp. My stomach churned, and I vomited out all the bitter bile. However, this was just the beginning. Before he could react, he was greeted by a barrage of fists. No. I was wrong. I will hit you. I will hit you. Li Feng shouted in pain. Too late. Since beating him could increase his energy and blood, Su-han naturally didn't want to be beaten again. Bang, bang, bang. Punches rained down like raindrops, continuously hitting Li Feng. Not long after, not only was Li Feng's face beaten into a pig's head, but he also gained 2 circles of weight, and his entire body was swollen. It hurts, please kill me. Li Feng was in a state of suffering worse than death at this moment. It even reminded him of the time when he killed those geniuses in the past, and it seemed that he was also tortured in this way. Satisfy you. When Li Feng could no longer provide him with energy and blood, Su-han shook his fist and launched the attack, ignoring his defense. With a loud bang, Li Feng's head exploded and his body fell down weakly. At this time, Su-han wiped his fist and took out the brown paper. Good luck, he laughed. Chapter 50. Everyone is shocked. He knew that there was a treasure this time, but from Lu Mafei, he only knew that it was deep in the cave, and he didn't know where exactly. Just when I was worrying about how to find the treasure map appeared. What a great idea. It's true that when you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. Su-han looked at the treasure map, compared the directions, and had an idea in his mind. After calculating the time, I decided to go there. There are less than 2 days left, and the ferocious beast here can basically no longer bring him any benefits. His chi and blood just reached 8,500. As expected of a high-level warrior, this round increased his chi and HP by more than 1,000 points. I am happy, but also a little worried. Even high-level warriors are unable to provide him with blood and energy growth. In the future, won't he have to find a D-level or above cave beast, or an opponent above the level of a martial artist, to gain any benefit? The F level of the catacombs corresponds to non-warriors to mid-level warriors and below. Level E corresponds to intermediate warriors to martial artists and below. Level D corresponds to the martial artist realm, and Level C corresponds to the military general realm. Level B and above correspond to Grandmaster and above. Today, Su-han has reached at least the D-level standard. If this were to be told to others, I'm afraid everyone would be shocked. An ordinary high school student from a small city who is only 18 years old actually has the ability to enter a D-level cave. Just as Su-han left, there was an uproar in the monitoring room. At first, Lao Lu was furious when he saw that Su-han actually led a bunch of ferocious beasts to trick Tian Xing, the scumbag from his school. But the cave assessment is allowed. Let alone this. What if they kill your students? Warriors must fight, and killing opponents for some resources is a common occurrence. So he could only stare blankly, seeing how fast Jia Tianxing and the others were escaping. Thinking that they could escape too, he yelled at Li Daoran a few words to vent his anger. But the next moment, Li Feng's sudden attack caused Jia Tianxing to fall into trouble, and he was stunned. A top student in my school is gone, just like that? Pagan. These 3 words made him furious. What was even more shameful and angry was that this pagan was lurking among his students. But now the entrance to the cave is closed, and he can't get in. He can only get angry and helpless. He thinks that he must wait for 2 days to guard the exit and kill that guy. However, the next scene caught their attention. A piece of brown paper. What is this? Li Feng seemed very excited to get the craft paper. Obviously, this craft paper was not simple. What surprised them most was that Su-han's return caused this pagan, who was famous for his bloodthirstiness and arrogance, to flee without a fight. But then, shocking things happened one after another. Especially when Li Feng's full fighting power was unleashed, the degree of wolf transformation shocked all the instructors. As they were experienced, they naturally calculated that Li Feng's realm had already reached that of a high-level warrior. At this moment, others were just surprised and shocked, but Li Daoran became anxious and nervous. Su-han is his trump card, and no accidents can happen. How the hell did a high-level warrior appear here? Are all these supervisors who check identities shit-eaters? You call yourself an expert, but all experts are shit-eaters. Li Daoran wished he could rush into the cave and fight Li Feng at this moment. When Li Feng's claw scratched Su-han's chest, his heart beat in his throat, and he even felt desperate at that moment. But the next second, he was stunned, and everyone was stunned. Li Feng's attack was completely ineffective against Su-han. Apart from scratching his clothes, nothing happened. After just a few moves, Li Feng wanted to escape again. A high-level warrior actually wanted to escape from Su-han. What does that mean? What made them even more dumbfounded was that Li Feng couldn't escape and was stopped by Su-han in an instant. It seemed that Li Feng was completely suppressed at that moment, and he no longer had the desire to escape. What happened no one could figure out. After all, because of the screen, they couldn't feel the pain that Li Feng felt when he was suppressed by the terrifying energy and blood force. Next, Su-han entered into beating mode. Li Feng was like a sandbag, and all he did was get beaten. Half a day later, he was hit on the head by Su-han's punch, and everyone fell silent. Defensive talent? This is a defensive talent? That's right. Neither the dagger attack nor the wolf claw blow caused any harm to Su-han. He was indeed defended. But isn't this too abnormal? An attack from a high-level warrior. And what was the speed of Su-han's outburst at that time? How come Li Feng, after transforming into a wolf, is completely no match for the opponent? How could a high-level warrior's head be blown up after he transformed into a wolf by a single punch? Good boy, I like this guy, ha. After a while, Juanda Guming's laughter spread throughout the monitoring room, and everyone suddenly realized, damn, this kid is a monster. His defensive talent can actually give him such speed and attack power. Who said defensive talent is bad? Isn't there an exception? He's too strong. I want this kid. Have you asked me? Su-han, I want it. For a moment, Su-han once again aroused the scramble among all the Wuda tutors. Li Daoran's face was filled with joy again, but the sweat on his forehead had not been wiped away yet. He was scared to death just now. Fortunately, Su-han was very powerful and killed the infidels. But he also grumbled in his heart. Okay, this brat, it turns out he's hiding so deeply. Brother E, Lao Zhan, Brother Gao, please give me Su-han. Our military needs such talents. At this time, Guming looked at the 3 people beside him. Old Gu, I can't make the decision for a monster like this. If I give in, I'll scold the principal to death when I get back. Boy from Tiandu Wuda spread his hands, looking helpless. Damn it, pretending to be innocent, you villain. Guming cursed in his heart. Yes, Xiao Gu, why don't you let me, your brother, take over Su-han? It's not easy for me to come here. Zhan Tianpeng from Nanjiang Wuda said with a smile, stroking his beard. Damn, this old fox is taking advantage of his age and is shameless. After hearing Zhang Tianping's words, Gu Ming cursed again inwardly. Brother, this is a bit embarrassing for me. Let's wait for Su Han to make his own choice later. Gao Yi from Wuhan University in Magic City is the youngest of the four. Hearing Gu Ming's words, he could only respond awkwardly. It is obviously impossible to ask him to give up such a monster. Gu Ming glanced at Gao Yi, silently cursing him for not knowing how to respect the elderly and love the young. Then he snorted and sat down, ignoring them. I was thinking about what conditions I should offer to capture Su Han when he comes out. The conditions of other Wuhan universities don't matter. They are just a drop in the bucket for the military university, which can crush them directly. However, the three military universities in Tiandu, Modu, and Nanjiang are no weaker than the military university, which makes it a bit difficult to deal with. For a moment, Gu Ming felt a headache. It's a headache to not be able to recruit a genius, and now that a genius has appeared, it's also a pain in the ass to fight for him. It's so fucked up. At this moment, deep in the cave, a war has broken out. Chapter 51. Fang's first exposed, ultimate counterattack. I didn't expect you to escape. In a valley, Zhou Yiba covered the wound on his leg and stared angrily at the man who was speaking in front of him. You are not Wang Bin. Zhou Yiba didn't expect that the moment he met his classmate Wang Bin, he would suddenly kill him. If it weren't for his talent for speed, he would have been almost killed by this Wang Bin just now. Oh, it's useless for you to know all this. Let's get on the road. Wang Bin sneered and rushed forward. Humph. Want to kill me? Dream on. Zhou Yiba shouted angrily. His aura surged. In an instant, he reached the intermediate warrior level. Oh, you actually hid your strength? But do you think an intermediate warrior won't die? After seeing Zhou Yiba's true strength, Wang Bin was just surprised for a moment, but it made him even more excited. The more evil the creature is, the more pleasure he will get from killing it. As he spoke, Wang Bin also unleashed the secret technique, and his realm began to rise. High-level warrior. Feeling Wang Bin's breath, Zhou Yiba frowned, and his face looked very solemn. Not easy to deal with. Die. Wang Bin sneered and launched another attack. Zhou Yiba no longer held back, and his talent for speed was brought to its fullest. The level 3 talent rank brought him a terrifying increase. Move, dodge, and find the right moment to counterattack. Zhou Yiba did not confront Wang Bin head-on, but used his speed advantage to carry out guerrilla warfare. This surprised Wang Bin a little. He didn't expect that Zhou Yiba's speed talent could be even faster after he exerted his full strength. This person is hiding his shortcomings too much. The talent for speed is also a headache in combat. If you can't kill the enemy in one blow, you're likely to be killed by the opponent after a long time. If Zhou Yiba only had a speed talent of level 1 to 2, he would be confident of killing him quickly with the help of Wang Bin's realm suppression. But now Zhou Yiba actually has a level 3 speed talent, which makes his strength talent completely useless. If he can't hit the opponent, everything else is in vain. Wang Bin tried his best, but couldn't hit the opponent, which made him a little angry for a moment. At this time, Zhou Yiba calmed down and became calmer. My realm is not as good as the other party, but I have an advantage in talent. As long as you don't get hit by the opponent, you can fight. He kept moving, calculating the opponent's attack route, and when he saw an opportunity, he would hit the opponent twice. This made Wang Bin gradually go from being arrogant and disdainful to being almost crazy. He also didn't expect that Zhou Yiba, who had been ambushed by him, could still burst out with such fighting power. Especially since he had been careful before, knowing that Zhou Yiba had a talent for speed, he attacked his legs during the sneak attack. Wang Bin never expected that even with his leg injured, he could still maintain such a fast fighting speed, which was completely beyond his expectations. No, we have to retreat. A thought suddenly came to Wang Bin's mind. If he continues to fight like this, he will be worn down to death before he can even touch Zhou Yiba. In just a short while, he already had several wounds on his body. Thinking of this, Wang Bin was very decisive and retreated immediately. Want to leave? Zhou Yiba was unyielding. He was furious after being ambushed just now. Now that he knew the other party was a pagan and he had the ability to kill him, he would naturally not let him go. Heretics shall be killed by everyone. The next second, Zhou Yiba followed like a shadow and stuck close to him. Wang Bin sneered, and the fleeing figure suddenly turned back in midair and slashed over with a knife. At such a close distance, if it were anyone else, they would probably be hit directly. Who would have thought that Wang Bin was pretending to escape but was actually preparing to counterattack. Zhou Yibao's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly lowered his body, narrowly avoiding the knife. Then, with a completely impossible move, he turned his body, slid to Wang Bin's left side, and stabbed with a dagger. The dagger stabbed Wang Bin's left armpit, causing him to sweat coldly on his forehead and his face turned pale. Moreover, Wang Bin's left hand drooped down instantly, and he was obviously unable to exert any force. Although Zhou Yibao had an absolute advantage in this round, he was also sweating profusely. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have died. Zhou Yibao was relentless and hit the target once, then quickly moved and hit again. Wang Bin screamed again and was stabbed in the waist with a dagger, and blood was flowing out. Asshole, you are. As soon as the curse started, screams followed. Wang Bin was stabbed with a dagger again on the leg at the same place where he attacked Zhou Yibao. The bloody hole caused by the dagger was particularly conspicuous, as if venting Zhou Yibao's anger for being ambushed before and giving tooth for tooth. You forced me to do this. Wang Bin shouted and threw out a ball, and his whole body began to turn red, and he became weak and swollen. Not good. The moment the sphere was thrown out, an invisible protective shield instantly closed the 5-meter space around Wang Bin. Boom! The next moment, Wang Bin exploded, and his energy and blood surged wildly. Zhou Yibao screamed miserably, flew backwards, hit the invisible barrier, bounced back, and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, his body was also covered with wounds and blood. The self-destruction of a high-level warrior is no small matter. Especially in a fully enclosed environment, his speed talent cannot get away instantly. Fortunately, this space lock has a diameter of 5 meters. Otherwise, Zhou Yibao would have died in this self-explosion. Even so, he was seriously injured. Damn it! Zhou Yibao struggled to control his body, sat up with difficulty, leaned against a tree stump that had been blown in half, and breathed heavily. He struggled to find 3 healing pills and swallowed them with difficulty. He had to recover and leave quickly, as the huge sound of the explosion would attract ferocious beasts. At this time, Zhou Yibao no longer had the ability to fight. After swallowing the healing medicine, about 3 minutes later, Zhou Yibao forced himself to stand up, walk to the sphere, turn off the switch, and put it into his backpack. Maybe this thing could be useful at a critical moment and should not be wasted. Then he limped away. This scene made old Wang in the monitoring room breathe a sigh of relief, and also made some tutors from Wuhan University nod and praise. When faced with a warrior stronger than himself, he did not panic or get frightened, but responded calmly. He even fought back in an unfavorable situation and even escaped the fatal self-explosion. Whether it is combat thinking, strength, or mentality, is the best choice. After this battle, Zhou Yibao's name was remembered by all the instructors of Wuhan University, and he was included in the special recruitment list. Even the tutors at Nanjiang Wuhan University nodded repeatedly to this. At the same time, such things happened in many places. In the last 2 days, some pagans could no longer hold back and stretched out their evil claws towards the target students. There were only a few students like Zhou Yibao who could escape the sneak attack and counterattack, and most of them were killed instantly. This is the cruelty of the world of warriors, and this is what they must face when they embark on the path of warriors. As a teacher in the school, I am angry but helpless. This outdoor assessment is not only to hone their combat skills, but also to make them realize the difficulties on the road of being a warrior. Chapter 52. Powers gather together. Who is the winner? Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle ended, and the corpses of ferocious beasts were lying all over the ground. There are so many ferocious beasts around here. I am so exhausted. The secret realm should be nearby. Hurry up and look for it. One of them said in a deep voice, comparing it with a blueprint in his hand. This blueprint doesn't have enough details. We've been here all night, and today is the last day. Could the blueprints be fake? I've searched this area several times, but I can't see where the entrance to the secret realm is. I might as well go kill a few more students. Several others began to complain, and from their conversation, it was obvious that these people were pagans. Stop talking nonsense. There are still 5 people who haven't come to join us. Something might have happened. Hurry up. The man holding the blueprint spoke again, and the others had no choice but to do as they were told and continued to search nearby. But he was grumbling in his heart. They were all low-level warriors who had sneaked in. How could they have an accident in front of these students? It was a bit unbelievable. Is the information wrong? Are there so many evildoers among this batch of students? Only a monstrous genius could defeat someone of a higher level. But these students are only in their 3rd year of high school, and most of them haven't even reached the level of elementary warriors. The target person is just a junior warrior. Even if they are B level and C level, it is completely impossible for them to fight against the high-level warriors. Especially the targets of the 5 people who didn't come were all B level. Is it possible that the current B class is so powerful? Or do these people have some special anti-killing weapon? The reason why these people dare to display their strength in this area so openly is entirely because this area is a misty forest deep in the cave. Here, there is no monitoring. The sky above the misty forest is completely shrouded in thick fog, and there is no sunlight all year round. When the human race first cleaned up the cave and transformed this place, they were also helpless. The only thing is that it is impossible to set up surveillance facilities here. Fortunately, this so-called forest was not very big, so after clearing out the high-level ferocious beasts here, they gave up. However, unexpectedly, the place pointed to by the treasure map that appeared this time was exactly here. Brother Zung, there are so many of them. Do we still have a chance? At this time, behind a rock in the distance, Li Jiaming from the 2nd grade high school frowned and looked at a young man beside him in a low voice. The young man was Zung Weirong from the 1st high school. It's hard to say, but that treasure is extraordinary. As long as there's a chance, we have to try and see first. Zung Weirong also looked unhappy. He didn't expect that so many pagans would come this time. Looking at their bodies, both of them were injured at this time. These were the wounds left from their previous fight with the pagans who attacked them. They were able to kill the pagans without being seriously injured, which shows that both of them have hidden their strength and have extraordinary fighting power. Why haven't Jia Tianxing and Zhou Yiba and the other 2 guys arrived yet? Li Jiaming asked again in confusion. Maybe something unexpected happened. No one expected that Zung Weirong, Li Jiaming, Zhou Yiba, and Jia Tianxing all knew about the treasure map. What I didn't expect was that these 4 people could actually get together. Miss, are we just going to wait here forever? Time is running out. Wait, there's so many of them. Now is not the time. Wait until they find the entrance. On the other side in the distance, Ning Ruru and her group of 4 hid in the shadows, observing every move of the pagans. The other side had more than a dozen people, and they were all high-level warriors. Even the leader holding the blueprint seemed to be stronger. There were only 4 of us on our side, and we started fighting before we even found the entrance. It was very irrational. Oh, it's really lively. Suhan sat on a big tree, looking at these groups of people with a smile on his face. He came here according to the instructions on the brown paper, but found that several groups of people had already arrived. So he looked around, found a big tree with lush branches and leaves, climbed up, hid there in the thick fog and lush branches, and began to observe silently. They sat there for the whole night. Except for the pagans who were constantly clearing out the ferocious beasts nearby, the other groups of people did not move. These people are really patient. After taking a glance, Suhan closed his eyes again and started practicing his martial arts. We can't waste any time. Since the entrance to the secret realm has not been found yet and there are free laborers, we might as well start practicing. After all, it is a cave full of spiritual energy. Especially in this deep place, it is twice as dense as the outer area. This night of practice increased Suhan's chi and blood by several hundred. If you practice for a while longer, you'll be able to break through the 9,000 mark. According to his speculation, if he could break through 10,000 chi and blood, he should be able to enter the realm of martial artist. The realm of martial artist is already comparable to the realm of the Lord of Sioux City. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Time passes by every second. There was a rustling sound. Boo! Zung Weirong and Li Jiaming drew their swords instantly and looked behind them. It's me. A weak voice sounded, and Zhou Yiba appeared in their eyes. After a night of recuperation, Zhou Yiba is now fine, but his face is still a little pale. After all, he was seriously injured before. Fortunately, the healing medicines he brought were of high quality, otherwise he would have to lie in bed for a week or 2, let alone a whole night. Are you okay? Seeing that it was Zhou Yiba, Zung Weirong put away his sword and asked softly. Don't mention it. I almost failed. How are things going on your side? Zhou Yiba smiled bitterly. Zung Weirong said nothing and pointed at the pagans in the distance. Zhou Yiba looked up, and understood instantly. Brother Zeng, there's not much time left. If we keep waiting like this, and those people fail to find the entrance, wouldn't it be a waste of our trip? Li Jianming couldn't help himself at this moment. There's not much time left until the end of the 7-day assessment. Wait, if we can't get it, then they can't get it either. But Li Jianming was somewhat unwilling. This treasure could increase his basic qi and blood value by 2,000, improve his cultivation aptitude, and even give him 1 to 2 more talents in the warrior realm. They also received news that there was more than one such treasure inside. Otherwise, they wouldn't come in a group. If there is only one of them, then even if they grab it, who will eat it? Don't say but. The treasure is important, but life is more important. If you rush out now, not only will you not get the treasure, you will also die. Zeng Weirong frowned and said in a deep voice, Li Jianming is too impatient. Listen to Brother Zeng. Pagans are not easy to deal with. I almost blew myself up. If I really die, everything will be gone. At this time, Zhou Yiba patted Li Jianming on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Boss, I found it. It should be here. Just at this moment, there was movement among the pagans. In an instant, several groups of people lurking in the distance all looked over, and Su-Han also opened his eyes at this time. Chapter 53. Space Artifact Fierce Battle. Yes, it's here, go in. The pagan leader took one look at the entrance, was overjoyed, and immediately ordered people to enter. So, there it is. No one expected that the entrance was actually under a river. No wonder they couldn't find it after searching around all night. Watching them jump into the river one by one, Li Jianming was about to set off. Don't worry, it's not the right time yet. Suddenly, Zhou Yiba held Li Jianming down and pointed to the left. Looking in that direction, Li Jianming saw 4 figures quickly rushing out from a dark place and rushing towards the river. Zeng Weirong looked at Zhou Yiba with appreciation and was very satisfied. This is a good teammate. On the other hand, Li Jianming is a fool. If it weren't for the fear of insufficient combat power, no one would cooperate with such an idiot. He is a reckless man, worse than Jia Tianqing. After Ning Ruru and the other 3 got down to the river, they waited for a while before Zeng Weirong and the other 3 got up and headed towards the river. Only after they got down to the river did Su-Han come down from the tree and walked over leisurely. Everyone wants to be the yellow bird? Oh, interesting. Below the river, the entrance is very strange. It is clearly facing diagonally upwards and below the river. But after entering the secret realm through the opening, there was not a drop of water inside. It is amazing that just a thin film-like barrier can block the water flow. After passing through a small path, the view in front of you suddenly opens up. So much gold, someone exclaimed. When they came in, the pagans were surprised to see gold all over the ground. Looking further inside, there was actually a pile of animal bones, each of which was extremely huge. Obviously, these are the bones of high-level ferocious beasts that were killed long ago and sealed here. After all, the high-level ferocious beasts here had been completely cleared out years ago. Otherwise, this place would not have been used as the graduation outdoor assessment site for high school students. What good stuff! The pagans all looked delighted. The bones of high-level ferocious beasts are the best material for making weapons and protective gear. Don't just stand there and watch. Second, third, and fourth, hurry up and take all of these away. Okay, boss. At the leader's words, the 3 people named all started to move. They walked up to piles of gold coins and bones, waved their hands, and a magical scene happened. The gold coins and bones on the ground disappeared in an instant, leaving only the empty ground. Space storage. Ningru, who was following behind, was not surprised, but Zeng Weirong and the other 3 and Su-Han at the back all had their eyes light up at the same time. Space storage devices are something that can only be made by those who are beyond the Grandmaster. They are extremely rare in the market and can be said to be priceless treasures. Even some masters may not have such space storage devices. But in front of him, there were actually 3 people who possessed such treasures. With this thing, you don't need to carry a backpack when you go out. As long as it is not a living thing, you can store and take it out with just a thought. It is very convenient. When all the gold coins and bones were collected, they moved on again. In front of us is a stone gate that is 3 people tall. The 2 pagans walked forward and pushed the door, but the moment their hands touched the stone door, a huge suction force appeared. The stone gate is absorbing our energy and blood. The 2 of them exclaimed, and their faces turned pale instantly. The suction on the door was too strong, and the energy and blood in the body kept dissipating. The key point is that despite their strength as high-level warriors, they are unable to break free from this suction force. The leader looked around the stone door carefully and then suddenly realized this stone door needs to absorb enough energy and blood to open. It looks like 2 people may not be enough. You 3 should go together. Yes, the 3 people who were called walked forward and pushed the door without hesitation. In an instant, the 3 of them were also sucked in. Their energy and blood were lost madly, and a trace of pain appeared on their faces. The leader stood aside and watched. 2 more people. Yes, obviously, the 5 people's blood supply was not enough to quickly open the stone door. The leader called the 2 men forward again. It's not that the 5 people's chi and blood are not enough to open the stone gate. According to the leader's observation, it is enough to open the stone gate. It's just that the speed will be much slower, and what we need to do now is to buy time. So if there are 2 more people, the speed will be faster. Moreover, if only these 5 people were allowed to be sucked in, their fighting power will be almost exhausted when the stone gate opened. If something unexpected happened later, he would suddenly lose 5 fighters, and he didn't want that to happen. With the blood and energy supplied by 7 people, the stone door soon made a cracking sound. The stone chips around it fell off, and the stone door opened. It's done. A lot of energy and blood were sucked out of the 7 people, and they were a little exhausted. However, there was joy on their faces because the moment the stone door opened, they saw a jade box on the innermost stone steps. The treasure must be in there. The leader was not in a hurry, but threw a few pills to the 7 people. Swallow them first to restore your blood. Everyone else, be careful in case there are traps. Everyone knows that there are treasures in secret realms, but at the same time, there may also be various deadly traps in secret realms. If you are careless, you might not only fail to obtain the treasure, but also lose your life. They walked inside slowly, stopping at every step. However, to their surprise, when the group walked to the bottom of the stairs, they did not find any mechanism. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. In the middle of the highest point of the stairs, there is a jade box, which is not small in size. On both sides of the box, one was a very long box, and the other was a small wooden box. Even now, the leader did not relax too much. He took out a few gold coins that he had collected outside and threw them onto the steps. The sound of ding 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 continued to ring, but still no mechanism was triggered. After waiting for a while and seeing that he was safe and sound, the leader walked up. Without paying any attention to the boxes on both sides, the leader went straight to the jade box in the middle. However, just as his hand was about to touch the jade box, a strong wind sounded behind him. Get started! With a delicate shout, 4 figures rushed out, looking for death. The pagans at the bottom of the stairs looked back and shouted angrily. In an instant, the 3 people among Ning Ruru started a head-on battle with the 11 people at the bottom of the stairs. Half-step to the realm of martial artist. As soon as the collision occurred, some pagans cried out in surprise. That's right, the 3 people Ning Ruru brought this time are all at the half-step martial artist level. As for martial artist masters, it would be difficult for them to pass this test. Otherwise, Ning Ruru would not be bringing these 3 people with her. At the same time, Ning Ruru directly attacked the leader on the steps. Humph, you don't know your own limitations. The leader snorted contemptuously and pushed Ning Ruru directly with a palm. Miss, be careful. When the leader's palm strike came out, the 3 half-step martial artists cried out in surprise. Chapter 54. Unexpected Reversal. Everyone felt at the moment the move was made. The leader of the pagans is actually at the level of a martial artist. Too late. The leader sneered and added a little more strength to his palm. Ning Ruru's eyes focused, and her body twisted irregularly like a snake, avoiding the palm in an instant. The leader seemed very surprised and uttered a light exclamation. Ning Ruru did not stop, but walked around the leader and took advantage of the moment when he was stunned to rush to the jade box in the center of the top of the stairs. Don't even think about it. The leader reacted instantly and punched Ning Ruru in the back. If you get hit by this, you will be seriously injured if not killed. Ning Ruru frowned and moved to the side without even turning her head. At the same time, a nail was thrown from her hand and hit the leader in the face. A mere trifle. The leader had a look of disdain on his face. He changed his fist into fingers, instantly pinched the steel nail with 2 fingers, threw it aside, and rushed towards Ning Ruru again. In an instant, the 2 fought together. Facing this martial artist, Ningru didn't dare to let him get close to her. She kept dodging and fighting outside, occasionally finding an opportunity to launch a couple of attacks. However, each time the situation was easily resolved by the leader. After all, there's a huge difference in realm. Ningru was frowning at this time. She had misjudged the other party's strength. She didn't expect that they could have a martial arts master sneak in this time. It was a mistake. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the stairs, his 3 teammates were not having a good time either. Although all 3 of them have a strength of half-step martial artists, they're still only at the advanced martial arts level. The second and third oldest among the 11 people are not weaker than them in strength. Plus, they have 11 people. Suddenly, these 3 people were at a disadvantage. If this continues, Ningruru's situation will be dire. Damn, he's actually at the martial master level. Should we go up to him? Asked Li Jianming, who was watching from the back. If it was a high-level warrior, he would dare to fight, but when the fight started, the opponent turned out to be a master of the martial arts master level. How could he defeat him? Even if the 3 of them are geniuses and can fight above their level, they can only compete with high-level warriors at most. Fighting against a martial artist? Not yet. Moreover, his strength was still the lowest among the 3, so he obviously had some intention of retreating. Of course, Zheng Weirong uttered these 3 words and rushed out. Go. Then who are we going to fight? Li Jianming was stunned and then shouted. Of course we beat the infidels. Are you stupid? Zhou Yibo rolled his eyes, cursed silently, and rushed forward. Li Jianming hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and followed. When the pagans and Ningru saw Zhou Yibo and his 2 companions suddenly appear, they were both stunned. But the next second, Ningru breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the people who came, but he was a little surprised that they found this place. As for who they will help, it's obvious. Pagans are the common enemy of all warriors and must be killed on sight. Kill the pagans first, then whoever gets the treasure in the end can fight for it. Even if you lose, the other party may not necessarily want to kill you. But if the pagans succeed, they will surely die. With the addition of Zhou Yibo and 3 other people, the pressure on Ningruru's 3 teammates was immediately reduced. Li Jianming shared the responsibility of 1 person, while Zheng Weirong directly took away 2 people. What surprised him the most was Zhou Yibo, who actually restrained 3 people at the same time. It's not that Zhou Yibo is stronger than Zheng Weirong, but that he has a natural advantage. After the level 3 speed talent was activated, they constantly surrounded the 3 people and harassed them, making it completely impossible for them to effectively supply Ningruru's accomplices. In a rage, the 3 men surrounded and attacked Zhou Yibo. Unfortunately, even though they had the strength of high-level warriors, they were unable to do anything to Zhou Yibo for the time being. The truth is that he is too fast, and we can't even reach him. How can we defeat him? The task was shared among 6 people at once, and the 3 people on Ningruru's side suddenly felt relieved. Coupled with Ningruru's agile body, the leader was unable to gain any advantage for the time being. For a moment, the 2 sides reached a brief balance. Oh, it's my turn. Suhan watched the battle in front of him quietly and laughed. He took out a human skin mask, put on, and changed his clothes. This human skin mask and clothes were stripped off from the pagan named Li Feng, whom he had killed before. Of course, this Li Feng is naturally a fake, and it is the person shown by the human skin mask. For Suhan, it was natural for him to get the treasure, but it has to be kept secret. He is not a murderer. It will be fine for him to kill all the pagans after getting the treasure. You can't kill Ningru, Zhou Yibo, and others, right? But if he revealed his true identity and took the treasure with him, he would be questioned all kinds of questions, and he was afraid of trouble. Now that we have this mask and clothes, things are much easier. After changing his clothes, Suhan rushed in. As soon as he appeared, the 3 parties exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Old 5, you're here at the right time. Come and help. However, when the pagans saw the newcomers, they were immediately delighted. Li Feng, you are actually a pagan. When Li Jianming saw Suhan, he suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Suhan looked like Li Feng. Li Feng was a student in their 2nd high school, so Li Jianming naturally knew him. He is not Li Feng. He is a pagan in disguise. Don't be stunned. Go up and grab him. Zhou Yibo wanted to go up and beat this idiot up. People are calling him Old 5, and you are still calling him Feng Feng. I don't know how this idiot could cultivate to the level of a mid-level warrior. Moreover, Li Jianming only had 1 opponent at the moment, so he was in the easiest position. Naturally, they hoped that he could catch one more opponent. Otherwise, no matter which battle group Li Feng joins, it will inevitably break the balance. Li Jiaming seemed to have reacted as well, and tried to stop Li Feng with a knife in hand. But just as he got close to him, he felt a flash before his eyes, and Li Feng's figure disappeared. The next second, he appeared in front of Ning Ruru's 3 accomplices. Old 5, you're too late. Let's go together and kill these 3. That's right. If we kill any one of these 3, they'll be finished. The pagans were delighted to see their old 5 coming to their side. With him here, the deadlock can be broken immediately. If we kill one of them, the rest will be easy. Be careful. Ning Ruru's heart skipped a beat, and she was about to retreat. Humph. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? A sinister voice sounded beside him, and a terrifying palm wind came in an instant. Not good. Ning Ruru screamed and twisted her body as hard as she could to dodge, but she was still a step too late. Her left shoulder was hit, and she groaned and retreated violently. Ha ha ha, kill. Seeing the boss injuring Ning Ruru, the pagans became more and more excited. However, in the next second, 3 screams rang out at the same time. Then, everyone saw a stunned scene. The heads of the 3 pagans, Old 2, Old 3, and Old 4, suddenly exploded, and blood spurted out like fountains. The bodies of the 3 people also fell straight down. At this time, everyone realized that the person who made the move was actually Li Feng. All of a sudden, all the fighting came to a halt at this moment. Asshole, who are you? After a while, a furious voice roared from the leader's throat. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Evil Spirit. In contrast, Li Feng did not answer, but just squatted down and quickly touched the fingers of the 3 headless corpses. 3 space rings immediately came into Li Feng's hands. He looked at them slowly for a few times and then put them on his hands. Chow! The leader instantly gave up on Ning Ruru in front of him and rushed directly towards Li Feng. The 3 rings contained the treasures obtained from outside. Seeing the leader rushing towards Li Feng, Ning Ruru reacted from her daze and rushed towards the stairs in an instant. Asshole! Seeing this, the leader cursed angrily and turned to rush towards Ning Ruru. The jade box is the most important thing this time. However, a figure instantly surpassed the leader, and to his shock, he directly passed Ning Ruru. Under their incredulous gazes, he waved his hand and put the 3 items on the steps into his space ring. You're looking for death. This time, the leader became furious and immediately pounced on Li Feng. However, Li Feng, who had received the treasure, did not run away at this time. Instead, he looked at the leader with a strange smile. He did not dodge the palm strike from him, but instead looked expectant. This stunned everyone, especially the leader, who had no idea what Li Feng was thinking. But his expression became even gloomier. Don't hide? Then go to hell. Bang! A palm strike was heard, and everyone was stunned. Li Feng stood steadily in place, the same smile on his face, without moving a muscle. How was that possible? At this time, not only the leader was exclaiming, Ning Ruru and the people at the bottom of the stairs who were watching this scene were all exclaiming. Ning Ruru had experienced before how powerful the leader's palm was. My shoulder was only scratched, but it still hurt so much that I couldn't use my arm. The Li Feng in front of him was hit directly head-on. If he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Yet he was unscathed? Incredible. At this moment, Su Han's eyes lit up. The leader's palm made his blood and energy values move again. It increased by 15 points at once. That's it? Didn't you have enough to eat? Su Han was excited in his heart, but he continued to provoke the leader. Asshole! The leader was furious. A dignified martial artist is actually being despised? He turned his palm into a fist and attacked Su Han frantically. Bang, bang, bang. Fists rained down on Su Han, but the faces of the people around him became more and more surprised, and later they even showed signs of fear. Oh my God, is this still a human being? Zhou Yiba couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. The battle at the foot of the stairs had already stopped. All the treasures had been snatched away by the mysterious Li Feng. What was the point of their further fighting? Damn it, he's a martial artist, but he can't even break that guy's defense. Li Jiaming was terrified. Let's go together. At this moment, a pagan suddenly shouted. Everyone gave up their original goals, surrounded Su Han, and focused their fire on him. At this time, Ning Ruru had already retreated to the side. Originally, she planned to wait for the leader and Li Feng to be defeated and then take action when the opportunity arose. But now this idea is slowly fading away. Having a leader alone made her miserable, and this Li Feng made it even more difficult for her to start. Just this abnormal defense left her helpless. Suddenly, a young man came to her mind who seemed to have a very abnormal defensive ability. Suddenly, she looked at Li Feng seriously. It seemed that the two people's eyes were very similar. Could it really be him? Ning Ruru fell in a deep thought. Miss, what should we do now? Ning Ruru's 3 teammates came to her side and asked softly. Let's see first. The attacks of the pagans became more and more fierce, but their weapons only made a tinkling sound when they hit Su Han's body, without even causing a scratch on him. At most, the clothes were torn into countless pieces. Isn't this guy's body so terrifying? Invulnerable to swords and guns? Li Jiaming exclaimed again at this time. Brother Zheng, shall we retreat? Zhou Yiba glanced at the situation in the venue, leaned close to Zheng Weirong, and asked softly. Let's go. Zheng Weirong frowned and thought for a while, then squeezed out a word from between his teeth, unwillingly. The sudden appearance of Li Feng was too strange, and even the leader and the group of pagans together could not do anything to him. Staying here any longer would not help. Besides, no one knows whether Li Feng is an enemy or a friend. No matter who wins in the end, it would not be good for them. In that case, it's better to just leave. Even though I am unwilling, but I still force myself on you when I know it is impossible. That is not bravery. That is stupidity. Afterwards, he and Zhou Yiba left directly. Hey, wait for me. Li Jiaming was stunned, and then chased after them. The departure of the 3 people, naturally, did not escape the eyes of others present. But this time, no one tried to stop it. Miss, why does this guy just take the beating and not fight back? A teammate of Ning Ru asked in confusion at this time. From the beginning, Su Han had been passively taking the beating and had no intention of fighting back at all. Look, he's making a move. But just when Ning Ruru was about to say something, Su Han moved. He just punched a pagan. Crack! The pagan reacted quickly and blocked with his knife, but he didn't expect that the punch would directly break his sword in half. Just as he was shocked, Su Han's fist did not stop and hit him directly in the chest. Puff! Blood spurted out directly, and a big bloody hole was blasted directly on his chest by Su Han. His body flew backwards and fell heavily in the distance. He died without even a twitch. This sudden attack caused the pagans who were surrounding Su Han to completely stop moving. But Su Han didn't care whether they were shocked or not. After a successful strike, his counterattack began. Were you having a lot of fun chopping me just now? Boom! Su Han spat, then punched the man's head off, and the headless corpse fell straight to the ground. You felt really good kicking me just now, didn't you? Boom! After Su Han finished speaking, he kicked the man out. In midair, he heard the sound of bones breaking in his chest. When he fell to the ground, he was already dead. Afterwards, every time Su Han spoke, he took the life of a pagan. Fear arose in the hearts of the remaining pagans. This guy is so fucking scary. Just now, everyone surrounded him and hacked at him, but they just thought that this man's defense was abnormal and unbelievable. But when he made his move, they were shocked. Is this guy still human? He'll be smashed to pieces with one punch. They're all high-level warriors, right? Under the hands of this mysterious man, they are no better than ants. Walk! The leader was also shocked at this time. He shouted loudly and retreated towards the exit of the secret realm first. Chapter 56, Seeking Death? Breakthrough. The Li Feng in front of them had a defensive power that made them despair. The 9 people surrounded him and beat him for a long time, but to no avail, which already frightened them terribly. But now that this person took action, the explosive combat power made them feel despair. If we don't leave now, our entire army will be wiped out. As the leader of the martial artist realm, he asked himself if he could kill a high-level martial artist instantly with every attack. How can we fight this? The pagans have extreme ideas and are not afraid of life and death, but that doesn't mean they are willing to die in vain. If something cannot be done, then saving your life is the most important thing. And when did such a monster appear in Sioux City? I must run out and report it. It's too scary. Can you leave? When Su Han's voice sounded, everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and a figure blocked their way. Before they could react, a fatal attack came head-on. Screams rang out, and no pagan could withstand his attack. Fuck, that's too brutal. Should we go first? At this time, the people on Ning Ruru's side also asked in horror. It was because Su Han's fighting was too brutal that no one had the slightest thought of resisting. This is a complete crush. It's too late to leave now. Ning Ruru smiled bitterly. At this time, Suhan was blocking the exit and killing the pagans, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Not long after, all the pagans except the leader were killed by Suhan. Suhan turned around and looked at him. This made the leader involuntarily take 2 steps back. At this moment, his confidence was completely destroyed. All of his subordinates were killed so easily, so how could he have the courage to fight again? You, who are you? The leader looked at the demon in front of him in horror. You don't need to know who I am. Just blow yourself up. Suhan looked at the leader and laughed. The beating just now made Suhan extremely happy, and it increased his health by 1489 points at once. Now his chi and blood have reached 9,989 points, and he is only 11 points away from advancing. But at this moment, the increase in chi and blood values stopped, and they could no longer create value for themselves. Su Hank heard that these pagans had a method. When they were pushed to the limit and in despair, they would self-destruct in order to die together with others. He was looking forward to it. Perhaps this self-destruction would allow him to make a breakthrough. As for the martial artist realm, it is said that without the supply of sky-high priced resources, defensive talent cannot break through to the martial artist realm. What is referred to here is not the realm, but the defensive talent that can break through to level 9 or above after reaching the martial artist realm. Level 9 is a hurdle. When your talent breaks through to level 9, it will be a drastic transformation. Now, he was only 1 step away from reaching the martial arts master realm. As long as he entered the martial artist realm, Su Han believed that with the system, he would be able to quickly break through to this level that everyone thought was impossible to reach. He doesn't need astronomical resources to upgrade his talents. The reason for displaying this crushing attack is to force them into despair and make them self-destruct. As a result, these pagans were so frightened that they didn't even have the courage to self-destruct. This made Su Han very disappointed, and this leader was his last hope. You forced me to do this, so let's die together. Hearing Su Han's words, the leader seemed to be angry and embarrassed. I definitely can't leave, so I'll just satisfy him. The leader's energy and blood began to run wild, and his whole body began to swell. No, retreat quickly. Ning Ruru never expected that Su Han would do such a thing. Instead of killing the opponent directly, he gave him a chance to self-destruct. The power of a warrior's self-detonation is extraordinary. It can often kill warriors of a higher level than itself, or at least severely injure the opponent. And this leader is at the level of martial artist. It goes without saying how horrible the consequences would be if a martial artist self-detonated. The internal space of this secret realm is not that spacious. Once the leader self-destructs, the consequences will be disastrous. Ning Ruru and the others retreated violently to a corner, which was already the farthest place from them. She took out several balls from her arms and clicked them open. Layer upon layer of protective shields were instantly erected. Even so, they all put their hands in front of them and looked at Su Han with fear on their faces. On the other hand, Su Han did not retreat at all, and his face even showed expectation. This puzzled everyone present. Is he crazy? He must be crazy. Everyone on Ning Ruru's side started shouting and cursing, and she herself was about to suffer an unexpected disaster. Ning Ruru had already given up her previous idea at this time. This man's attack was too powerful and was definitely not the Su Han she had imagined. She is actually the daughter of Yulong Chamber of Commerce, Xiaxina. He disguised himself as Ning Ruru and sneaked into the assessment. Based on her understanding of Su Han, it seems that this person's fighting ability is not comparable to Su Han's. This is stronger than what Lu Bo told him, and it is not a little bit stronger. You know, the last time Lu Bo reported that Su Han killed a powerful martial artist, she was indeed shocked. But according to the description, Su Han still won by using a trick, and he must have used some special secret method. However, the man in front of her was several times stronger in both combat and defense than the Su Han she knew. She didn't believe that Su Han could grow to this level in just a few days. You don't know how to live or die. That's good. It's worth it to drag a monster like you down with me before I die. Ha ha ha. When the leader's body expanded to a limit, he saw that Su Han had no intention of leaving and burst into laughter. That's right. He couldn't beat him and couldn't do anything to him, but he thought that by self-destructing, he could still seriously injure him or even kill him. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his body exploded instantly, and the frenzied energy and blood power turned into a devouring demon, raging wildly at everything around it. In an instant, The entire secret realm shook violently, and the shattered rocks on the top kept falling down, raising countless dust. After the explosion, everything returned to calm, except for a few falling rocks occasionally. After a while, a pile of stones in the corner were uncovered. Ning Ruru and a few others emerged, covered in dust. Two of them suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and their breath became weak. When the explosion just now occurred, these 2 people stood in front of Ning Ruru. Even with several layers of protective shields, they still couldn't completely block the power of the self-explosion. Therefore, these 2 people were the first to bear the brunt of the self-explosion. In an instant, the 2 were severely injured. This shows how powerful the self-detonation of a martial artist is. Damn, that guy is really crazy. You are really courting death. Why not just kill him directly? You had to wait for him to self-destruct. Now you have lost your life too. Seeing a deep pit appear at the place where the leader blew himself up just now, and no movement inside, several people couldn't help but speak. Isn't this good? At least we don't have to face that monster. Quickly swallow the pills to recover. I'll go find those rings. The treasures are all in the monster's rings. The space ring is a divine object and will not be damaged by a warrior's self-explosion. But just as the man finished speaking and was about to get up and go over, an extremely terrifying force of energy and blood suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Ha ha ha, I made a breakthrough. Chapter 57, Unexpected Harvest. Is this the advanced martial artist realm? The sudden burst of energy and blood frightened the man so much that he fell to the ground and collapsed. His whole face was filled with fear. The leader of the pagans just now was only at the primary martial artist level, but I didn't expect that this mysterious man had broken through to the advanced martial artist level. Base! A figure jumped out from the deep pit. It was the mysterious man with the same appearance as Li Feng. No, he is not at the high-level martial artist level, Ning Ruru said with a frown. But she was also confused. If it wasn't true, the energy and blood power that the other person exploded had indeed reached the level of a high-level martial artist. But if you say it is, it doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. However, no matter what, the strength of the man in front of them is definitely not something the 4 of them can contend with, especially now that 2 of them are seriously injured. The 4 people were cautious and wary of Li Feng, with serious faces. Originally, Suhan had just been upgraded and was planning to test his current strength at the junior martial artist level. When I jumped out of the deep pit, I found that there were 4 other people here. He glanced over and was stunned when he saw Ning Ruru. Those eyes. Why do they give me a familiar feeling? Suhan thought about it, but couldn't figure out who it could be for a moment. The next second, he left. After leaving the secret realm, Suhan looked around and disappeared in one direction. Call! Ning Ruru's 3 teammates breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Fortunately, that evil star has no intention of killing us. Yes, otherwise I will have to explain myself here this time. Miss, I'm sorry that I couldn't help you get the treasure this time. It happened so suddenly that no one could have expected such a monster to appear. As long as the treasure is not taken away by the pagans, it's fine. Ning Ruru waved her hand at this time, indicating that they shouldn't mind it. It's good to get it, but if you can't, it's fate. The most that happened was that the suppression of his strength over the past few years had been wasted, and he was unable to achieve a higher basic improvement in the warrior realm. Although such treasures are rare, they are not completely unavailable out there. With the connections, financial resources, and strength of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce, we will be able to obtain other treasures in the future. Let's go. Go out first and find a place to recuperate. The assessment will be over soon. After Ning Ruru finished speaking, she was the first to walk out of the secret realm. Li Jiaming, who do you think that mysterious man is? On the way, Zhou Yibo looked at Li Jiaming and asked. The mysterious man used Li Feng's appearance, so naturally he had to ask Li Jiaming from the second high school. God knows who it is, but since he used Li Feng's appearance, Jia Tianxing is probably dead. Li Jiaming was a little scared. When the 3 of them came here before, they were attacked by pagans and were killed by them. However, the opponents are all high-level warriors, and as intermediate warriors, they still have some ability to fight back. But facing a monster like Li Feng, no matter how powerful they are, they're no match for him. The battle just now made me feel numb just watching it. Li Feng was previously in the same team as Jia Tianxing. Since Jia Tianxing did not show up just now, he was most likely killed by Li Feng. Thinking of this, Li Jiaming felt a little scared. Before, I almost teamed up with Li Feng. After all, in the second high school, Li Feng's combat power ranking was second only to himself, Jia Tianxing, and Luo Yingxue. Zheng Weirong and Zhou Yibo, who were standing by, also looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In a secret cave outside the grotto, Wu Yong leaned against the corner with his left arm, his face a little pale. "Wu Yong, are you feeling better?" Luo Yingxue asked anxiously. "I'm fine. Just keep an eye on the cave entrance and don't be careless," Wu Yong said, gritting his teeth. At this moment, he felt pain not only in his left arm, but also in his chest. Before this, the two of them listened to Su Han's words and prepared to go hunting outside to hone themselves. Unexpectedly, I met one of Luo Yingxue's classmates on the road. Just as I said hello and was about to pass by, this person suddenly attacked me. If he hadn't fought with Su Han several times before, and the two of them had developed a certain tacit understanding and cooperation, he would have been defeated at that time. Fortunately, despite being seriously injured, the two managed to escape. It was also because there were many students outside. When the man saw the crowds, he instantly hid his body and did not chase out. After all, they had a second mission at that time, and if they chased Luo Yingxue in front of so many students, they would probably make mistakes. The two men escaped from danger, but did not relax. After seeing that person leave, he did not follow the students. According to Su Han, there were pagans infiltrating this time, and coupled with the raid just now, who knows if there are still pagans among these students. So the two of them avoided the crowd and found a secret cave to hide in. This cave has an observation entrance, which faces the only way out of the deep cave. That person shouldn't come to see me again. Why hasn't Su Han come out yet? The assessment is about to end. Nothing will happen to him, right? Luo Yingxue said as she stared at the intersection. This was her second experience of being attacked by pagans, and it really made her panic. "Don't worry, he is Su Han. He will be fine," Wu Yong comforted. It seemed that talking too much had affected the injury on his chest, causing him to grimace again, and sweat broke out in a cold sweat. "Stop talking. Take another healing pill. You can find a doctor for treatment when you get out later." Seeing this, Luo Yingxue immediately took out a pill and handed it over. Wu Yong swallowed it, and after a while, he felt better. A secret place in the foggy forest. At this time, Su Han had already taken off the human skin mask and changed his clothes back to what they were at the beginning. He did not leave the forest because once he left, everything would be seen by the instructors in the monitoring room. I didn't expect to get a space ring. Su Han fiddled with the 4 rings on his fingers, 3 of which belonged to the pagans, the second, third, and fourth. Another one was left behind by the leader after he blew himself up. After fiddling with it for a while, Su Han found that direct mind control seemed to be useless. So, he prepared to cut his finger and drip blood to recognize the master, just like what he had read in the novels in his previous life. However, at this moment he himself was stunned. The defensive talent level was too high, and the sword could not even cut his fingers. In the end, he had to turn on the ignore defense function, which resulted in him breaking his finger, leaving Su Han with a dilemma. The moment the blood dripped onto the ring, Su Han felt it. For a moment, it was as if my soul was pulled into a space. The space here is about 10 cubic meters and is filled with gold. So this is for gold coins. Su Han took a glance and found that in the ring, besides gold, there were only some dry food and a few sundries. Su Han followed the same method and looked at the other rings. The other 2 rings are also 10 cubic meters, containing animal bones and the 3 boxes that he had obtained. As for the leader's ring, it actually had 50 cubic meters of space, which contained some animal bones, elixirs, clothes, masks, and a jade toad. Huh? What is this? The first time Su Han saw the jade toad, he felt its extraordinariness. Chapter 58, Rich. This jade toad seemed to have some strange energy, but Su Han couldn't figure out what it was. When he held it in his hand, a cool feeling rushed to his forehead, making him instantly clear-headed. It seems that at this moment, I can forget the fatigue and confusion. Why does it feel a bit like the effect of the purifying mantra? However, the tongue of this jade toad is particularly long and looks a bit strange. It looks more like a key. After playing with it for a while, Su Han didn't find any other uses for it, so he put it into the ring. And all the contents of the other 3 people's rings, including the 3 rings, were put into the leader's ring. Only then did he take out the 3 boxes he had obtained this time. The first thing to be opened was the jade box. This is the treasure? There are 5 of them. It turned out that the so-called treasure was actually 5 golden pills. As soon as the box is opened, the rich aroma hits your nose. Just by smelling it, Suhan's body actually sent out signals of hunger. The thought of swallowing this pill kept coming into my mind. Wow, this pill is incredible, it's a good thing. But I don't know if it will be useful to me now that I'm at the primary martial artist level. Forget it, I'll eat it first. Without thinking too much, Suhan swallowed one directly. The pill went down his throat, feeling extremely warm. After a moment, he felt a warmth rising from his abdomen, which slowly radiated to his limbs and bones. At this time, the energy and blood in Suhan's body seemed to have undergone a transformation and suddenly began to surge. Buzz! The next moment, it seemed as if some shackles in his brain were unlocked, causing him to feel briefly dizzy. The host took the elixir, and his chi and blood base increased, currently at 12,000 points. Host takes elixir, cultivation potential level increases, currently S level. Quickly take the elixir, expand the list of additional main talents 1. Do you want to awaken now? In an instant, 3 prompts lit up in my mind. It works. Suhan's eyes lit up. The first improvement in the basic chi and blood was just icing on the cake for Suhan now, so he didn't really care about it. But no matter what, the increase of 2,000 points in his chi and health points brought a huge improvement in his overall combat power. With his current chi and blood values, he has a great advantage over ordinary high-level martial artists. The improvement in his cultivation potential made Suhan very satisfied. S level, a rare existence. In Suzhou, not to mention A level, B level, or even C level are considered geniuses. But in places like Modu, Tiandu, and Nanjiang, A level is the threshold for defining a genius. However, he is now S level, and even if he goes to places like the Magic City, he is an absolute genius. My teacher once said that A level is awesome, right? But the speed of S level cultivation is definitely not comparable to that of A level. Thinking of this, Suhan wished he could sit cross-legged right now and practice some skills to see how much stronger the S level was than the A level. But he still endured it. It was not the right time yet. Awaken. Suhan's mind moved, and he began to awaken directly. When a warrior enters the martial artist realm, he can awaken his talent again. However, everyone knows that this awakened talent is not the main talent, but a secondary talent of the same series that is generated around the main talent that you awaken for the first time. But now, after swallowing this pill, he was able to awaken his second main talent, which made Suhan ecstatic. If your first main talent is defense, then your second main talent must not be defense-related. He became excited, wondering what main talent he would be able to awaken this time. If there's a combat type, then I will send it. Awakening successfully, the host obtains the second main talent, self-healing. Suhan staggered and almost fell. Damn, does this mean I should be a support instead of tank? Surprisingly, the second main talent is auxiliary self-healing. Self-healing talent, mutated growth type, can self-repair all of its own injuries. The speed of repairing injuries increases with the level. However, after seeing the annotation of this talent, Suhan felt much better. According to the notes, as long as you raise your level, it will be difficult to die in the future, right? As long as you're not killed instantly, even the most serious injuries can heal themselves. Besides, didn't you see that there was a note about mutation and growth behind this talent? Obviously with this, many other additional talents can be produced in the future. Forget it. As long as we don't die, we win. Saving our lives is the most important thing. Although he did not awaken the combat talent that Suhan wanted, this one is not bad either. Besides, aren't there still 4 pills? Suhan looked at the remaining 4 pills and laughed, but just as he was about to swallow a pill, a prompt sounded in his mind. This elixir can only be taken once. Taking it again will have no effect. What the hell? Seeing this prompt, Suhan felt terrible. This thing can only be eaten once? But think about it. What if it could be taken endlessly? Feeling somewhat disappointed, he put the pill away and threw it into the space ring. Since it's useless to eat it, then think of a way to exchange it for other treasures and give one to your brother at the same time, so that we can share the blessing. I'll leave one for Sister Murphy then. Since it worked for me, who is at the junior martial artist level, then it should also be effective for Sister Murphy, who is also at the martial artist level, right? Tip: this elixir is only effective when taken by a warrior. The reason why it is effective when taken by the host is due to the blessing of this system. As I was thinking about it, a hint suddenly popped up in my mind. Forehead. Seeing this prompt, Suhan was stunned and felt helpless. Forget it. I'll save other good things for Sister Murphy in the future. Next, Suhan opened the long box. Inside were 2 long metal blocks of unknown material. What is this? Suhan took in his hand and weighed it. It was really heavy, so he chopped at the metal with his sword. Bite! After a sound of metal clashing, a gap appeared on his sword. Oh my god, so awesome. It didn't take much effort on my part, and the metal block was completely intact with just a chop, not even a scratch. But a big gap suddenly appeared on his sword. Seeing this, even though Suhan didn't know what metal material this was, he knew how awesome it was. It is definitely a good material for refining equipment. If I use this thing to make 2 handy weapons for myself, then when I go to the cave to kill all kinds of ferocious beasts in the future, wouldn't it be like a tiger with wings? How could he know that this was more than just good material? It was the embryo of a divine weapon. If this could be made into a weapon, breaking hair would be child's play. After putting away the 2 pieces of metal, Suhan opened the last box. This was a small wooden box, and he was curious about what was inside. Shit, it's posted. When he saw what was in the box for the first time, he jumped up with excitement. That's right, there's a book of martial arts inside. The most important thing is that this technique is actually at the earth level. Suhan's biggest goal in participating in the outdoor assessment is to get the first prize, a copy of any Shin-level technique or martial art. At the beginning, he was thinking that it would be great if he could have 1 copy each of martial arts and skills. Now, I'm giving you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. Moreover, he directly gave him a local-level martial arts technique. Once the earth-level skills are thrown out, it will be something that people will fight for. You know, some masters only practice Shin-level techniques and martial arts. Not to mention that his talent for sudden enlightenment can enhance the variation of his skills. I'm going to possess a heavenly-level technique now? Ha ha ha. Suhan could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. And he simply sat down on the ground and started practicing this local-level martial arts. Chapter 59, Reunion Perfect Harvest. With his talent for enlightenment activated, Suhan directly began to learn the skills. The host uses the sudden enlightenment to practice the technique, Hunyuan. He has already comprehended this technique. The sudden enlightenment talent level +1. Oh my god, that's awesome. Just by flipping through this technique, I actually understood it? That's amazing. This is an earth-level technique. If someone with better comprehension were to come in, it would take at least a month to get started. And I understood it all in a matter of minutes. It was simply amazing. In an instant, the practice method of this technique emerged in his mind, as if he had been immersed in this technique for countless years and was extremely familiar with it. The host uses the enlightenment talent to practice Hunyuan Gong, an enlightenment talent level +1. Host uses his epiphany talent. The host uses his sudden enlightenment talent to practice Hunyuan Gong, his sudden enlightenment talent level +1, and his technique has evolved. The technique has evolved successfully, and I have obtained the heavenly technique, 9 Cauldrons Spirit Refining. 9 Cauldrons Refining Spirit, a heavenly level technique. When practiced to the point of transformation, one can transform one's chi and blood into a cauldron, making one indestructible. Fuck, I'm rich. It is worthy of being a heavenly level skill. It can transform chi and blood into a cauldron. Legend has it that when the chi and blood can transform into a cauldron, one can look down upon the world and have unparalleled combat power. I didn't expect that I would get such a martial arts book. At the same time, his talent for enlightenment, which had never been advanced, directly reached level 10 after practicing this technique. What he didn't expect was that in just a short moment, his chi and blood increased by more than 300 points. In the past, practicing yellow level skills would only yield a little over 100 points in one night. How long has it been now? And the more you practice, the less chi and blood you will gain. But now I don't have such concerns. The combination of heavenly grade skills and S-level cultivation potential is truly terrifying. Suhan looked at the time and saw that there was still more than an hour left before the end of this assessment. So, he started looking for the ferocious beast directly. This time, I have been promoted to the primary martial artist level, and all my talent levels can be improved again. While there is still some time, he naturally doesn't want to waste it. This time, the ferocious beast deep in the cave was in trouble and once again became Suhan's sparring partner. Half an hour later, Su-han killed the last ferocious beast in front of him with satisfaction and looked at the system panel. Host, Su-han. Age, 18. Warrior level, 4th level, primary martial master level. Chi and blood, 12,515, ordinary people 10. First main talent, defensive talent, mutated growth type, level 10. Second main talent, self-healing talent, mutated growth type, level 10. Additional talent, precision talent, level 10. Additional talent, magic sound talent, level 10. Additional talent, agility talent, level 10. Additional talent, ignore defense, level 10. Additional talent, dodge talent, level 10. Additional talent, enlightenment talent, level 10. Additional talent, heavy blade talent, level 10. Additional talent, rock talent, level 10. Additional talent, speed talent, level 10. Kung Fu, 9 cauldron spirit refining, heavenly level. Martial arts, 8 extreme collapse, yellow level. During this half hour of killing, the ferocious beast here could no longer increase his energy and blood. But to Su-han's surprise, his own heavenly grade technique actually cultivated automatically. Although the speed of improvement was much slower than that of meditation cultivation, it also provided more than 200 points of chi and blood at once. Before, if I didn't meditate and practice, my chi and blood would not upgrade on their own. This means that even if you're not meditating now, the exercises will continue to run 24 hours a day. It's worthy of being a heavenly level technique. So cool. Su-han laughed loudly. Looking at the powerful data on the panel, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A few days ago, I was just a senior high school student with only 121 points of chi and blood. Nowadays, if such combat power were to go out, it would be absolutely easy to crush the same generation. All this seemed like a dream. However, this half hour of practice also made Su-han realize that even with the heaven-defying skills and the system, the improvement of his talent level was much slower than before. When I first got the system, I could level up almost every time I killed a monster. But now it often takes a long time to upgrade once. Otherwise, it wouldn't take half an hour to upgrade all these talents, especially his own defensive talent, which is currently the slowest to upgrade. It is conceivable that even with the system, the upgrade seems slow. If an ordinary person awakens his defensive talent, how long will it take to upgrade once? However, if others heard that Su-han was complaining that his talent was upgrading too slowly, they would definitely scold him for not knowing how lucky he was. After tidying up, Su-han calmed down, took off the space ring on his hand, and put it into his inner pocket. If I take this thing out, even a fool wouldn't know that the treasure inside is his. Afterwards, Su-han, carrying a large backpack, hummed a little tune and walked towards the cave exit. The benefits brought to me by this assessment are too great. It feels so good. Inside the cave, Luo Yingxue became excited at this moment, because the figure she had been waiting for a long time appeared in her sight. Suan, here! All of a sudden, she lifted up the leaves and weeds used to hide the entrance of the cave, rushed out, and shouted in the direction of Su-han. Yingxue? When Su-han heard the voice and looked over, he was stunned. At this time, Luo Yingxue's face was as red as a big cat's. Her clothes were torn in many places, and she looked very haggard. Why are you like this? Where's Wu Yong? Wu, Su-han, you're finally back. Luo Yingxue suddenly burst into tears. She was so heartbroken, and her face was full of grievance. Su-han was shocked by her behavior and became furious. What's wrong with Wu Yong? Tell me quickly. Su-han stepped forward, grabbed Luo Yingxue, and shouted anxiously and angrily. Ah, you hurt me. He is injured in the cave behind. Luo Yingxue cried out in pain as Su-han grabbed her arm. What the hell? He's not dead? Then why are you crying? Su-han was speechless. The girl was crying so hard just now, and he thought Wu Yong was dead, but it turned out that he was just injured. So he let go of Luo Yingxue and rushed directly into the cave. Yongzi, are you okay? I'm fine. Ahem. I probably just broke 2 ribs. I'll be fine once you come back. After going forward to investigate, Su-han was relieved to find that it was just as he said. As long as you're not dead, this injury is nothing in the world of high-level martial arts and can be cured. Even if you break an arm or a leg, as long as we bring the broken limbs back together, we can reconnect them for you. There are even some rare treasures out there that can help you regenerate a severed limb. However, Su-han could not open the exit to treat Wu Yong, so he directly took out a golden pill. Eat it. What is this? Don't worry about it. Just eat. Under Su Han's unyielding coercion, Wu Yong obediently swallowed the pill. The next second, Wu Yong's blood and energy suddenly surged, and he was completely frightened. Luo Yingxue on the side also covered her mouth and screamed. Chapter 60. Both evolved. Wu Yong, who was seriously injured just now, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally pale face also turned rosy. This situation was already very shocking to him. Even those expensive and highly effective healing pills could not work so quickly. What surprised him even more was yet to come. The energy and blood in his body suddenly surged, and his entire skin became like a cooked shrimp in an instant. At this moment, Wu Yong really wanted to shout fuck, but the surging blood and energy were rushing out, and he was afraid that if he shouted, he would lose his energy. He understood that Su Han must have given him something extraordinary to eat. Enduring the torment, he continued to digest the surging qi and blood. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his clenched fist seemed to be pinching into his flesh. After about a few minutes, a loud shout seemed to vent the anger. Boom! The next second, Wu Yong's whole body shook, and his chaotic blood and energy slowly calmed down. But before he could catch his breath, his brain suddenly felt dizzy. Buzz! My brain kept vibrating, and the feeling of dizziness spread throughout my body. Wu Yong's body began to tremble, and his mouth also trembled violently. Su Han on the side couldn't help but frown. He felt very comfortable after swallowing this thing. Why does Wu Yong look so uncomfortable? How could he know that Wu Yong was just a junior warrior with only 200 qi and blood? It was natural that he felt extremely painful when his qi and blood suddenly increased by 2,000. When Su Han swallowed it before, his qi and blood values were already so high, it was just icing on the cake. As for Wu Yong's trembling now, that was because he was awakening his second main talent. Awakening a main talent is actually an expansion of one's brain area, which is naturally dizzying. He is not Su Han. Su Han already has so many talents at this moment, so adding one more naturally doesn't feel like anything. This is why a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. After a few more minutes, Wu Yong's eyes regained clarity. Fuck, I almost thought I was dead. Finally, Wu Yong shouted out. Just now, I felt like I was going through the 9 levels of ice and fire, and my body and brain were washed over and over again. Boss, what the hell did you give me to eat? Damn, I actually got an extra main talent. At this moment, Wu Yong suddenly screamed, having forgotten the surge of his energy and blood. The second main talent is amazing. Don't be so surprised. Look at your second main talent. Su Han said unhappily. It was just that Wu Yong had a loud voice and was shouting in a very small cave, so the echo made his ears hurt. Wu Yong quickly closed his eyes and felt it. Oh my god, it's a bright talent. Crap. Su Han couldn't help but curse when he heard this talent. Look, they have Berserker plus light, but what about you? Defense plus self-healing? Oh my god, you are blind. The talent of light is a very powerful talent. If it is developed, it will have both speed and the ability to self-recover. Coupled with Wu Yong's own talent for frenzy fighting, he is simply an executioner. However, thinking that Wu Yong was his brother, Su Han felt much better. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be awesome. At this time, Wu Yong also understood the awesomeness of this talent and laughed. Stop smiling foolishly. Do you know what your current level of cultivation potential is? Su Han said with a pout. Isn't it D? Wu Yong was stunned. He didn't understand why Su Han asked this. D? You're AC now. What? Holy shit, it really is true. Just now I was busy enjoying the joy of awakening my talent, but when I sensed it this time, I jumped up with excitement. Grade C, which means they're one of the best people in Suzhou. In addition, he now possesses dual main talents, which would be said to be better than the average B level, and even comparable to A level. Not everyone can have dual main talents, let alone such awesome dual main talents. Ha ha ha, I'm so awesome. ASU, I will protect you from now on. Wu Yong became too proud of himself. Su Han glanced at him, rolled his eyes, and told him to experience it himself. By the way, you should have 2,000 more basic qi and health now. People in the warrior realm should no longer be your opponents. What? Then, I'm not invincible? Ha ha. Hey Asu, why did you kick me? Unable to bear it any longer, Su Han kicked him directly in the butt. He was so arrogant. Keep a low profile, otherwise you will die soon. After saying that, Su Han handed a pill to Luo Yingxue. I have it too. Luo Yingxue recovered from her shock and looked at the pill in Su Han's hand in disbelief. Wu Yong just swallowed this, and his fighting power suddenly increased. Of course, we are friends. Su Han smiled and said calmly. Thank you, Su Han. Luo Yingxue took the pill excitedly, her eyes full of gratitude. This pill looked very precious, and Su Han actually gave her one. Take it quickly. After you digest it, we still have things to do. Okay. As a warrior, Luo Yingxue naturally wouldn't be too shy like an ordinary woman. She took the pill to the corner and swallowed it directly. The process was the same as Wu Yong's, but it seemed to be better than Wu Yong's and not as uncomfortable as his. The difference in potential levels can be seen at this time. After all, Luo Yingxue is a true B-level cultivation potential. After a while, she completed the transformation and her face was full of joy. What Luo Yingxue awakened was actually the talent of agility, which Su Han also had. However, strength plus agility should not be underestimated. It will allow Luo Yingxue to effectively avoid the opponent's attacks in future battles, greatly increasing her survival rate. It's also a very good match. Luo Yingxue's cultivation potential level suddenly reached A level. This is the second A level in Suzhou. Although Luo Yingxue's second main talent is not that amazing, these two talents are very practical in combat. With her cooperation, she reached a level again. In the future, promotion will be twice as easy with half the effort, which makes Wu Yong a little envious. There was no way. His initial potential level was low, and he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. But Wu Yong was also relieved. This was much better than before. At least in Su City, except for Su Han and Luo Yingxue, he could beat all the other people of the same age. I didn't expect that I could gain so much from this outdoor assessment. Thank you, Su Han. Luo Yingxue couldn't help but feel happy and thanked Su Han Lai again. Don't thank me all the time. It makes things awkward. There's no need to say these things between friends. For Su Han, although he had not known Luo Yingxue for a long time, he could feel that this girl truly regarded him as a friend, and that was enough. Anyway, I can only eat one of these things, so the remaining two are enough to exchange for treasures. Besides, if we exchange this thing, wouldn't we indirectly cultivate a few opponents? So on the way, he thought about it and decided that he would rather be eaten by Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue. After the two of them were done, Su Han waved his hand and two corpses appeared in front of Luo Yingxue and Wu Yong. Fuck, can you perform magic tricks? Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue screamed when they saw the corpse suddenly appear. Chapter 61. Reasons to believe or not believe. This isn't a space storage device. Luo Yingxue suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Seeing Su Han smile and nod, she looked at Su Han with disbelief. The Luo family, with such a huge fortune, does not have a space storage device. You can imagine how rare and precious this thing is. But now Su Han actually has it? Su Han, do you have another identity? Are you the disciple of some old monster? Or are you the offspring of some top power? Luo Yingxue said in surprise. It really goes against common sense. What kind of identity can I have? Don't let your imagination run wild. This was given to me by the pagans. Hearing this, Luo Yingxue suddenly realized something, while Wu Yong exclaimed, Damn, Su, you can even kill high-level warriors? The pagan they encountered before was a high-level warrior, otherwise he would not have been seriously injured. If he hadn't twisted his body in the critical moment, he would have been hit directly in the heart. It's scary to think about it. Don't make a fuss. You can kill now. Su Han scolded with a smile. Yeah, that's right, haha. Now I can beat high-level warriors. But Su, what are you going to do? This time the pagans came in, firstly to kill those talented students in our Su City, and secondly for the secret treasures in this cave. Is this the pill you gave us just now? They suddenly understood. But what are you going to do with their bodies? Wu Yong was still puzzled. Su Han did not answer him, but took out a human skin mask and a set of clothes and gave them to one of the pagans. After you get out, your second main talent will be exposed sooner or later. It would be better to say that these two people killed each other and were seriously injured in the end. We happened to be here and heard that they were pagans, so we came up to finish them off. Anyway, everyone can kill pagans, and then by chance I got a chance to do so. Of course, they won't tell you unless they ask. Originally, Su Han wanted them to hide their second main talent, but then he thought, with so many mentors from Wudai University outside, even mentors from the four top Wudai University were there was a high chance that it would be exposed. Instead of doing this, it's better to just tell a lie that you can believe or not. No matter whether they believe it or not, just bite them to death. At least those mentors couldn't guess that Su-han could kill all the pagans. As for Ning Ruru, she had obviously hidden her identity to sneak in, but she was definitely not a pagan. They also didn't know that Li Feng was Su-han. Even if he had some guesses, he had no evidence, so he was not afraid. Moreover, given the qualifications and combat capabilities of the three of them now, as long as they are not pagans, the mentors would be delighted and would not care how you improved. Human warriors always try their best to support talented younger generations. As long as you show enough strength at the time, there will naturally be people to help you take the blame. So, just give them excuse. As for how many people believe it, who cares? I have swallowed the pills, can I still spit them out? Warriors must fight for it. This itself is also an opportunity. If you get it, it's yours. After explaining everything, the three of them quietly went out. This place happens to be a blind spot for surveillance. Otherwise, Su-han might not have done this. Coincidentally, when Luo Yingxue and Wu Yong discovered that pagans had infiltrated the room, they deliberately found a blind spot, as they were also afraid that there might be pagans among the people in the monitoring room. Although the possibility is very low, we must be on guard. At this time, many students have gathered at the exit, and the time for the outdoor assessment is approaching. Some of them were talking and laughing, while others looked sad and worried. Some students were seriously injured, some even had broken arms and legs, and had to be carried out by their teammates. On the side, Zheng Weirong, Li Jiaming, and Zhou Yibo stood together, constantly glancing at the students who came to the exit. Brother Zheng, do you think Li Feng will come? Li Jiaming asked. He will definitely come, but he will definitely change his face to sneak in. Zheng Weirong replied with a frown. He is very depressed now. He has wasted too much time for the treasure this time. In the end, he didn't get the treasure, and the hunt for the ferocious beast was also delayed. But think about it. No one in this group of students is stronger than the three of them, so they should be a safe bet for the top three. I don't know where that monster Li Feng came from. It's so scary. Zhou Yibo smacked his lips, thinking back to what he had seen in the secret realm before, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, they were fighting at the time and had no time to take care of the three of them. Otherwise, they would have been left behind. In Sioux City, they all thought they were the best here, but now it seems that there are too many strong people. They were nothing in front of those monsters. This also further strengthened their idea that they must continue to become stronger, otherwise they would be at the mercy of others. The battle in the secret realm still left them with a deep blow. Ning Ruru and the others are here. Suddenly, Zheng Weirong looked in a certain direction. The two of them looked in the direction they were looking and saw Ning Ruru and her group of four slowly walking towards the exit with gloomy faces. Huh, judging from the looks of them, did they fail? Zhou Yibo said in surprise. It was inevitable that they failed. I was just wondering why Li Feng didn't kill them. Could it be that they were held back by the leader and escaped? Zheng Weirong also found it very strange. Li Feng was very powerful. It was obvious that the leader was no match for him, even if he was at the martial artist level. Similarly, Ning Ruru and the other three would not be a match for Li Feng. But they came out safe and sound. Ning Ruru also saw the three people at this time, but did not come over to say hello. She even glanced at them and pretended not to see them, and walked to the other side. Zheng Weirong and the other two were in perfect harmony with each other. They showed no signs of abnormality and acted as if nothing had happened. This kind of thing is tacitly understood. Anyway, everyone knows that the other party is not a pagan, and now there is no interest involved, so they just pretend that nothing happened. Miss those three. Don't worry about it. They won't say anything. Just as Ning Ruru and the other three had just stopped, Su-han and the other two came out, talking and laughing. Ning Ruru looked directly at Su-han, her brows furrowed. Among the students here, only Su-han is the strongest, and the figure of Li Feng is similar to Su-han. Could it really be him? Ning Ruru stared at Su-han. As if feeling Ning Ruru's gaze, Su-han glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, but pretended not to see her and continued chatting and laughing with Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue beside him. Ning Ruru was also feeling very confused at this moment. If that Li Feng is Su-han, then his combat power is much stronger than what Lu Bo reported to her. In just a few days, Su-han could grow to this level. Impossible. But if that Li Feng is not Su-han, then who could it be? Headache. Ning Ruru frowned more and more, totally unsure of who Li Feng was. Buzz. At this moment, the exit of the cave opened. Dear students, please go out one by one and cooperate with the inspection outside. At this time, the deputy director of Suqing's education department came in with a group of people and spoke to all the students. Suhan was sharp-eyed and noticed that Lu Mafei was among the group of people behind the deputy director. You guys go ahead. The deputy director glanced at the people behind him and said. Then, those people disappeared from the spot in an instant and rushed towards the depths of the cave. Chapter 62. A popular commodity. Who are these people? Can't you tell? This is military uniform. The military? Then why are they here? Your brain. There are only two possibilities for the military to appear here. One is a riot in the cave, and the other is the appearance of pagans. Pagans? Oh my goodness. Most of the students were surprised to see people from the military. When they knew the reason why these people appeared, they were immediately frightened. Pagans are all extremely cruel and ferocious people. Fortunately, I haven't encountered it otherwise. I can't even imagine it. Oh my God, the pagans also have tastes. Didn't you see that the top 3 martial arts high schools have not returned? Their targets are all talented human students, and we can't get a chance. At this time, some students on the side sneered. Hearing this, everyone didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. They had practiced hard for so many years, but the pagans looked down on them and were too lazy to help. Alas, sad. After the military personnel left, the students left the cave one by one. At this time, we passed through the entrance of the cave and returned to the iron fortress. Many instruments have already been placed outside. Everyone needs to go through several inspection gates one by one and undergo multiple inspections. Zhou Yibao, Zheng Weirong, Li Jianming, Su Han, Luo Yingxue, Wu Yong, Ningru, you guys don't need to be tested anymore. Come here, follow me. At this time, the deputy director of the Education Bureau came over and began to call the roll. The people whose names were called were stunned, then walked out and left with the deputy director. Huh? Why don't they want to test it? That's right, top students don't need to be tested. Besides, Suhan and Wu Yong are not the top students in our school. Some students in the queue were puzzled, especially Wan Mingliang, who was shouting in the crowd at this time. That's right, Wan Mingliang was not dead. Ever since Jia Tianxing was ambushed, he ran all the way and found a secret place to hide for a whole night before he reached the outskirts of the cave. Because they were the ones who were attacked and killed by the pagans just now, and they also killed the pagans in return. Is it still necessary to check them? The person in charge of the inspection said at this time. Hearing this, everyone shut up and looked at the people who were named in shock. Being attacked and killed is terrible enough, but to actually fight back? They're all geniuses. Wan Mingliang's eyes were also filled with jealousy and hatred. He was even more surprised that Su Han and Wu Yong could actually kill those pagans, as they were high-level warriors. At this moment, his hatred could be said to be completely overwhelmed by shock. How could I take revenge on a person who could kill a high-level warrior? Should I look for someone at the martial arts master level? Am I worthy of that? In an instant, loss and unwillingness filled his heart. It seems that I can't get revenge. On the other side, Su Han and others followed the deputy director of the Education Bureau to a conference room. The instructors from various martial arts universities were all sitting inside at this time. The moment they saw them come in, everyone's eyes lit up. All the performances of Su Han and others in the cave, except the one in the misty forest, were seen by them, and they had already left a deep impression on them. After Su Han and his companions came in, they all seemed a little embarrassed, even Su Han himself. It was quite uncomfortable for a few people to be stared at by a group of men. However, most people were very excited. It was obvious that they were going to be specially recruited. Wu Yong, in particular, was so excited that his mind went blank. If Su Han hadn't pulled him back, he would not have been able to enter the door. He never thought that he would have such an opportunity. All this was given by Su Han. Sure enough, the first thing the deputy director said after closing the door was, "Congratulations, you have been given priority to get the special recruitment quota of Wuhan University this time." In an instant, except Ning Ruru and Su Han, everyone jumped up excitedly and couldn't help cheering. Isn't all these years of hard training just for today? Only by entering Wuda can you have the opportunity to transform into a dragon and become a more powerful being. In particular, the specially recruited students in each session will enjoy richer training resources than those admitted by general students. Su Han, Luo Yingxue, Wu Yong, the 3 of you stand up. At this moment, the deputy director spoke again. Everyone was stunned, and Su Han and the other 2 stood up with some confusion. You three are the top 3 in this outdoor assessment, so you will enjoy priority selection. What? After these words were spoken, Zheng Weirong, Zhou Yibo, and Li Jiaming exclaimed at the same time. According to their thinking, although they were delayed in hunting the ferocious beasts because of the matters in the secret realm. However, the ferocious beasts they killed were definitely enough to rank among the top 3, but unexpectedly, they were taken away by these 3 people. Mr. Deputy Director, hasn't the number of ferocious beasts killed been counted yet? Li Jiaming asked unwillingly. As soon as he said this, Zhou Yibo and Zheng Weirong looked at him as an idiot. What is the identity of the Deputy Director? They must have confirmed it before they said that. You were shocked and surprised, but how could you think of asking this question? Sure enough, the Deputy Director and all the instructors at Wuhan University looked at him as if he were a retard and shook their heads. Fighting power is indeed the key, but the instructors of each martial arts university do not want to recruit a brainless, reckless man. Obviously, Li Jiaming is not very smart. Okay, get out now. After exchanging glances, the Deputy Director spoke knowingly. The other mentors sat quietly with their eyes fixed on the ground, as if they saw nothing and no one spoke. Acknowledged. No, how could you do this? Li Jiaming was still a little dazed at this time. Why was he disqualified for asking a question? The Deputy Director didn't waste any time talking to him. He just waved his hand, and 2 guards stepped forward and carried him out. Miserable apologies and pleas for mercy were heard, but no one responded. Sometimes, the opportunity is right in front of you, but you missed it because of your own mistakes, so you can't blame others. When Li Jiaming was taken away, the mentors suddenly moved. You're Su-Han, right? Are you interested in coming to our Liaoqing Wuda? I can give you 3 times the resources of the general students, and after you enroll, you can choose your favorite instructor for further study. As soon as these words came out, all the students were shocked. Special admission students enjoy more resources than general admission students, but generally only half as many resources, or at most doubled. But now, Liaoqing Wuda has actually offered 3 times the resources, which is shocking. The most important thing is, can I choose my own tutor after admission? Those who could be instructors in Wuda are all outstanding martial artists, and at the very least, they are high-level martial artists. People like this either select people based on their academic performance or based on their personal liking for them. It will definitely not be up to the students to choose. But now, the initiative was given to Su-Han, which was simply unbelievable to them. Even Ning Ruru's eyes flashed with a strange light at this moment. You can even say 3 times, Su-Han, come to our Zhejiang City Martial Arts University, and we will give you 4 times the resources, the same instructor of your choice, and I will give you an extra chance to choose a Xian-level technique or martial art. You will definitely be the first in this assessment, and the reward can only be a Xian-level technique or martial art. You are still missing one thing, and I will give it to you. Before Su-Han could answer, the instructor from Zhejiang Wuda University spoke directly and generously. Fuck. Hearing this, all the students burst into swearing. Chapter 63. Each one is more shameless than the other. The conditions offered by these mentors are really too amazing. Why is Su-Han so popular among these mentors? All the students on the field were shocked and looked at Su-Han in surprise. Even Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue were surprised. They knew that Su-Han was very strong, but they didn't expect that his mentor would react like this. They have also paid attention to the special recruitment information of each class in the past. Even if one has S-level training qualifications, it seems that there is no such treatment. 4 times the resources, and you can choose any one of the mysterious martial arts or techniques. It's simply amazing. But this is not the end yet. All the mentors started competing for it, and each one offered better conditions than the other. You can even see that they are arguing with each other until their faces are red. The instructors present here are at least high-level martial artists, and some are even generals. Who isn't a big boss in daily life? But now, well, since everyone wants to recruit Su-Han, I think it's better to let Su-Han carefully consider which martial arts university to choose, and we choose other students first, right? At this time, Zhan Tianpeng, the tutor of Nanjiang Wuhan University, came out. Mr. Zhan is right. I'll do as you say. Everyone stopped arguing, quieted down, and looked at other people. However, many people avoided Wu Yong and looked at other people. They could all see clearly from the surveillance that Wu Yong was not bad and was considered strong among the beginner warriors. But among this group of students, he does not have an advantage. On the contrary, Zhou Yiba and Zheng Weirong behind him have already reached the intermediate warrior level, and their talent has reached level 3. He also killed a pagan at the high-level warrior level in the cave, so he is worth training. The next moment, everyone began to make their own choices. However, they felt a little disappointed when they saw that the mentors from the 4 top Wuhan universities did not speak. Zheng Weirong and Zhou Yiba, in particular, looked at the 4 mentors from time to time. Wu Yong, on the other hand, was heartless. For him, being able to stand here was already a surprise. These mentors did not come to choose him first, but he didn't have any extra thoughts and was even smiling foolishly. Master Boy, I want to join Tiandu Wuda. At this time, Zheng Weirong stood up and shouted nervously. Sometimes you have to fight for opportunities yourself. This choice will be a turning point in his life, and he doesn't want to miss it. Oh, you are indeed brave, young man, but I'm sorry, you haven't reached the special recruitment standard of Tiandu yet. Although Boyi's voice was gentle, his answer was a direct rejection. Zheng Weirong's eyes dimmed in an instant. Don't be discouraged. It's best to find a Wuhan university that suits you. Seeing Zheng Weirong's lonely look, the tutor of Liaoqing Wuhan University came over, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Thank you, mentor. I will join Liaoqing Wuhan University. Good. You won't regret your choice today. The tutor was very happy to see Zheng Weirong chose his own Wuhan University. The top students who arrived first are the best students in this batch. There are so many people in Wuhan University, but only a few top students. It would be great if we could get the first one. Master Gu, I want to join the military to serve my country. Zhou Yiba struggled for a while, but finally stood up and spoke solemnly to his mentor Gu Ming from the military academy. You have good taste. I like you. Come and stay by my side. Zhou Yiba didn't expect that his request would be directly accepted, and he was stunned on the spot. The others also opened their mouths in shock and looked at Gu Ming in disbelief. What? Our army wants you. Thank you, Lord Gu. Zhou Yiba was so excited that he wanted to dance. Oh my god, I can actually make it to the big stage? Young man, are you willing to come to the military university? But Gu Ming suddenly spoke again and looked at Wu Yong, who was smiling foolishly at the side. Me? Wu Yong was stunned and pointed at himself. Yes, it's you. I think you're gifted and born to be a warrior. I'm very optimistic about you, Gu Ming said with a smile. After these words were spoken, everyone became even more stunned and confused. Gifted? Born to be a warrior? Just Wu Yong? Who among those present is not more talented than him? Not to mention the students, even the other instructors were confused. Did Gu Ming take the wrong medicine? Zhan Tianpeng, Gao, he and Boyi beside him were also a little confused. What the hell is wrong with Lao Gu? In their opinion, Wu Yong was able to get the special recruitment quota entirely because of Su Han. They didn't see Wu Yong's appearance after he evolved by taking the treasure in the cave. However, Gao Yi, a mentor at the Shanghai Wuda University, had a gleam in his eyes. He looked at Gu Ming in surprise and cursed him as an old fox in his heart. Gu Ming didn't care what others thought and asked again with a smile, Wu Yong, do you want to join our military university? Go in, I'm going in. Wu Yong was so excited that he almost shouted, Su, I can get into the university. Haha, am I dreaming? The next moment, regardless of the presence of so many instructors around him, he hugged Su Han and jumped up excitedly. Yes, congratulations to you, Su Han was also surprised why Gu Ming chose Wu Yong. Considering Wu Yong's current ability, he can really enter the military university. However, these mentors in front of them had no idea of Wu Yong's current combat power and talent. After being surprised, everyone continued to make their choices. In the end, Ning Ruru was admitted by Zhujiang City Wuda, but Luo Yingxue was unexpectedly admitted by Shanghai Wuda, which once again surprised everyone. This year's top tutors at Wuhan University seemed to be a little abnormal. After everyone else had made their choices, all the mentors looked at Su Han again. Su Han, we at Tiandu Wuda sincerely invite you. We at Wuda can give you double the resources they give you. What? After hearing what Boyi said, all the students were in disbelief. Double it? Wouldn't that mean we have at least 8 times as many resources? But their shock was not over yet. Su Han, we at Nanjiang Wuda also welcome you. The conditions are the same as those at Tiandu. You see, Suching originally belongs to Nanjiang province. After all, we are from the same hometown. Why don't you come to our place? Zhan Tianpeng stroked his beard and looked at Su Han with a smile. Fellow townspeople have natural advantages. After Zhang Tianpeng finished speaking, he glanced at the other three people with some pride, as if he had a sure win. Under normal circumstances, as both are top-level Wuhan universities, their faculty and resource supplies are naturally similar, and being close to home naturally adds a lot of points. Shameless. The other three mentors all cursed in their hearts. Suhan, we in Shanghai Wuda also welcome you to join us. The conditions are the same. Besides, your girlfriend has come to Shanghai. If you come over, it will be convenient for you to get along with her, right? Hearing this, Guming couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that, just as he was about to speak, Gao beat him to the punch and used similar rhetoric to what he wanted to use. He was immediately furious. Shameless. The other mentors only then realized why Gao chose Luo Yingxue and immediately cursed in their hearts. I didn't expect the instructor of the top Wuhan University to be so shameless. Chapter 64. Amazing data. She's not my girlfriend. Hearing Gao Yi's words, Suhan was stunned and explained with a helpless smile. Well, Mr. Gao, you misunderstood. Suhan and I are good friends, not his girlfriend. Luo Yingxue's face was also flushed at this time. She didn't expect Gao Yi to say that. However, when Suhan explained directly, she still felt a little inexplicably lost. This time, it was Gao Yi's turn to be confused. Did he see it wrong? Seeing Gao Yi being humiliated, Guming burst into laughter. Grandson, if I let you snatch my words, you must be embarrassed now, right? And you have a girlfriend. You are blind. Suhan, come to our army. A man should join the army. Isn't it for the purpose of training a skill to defend the country? Only when there is a country can there be a home. Come with your brother. Don't you agree, Wu Yong? Guming stood up, walked to Suhan, and said, and finally looked at Wu Yong. Yes, ASU, come with me to the military university. We can be together again. Wu Yong also said excitedly at this time. I was already very happy to be selected into the military academy, and it would be even better if Suhan could come with me. How shameless. All the instructors cursed inwardly. No wonder this guy chose Wu Yong, who seemed to have the weakest ability at the beginning. It turns out he was waiting here. Who says that most military officers are reckless? This little guy is really smart. Suhan was somewhat tempted. Naturally, he had nothing to say about his brother, as he was the only one who dared to trust his back. It was great to be able to enter the military together, but he also had his own ideas. Teachers, I have a question to ask you before deciding which Wuhan University to join. Suhan spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Just say it. All the teachers looked at him with a smile, but they were nervous inside. This question concerns Suhan's choice. Which martial arts university has the most actual combat? Of course our army is bigger. Wherever there is a battle, there are military students. Upon hearing this question, the other instructors suddenly became gloomy, while Guming burst into laughter. Fighting is the essence of the military. What Suhan wants is to fight. Those resources that are multiple times higher are tempting. If it were someone else, they would naturally go to whichever side provides more resources. But Suhan is a systematic person, and what he wants is an opponent, an actual combat opponent. Resources cannot make him grow quickly, but constant fighting can. Then I'll march big. Good, great. Suhan, the military university welcomes you. Come on, I'll take the three of you to go through the special recruitment procedures. Seeing Suhan's final choice, other side. Guming couldn't wait and took Suhan and the other two to go through the formalities. Nothing was finalized until the formalities were stamped. He didn't care that there were students coming for general enrollment and just left, leaving everyone speechless. Naturally, there are also various combat power and talent testing instruments inside the Iron Fortress. Guming took Suhan and the other two directly to the testing room and turned on an instrument. Come on, although the data contains your cultivation potential level, talent, and realm, you still have to go through a process to be retested. In addition, this trip to the cave has also increased your strength, and the data provided by some people is not very accurate. Guming said bluntly, the three people in front of me don't match the information. It was written on Wu Yong that he had the talent for berserker fighting and was not a warrior, but once he entered the cave it was seen that he was already a warrior. Zhou Yibao's profile states that he is a junior warrior with a level 2 speed talent. However, in the cave, he showed a level 3 speed talent and was a mid-level warrior. As for Suhan, it was written that he was a junior warrior with defensive talent. But after seeing his performance in the cave, Gu Mingyin asked someone to check Suhan's information. Before the assessment, this kid went to the warrior hall and applied for an intermediate warrior certificate. This made Gu Ming want to catch the principal of their former school and beat him up, but nothing he did was right. If everyone had applied according to the data in the materials, everyone would have passed the special recruitment standards. Especially this Suhan. With his defensive talent, it is difficult for even a mid-level warrior to make it, let alone a beginner warrior. Zhou Yiba, you go up and take the test first. Gu Ming looked at Zhou Yiba. Okay. Zhou Yiba walked towards the tester. A flash of light swept by, showing that his cultivation potential was B-level, with 786 points of chi and blood and a talent for speed. Good. Go to that room and test your talent level. Seeing the data, Gu Ming nodded. It was very good to be able to reach 786 points of chi and blood at the age of 18. As long as you go to Wuda and train well, you will be able to break through to become a high-level warrior soon. There were countless holes in the test room. When the timing started, irregular red light shot out from the holes, and Zhou Yiba started moving the moment the light was emitted. His body was like a phantom, constantly moving in the room, easily dodging every ray of light. And on the display screen outside, the data is constantly jumping. Level 1, Level 2, and then directly to Level 3. When it was shown that his talent level exceeded Level 3, Zhou Yiba held on for a while before he was hit by the light, and the test ended. I didn't expect your speed talent to almost reach Level 4. Not bad. Gu Ming was a little surprised to see this result. This talent level is very good compared to his peers. Of course, it can't be compared with those little monsters in my own school, but compared with Wugao High School, it is indeed very good. Next, Wu Yong, you come. Gu Ming looked at Wu Yong and said with a smile. In order to get Su Han, he spent a lot of money this time. According to the assessment monitoring, Wu Yong obviously cannot meet the admission standards of their military university. Normally, one would have to have at least C-level cultivation qualifications to be selected, but Wu Yong only had D-level. Moreover, his talent for Berserker is good, and it focuses on combat. However, judging from the previous battles, Wu Yong has obviously just been promoted to the warrior realm a few days ago, and his talent level is barely level 1. But if we could take down Su Han, it doesn't matter if we bring Wu Yong along. Anyway, they have 2 backdoor quotas every year. Wu Yong nodded and walked towards the tester with some nervousness. Su Han stopped him at this time. Yongzi, use all your strength. If you're asked later, just follow the previous words. Okay. Wu Yong walked over as he was told and let the tester scan him. This kind of sophisticated tester can suppress chi and blood, but the main talent cannot be hidden. It would be exposed sooner or later, so Su Han faked a scene in the cave. After all, Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue don't have a system like I do. Su Han can hide his talent data at will, but Wu Yong and Luo Yingxue cannot. What the hell? Gu Ming, who was originally careless, suddenly widened his eyes and swore after seeing Wu Yong's test results. Even Zhou Yiba, who was standing next to him, was shocked, with his mouth wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 65. Unbelievable. I found a treasure. 2,364 HP, C-level training qualification, Berserker and light dual talents? Gu Ming was dumbfounded. Was he dreaming? Or is he dazzled? I rubbed my eyes hard and looked over again and heard another fuck. I found a treasure. Although the potential for cultivation is a bit low, C-level is enough for the time being. In the future, as long as there is a chance to obtain some secret treasures, there is a chance that the qualifications will be improved again. You, how come you have dual talents? But the next moment, Gu Ming frowned. He also knew about the treasure in the cave this time. Could it be that? This shouldn't be the case. How could this kid get the treasure from a pagan? Teacher, we happened to see 2 people fighting in the cave. Later, we heard them talking about pagans and treasures, so we hid aside and watched. Unexpectedly, both sides were injured in the end, and then we bravely went up to finish off the enemy. Then he found a jade box, and when he opened it, he found 3 golden pills inside. Thinking that since it was a treasure, we should not waste it, Su Han, Luo, Yingxue, and I ate 1 each. Hearing this, Gu Ming and Zhou Yiba were both speechless. After all this time, the treasure that others worked so hard to obtain is now just given to you 3 for free? Especially Zhou Yiba, who experienced that battle personally. As it turned out, Wu Yong and his friends got lucky and their blood and energy surged, making them even more awesome than himself. These more than 2,000 health points are enough to defeat him. What's more, it has 2 talents, especially the second main talent, is the talent of light, which is a killer when combined with the talent of berserker. The combat power is off the charts, the speed is fast, and the recovery is also fast. The berserker talent itself is a talent with relatively strong attack power. But the disadvantage is that the endurance is not high, and you often feel weak after a few rounds of bursts. But with the talent of light, endurance is guaranteed, which is incredible. Since Wu Yong mentioned that he and Su Han, Luo Yingxue took one each, doesn't that mean that he is the weakest among the three people present? He was a top student in Suzhou No. 1 high school. Who would have thought that in an outdoor test, he would be at the bottom? How pathetic. However, he did not lose heart. Since he was able to advance into the big world, there would be unlimited possibilities in the future. There are many secret realms in the cave, and you will have the opportunity to obtain similar or even more powerful secret treasures. Gu Ming was very happy at this time. He didn't expect that the quota he had made an exception for Su Han was no longer needed. Using such power will affect your KPI. Although Wu Yong's reasons were a bit far-fetched and unbelievable, he didn't bother to care. No matter where their treasure came from, as long as they're not pagans, they can eat it. Treasures are meant to be obtained by those who are destined to have them, and any means are sufficient to obtain them. Even children understand that warriors must fight for what they have. There is no such thing as good guys and bad guys in a battle. Everyone has a different stance. In order to become stronger, what does it matter if I have to use some shameless means? In history, success or failure is determined by the results. What history books say must be the truth. That's too naive. Only those involved know the truth of history, and most of what is recorded in history is what the victors want to see. Su Han, you ate that thing too? Come, let me see your current combat power. Gu Ming didn't care at all about how Wu Yong and the others got the treasure. Instead, he couldn't wait to know Su Han's current situation. Wu Yong is so strong, let alone Su Han. He had previously learned from the principal of the third high school, Li Daoran, that Su Han had A-level cultivation potential. So if he swallowed this treasure, wouldn't he be S-level? S-level. This time I really found a treasure. As one of the top universities in Wuhan, there are only a few S-level geniuses in the school, which are extremely rare. Su Han nodded and walked over. Buzz! The light scanned Su Han's body, and the data began to jump and appeared after a while. Oh my god! When Gu Ming saw Su Han's data, he felt his heart skip a beat and his mind was confused. Qi and blood, 12,515. Primary martial artist. S-level cultivation potential. Dual talents of defense and self-healing. Damn it, is this still a human being? Although this talent does not belong to the main combat system, but with the self-healing talent combined with the defensive talent, it is an indestructible cockroach. However, improving defensive talents does consume a lot of resources. However, Gu Ming thought it was worth a try, because during the assessment, he saw Su Han's powerful side, even a weird side. Originally, he couldn't understand how a person with a talent for defense could have such extraordinary combat power and speed. Moreover, the defensive talent displayed by Su Han was too abnormal. But when he saw Su Han's current energy and realm, he understood. How could this kid just be promoted to a warrior? He has already reached the primary martial artist level. Moreover, this blood value is not what a junior martial artist should have. The limit of the advanced martial artist is only 10,000. Doesn't this mean that anyone who has just entered the advanced martial arts realm will be beaten by Su Han? Too perverted. Gu Ming didn't know what to say at this moment. He instantly turned into the previous Wu Yong and was left with only a foolish smile. Su Han's defensive talent is definitely extraordinary. It is completely different from the defensive talent they know. Others have made a mistake and are just judging based on common sense. Fortunately, I was not misled by the useless nature of the defensive talent and chose him. This time, the military is about to become famous. Su Han is definitely comparable to those perverts in school. Gu Ming was even looking forward to what kind of chemical reaction Su Han would cause with those evildoers after entering the military academy. In the past, those few were all arrogant and conceited, who made them almost invincible among their peers. No one is convinced by anyone else. But now that Su Han is here, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Ming became even happier and more excited. Only with competition, pressure, and opponents can we promote everyone's growth. Otherwise, you will just stay where you are and remain complacent. Zhou Yibo, who was standing aside, showed fear and realization in his eyes. Others might not know, but he had seen the battle in the secret realm with his own eyes. When Wu Yong said this originally, he really thought that they were just lucky and got the treasure by chance. But after seeing Su Han's data, he understood. This Su Han is Li Feng. With his defensive talent and high Qi and HP, even if he hadn't swallowed the treasure, his Qi and HP would have been more than 10,000. A blood value of more than 10,000 is equivalent to the blood value of a high-level martial artist. Isn't it easy to defeat a pagan at the primary martial artist level? No wonder the pagans were completely helpless against him. But he didn't say anything, because at this moment Su Han was smiling at him with a meaningful look. "Ha ha, today is such a good day. Let's go. I'm happy, and I'll treat you to dinner at Fu Hai Lu." Gu Ming completed the formalities quickly, and by the way, passed the information of Su Han and the other two to the principal first, and then happily took the three of them to a big dinner. Being able to find a student like Su Han, I will definitely get a lot of rewards when I return this time. On the other side, President Wang Xuani, who was lying leisurely on a rocking chair in the president's office of the military university, listening to music and humming a little tune, clicked on a picture message he had just received on his mobile phone. With just one glance, he jumped up from the rocking chair. Fuck. Chapter 66. The military doesn't want to keep useless people. How did this kid bring a monster back to me? After confirming the content of the text message several times, Wang Xuani, the president of the military university, said to himself in shock. The amount of information that Gu Ming sent back was really too abnormal. How could such a monstrous student come from Sioux City? The problem is that many of these students will not give priority to military university. The resources of the three martial arts universities, Tiandu, Modu, and Nanjiang, are no less than those of military university, but if they encounter a battle, they can choose to go or not. The only exception is the military. Once there are changes in the cave or pagans appear, they will almost always cooperate with the military and rush to the front line. Among all the Wuhan universities, the military university has the highest casualty rate. Of course, with risks come great rewards. The genius who can grow up in such a dangerous environment of Wuhan University is definitely not comparable to those in other Wuhan universities. In terms of actual combat, the military university ranks second, and no other colleges dare to claim to be first. It's not only a matter of combat capability, but also a kind of respect from other martial arts universities for the military university. The military university is the lifeblood of the military, and most of the students that graduate from it become the military's reserve forces. They're the most advanced support for humanity, so the funding and resources provided by the Global Martial Arts Alliance to WUDA every year are also the most sufficient. However, not all geniuses are not afraid of death, and many modern geniuses have been cultivated by the older generation since childhood. Although they are powerful, many of them are accustomed to a life of luxury. Therefore, they would not choose Wuhan University, where the mortality rate is too high. But now, Gu Ming said that Su Han had completed the admission procedures, although his defensive talent did surprise him at first. However, looking at the following data, the word defensive talent had long been selectively forgotten by him. With dual talents of S-level cultivation potential, at the age of 18, at the primary martial artist level, his Qi and blood have reached 12515, completely crushing the advanced martial artist level. These glittering statistics simply blinded his eyes. They were too abnormal. For a warrior who has awakened his defensive talent, his Qi and blood will be cultivated faster, but breaking through the martial artist level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now Su Han has done it, and he did it at the age of 18. Wang Xuani didn't understand. At the age of 18, he was only in the third year of high school, and his talent had just been awakened. How could he have broken through to the martial artist level so quickly? It was not until he read the notes at the end that Wang Xuani felt a little better. It turned out that he had taken the treasures from the secret cave this time, which gave him dual primary talents. His cultivation potential was raised from A level to S level, and his basic Qi and blood value also increased by 2,000. Even so, it was difficult to conceal Wang Xuani's joy and shock. He quickly picked up the phone and called, but Gu Ming's phone was turned off, so he couldn't help but scold him. This old guy must have taken those guys out to eat and drink instead of doing his work. Knowing that this news had come, I would definitely be shocked and call him, but he actually dared to turn off his phone. "Asshole, I'll deal with you when I get back." Wang Xin spat and quickly called the military district's armament department. This kid is a unique seedling. If he is trained well, he will definitely be a heavy tank in the underground cave battlefield. You must first ask for credit and more resources, because defensive talent is a bottomless pit. On the other side, Gu Ming brought Su Han and the other two to Fuhai Building in Sioux City. This is the most luxurious restaurant in Sioux City. It has everything, including things flying in the sky and swimming in the water. There are also some special dishes whose ingredients are all ferocious beasts. Eating the meat of ferocious beasts can nourish and improve your chi and blood, and it is very expensive. Moreover, ordinary people would not dare to eat too much even if they had money. This thing is only for warriors. If ordinary people eat too much, they might die of violent bleeding. Only warriors whose physiques have undergone genetic transformation can effectively digest the meat of these ferocious beasts. It was the first time for Su Han and the other two to have such a big meal, and it was quite an experience. It tastes much better than the meat provided by the slaughterhouse. After all, it is a ferocious beast. It has been living in a place with abundant spiritual energy in the cave. The spiritual energy factors in its body are rich. Every bite feels like its body is sublimated. It is wonderful. After having enough wine and food, Gu Ming looked at the three of them and slowly said, "This meal is to celebrate the three of you joining us." "Thank you, Teacher Gu." The three of them expressed their gratitude. "You're welcome. Next, unfortunately, I have to tell you three that you will have to report to the military university in 3 days." Isn't there a summer vacation?" Hearing this, the three were stunned, and Wu Yong asked in confusion, "Summer vacation? That's for ordinary people. Military students don't have any summer or winter vacations. Sometimes they have to go on assessment missions during the new year." Upon hearing this, Wu Yong and Zhou Yibo both looked worried. "I was thinking that since I was specially recruited into the military university, I could show off to my relatives and friends this summer. Now, there are only less than 3 days left before I have to report. How miserable!" Su Han, on the other hand, was very excited. He was alone anyway, and what he wanted most now was to become stronger. Although his current strength is indeed superior to his peers, it is still not enough. The world outside is so vast, and there are people who surpass the Grandmaster. I can't be complacent and stop moving forward just because I have a system. In this world, danger is everywhere. The best period for a warrior to improve is between the ages of 18 and 30. After the age of 30, it's not that you can't improve, but the efficiency will be several times slower, so you can't waste this golden period. And I believe you're also familiar with the military university. The death and injury rate of the military university is the highest among all Wuhan universities. If you want to graduate intact, you must seize the time to become stronger. After entering the academy, you will have half a year of mission exemption. During this period, you must practice your skills in martial arts and use the resources given to you to grow rapidly. After half a year, your actual combat will begin. Countless tasks will be issued, and you will all have task indicators. Once completed, you will receive corresponding resource rewards. If it is not completed, then there is nothing. Without resource upgrades, don't even think about getting away with it and scathe from the missions posted, unless you're extremely lucky. Otherwise, it is very likely that a mission will cost you your life. Therefore, you must seize this 6 months and work hard to improve yourself. The geniuses who come out of the military university are the face of the human race and the support of the human race. The resources of the military university will not support useless people. Gu Ming said the last sentence very seriously. Even if you have extraordinary talent, if you don't work hard and only think about enjoying the resources without improving yourself to complete the task, then no resources will be provided to you afterwards. These resources did not come out of thin air. They were obtained with the lives and blood of countless ancestors and warriors on the front lines of the cave. Su Han and the other two listened carefully and nodded frequently. Gu Ming talked a lot today, perhaps because he had recruited the monster Su Han, and he said a lot to the three of them. It also gave the three of them a new understanding of the military university. They realized that there were more than 1 or 2 monsters in the military university, and they all possessed combat power and abilities that they could not imagine. This made Su Han even more excited about the report from the military university in 3 days. Chapter 67. My daughter has changed her gender? The four of them chatted until very late before going home. Halfway through the journey, Luo Yingxue called Su Han. "Su Han, I'm done here. Later, Teacher Gao, he took me to get tested and go through the formalities. I told him about the dual talents and cultivation potential, as you said. The teacher didn't say anything and seemed very happy. Luo Yingshue's voice came from the other end of the phone, and she sounded a little nervous. Because this argument is indeed too far-fetched. Of course, they just need to make sure that we're not pagans. The stronger we are, the happier they will be. There are many warriors who suddenly become stronger. They all have their own secrets and opportunities. Do we have to interrogate them one by one? They won't tell us anything. Suhan said with a smile. Well, you're right. I was too nervous. Thank you, Suhan. I didn't expect that I would be specially recruited by the Magic City Wuda. My father was so happy to hear the news that he is preparing a big banquet in 3 days. You should come along then, because he knows that I am in this position because of you. Have you told your dad everything? Suhan was stunned. No, I said what we said. I just said that at that time, Wu Yong and I just wanted to run away, and it was you who pulled us over, which gave us this opportunity. Luo Yingxue was afraid that Suhan would misunderstand her, so she hurriedly explained. Well, some things are best kept to ourselves. Even though they are family members, the fewer people who know about it, the better, to avoid letting something slip. I know. Then let's make a deal. You have to come in 3 days. Sorry, Yingxue, I may not be able to go. I should be at the military university in 3 days. The military university does not have a summer vacation. Instructor Gu Ming wants us to report to the military university in 3 days and start training. There's a long way to go. You should work hard at the Magic City Wuda University. Only when you become stronger, you won't have to make excuses like you do now. Well, I'll listen to you. But if you are free, remember to come to the Magic City Wuda to find me. I remember that the military university is also in the Magic City, so don't forget me then. Luo Yingxue spoke slowly, her voice getting softer and softer as she spoke, and her face turned red. Okay, I'll go if I'm free. I'm hanging up now. Well, bye. It was not until she hung up the phone that Luo Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Then she leaned back on her pink mattress, a trace of loss and reluctance flashing in her eyes. Are we going to separate now? Looking at the ceiling, Luo Yingxue fell into deep thought. Suhan is very strong, sunny, and handsome, and a nice person. The most important thing is that she feels at ease when she is with Suhan. He is also willing to share his true self, a feeling that no one else can give him. But she knew that Suhan would become stronger and stronger in the future, and if she wanted to stand by his side, she would need to work harder. Now, Suhan can kill the pagans at the martial artist level alone, but what about himself? She and Wu Yong teamed up, but could only escape from the hands of a pagan who was at the high level of warrior. The gap is too big. Even though she is now greatly improved by taking the treasure, she is still far inferior to Suhan. I must become stronger. Luo Yingxue suddenly sat up from the bed and ran directly to the basement of her villa. Shuer, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Luo Tian asked puzzledly when he saw his daughter suddenly open the door and rush to the basement. I want to practice. Oh, by the way, Suhan can't come in 3 days. He has to report to the military university. I think we should forget about this banquet. I want to practice and become stronger. After saying this, he went downstairs to practice by himself, ignoring his father Luo Tian's surprised look. Oh my god, is this a sex change? It's not that Luo Yingxue doesn't practice hard on a daily basis. If she didn't, she would be far behind others even if she was at level B before. But it has never been as positive as it is today. Luo Tian was a little overwhelmed by this scene. Could it be because of Suhan? Good job. What does it mean for a man to be able to suddenly change his daughter's gender? However, a hint of melancholy flashed across Luo Tian's eyes at this moment. The last time her daughter was attacked by pagans, Suhan was with her, and her daughter was safe and sound. Obviously, it was not as she said. This Suhan was not simple. During this cave assessment, a pagan sneaked in again. Not only was his daughter fine, but he was also lucky enough to have a sudden increase in strength. When asked, it turned out to be because of Suhan. Such a monster will naturally achieve extraordinary things in the future. But the more extraordinary he is, the more extraordinary the woman who can stand beside him in the future will naturally be. My own daughter is still far behind. Luo Tian is still self-aware of this. Moreover, it is the military university, the Wuhan University, with the highest casualty rate. Since the establishment of the military university, countless talented and unequaled people have entered it. But how many of them could really survive and achieve success? Most of them died in the Battle of the Cave. Although Su Han is a monster, the possibility of his death cannot be ruled out. Thinking of this, Luo Tian was very worried. I hope Shuer doesn't get too deeply involved. With a long sigh, he continued to look through the documents. It's no use for him to worry about this thing. My daughter has grown up and has her own ideas. Everything in the world of warriors is sometimes beyond one's control, and one can only hope that she will slowly understand it. On the other side, Wu Yong and Zhou Yibo also returned to their homes. Knowing that their son was admitted to the military university, the whole family was naturally filled with joy and was so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. Only Su Han returned to his home alone. Who? The moment he opened the door, Su Han stepped back vigilantly and took a defensive stance, because he discovered that there was the aura of a warrior in the house. Hey, Xiaohan in, you're quite alert. Amid the teasing, the lights in the room came on. Sister Murphy, it's you. Su Han laughed only after seeing the person's appearance clearly. I heard you were admitted to the military university. Yeah. Su Han smiled and nodded. Alas, I really don't want you to enter the big company. After getting Su Han's affirmation, Lu Mafei sighed. What's wrong, sis? Junda, the casualty rate is too high. I'm lucky that I didn't get any dangerous missions. I'm still alive today. Of course, it's also because I am too inexperienced. Are you still a noob? You entered with the top 3 scores in our Sioux City. That's useless. The top 3 from Sioux City who enter the military academy are just the tail end of the pack. There are many geniuses there, and those with A-level cultivation qualifications are not small. There are even S-level monsters. Oh, so strong. More than just strong. They're all monsters. Do you know what a monster is? They cannot be measured by common sense, and are beyond our cognition. Lu Mafei shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that when she talked about these monsters, there was still a lot of fear in her eyes. It seems that Lu Mafei also experienced these monsters when he was in the military academy. Then I think I should go even more. But Su Han became interested at this time. Monsters? He was just worried that they weren't strong enough. Gu Ming said before that he had to practice in school for half a year before he could take on a mission, and during this period he could only practice with the resources provided by the school. But only Su Han himself knew that he did not need resources to practice. If he really used resources to practice, upgrading his defensive talent would be extremely difficult. How could he ever practice? Now it seems that there are a lot of monsters in there. Then I can level up easily and happily. This is good news. Chapter 68, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. When Lu Mafei heard Su Han say that he wanted to go even more, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Congratulations, you are first in this assessment. Thank you, Miss Murphy. Since you insist on going to the military university, there are some things you need to pay attention to. Suddenly seeing Lu Mafei become serious, Su Han looked at her in confusion. The military university is different from other martial arts universities. There are people from the Cave Myriad clan in the academy. Aren't the 10,000 races the enemy of the human race? Not all the races in the cave are enemies of humans. There are also conflicts among the races in the cave. Because of the sudden arrival of the cave and the intervention of the human race, some chemical effects occurred. After hundreds of years of fighting and contact, some races among the myriad races became friendly with the human race and even formed an alliance. Oh, Su Han was very surprised to hear this. These were never mentioned in school. You guys at Wuda will definitely not tell me these things because ordinary people can't get in touch with this level, and Wuda is the screening threshold for warriors. Only those who become warriors and can be admitted to Wuda are qualified to know. As if seeing Su Han's doubts, Lu Mafei began to explain. Every year, the 10,000 races send some of their talents to the military university for study and exchange, and this is limited to the military university. However, not all of these races are friendly with the human race. There are also neutral forces and hostile forces. It's understandable if they're neutral, but why do hostile forces also send geniuses here? Su Han was puzzled. This is because of the proposal of Lord Rangujo, the king of the South Sky. First, he wants to try to form an alliance with some other races. After all, the human race is still in decline in the cave. Second, he believes that even if he cannot form an alliance, he can use their genius to gain a deep understanding of their race and gain the ability to deal with them effectively. Southern Heavenly King? Su Han was stunned when he heard this new term. We humans have the 4 heavenly kings of the East, South, West, and North. They are all beings that surpass the Grandmasters. They are also the strongest among those adults who surpass the Grandmasters. You will know it later. Suhan nodded, anticipation in his eyes. Just listen to this title, The Southern Heavenly King, an existence beyond the Grandmaster. So incredible. When will I be able to reach this point? What if we encounter a dispute with hostile forces at the military university? Suhan suddenly asked. Then kill. It's okay to kill him. It's a problem, but we have to kill them. The geniuses sent by these hostile forces are actually not prepared to leave alive. We want to exploit their weaknesses, but aren't they the same? There are many geniuses among the myriad races, and because of the special environment of the cave, their growth and combat power are inherently much stronger than that of humans. For us humans to cultivate a genius, we need to spend a lot of energy and resources, and even more time. They don't care if we kill one of their geniuses, because maybe they will come up with another one soon. But this is not the case for humans. Once a genius dies, they have to wait for another genius of the same level to appear, which may take many years. The underground cave has inherent environmental advantages, rich resources of natural materials and treasures, as well as mysterious ancient secrets and the ancient heritage of their respective races. But humans don't have that, so they have to fight and grab everything on their own. Therefore, after entering Wuda, you will need to enter the cave to complete tasks and seize resources. If you don't take it, you will become a slave of the 10,000 races, or even their food. Lu Mafei's eloquent talk opened a new door for Suhan, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the current situation of the human race and all other races, as well as some situations in the cave. So, you must practice in seclusion for the first half year after entering the military university. You are specially recruited and ranked first, so the military university will definitely give you the most resources. You must digest them all as quickly as possible, because half a year later, you will enter the cave to perform various tasks, and this cave is not the same as the one you take outdoor assessments. To be honest, the cave you are examining is just child's play. You should be mentally prepared. Yeah, Suhan was not afraid or worried when he heard this. Instead, he became more expectant and even a little excited. The cave that Lu Mafei mentioned is what Suhan wants most. To them, it is hell and a Shura field. But for Suhan, that place is a treasure land for him to gain experience. Also, you have to be careful of the foxes in the school, especially a student named Hu Tsaixing. Oh, she's awesome. There are only 2 people in the entire military academy with SSS level cultivation potential, and she is one of them. What? SSS level? Suhan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Although I know that there is such a level as SSS, I have never seen or heard of anyone with the potential to practice at this level. But now, I actually heard that there are some in the military university, and there are 2 of them. This is an absolute monstrosity. The Fox tribe is a neutral race, and each of their members is very skilled. They are very powerful and have special talents. Special? Well, one of their strongest talents is mental attacks, which can ignore physical defense. This means that below the Grandmaster level, they are invincible. Only after humans reach the Grandmaster level can they truly activate their brains and cultivate their mental strength. Before this, there was no ability to resist mental attacks at all. Even if a fox is just a junior warrior, he can kill a high-level warrior from the human race in an instant. This is what makes them so terrifying. Oh my god, so awesome. Suhan couldn't help but be amazed when he heard it. I have learned a lot. It turns out that I'm still a frog in a well and know very little. There are so many evildoers in this world. Well, especially this Hu Tsaixing, who not only has SSS level cultivation potential, but is also the descendant of the most powerful 9-tailed sky fox in the Fox clan, and his strength is even stronger. The most fatal thing is, she is too beautiful. Coupled with her talent for transformation, men have almost no resistance to her. Maybe she was still immersed in her own fantasies when she was killed. You must be careful with her, or she will die without knowing how. You understand? Cease. Suhan nodded seriously and made a heavy note in the little notebook in his heart. There are also some monstrous geniuses among the other races, but they are far inferior to Hu Tsaixing. Oh, by the way, sister, shouldn't the 9-tailed Fox clan have 4 surnames? Bai, Su, Chuanhu, and Tushan? Why is the surname Hu? In his previous life, Suhan had read the classic of mountains and seas and some ancient books, and the 4 major surnames of the 9-tailed Fox clan recorded in them were these 4. Oh, you also know this? You are right, but because the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was too powerful, it was targeted and excluded by other clans and even secretly attacked. So in order to preserve its bloodline, it changed its surname. This is an illusion from many years ago. Moreover, the Nine-Tailed Fox race is very special, and it is the best furnace in the world. Furnace tripod? Well, it's a cauldron for dual cultivation, so not only the myriad races, but also the human race hopes to gain the alliance of the Nine-Tailed Fox. In order for them to play the role of furnace, they must be willing. Forcing them is ineffective. It is also for this reason that the Nine-Tailed Fox has become the object of flattery and pursuit by many forces. If force worked, the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe would have been robbed and enslaved long ago. This is also the reason why the Nine-Tailed clan is now on the neutral side. They are hostile to other races, including humans. So that's how it is. Suan Nadith. He didn't expect that the Nine-Tailed clan had such a function. Chapter 69. Rewards are coming. So, some of the geniuses of the 10,000 races are not easy to mess with. First, they are very powerful, and there are not many people who can defeat them. Second, once you kill them, the consequences will be very serious. Suhan nodded, and now he had some understanding of the students from all races in the military academy. Besides that, there are some special beings among the human students who should not be provoked. Oh, those are from families that are beyond the god of war, such as Jiang Bailang, the young master of the Jiang family. His grandfather is the northern heavenly king, Old Man Jiang, one of the 4 heavenly kings, who is also known as the sword god. And the Yi family. The Yi family? Is it also one of the 4 heavenly kings? That's not the case. They are a family that is even more mysterious than the 4 heavenly kings, and they possess a powerful spatial talent. What? Spatial talent? Suhan was a little astonished. This was a talent for space, known as one of the strongest talents. With this talent, you can be unpredictable in battle, and it is an ability that can cause the most pain to the enemy. He can hit you, but you can't hit him. He can kill you in the process. Suhan didn't expect that he would know so many powerful people before he even entered the big army. Even the young master of the Sword God family is in the military university. Although, at his current level, he couldn't understand how powerful the 4 heavenly kings were. Just hearing the title of Sword God must be very impressive. Well, the spatial talent is very strange, and Yi Fan's cultivation potential is S level. S level? He's not SSS level. Suhan was a little confused. No, if Yi Fan was SSS level, he would be invincible in the military. Fortunately, he is not otherwise. As if he had thought of something, Lu Mafei couldn't help but feel a little amused. Let's not talk about him. The only ones at SSS level are Hu Tsaixing, Jiang Bailang, and Hao Yiming from the Viper clan. Jiang Bailang is the face of our human race in the military academy. Hu Tsaixing is the representative of the neutral race among all the races, and Hao Yiming is the representative of the race that is opposed to our human race. Is this a 3-legged tripod? Suhan couldn't help but get excited. When they were in the 3 high schools, although there were people who didn't like each other, they were not divided into several major forces to fight against each other like in the military university. Very interesting. Why are you so excited? Keep a low profile when you get there. Just because you're number 1 in Sioux City doesn't mean you will still be number 1 in military university. When Lu Mafei saw Suhan's look, he couldn't help but frown and warn him. She didn't know how powerful Suhan was now, and she was surprised that Suhan was first this time. But no matter how she thought about it, she would never have imagined how perverted Suhan was now. I know, sister. I'm very low-key. Suhan Yin responded insincerely. The two chatted for a while before Lu Mafei left. She came to Sioux City on a mission. The military has its own rules. During the mission, accommodation must be planned uniformly, and you will not be allowed to stay at home. After Lu Mafei left, Suhan did not sleep, but started practicing directly. After obtaining the heavenly level technique, 9 cauldron spirit refining, he has never properly practiced it. Now, he relies on cultivation as the equivalent of sleep. After knowing that there are so many evil people in the military academy, Suhan cannot relax. Lu Mafei mentioned that these monsters are not simple and are capable of killing high-level martial artists. When Suhan heard the news, he was still shocked. To put it bluntly, the reason why I can be so abnormal is mainly due to the system. But even though he doesn't have a system, he can still kill high-level warriors. This is very scary. He is a true monster. It would be fine if he didn't know, But now that he knew, Su-han naturally couldn't fall behind. If we have a system but still can't defeat these people, then it would be useless. The 9 cauldron spirit refining technique was in operation, and soon the thin spiritual energy around was attracted over. The effect was hundreds of times stronger than the previous Wan Qi. After a short while, his qi and blood increased by dozens of points. It is indeed a heavenly level technique, but it is a pity that the spiritual energy here is too thin. If I practice in an environment like the cave, my qi and blood will surely increase by leaps and bounds. It was a bit regrettable, but Su-han continued to practice. No matter what, his speed was now countless times faster than before. Early in the morning, after a night of practice, Su-han glanced at the qi and blood value on the system panel, which was 13,825 points. It increased by 1310 points compared to the previous health value of 12,515 points. This made Su-han very satisfied. The growth in just one night was so terrifying. This was not even in the cave. If there was such dense spiritual energy as in the cave, the growth would be at least 3 or 4 times greater. Such a huge growth made Su-han a little stunned. At this rate, it won't be too far before I'm promoted to a military general. After calming down, Su-han prepared to continue his morning exercise and go out for a run. Daily morning jogging is a compulsory course for him. Even though he now has a system, he still needs to exercise himself. Is Su-han at home? Just as he was about to go out for a morning run, there was a knock on the door and a questioning voice came from outside the house. Headmaster. When I opened the door, it turned out to be Li Daoran. Ha, my good Su-han. I'm here to give you a reward. Forehead. Su-han was stunned. According to the rules, after the rankings were calculated, they would be announced and the rewards would be distributed when he went to school today. Why did the principal come here in person? Master Gu called me last night and said that you and Wu Yong would be reporting to the military university in 2 days. I thought you might have to pack something in such a short time, so I came here to save you the trouble of going to school. Li Daoran's face was filled with joy, but he was actually a little disappointed in his heart. His school was really proud of it this time. Not only did Su-han get first place in Sioux City, but he was also specially recruited by the military university. It was really awesome. Even Wu Yong, who had never been in the spotlight, was recruited by the military university for the first time. Although he was a little confused as to why, it was a double happiness. I originally wanted to take advantage of their achievements to let them show off and brag about my own great achievements. As a result, Guming called last night and said that everything should be kept simple and they would report to the military university in 3 days, which ruined all his plans. However, this time both of them ranked in the top 3, with Su-han even ranking first, and was specially recruited by a top military university. The benefits it brings to oneself are also huge. The Wuhan University will provide material feedback to the alma mater schools of these special recruits, and the Education Bureau will also issue rewards. Even Suzhou City will reward the alma mater of the top 10 students. This wave will allow Li Daoran to make a fortune. Here is a book of skills and a book of martial arts, both of which are of the Xian level. Pick one. Li Daoran was straightforward and went straight to the point. In an instant, Su-han's eyes lit up. Isn't this the ultimate purpose of my assessment? He simply ignored the techniques and looked at the martial arts. Principal, I choose martial arts. Su-han said directly. He already has a heaven-level technique, so it is completely meaningless to get another technique at this time. After obtaining the Xian-level technique, he can at most reach the Earth-level technique through his sudden enlightenment talent, which is totally inferior to the 9 cauldron spirit refining technique he has now. This time, the mysterious martial art that Li Daoran brought, the Golden Snake Fist, piqued his interest. Chapter 70, Evolution, Earth-level martial arts. Su-han, this is your bonus, a total of 2 million. At this time, Li Daoran handed over another bank card. Su-han looked at Li Daoran puzzledly. Wasn't the prize money for first place in Suzhou City 1 million this time? Why was it 2 million? Haha, you've brought honor to our school, so the school should naturally show some appreciation, right? Li Daoran said with a smile. Su-han suddenly realized that this principal was quite a good person. He took it very naturally. The benefits he brought to the school this time were huge, so he had no psychological burden at all to take it. If it was purely a favor, he wouldn't take it. The hardest thing in the world to repay is favors. After exchanging a few pleasantries and receiving his diploma, Su-han saw the enthusiastic principal off. Li Daoran was originally planning to accompany Su Han to apply for a warrior certificate, but when he heard Su Han say that he had already done it himself, he gave up. Su Han simply closed the door and went for a morning run. After a long run, Su Han's chi and blood increased by another 100 points, which made him very satisfied. This heavenly level technique is different. It will normally operate automatically, constantly increasing your energy and blood. Although not as much as the increase from deep practice after entering into meditation, it is also considerable. As his realm improves, his body's genetic level continues to transform, and his energy and blood increase faster and faster. During this period of morning exercise, my chi and blood increased by more than 100 points, reaching 13,965 points. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. After returning home, Su Han directly took out the martial art golden snake swimming palm and began to observe it. The host has observed martial arts while his enlightenment talent is activated and has grasped the essence of the golden snake swimming palm. As expected of a level 10 enlightenment talent, he mastered the profound martial arts after just one look at it. Awesome. However, this sudden realization did not lead to an upgrade in his technique. So, Su Han began to practice the golden snake palm according to what he had learned. It was not until the fourth rehearsal that the system prompt in Su Han's mind lit up again. The host gained enlightenment after practicing the golden snake swimming palm, and his martial arts skills began to mutate and grow. The martial arts evolved successfully, and the host obtained the earth-level martial arts, 8 Desolate Wandering Dragon Palm. In an instant, the information about the 8 Desolate Dragon Palm flooded into Su Han's mind. In just a moment, he was able to fully understand it. System products are awesome. Su Han was delighted. After the system evolved, he didn't need to study the skills and martial arts himself. He could master them instantly. It was so convenient. You have to know that when others learn a technique or martial art, they have to go through the stages of getting started, becoming proficient, and mastering before they can fully master it. But Su Han doesn't need that. As long as the skills have been evolved by the system, he can directly reach the level of control in an instant. It's fun to cheat for a while. It's fun to cheat every day. It's so cool to be a big hacker. Now that I have the palm techniques, I need to find some body techniques, leg techniques, and weapon techniques later. Su Han pondered. As for the exercises, one book is enough. It is mainly used to condense chi and train blood, and increase chi and blood value. There can be countless volumes of martial arts. Now, he has the palm technique, and this set of palm technique also includes some body techniques. It is also earth level, which is enough for him to use until he becomes a grandmaster. Many masters do not necessarily use earth level martial arts. When they arrive at the military academy, they will be given the opportunity to choose martial arts during classes. You'll have to make a careful choice when the time comes. We will set off for Shanghai tomorrow. The military university is located on the south side of Shanghai. I'm a single person and there is nothing to pack. I've been looking at my clothes for a long time. I simply went out and bought a few sets of clothes and training clothes. Although Wuhan University should also issue standardized training uniforms, he thought it would be a good idea for him to prepare a few sets. I bought some daily necessities, and when everything was ready, I threw the big backpack directly into the space ring. With this thing, it is very convenient to travel long distances. You don't have to carry a big backpack all day. Next, he took out the phone number given to him by Xia Sina of Yulong Chamber of Commerce and dialed it. Miss Xia, I'm Su Han. Suan, how come you have time to call me today? The person on the other end of the phone seemed surprised. Well, I have something I want Miss Xia to help me sell. Is it convenient for you now? Oh, then come over now. I'm in the branch in Sioux City. You know the address, right? Yes, I know. I'll come find you now. After hanging up the phone, Su Han walked towards the Yulong Chamber of Commerce in Sioux City. Miss, is this a call from Su Han? Asked Uncle Lu on the side. Yes, it was him. He said he had something to sell. He got first place in Suching in the assessment this time, and was specially recruited into the military university. It turns out that Miss is a good eye. Uncle Lu, to be honest, I was optimistic about him and thought he was different, but I didn't expect him to be so amazing. Afterwards, I checked the surveillance video of the assessment, and it was completely beyond my expectations. I was actually wrong, Xiaxina said with a bitter smile. When she saw the video of Su Han taking the test, she was also very surprised. I originally thought that the last time Su Han killed a martial artist, it was pure luck, and he must have used some special means to take advantage of the enemy's underestimation. But after watching the assessment video, she no longer thought so. The abilities Su Han demonstrated were simply too abnormal. Wolf packs, tides of rabbits, these are not something a junior warrior can do. This also made her more suspicious whether the mysterious Li Feng was Su Han. However, when Su Han killed Li Feng, she was in the Misty Forest. After she came out, these videos and messages were blocked again. So, she couldn't tell for sure. What made her even more surprised was that when the military later went into the cave to search, they discovered that Li Feng was actually dead. Judging from the situation at the scene, both sides were indeed hurt. It was also confirmed that Li Feng was wearing a human skin mask, and the real Li Feng had already died. But Xiao Sina didn't think that Li Feng, who was wearing a human skin mask, was the mysterious man. The leader's self-destruction didn't kill him, but in the blink of an eye he died together with others? Are you kidding? However, she did not report the information, but sent people to investigate secretly. Especially after hearing about Su Han, Wu Yong, and Luo Yingshue's second test, their strength suddenly skyrocketed. The reason given was that they witnessed Li Feng's fight, and seeing that both of them were injured, they went up to finish them off and picked up the treasure. Naturally, she could not hide this information from her, as the Yulong Chamber of Commerce's connections and informants had already spread all over the world. What shocked her was that there were 3 of these treasures. She originally thought there was only one. What made her even more regretful was that she didn't get any. She had originally planned to look for Su Han today, but unexpectedly he came to her on his own. Let's see what he is selling today. There are 3 boxes in the secret realm. They only told Gu Ming and Gao Yi about the treasure. What was in the other 2 boxes was never mentioned. Since nothing was found on Li Feng, the 2 boxes must still be on them. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door,